Chapter 1. Do you truly intend to go, Adonis? You are aware that this ancient magical uprising is unlike any other. The elderly man gazed sorrowfully at the young individual hastily packing his belongings before him. You know, Master, that the old foxes at the Ministry of Magic lack the capacity to resolve this matter otherwise. They would not have humbled themselves to request my assistance, the young man replied. Observing the frail figure of the elderly man, referred to as Adonis, a flicker of reluctance manifested in his eyes. He paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, should this uprising remain unresolved, it is certain that the Muggles will become aware of it, leading to unmanageable chaos. But this uprising is exceptionally perilous. One misstep could result in dire consequences. The elderly man's tears began to fall. Fear not, Master, this is my mission as well. Have you not always taught me that to wear the crown, one must bear its weight? With that, he opened his arms and embraced the sorrowful elder, drawing him close. For those with clear minds, death is merely another grand adventure. Adonis hesitated, his voice tinged with melancholy. Yet this time, it seems the student must pave the way for you, my dear elder. Tears streamed from the man's eyes as he wiped them away with his sleeve, looking at the elderly figure who had been his mentor for a decade. He managed a faint smile, though to the elder, it appeared rather grim. Take good care of Mia, he said. The youth then turned and retrieved a bag resembling a satchel, gripping its opening tightly. As he unfastened it, a magnificent phoenix emerged, soaring around the room several times before settling on Adonis' shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Adonis responded by gently stroking her head. While I am away, be sure to heed the words of Professor Nico and Madame Perenelle. Mia, sensing her master's sorrow, nodded, albeit unaware of the unfolding events. The young man secured his wand and embraced the elder once more before stepping away, making his way to the door. In that fleeting moment, the elder appeared to age a century, sitting silently on the sofa, lost in his thoughts. As Adonis opened the door, he was met by an elderly woman who stood weeping, wiping away her tears. My dear child, must you truly go? Upon seeing Adonis, the woman's face lit up with a tender smile as she approached him, adjusting his collar, her hands gently caressing his face as if to etch his visage into her memory. You know, madam, I have compelling reasons for my departure. Adonis placed his hands over the woman's, pressing his face closer. I fear the days ahead will leave only you and the master, the woman said, her tears flowing freely once more. In response, Adonis offered comfort. Mia will remain by your side, just as I have always been with you. With gentle care, he wiped away her tears, enveloping her in a heartfelt embrace before stepping outside to the courtyard. He drew his wand, giving it a light flourish, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The elderly woman seemed to lose all her strength, collapsing to the ground, only to be caught by the elderly man behind her. She leaned into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Nico, Adonis is not merely your student. I have always regarded him as my grandson. I know I have always considered him my grandson as well. Overwhelmed by his wife's sorrow, Nico could no longer suppress his emotions, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Adonis appeared at the entrance of the French Ministry of Magic, composing himself before pushing open the grand, ancient doors. At this moment, several wizards awaited Adonis' arrival, none daring to speak, for they all understood the perilous nature of the magical uprising they were about to confront. Even the most seasoned wizards faced certain doom in such circumstances, let alone this young wizard in his 20s at the height of his youth. It was Adonis who finally shattered the silence. Let us proceed. We must confront this heathen, mustn't we? He managed a bittersweet smile. Seeing this faint smile, the ministry staff felt a wave of shame wash over them. After all, it was the ministry's responsibility to quell magical upheavals and prevent exposure to Muggles. Yet their incompetence had led to this dire situation. In silence, Adonis traversed the international Flu network, arriving at the Italian Ministry of Magic, situated underground in Rome, where the entire establishment was in a frenzy of activity. Everyone seemed to be moving at breakneck speed. The fires in each fireplace crackled incessantly, casting a green glow throughout the ministry's grand hall, as if a deadly duel were taking place. Someone rushed forward, confirming Adonis' identity before seizing his arm. The situation is urgent. We have no time for pleasantries. Please forgive me. He then led Adonis to a tattered Martin boot, explaining, we have set up a port key near the disturbance. We can teleport directly there. Without waiting for Adonis' reply, he touched the boot, and in an instant, the world spun around them. When Adonis opened his eyes again, they were hovering above a dilapidated castle. This magical uprising was undeniably formidable, even in the air. Adonis could sense the overwhelming magical energy. Upon landing, the potent force threatened to consume everything around him, causing the robes of the ministry personnel nearby to billow wildly. The leader, upon seeing Adonis' arrival, looked as if he had been granted the elixir of life, grasping Adonis' arm and pleading, "Do you have a solution?" Adonis remained silent, pulling out his wand and approaching the castle's entrance. With a decisive motion, several silvery threads extended from his chest, reaching deep into the castle's interior. In a place unseen by others, black energy began to coalesce at the threads' ends, forming murky orbs. This should suffice, Adonis declared before transforming into a swirl of silver magical energy, vanishing before their eyes. After some time, Adonis reappeared within the castle's bell tower, where the final ancient magical nexus lay. Absorbing it would quell the uprising, yet Adonis' state was far from optimal. Anyone observing would immediately sense the chaotic magical energy raging within him. Just as he leaned against the wall to catch his breath, the energy surged violently, flooding into his body. What is this? Realizing the energy's intrusion, Adonis had no time to react. The rampant magic erupted from him, obliterating everything in its vicinity, transforming his body into brilliant dust. Outside, witnesses beheld the bell tower's summit dissolve into ashes, instantly comprehending the fate that had befallen the prodigious wizard. In 1902, the tale of a brilliant wizard came to a tragic close. As the tumultuous magical energy annihilated Adonis' form, his spirit did not perish. Instead, it became even more refined. Adonis felt a surge of power enveloping his soul before slipping into a deep slumber. The boundaries of time began to blur, his essence lingering on the precipice of life and death. One day, Adonis sensed a gradual clarity returning to his consciousness, the world around him brightening. He heard the hurried footsteps of people, their voices, and the cries of an infant. Am I not dead? Could this be heaven? At that moment, he heard a woman exclaim loudly, Sir, a baby boy has been born. Both mother and child are safe. What is happening? Are they referring to me? Adonis attempted to speak, but only the cries of a newborn emerged. I have been reborn? Clearly, no one could answer his questions at that moment. Everyone was rejoicing in the arrival of new life. However, the infant's body could not sustain such a surge of cerebral activity, and soon Adonis' awareness slipped back into chaos. 11 years passed in a whirlwind. Adonis, have you changed your clothes? Hurry down, we must depart. This was Adonis' mother, Lady Landon, a gentle yet astute woman. Yes, mother, I'll be right down. Once again named Adonis in this life, he exhibited remarkable talents far beyond those of his peers. The upper echelons of London society were well aware that Adonis of the Landon family possessed not only a strikingly handsome visage befitting his name, but also astounding intelligence across various domains. Consequently, Adonis was often referred to as the child of someone else's family from the moment he began his educational label, both reasonable and infuriating. When Adonis reached approximately 5 months of age, capable of performing simple actions, he began to sense the magical energy flowing within him, ultimately realizing that he remained in the same world, albeit nearly 80 years behind. However, as a child from a Muggle family, he currently had no means of connecting with the magical realm. However, regarding the possession of magical powers within oneself, one would expect that the name would be inscribed in the Hogwarts admission book, and upon reaching the age of 11, a letter should arrive. As for locating his own teacher, if he does not take the initiative, who could possibly find him? Who knows if he has moved over the years? In contrast to his previous life, where he lacked the affection of a biological family, in this life, He not only enjoys the love of his parents, but also has an adorable younger sister named Vina, who is 5 years his junior. Remember to help your sister with the milk on the dining table when you go out, added Mrs. Landon. Of course, mother. A few minutes later, a small boy, appearing around 10 years of age, with hair shimmering like gold and striking sapphire blue eyes, dressed in a deep blue shirt, appeared at the front door. Once he settled into the back seat of the car, a porcelain doll-like little girl clung to him. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the girl bore a striking resemblance to him. Adonis casually handed her the milk. "Thank you, brother." The little girl planted a kiss on Adonis' cheek, and then happily began to drink the milk nestled against him. Mrs. Landon, observing Adonis' tousled hair, remarked, "Adonis, how many times must I remind you that long hair cannot be left unkempt?" Adonis sheepishly scratched the back of his head and smiled. "I'm sorry, mother'll tie it up right away." He quickly retrieved a hair tie and fashioned a low ponytail. At that moment, Mr. Landon, seated in the driver's seat, turned around and said, "Are we all set? It's time for us to depart. Let's go." Thus, the car started, heading towards their destination, the London Zoo. As Mr. Landon drove, he addressed Adonis, saying, "My little Adonis will be attending Eton College after his 11th birthday. Are you feeling the slightest bit anxious about facing a new environment?" "You know, Dad, it's nothing to worry about." However, what truly occupied his thoughts was the ancient castle that haunted his dreams. "Ha ha ha. This will certainly be a piece of cake for our little genius of the Landon family." "Dad, you're biased." "I'm also a genius in our family," Vina retorted indignantly. Yes, my little Princess Vina will always be the best," Adonis replied, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. In the midst of their joyous laughter, the family arrived at the zoo. The Landon couple planned to visit the aquarium, while Adonis, wishing not to intrude on their date, took Vina to explore the various exhibits. Vina's laughter seemed to echo endlessly. After they purchased ice cream, Vina stopped in front of the reptile house. "What's the matter? Are you particularly interested in what's inside?" Adonis inquired, smiling as he held her hand. "Brother, Vina wants to go inside and take a look." Vina blinked her large, sparkling eyes at Adonis. Adonis affectionately ruffled her hair and guided her inside. After a while, they found themselves in front of the display for a Burmese python, where they observed a rather peculiar family. The portly father looked disdainfully at the snake, while the slender mother stood beside a boy who was pressed against the glass, resembling a small pig, with a loving gaze. The other boy in the family seemed to be somewhat neglected. The neglected boy appeared slightly malnourished, his clothes tattered, with some areas still awaiting repair. Even his glasses seemed cobbled together from leftover parts, with tape holding the broken pieces together, embodying a visage of neglect and mistreatment. "Brother, that boy looks so pitiful," Vina remarked. "Oh, why does Vina think he is so unfortunate? Look at his clothes, they're full of holes, and his glasses are broken. It seems like his family doesn't care for him very much." Adonis remained silent, simply listening to his naive sister's earnest analysis until the chubby boy knocked on the glass and shouted. Once he walked away, Adonis turned to Vina and said, "Would you like me to introduce you to that boy?" Upon hearing this, Vina's interest piqued, and she immediately took Adonis' hand, leading him toward the Burmese python's display. As they approached, Adonis overheard the little boy conversing with the python. "I'm so sorry he's never experienced that kind of treatment, lying there all day, facing those grotesque creatures that come and gawk at you. You can hear me speaking?" Realizing the oddity of the scene, Adonis deduced that this child might possess a talent for speaking with snakes, similar to his friend Omenes. However, the innocent Vina failed to notice this peculiarity. She simply straightened her clothes and walked up to the boy, gently tugging at his sleeve. "Hello, my name is Vina. May I ask what your name is?" The boy, engrossed in his conversation with the python, was startled by the sudden voice of the girl. "Oh, I meant to say hello. My name is Porter, Harry Porter." It was evident that he was still a bit anxious, his words tumbling over one another, unsure of where to place his hands at that moment. Adonis spoke up, "Hello, I am Adonis Landon, and my sister may have startled you a bit. You know how children can be filled with boundless enthusiasm when meeting new friends." He extended his hand, preparing to shake hands with Harry. For the first time in many years, Harry felt such respect from another person, leaving him momentarily taken aback. After timidly shaking Adonis's hand, he shyly scratched the back of his head and smiled. "Were you just chatting with a snake?" Vina pointed to the python that had now risen. "I'm not quite sure, but I have a feeling it could understand me," Harry admitted, lacking confidence. "That's so cool." The siblings before him appeared to share a deep bond, with a brother holding his sister's hand, both of them strikingly beautiful, which made Harry, already somewhat insecure, feel even more self-conscious, sensing Harry's low spirits. Adonis skillfully redirected the conversation to him, and under Adonis's subtle care, Harry gradually grew bolder. For a time, the three engaged in pleasant conversation. Suddenly, the lively, chubby boy returned, exuberantly pushing Harry to the ground, pressing him against the glass enclosure while shouting for his parents. This rude behavior made Harry feel embarrassed in front of his new friends, prompting him to glare back at the chubby boy. In that instant, Adonis sensed a surge of magical energy, although he had discovered his own magical abilities at a young age. Witnessing Harry's magical outburst gave him a surreal feeling. Under the influence of magic, the glass enclosure vanished into thin air. The chubby boy, overexerting himself, failed to react and plunged headfirst into the exhibit's water tank. When he sat up, staring at the snake that had crawled past him, he was rendered speechless with fright. Vina, witnessing the sudden appearance of the snake, let out a startled cry and quickly hid behind her brother. Sensing his sister's fear, Adonis wrapped Vina in his embrace, gently patting her back while keeping a watchful eye on the revitalized python. Should it entertain any dangerous thoughts, it would face dire consequences. The python, however, exhibited no unnecessary movements. As it passed by Harry, he politely remarked, "No trouble at all. Is this little fellow a descendant of the Gunter family?" Adonis pondered. The chaos caused by the python's escape from the reptile house derailed the remainder of their plans. Harry was taken away by his irate aunt and uncle, likely to face a scolding, but he did not forget to wave goodbye to his new friends, albeit with little hope of seeing them again. Mrs. Landon was deeply concerned. Although she trusted Adonis completely, a large python was a different matter altogether. One Vina alone would not suffice to satiate it. "You've scared my dear Vina half to death," she exclaimed, directing an angry glare at Adonis. "How could you take your sister to such a dangerous place?" Adonis chuckled helplessly. "How was I to know we would coincidentally be at the Burmese python exhibit and encounter a little wizard whose magic just so happened to erupt?" Mr. Landon, on the other hand, defended Adonis. No one could have anticipated the zoo's facilities were so dilapidated that they would allow the snake to escape. "My darlings are fine, dear. Please don't be angry." This earned him a fierce glare from Mrs. Landon, who decreed that he would be sleeping in the study for the next fortnight, that on Saturday morning, with the Landon family's servants away for the day. Adonis was engaged in playful antics with Vina in the living room. Mrs. Landon, observing this heartwarming scene, felt a deep sense of satisfaction until suddenly recalling something. She said, "Adonis, stop playing for a moment and check the mailbox for any letters." Upon hearing this, Adonis set down his little princess and walked to the mailbox at the gate, retrieving the mail to return an invitation to a tea party for Mother, this month's utility bills. And then, sensing something, Adonis looked up to see a small black dot flying from the distance, steadily growing larger, a snowy owl. Noticing Adonis lingering in the yard, the owl quickened its pace, dropping a letter into Adonis's hand as it approached. This was a letter so familiar it seemed inseparable from his very being. The envelope was crafted from thick parchment, sealed with wax, and adorned with a crest, a shield encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent, with a capital H emblazoned at its center. The reverse side bore the address: Mr. Landon, 1021 Grosvenor Square, Mephill District, 2nd floor guest room, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Wizarding Federation, First-Class Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin, Chief Sorcerer of Wisingamot. Dear Mr. Landon, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term will begin on September 1 SD, and we await your owl's reply no later than July 31 SD. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, gazing at the familiar letter. Tears suddenly streamed down Adonis's face. "Brother, why are you crying?" Vina, peeking from behind the door, looked worried. Adonis smiled through his tears, walked over to lift Vina into his arms, and said to Mrs. Landon in the living room, "Mother, I may not be able to attend Eton School that Mr. Landon, abruptly summoned from work, had yet to take a sip of water before being dragged to examine this mysterious letter. After reading it, he asked, bewildered, so little Adonis plans to attend this Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry mentioned in the letter. He shook the acceptance letter in his hand, glancing at his wife. Diana, do you think this letter is credible? Should we confirm it with the police? William, perhaps we should report this. This sender seems to know so much about our Adonis. We should seek protection. Hearing his parents diverging into increasingly absurd topics, Adonis quickly interjected, I think I may know something. The Landon couple's eyes brightened, and they hurried to fetch a camera to preserve evidence. Adonis felt a headache coming on and swiftly demonstrated a bit of magic, such as making a vase float from the living room to the kitchen. This display left his parents speechless in astonishment, while Vina clapped enthusiastically, demanding an encore. Time seemed to stretch on, with the Landon couple still grappling with their shattered worldview. Eventually, Mr. Landon slowly inquired, so, Adonis, you are a wizard, right? That's what they call it. I assenti it, and you're going to attend a school called Hogwarts? Adonis nodded. Oh, dear heavens, this world feels increasingly surreal, Mrs. Landon mused. The letter stated that a professor from the school would visit the following day, allowing them to discuss the authenticity of the news. As Sunday afternoon arrived, Mr. Landon deliberately declined numerous drinking invitations from friends, believing his son's educational prospects far more important than indulging with a few drunken companions. Vina sat obediently beside Adonis, occasionally asking questions about magic, to which Adonis patiently provided answers. Meanwhile, Mrs. Landon busied herself in the kitchen, her rigid movements betraying her inner turmoil. The doorbell rang, causing Vina to leap from the sofa and dash to the gate to greet the Hogwarts professor. Upon opening the door, she found an elderly woman clad in a flowing emerald robe, tall and wearing a pointed wizard's hat, her face radiating kindness. Hello, dear child. I am Professor McGonagall, the Transfiguration Professor at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall gazed affectionately at the charming young girl before her, and then, under the guidance of Vina, entered the remarkable Randon residence, which appeared extraordinary from the outside. Upon seeing the professor's arrival, Mrs. Randon promptly emerged from the kitchen, bearing a tray of tea and delicacies that had been prepared in advance for their guest. If I may be so bold, Professor McGonagall, could you perhaps demonstrate for my wife and me the wondrous magic you speak of? After all, such phenomena are rather difficult for ordinary folk to comprehend. Mr. Randon politely inquired that McGonagall, feeling quite pleased, noted that the Randon family exhibited far more decorum than other muggles who had shouted and frighted her presence. Branding her as a monster or a madwoman, of course, no unpleasant experience is insurmountable when one possesses the ability to forget entirely. Should you claim otherwise, then let us have another go. My dear. There is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for the excitement only intensifies. McGonagall remained silent, merely transforming her teacup into an adorable kitten. Vina, witnessing this enchanting spectacle, clapped her hands in delight and cuddled the little cat, playfully engaging with it. Despite having seen Adonis levitate a vase the day before, the Randon couple could not contain their astonishment at the exquisite transfiguration magic. They both concluded that sending Adonis to Hogwarts was indeed the finest way to nurture his magical talents. Thus, the ensuing conversation flowed effortlessly, with the Randon couple posing their inquiries, which McGonagall gladly addressed. Adonis, too, occasionally interjected with his own questions, eager to learn about the changes in the magical world during his 80-year absence. As the time drew near, McGonagall extended an invitation. Shall I escort you to Diagon Alley to procure your supplies for the upcoming term? And so, the group set off in grand procession. Naturally, McGonagall only provided the Randon couple with the address. As a witch, she was not accustomed to muggle modes of transportation. After agreeing on a meeting point, she vanished with a flicker of apparition. Mr. Randon parked the car near the location McGonagall had indicated, scanning the surroundings in vain for the fabled leaky cauldron. He turned to Adonis. Adonis, have you spotted this so-called leaky cauldron? Adonis merely pointed behind him, but all Mr. Randon could see was a clothing store at the corner, utterly unrelated to the establishment they sought. Subsequently, Adonis took Mr. Randon's hand, and to his astonishment, the shops around him seemed to shift aside, revealing a small, dark, and dilapidated tavern. Wizards lead such casual lives, Mr. Randon remarked, a frown creasing his brow, as Mrs. Randon shared his sentiments, for the leaky cauldron appeared exceedingly run down. Adonis, unfazed, led the Randon couple into the tavern, where a diverse array of wizards mingled, some well-dressed, while others wore tattered attire. After greeting Professor McGonagall, who awaited them inside, the group followed her to the tavern's back door, pausing before a stone wall. McGonagall informed Adonis, "The entrance to Diagon Alley lies just here. You need only tap these 3 bricks with your wand, and the gateway shall open for you." And no sooner had she spoken than the bricks she tapped began to tremble. The surrounding bricks shifted, revealing a spacious archway wide enough for the 4 of them to pass side by side, leading to a winding cobblestone street that appeared endless, flanked by crooked, wizarding-style buildings. "Welcome to Diagon Alley. Welcome to the world of wizards," McGonagall proclaimed as she ushered the Randon family into this entirely different realm. Filled with curiosity, the Randon couple and Vina marveled at the peculiar architecture that defied the principles of physics, their astonishment palpable. After explaining the shopping process, McGonagall took her leave, for it was unreasonable to expect the vice principal of Hogwarts to accompany students throughout their supply shopping. Mr. Randon reflected for a moment. "So, we're to visit Gringotts to exchange for wizarding currency, galleons? But why such a name?" Adonis said little in response, leading his family to the tallest building in Diagon Alley. The pristine white structure, adorned with a gleaming bronze door, was guarded by an imposing figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. "Brother, what is that peculiar creature?" Vina inquired, her curiosity piqued. Adonis, harboring little fondness for goblins, recalled the many greedy ones who had coveted ancient magical power and nearly brought ruin to Hogwarts. "They are goblins, creatures both avaricious and arrogant," Vina nodded, somewhat understanding, while the Randon couple gazed at the warning outside Gringotts. "Enter, stranger, but beware the consequences of greed." Adonis led them towards the entrance, where 2 goblins bowed and ushered them into a grand marble hall. Approximately 100 goblins were seated behind a long counter, some hastily jotting in ledgers, others weighing coins, and still others inspecting gems with magnifying glasses. Adonis swiftly guided Mr. Randon to the farthest counter. Addressing the goblin there, "A new student from Hogwarts wishes to exchange for galleons." The goblin raised its eyes, devoid of emotion, and replied, "The exchange rate for pounds to galleons is 5 to 1, but we do not accept too much Muggle currency." "Very well. We shall exchange for 200 galleons," Adonis declared, handing over 1,000 pounds and receiving a bag filled with galleons in return. Suddenly, Adonis asked, "You wouldn't shortchange me on my galleons, would you?" "You may trust in Gringotts' reputation," the goblin replied, seemingly taken aback by such a question, its brow furrowing in displeasure. Adonis chuckled softly, withholding his thoughts. Upon exiting Gringotts, Mrs. Randon excitedly grasped Adonis's arm, exclaiming, "Come, come, dear, let us select your robes." Observing his mother's enthusiasm, Adonis mused that women seemed to possess an innate passion for shopping. The family exuberantly entered Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where Adonis stood aside to have his measurements taken while Mrs. Randon engaged in conversation with Madame Malkin. Insights from the Muggle fashion industry inspired Madame Malkin greatly, punctuated by the sounds of exclamations and laughter from the women. After listening to Mrs. Randon's analysis, Madame Malkin felt a sudden kinship with her, expressing her intent to send the upcoming new designs to Mrs. Randon for her consideration. With a grand gesture, she offered Adonis's robes at a substantial discount, even gifting Vina a robe, which prompted Adonis to re-evaluate the nature of friendships among women. Once they had completed their purchase of first-year textbooks at Flourish and Blots, it was time for the highlight of their shopping experience, the wand. In his previous life, Adonis had already possessed a wand, and he wondered if he would be chosen by another this time. The Randon couple, accompanied by Vina, decided to visit the pet shop to procure an owl for Adonis, leaving him to acquire his wand alone. Arriving at Ollivander's wand shop, he gazed at the familiar sign, as if transported back to his time in Hogsmeade. Upon entering the wand shop, the scent of aged wood enveloped him. A new student from Hogwarts. Are you? A frail old man with silver hair emerged from between the shelves, scrutinizing Adonis. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, I do not believe I have seen you before. You must be one of this year's newcomers. He then produced a silver measuring tape to take Adonis's measurements. Initially, Adonis thought little of it, as every wand maker had their unique methods. However, when the tape approached his nostrils, he could not help but inquire, Mr. Ollivander, why measure when physical dimensions change yearly? My dear boy, this is a specialized practice unique to wand makers. Children should not question what they do not understand. Adonis raised an eyebrow. Convinced the old man was being nonsensical, he appeared rather peculiar. Which hand do you favor? Right, he replied. After the measurements were complete, Ollivander rummaged through the shelves and produced a slender box. Hawthorn, unicorn hair, 11 inches. With considerable power. Give this one a try. Adonis accepted the wand, waved it gently, and a surge of potent energy erupted, creating a large hole in Ollivander's counter. Not that one! Not that one! Ollivander exclaimed, swiftly reclaiming the wand. Having spoken, he wandered between the counters and produced a wand made of purple heartwood, adorned with a phoenix feather, measuring 11 inches. Let us test this one, he declared, as Adonis waved the wand. A tempest erupted within the shop. Once the storm subsided, the wand store lay in disarray, with Mr. Ollivander himself having been swept between the shelves by the recent chaos, while the culprit, Adonis, stood unscathed. Mr. Ollivander, are you unhurt? Evidently, he was momentarily incapable of responding to Adonis. The chapter was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue the thrilling narrative. Restoring order. Adonis no longer pondered the wand's suitability and cast a restoration charm, swiftly returning the shop to its former state. After an indeterminate time, Mr. Ollivander emerged, gingerly massaging his aching back, a commendable display of magic. Had I been a professor at Hogwarts, I would surely have awarded you extra points. Despite his praise, Ollivander found himself in a predicament. Should he allow Adonis to continue testing wands, his venerable shop might face an unexpected renovation that day. Perceiving Ollivander's discomfort, Adonis took the initiative to alleviate the situation. Mr. Ollivander, I have an immature idea. Noting Ollivander's intrigued expression, Adonis did not hesitate further, channeling his magical energy deeper into the wand shop, seeking a wand that resonated with his own power. Suddenly, a clattering sound echoed from the depths of the store. Ollivander ventured into the shop's recesses, rummaging for a moment before producing an ancient-looking box. This wand was crafted by my father. He created a pair of brother wands from the same materials. One perished alongside its master in an accident decades ago. The wand's owner was a wizard of remarkable genius. Yet alas, Ollivander gazed at Adonis, seemingly imprinting his visage into memory, and did not continue. For Adonis understood that he was recounting his own tale. What a splendid notion! To possess such refined control over magic at your age is indeed a rarity. Try this one. A wand of sycamore. With a phoenix feather measuring 13 1/3 inches, capable of amplifying the caster's magical prowess, as Adonis grasped the wand. A wave of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of the days long past when he had fought alongside its brother. Gently infusing it with magic, the wand's tip emanated a soft glow, the currents of magic brushing through Adonis's hair. Observing this scene, Ollivander recognized that the wand had accepted Adonis. The wand chooses the wizard. It has acknowledged you. It is now yours, and I hope you treat it well. The greatest aspiration of any wand maker is to find a suitable master for their creations. That will be 7 galleons. After bidding farewell to Ollivander, Adonis also acquired a wand care kit. Mr. Landon waved at Adonis from the entrance of the pet shop. Once the family reunited, Vina, cradling a birdcage, exclaimed to Adonis, "Brother, this is the owl I chose. Am I not impressive?" Adonis chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Vina is the best." He then gazed at the snowy owl within the cage and inquired, "Is it a female?" "Yes, it is." "Then let us name her Hella." Soon, the day of departure for school arrived. For Adonis, the academic obligations felt less burdensome. His primary aim was to savor the serene and splendid life at Hogwarts. After all, during his 5th-year admission, he had been overwhelmed with the troubles concerning the goblins. And in the 6th and 7th years, he had been preoccupied with the ancient magic disturbances. This time, I, Adonis, have resolved to thoroughly enjoy my school life. During his time at home, Adonis had not been idle. In addition to spending time with family, he had visited Leighton Bookstore to procure literature documenting significant events in the magical world over the past 30 years. He also intended to revisit his studies in alchemy. Though some knowledge had become hazy over time, and he would have to gradually reacquaint himself upon arriving at Hogwarts, at T. King's Cross Station, Adonis was bidding farewell to his family. The Landon couple felt a twinge of reluctance at their child's venture into the unknown, with Vina displaying the most pronounced distress for her brother. Her constant companion since childhood was departing to a distant place for an extended period. Overwhelmed with emotion, she was on the verge of tears. However, after some gentle persuasion and the allure of a magical candy gift basket, she relented. Mrs. Landon adjusted Adonis's collar, advising, "If you face any bullying there, do not hesitate to retaliate. The child of the Landon family must not suffer indignities." Adonis could only nod in agreement, thinking to himself, "As if I could be bullied. You must understand, standing before you is the bane of trolls, the nightmare of goblins, the nemesis of dark wizards, and the slayer of spiders." With a farewell to his family, Adonis set off with his canvas bag. "What? You inquire about my luggage. As a student of the illustrious alchemist Nicholas Flamel, how could I be thwarted by a mere non-intrusive extension charm?" Adonis shrugged it off. However, upon entering the station, Adonis encountered a dilemma. Although he possessed a ticket, he was uncertain how to proceed. Indeed, during his time at Hogwarts, he had either traveled by the night bus, broomstick, or flue powder. Yet, due to some noseless fool, all flue powder passages at Hogwarts had been closed off, much to Adonis's chagrin. Suddenly, through the throng, a familiar figure emerged, a small, slender boy pushing a cart larger than himself, aimlessly navigating the sea of people. "Hey, Harry!" Startled by a tap on his back, Harry turned to see Adonis, a spark of excitement igniting within him. "Adonis, what are you doing here?" However, Harry soon pondered, surely a remarkable boy like Adonis ought to attend Eton. "We are now inhabitants of two distinct worlds." Noticing a glimmer of disappointment in Harry's emerald eyes, Adonis smiled and patted his shoulder. "What are you thinking, little wizard? Do you know how to get a platform 9 3/4? "Ah, I have no idea." "Wait, could it be that Adonis, you are also—" Harry's eyes lit up with realization. "Of course. I'm a proud first-year student at Hogwarts, but illustrious new student, you still do not know how to reach the platform." "Good lad, it is not your place to instruct me," Adonis playfully retorted, suddenly recalling, Right. Harry is now a celebrated figure in the magical world. Here I am, an unremarkable nobody, deemed unworthy by Harry. Oh dear." Adonis feigned the demeanor of a damsel in distress. Harry's face flushed as he playfully smacked Adonis. Perhaps it was the joy of meeting a friend, but Harry's spirits lifted considerably, and his apprehension about the unknown future began to wane. Just as the two were engaged in their playful banter, a voice called out from nearby, "Of course, it is packed with muggles." The duo turned toward the source of the voice to find a plump woman conversing with 4 red-haired boys, each pushing a cart similar to Harry's, with several cages containing owls. Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, Harry and Adonis hurriedly followed her, observing as the woman led her children to a pillar beside the platform. She spoke to the eldest boy, who then pushed his cart and vanished through the wall. Harry rubbed his eyes in disbelief at this magical scene, prompting Adonis to pat him on the shoulder. "Harry, you are now a mature little wizard. Do not continue to appear as if you have never seen the world." Harry rolled his eyes at Adonis's sage-like demeanor. I could see that moment. The Weasley twins had already entered the platform, prompting Harry to hastily push his cart forward. "Excuse me, may I interrupt?" "Oh dear." The plump woman appeared quite gentle. "Is this your first time at Hogwarts? My son Ron is also a new student." The woman, after speaking, pointed towards her youngest son. The boy, known as Ron, nodded awkwardly at Harry, appearing somewhat clumsy, with a face adorned with freckles and a smudge-like mark on his nose. "Yes, but we don't know how to," Harry replied, giving the cart a gentle push, revealing Adonis behind it. The young daughter of the red-haired family seemed to be seeing such a handsome boy for the first time, feeling a bit shy and quickly hiding behind the woman. The woman, noticing the attractive boy, smiled and said, "Do you not know how to reach the platform?" Simply run straight towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Do not fear, you won't collide with the wall. You may go ahead. Ron will follow behind you. All right, on the count of 3, we shall dash through together, Adonis declared, placing his hand atop Harry's cart. As Harry prepared himself, Adonis shouted one, and with a sudden force from his palm, nearly sent Harry tumbling headfirst. As they approached the wall, Harry instinctively shut his eyes. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of a steam train filled his ears. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a deep crimson locomotive halted beside a platform teeming with passengers. Its sign declaring Hogwarts Express, that a glance back revealed the platform sign engraved with platform 9 3/4. Various cats of all colors darted between people's feet, their voices mingling with the train's roar. The front carriages appeared to be filled to capacity, and Adonis pulled Harry towards the last carriage, selecting a compartment that was empty, watching Harry struggle to lift his large suitcase onto the train, only to have it repeatedly crash to the ground due to his insufficient strength. Adonis, with a resigned gesture to his forehead, waved his wand and chanted, Wingardium Leviosa, effortlessly levitating Harry's luggage to the corner of the compartment. Cool, Harry exclaimed. Harry, we are friends. Do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Adonis encouraged. Having spent so many years alone, Harry felt a bit unaccustomed to having a friend. He shyly scratched the back of his head and smiled. As the train began to move, Harry noticed the red-haired woman waving goodbye to her children. Accompanied by the little girl, he stood to express his gratitude to her, and Adonis also rose to wave. Once seated, eager to share his joy of escaping from his uncle's house with Adonis, the compartment door swung open, and the youngest red-haired boy entered, cautiously pointing to the remaining empty seats and asking, May I sit here? The other compartment seemed full. Adonis smiled politely and beckoned. Please come in. The boy nodded and sat down just as the door opened again to reveal a pair of red-haired twins. Hey, Ron, we're going to see the giant spiders brought by Lee Jordan. Interested? Oh, sorry, we didn't notice you two to allow us to introduce ourselves. We are Fred and George Weasley, and this is our youngest brother, Ron Weasley. Upon hearing their introductions, Harry and Adonis responded in kind. Hello, I am Harry Potter. Hello, I am Adonis Landon. Harry, you are the Harry, Ron exclaimed with excitement. Oh, you really have that. You mean the scar, right? Harry in response pushed aside his bangs to reveal the lightning-shaped scar. Cool, Fred and George chimed in. We shall spread the news of Harry Potter's enrollment at Hogwarts throughout the entire train. Before Harry could respond, they bolted out of the compartment like wild horses. Ron closed the compartment door and, feeling a bit shy, asked, So it was truly the work of you-know-who? I don't remember much, only a flash of green light. Is it impressive to survive such a thing? Harry, you must understand that was the killing curse. Adonis paused, contemplating for a moment before stating, It's akin to being shot in the head with a revolver and emerging unscathed, only to eventually overpower the assailant with your bare hands. The conversation soon shifted away from Harry's scar, and the boys began discussing their family situations. Harry, so you've always lived with your Muggle relatives? Were they kind to you? Terrible, but not everyone is like them. Adonis is a genuinely good person. Suddenly complimented, Adonis blushed and quickly changed the subject, asking, What about you, Ron? Your brothers seem quite amusing. Ron's smile faltered. That's George and Fred. They love to tease me. I have 5 brothers in total, and who can fathom the pain of having such accomplished siblings? Mother always wants me to emulate them. Bill and Charlie have already graduated. Bill was the student council president, and Charlie captained the Quidditch team. Even Percy has become a prefect. Despite their mischief, George and Fred excel academically and are quite popular. IT feels like I can never measure up to them and never get anything new. With that, he pulled out a plum mouse, stating, This is Scabbers that he used to belong to Percy, but now that he has a new owl, he passed Scabbers on to me, since we can't afford another pet. Oh, sorry. Ron's ears turned shade of red, appearing somewhat embarrassed, and fell silent. Harry and Adonis did not dwell on Ron's family situation. To them, Ron seemed quite happy. Adonis then began to share his own background. In my family, besides me, there's a lovely little sister who is very understanding and well-behaved. Harry also had a favorable impression of the charming little girl and nodded in agreement. Ron, feeling less shy now, joined in the conversation. At this age, boys seem to have an endless array of topics to discuss, from family to hobbies and aspirations. Adonis, gazing at Harry, suddenly remembered something and said, Harry, Give me your glasses. Oh, all right. Unsure of Adonis's intentions but trusting his friend, Harry hesitated not and handed over his glasses. Adonis then produced his wand and softly uttered, "Reparo." The tape on the glasses began to tremble under the enchantment's influence, ultimately peeling away, taking the original cracks with it. Witnessing Adonis's exquisite spell work, Harry couldn't help but exclaim, "Cool." Knock, knock. The compartment door was rapped upon, and a smiling woman appeared, pushing a cart laden with snacks. "Children, would you like something to eat?" Ron smiled and declined, pulling out a sandwich his mother had given him before boarding, though his smile seemed a bit awkward. Harry and Adonis exchanged glances, and Harry reached into his pocket, retrieving several gold galleons to hand to the woman. "We'll take it all." Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. The three of them indulged in the mountain of food generously provided by the wealthy Harry as they continued their chatter. "Ron, since you come from a wizarding family, have you learned a lot of magic already?" At this, Ron puffed out his chest and cleared his throat, adopting a posture of showmanship. "George and Fred taught me a spell that supposedly turns scabbers yellow." He waved his wand, just as the compartment door swung open unexpectedly. Adonis frowned slightly, displeased with such impolite behavior. The girl with fluffy, curly hair and prominent front teeth stood at the door, accompanied by a shy little chubby boy. Unconcerned about interrupting, the girl asked, "Have you seen a toad? Are you preparing to cast a spell? May I witness it? I have also self-taught some spells at home," gazing at the incessantly chattering girl before him. Adonis seemed to resign himself as he leaned against the backrest of his seat. By the time the girl finished speaking, Ron had almost forgotten what he was supposed to do, only to be reminded by Harry to continue reciting the spell. "Daisy, sweet cream, and sunshine, turn this foolish fat rat yellow." However, the anticipated transformation did not occur. If one were to speak of any change at all, it was merely that the cardboard box that had been perched atop the rat's head was sent flying away by the spell's magic. Observing Ron's embarrassment, Adonis could hardly suppress a chuckle. The girl spoke again. "Are you sure that was a spell? It doesn't seem very impressive. I've tried a few simple spells at home, just for practice. And they worked." She continued, "No one in my family understands magic, so I was quite astonished when I received my acceptance letter. But I was also thrilled because, for what I gather, Hogwarts is the most prestigious school of magic. And I've memorized all the textbooks." She then brandished her wand at Harry, startling him considerably. Adonis quickly intervened, moving the girl's wand away with a serious tone. "Do not point your wand at others when casting spells. It is both dangerous and impolite." It was then that the girl noticed the strikingly handsome boy sitting alongside them, seemingly a bit shy, or perhaps feeling a twinge of embarrassment for her reckless behavior. She became somewhat reserved, but soon regained her composure. She waved her wand at the ceiling of the compartment, lumos, causing the tip of her wand to emit a soft glow. That moment, she introduced herself. "I am Hermione Granger. What are your names?" "Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter." "Adonis Landon." "You said your name is Harry Potter?" Hermione exclaimed, "I know all about you. I've read many books that mention you." "Mention me?" Harry replied, utterly perplexed. But before he could inquire further, Hermione continued, "You don't know? If I were you, I would make it my mission to find every book that mentions me." She intended to say more, but upon seeing Neville beside her, she suddenly remembered she was there to find Neville's toad. "Anyway, you all should change into your robes. We're almost there," she instructed, pointing at Ron's nose. "Haven't you noticed there's something dirty on your nose? Right here." With that, she led Neville away. Ron looked bewildered, wiping his finger across his nose. "Ugh, a smudge." After she departed, Ron couldn't help but grumble, "Aside from my mother, I've never encountered such a talkative girl." "Ron, discussing a lady behind her back is hardly the behavior of a gentleman," Adonis chided, patting Ron on the head. With plenty of time still remaining, the young men settled back to continue their conversation. "Which house are your brothers in?" Harry asked curiously. "Gryffindor," Ron replied. "Our entire family belongs to that house. I can only imagine what they would think if I were sorted into another house. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with Ravenclaw. Just as long as I'm not placed in Slytherin." "What's wrong with Slytherin?" Harry inquired, puzzled. "Oh, you may not know, but the Dark Lord came from that house, and most of his followers, the Death Eaters and Dark Wizards, are also from Slytherin." Adonis pondered this thoughtfully, as Harry shifted Ron's focus away from houses. "What do wizards generally do after graduation?" They typically join the Ministry of Magic or work for Gringotts. Or like Charlie, go to Romania to study dragons. Ron seemed to recall something. Have you seen the recent news? Gringotts was invaded by dark wizards who attempted to rob the underground vault. Really? What happened next? Dad said he escaped from Gringotts, but they claimed nothing was stolen. That Harry's mind began to ponder whether this incident had any connection to the mysterious vault Hagrid had taken him to. Clearly, he could not deduce anything conclusive. The chapter was not yet over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Just then, the train began to slow down, prompting the group to retrieve their wizarding robes from their luggage. Upon seeing Adonis pull a remarkably large robe from his small canvas bag, both Ron and Harry exclaimed in awe, "That's incredibly cool." "Adonis, why does your robe look a bit different?" Harry asked. Noticing the gold-trimmed robe adorned with a beautifully embroidered letterhead black thread on the chest. "It's a gift from Madame Malkin. My mother has a good rapport with her." Suddenly, an announcement interrupted their conversation. "In 5 minutes. We will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will transport to the school for you." As they disembarked, a booming voice called out, first-year students, over here." Harry immediately recognized it as Hagrid's voice. Amidst the sea of heads, Hagrid's towering figure and bushy beard stood out distinctly. Harry quickly pulled the others toward Hagrid. "Hello, Hagrid. Oh, hello, Harry." Hagrid blinked his small eyes, glancing at Adonis and Ron. "Looks like you've made some new friends." "Hello, Hagrid, I'm Ron." Ron marveled at the sight of such a tall man for the first time. "Hello, Hagrid, I'm Adonis." "Hello there, little ones." As more people arrived, Hagrid addressed the crowd. "Come along now, follow me. We shall take boats to Hogwarts. Watch your step and don't slip." They followed Hagrid, sliding and bumping along, each little wizard displaying impatience. Yet Adonis felt a sense of warmth as he gazed at the distant Hogwarts castle. A wave of joy washing over him, and more than 4 people per boat. Hagrid shouted, gesturing toward the small boats by the lakeside. "Come on, Harry, Ron, let us take this one." Adonis leapt onto the nearest boat. The boats glided across the tranquil lake, everyone gazing ahead at the towering castle that seemed to touch the clouds, gasps of wonder echoing in the air. "Duck!" Hagrid suddenly exclaimed. In truth, only Hagrid needed to duck. Ron, oblivious, stood tall and proud, and with a thud, bumped his nose against the boat, causing Harry to laugh heartily like a small child. Adonis felt his spirit resonate with the magical waves emanating from Hogwarts, as if the castle were welcoming him back. After everyone disembarked and climbed a flight of stone steps, they halted before a massive oak door. Hagrid knocked, and a figure cloaked in emerald green opened the door. Her expression stern at the first glance. Harry sensed she would be formidable. Adonis smiled and waved to Professor McGonagall, who responded with a slight nod. "First-year students, Professor McGonagall." "Thank you, Hagrid," Professor McGonagall said before addressing the newcomers. "The feast is about to begin, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must undergo the sorting ceremony. Please wait here quietly. I will escort you in shortly." With that, she entered the Great Hall with Hagrid. "I heard the sorting ceremony involves battling a troll. I thought we had to complete an exam, and those who fail would be expelled." "Really? Luckily, I've already studied the first-year textbooks, so passing should be a breeze." It was evident that Hermione was the one speaking. Adonis couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the speculation when an ill-timed voice interrupted them. That a haughty blonde boy accompanied by 2 beefy cronies approached Harry directly. "They say Harry Potter is attending Hogwarts this year. You must be him. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Draco Malfoy." Ron snickered softly, prompting Malfoy to glare at him. "Do you find my name amusing?" "No need to ask. You must be a Weasley. What with your red hair, hand-me-down robes, and the many siblings you can't afford to support." Hearing Draco's taunts infuriated Ron, and at that moment, Draco turned to Adonis and said, "And you, I don't recognize you. It's obvious you're a filthy mudblood." Standing silently to the side, Adonis was unexpectedly provoked and felt a surge of anger. He heard Draco continue speaking to Harry, saying, "You must understand that there's a disparity even among wizards. If I were you, Potter, I would not associate with those of dubious character." And no sooner had he finished speaking than a fist the size of a sandbag came hurtling towards him. With a resounding thud, Draco felt the world spin around him. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself lying on the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his face, prompting him to scream. Goyle and Crabbe. attempting to come to his aid, were met with Adonis's fierce glare, causing them to shrink back in fear as if confronted by something terrifying, leaving Draco alone on the ground, clutching his face and shouting, "I will tell my father you hit me. My father is a governor. I will have you expelled." Just then, Professor McGonagall emerged from a nearby door, her brow furrowing in displeasure at the commotion in the crowd. "What is going on here?" Adonis stepped forward and pulled Draco up from the ground, wrapping an arm around his neck, instantly silencing Draco, who was reluctant to provoke this madman further, but Adonis's voice whispered in his ear, "Do you think I will be punished for hitting you? Or for you calling me a mudblood?" Draco stammered, unable to articulate a response, and then he noticed Adonis's amused expression. "Mr. Malfoy, I assume you would not want Professor McGonagall to learn of your derogatory remarks about me. Would you?" Seeing Draco nod, Adonis turned to Professor McGonagall with a smile. "Professor, Mr. Malfoy had an unfortunate fall. I merely assisted him back to his feet. It is nothing of consequence." "Yes, indeed, Professor," Draco echoed. However, Professor McGonagall was not so easily deceived. Quickly discerning the truth of the matter, given the circumstances, she chose not to pursue the issue further. "Quickly tie to yourselves. We are about to enter." Adonis returned to Harry's side, and Ron, with admiration in his eyes, exclaimed, "Wow, Adonis, that was incredibly cool. That punch got my blood boiling." Adonis merely smiled in response, feeling the gaze of numerous first-year students upon him. Professor McGonagall pushed open the door and turned to address the newcomers. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Your sorting ceremony will commence shortly." As the first years walked into the Great Hall, they were awestruck by the floating candles and the enchanting starry ceiling. And no matter how many times he had witnessed it, every time Adonis pushed open the Great Hall doors, he couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. Professor McGonagall clapped her hands and continued, "Hogwarts is divided into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own proud history and has produced remarkable wizards. Once sorted, your exemplary behavior will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in deductions to the end of the academic year. The house with the highest score will receive the House Cup, a prestigious honor." Raising her voice, she instructed, "Now, form a single line and step forward." As the students lined up, Professor McGonagall approached the front of the faculty table and retrieved an old, tattered hat, placing it on a nearby stool. Adonis couldn't help but wonder if the hat would conjure a rabbit, only to see it begin to twist and split open, resembling a mouth. To everyone's astonishment, the hat began to sing, 300 words omitted here, at the end of the song. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall as the sorting hat took a bow, then became still like an ordinary It seems all we have to do is wear this hat," Ron lamented. "I swear I will kill Fred. He made it sound like the sorting ceremony was a battle against a troll." Adonis chuckled, finding it far simpler to wear a hat than to conjure a rabbit. "Now, when I call your name, please don the hat and take a seat." Professor McGonagall held the list. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled forward, donned the hat, and just as it covered her eyes, it shouted, "Hufflepuff." The table on the right immediately erupted in applause and cheers for Hannah. The sorting ceremony proceeded swiftly. Typically, the sorting hat would quickly declare a house, although sometimes it would deliberate for several minutes. However, when Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, Adonis found it perplexing, as he believed she was more suited for Ravenclaw. Subsequently, Neville, who had lost his toad, was also placed in Gryffindor. Next came Adonis Landon. Professor McGonagall's voice rang out again, and Adonis calmly adjusted his robes, stepping out of line, eliciting gasps from the upperclassmen at the long tables, who boldly scrutinized the strikingly handsome boy before them, their gazes predatory as if they wished to devour him. Some even began to inquire about Adonis's personal details. Adonis seated himself on the high stool beside Professor McGonagall, who placed the sorting hat atop his head. The voice of the hat echoed in his mind. "Is it just my imagination, or do you seem familiar, as though I have sorted you before?" Adonis smiled but offered no reply. The hat continued to muse, "Am I growing old and forgetful? But I am merely a hat. Age should not apply. Let me see. You possess Gryffindor's spirit of adventure, Ravenclaw's insatiable thirst for knowledge, and Hufflepuff's loyalty and amiability, yet I sense no ambition belonging to Slytherin. Curious, truly curious. Perhaps Gryffindor it shall be." "Hat, sir," Adonis interjected. "Very few call me that. When was the last time someone did? The Sorting Hat ceased its reminiscing. I shall heed your choice. Gryffindor. Adonis removed the hat and placed it solemnly atop the stool, whispering, "Thank you, hat sir," before smiling and walking toward the Gryffindor table. When it was Draco's turn, the Sorting Hat had barely touched his head before proclaiming Slytherin, a decision that seemed to fill him with pride. With only a few students remaining, suddenly, Professor McGonagall called out, "Harry Potter." The once bustling hall fell silent, all eyes on the little savior, Harry. Feeling somewhat shy yet summoning his courage, Harry stepped forward. Once the hat was on his head, it seemed to deliberate for ages. Adonis sensed Harry's nervousness and trepidation. Finally, the hat seemed to reach a conclusion. Then, Gryffindor! A raucous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table, particularly from George and Fred, who were setting off fireworks amidst their jubilant cries. Seated at the head table, Professor Dumbledore had to wrap his glass to restore order. Harry exhaled in relief, feeling that choosing Gryffindor might be the best decision he ever made. "We have Potter, and we have gained 2 hat stalls." George and Fred chimed together. Harry, puzzled, turned to Percy and inquired, "What is a hat stall?" A hat stall is a title given to those whose sorting hat deliberates for more than 5 minutes. Such individuals are generally regarded as possessing exceptional talents. Much like yourself. Harry didn't believe he held a candle to Adonis's brilliance, but he was thrilled to be in the same house as his good friends. As Ron was the penultimate first year to be sorted, it would be disingenuous to say he wasn't nervous. However, he too was delighted to be placed in Gryffindor. When Ron collapsed into the seat beside Harry, Percy exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Wonderful, simply wonderful, Ron." Ron rolled his eyes shut at Percy. Once the sorting concluded, the elderly man at the head table stood and tapped his glass, beaming at the students, arms wide open, as though nothing brought him greater joy than seeing them gathered together. "Welcome, welcome, new students to Hogwarts. Before the feast begins, I would like to say a few words. Foolish, crybaby, scum, twist. Thank you all." Harry was left wondering why our esteemed headmaster Dumbledore appeared quite eccentric, only to be distracted by an abundance of food suddenly appearing on his plate. Adonis was elegantly slicing a piece of steak, while Ron, disregarding all decorum, was voraciously devouring a large chicken leg in each hand. The roasted beef, succulent roast chicken, carrots, and an array of other delectable dishes left Harry feeling somewhat dazzled. Just as Ron was about to retrieve another chicken leg from the communal platter, a translucent head emerged from the bottom of the dish, delivering a considerable shock to Ron's innocent heart. "Good evening, Sir Nick. How has your summer been?" Percy proactively greeted the ghost. "Good evening, Percy," the ghost, known as Sir Nick, replied with an aristocratic bow. "Not so well. I regret to inform you that my application to join the Headless Horseman Club was once again denied." "I recognize you. You're nearly headless, Nick." Ron managed to regain his composure and remarked. "Nearly headless? Why do you call him that?" Hermione inquired at that moment. Sir Nick appeared quite incensed by such a question. So he seized his left ear and pulled it downward. His head wobbled precariously before sliding off his neck and landing upon his shoulder, as if it were merely tethered by a thin strip of skin, suggesting that the blow that severed his head had not been entirely effective. Observing the expressions of horror, disgust, and nausea on the faces of the Gryffindor first years, he promptly replaced his head back onto his neck, wearing a rather satisfied expression before floating away gracefully. Once everyone had filled their bellies, an abundance of desserts appeared upon the long table. The conversation among the first years began to shift towards their families. However, there were exceptions, such as Adonis, who quietly savored his favorite tiramisu, while Hermione engaged Percy in discussions regarding their studies, her dedication to learning seemingly unwavering at tea that moment. Harry glanced over at the staff table and caught sight of Professor Dumbledore, who looked at him with a kind expression and raised his glass in acknowledgement. Harry felt somewhat overwhelmed by the gesture. A.S.'s gaze passed over a professor clad in black robes, with hair that appeared as though it had not been washed in years, and a hooked nose. He sensed that the man had noticed him. The professor suddenly turned to fix his piercing gaze upon Harry, causing the scar on Harry's forehead to flare with pain. Adonis noticed Harry's discomfort and inquired with concern about his well-being. Unable to articulate his feelings, Harry instead asked Percy about the identity of the dark-clad professor. "That is Snape, the head of Slytherin House, who teaches potions that he has been eyeing the defense against the dark arts position for years," Percy explained. The professor beside him is the new defense against the dark arts instructor, Professor Quirrell. Adonis also observed Snape's intense gaze directed at Harry. Sensing a mixture of nostalgia and revulsion in his expression, a chill ran down Adonis's spine. It was a most peculiar sentiment, the conclusion of the feast. Dumbledore rose once more. Before we conclude the evening, I would like to impart a few words to first-year students. Please pay heed. The area beyond the Forbidden Forest is strictly off-limits to all students. And certain older students ought to remember this as well. Dumbledore's eyes briefly darted toward the Weasley twins. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone that the use of magic in the corridors between classes is strictly prohibited. Finally, Dumbledore raised his voice slightly. I must inform you all that if you wish to avoid any unfortunate incidents or dire fates, please do not venture near the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. After hearing Dumbledore's words, Adonis pondered. When had Hogwarts instituted a ban on students entering the Forbidden Forest? He recalled an occasion when he had entered the forest with a lovely Hufflepuff girl to assist centaurs in driving off poachers. A memory that filled him with pride. After the Weasley twins finished singing the Hogwarts song to the tune of a funeral march, Percy led the first years to their dormitories at this point. Harry began to envision the delightful life that awaited him at Hogwarts. Suddenly, a bundle of wands floated in midair. It was Peeves the poltergeist. Percy warned the first years, he loves to play pranks, so be cautious. He then shouted at the center of the wands, Enough, Peeves. Do I need to have a word with Bloody Baron? Such a dull Gryffindor. A comically dressed, rotund ghost suddenly appeared above Neville's head and tapped him with a wand before soaring off into the distance. You should be wary of him, Percy cautioned the new students. Peeves fears no one aside from the professors and Bloody Baron. With that, he continued guiding the first years to the end of corridor, where a large portrait hung, depicting a plump woman in a pink gown. Password, Dragon Dung, Percy stated, after which he reminded the new students the password changes each term, so do not forget it, and certainly do not disclose it. Under no circumstances are students from other houses permitted to enter the common room. Remember, that means anyone. This statement bore a somewhat ominous tone. Upon entering the common room, they found a cozy, circular space filled with plush armchairs. At the far end, 2 staircases led up to the dormitories. Percy first escorted the girls to their quarters before guiding the boys up another staircase, indicating that they were indeed in a tower. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory, and Harry was elated to discover that he would be sharing a room with Ron and Adonis, along with Neville. Adonis approached his bed, retrieved his belongings from a canvas bag, and placed a photo of himself with his family on a nightstand. Suddenly, he remembered something he had forgotten. He slapped his forehead. Sheila. He hurriedly pulled out Sheila's cage from the bag and released her. The little creature seemed irked, pecking sharply at Adonis's hand before turning away. It wasn't until Adonis produced some jerky that she deigned to acknowledge him, to which he could only respond with a resigned smile. That first night, Harry found it difficult to sleep, that he sat by the window, gazing at the distant Black Lake, occasionally teasing Hedwig. A cup of warm milk suddenly appeared before him, courtesy of Adonis. What's the matter? Harry, can't sleep? A-bit-is it excitement or perhaps a touch of fear? Harry shifted in his seat to make room for Adonis. Sheila also fluttered over, curiously observing Hedwig. Aren't you nervous, Adonis? Perhaps it's due to my extensive experiences. I don't feel anxious, rather I find it somewhat nostalgic. You make it sound like you're ancient. Little brat, I'm still quite young. Finish your milk and then get some sleep. Adonis rattled his empty teacup before standing up and returning to his bed. Harry looked at Adonis preparing for sleep alongside Ron, who was snoring like a log, and suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for the future. Around 7 in the morning, Adonis opened his eyes and stood by the window, gazing at the tranquil Black Lake, internally exclaiming, My peaceful campus life is about to commence. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed several figures still nestled under their covers, so he yanked Harry's blanket aside and went to rouse the snoring Ron. Wake up, wake up! We have a class this morning. Harry looked at his empty bed in confusion. Where's my blanket? Ron merely rolled over, muttering, I know. Let me sleep a little longer. Seeing this, Adonis decided not to bother with Ron any further and took Harry and Neville to wash up. Staring at his disheveled reflection in the mirror, Adonis shook his head and pulled out the red hair tie that Vina had solemnly given him before he left, as if the tie were a stand-in for her companionship. After combing his hair into a simple low ponytail, Adonis admired his appearance in the mirror. Once Neville and Harry completed their basic grooming, the three friends made their way to the Great Hall. Since they arrived early, the hall was not yet crowded. As Adonis entered, he spotted a furry figure at the Gryffindor table. "Good morning." Hermione, Adonis, along with Harry and Neville, took a seat across from her. "Good morning." Adonis, Harry, and Neville. Hermione greeted them, her mouth full, mumbling through her food. Once she finally swallowed, the little witch began to chatter excitedly. "Did you see the first-year timetable Percy hung in the common room? Our first class is Transfiguration. Alongside Slytherin. Oh my goodness, I've been preparing for this day for over a month. You must understand, Transfiguration is the most intricate subject. Just yesterday, I reviewed the GAMP's laws of elemental transfiguration. Is there something on my face?" Hermione queried, noticing the three of them staring at her. "No, not at all." After Adonis finished speaking, he resumed his meal, consuming the croissant on his plate, while Harry struggled with his sandwich, and Neville appeared to maintain his usual dazed demeanor. Following breakfast, there remained an hour before classes commenced, prompting Harry and Neville to prepare to awaken Ron and retrieve their books. Adonis, meanwhile, bid farewell to Harry at the entrance of the Great Hall and made his way toward the Hufflepuff common room. Upon arriving beside the Hufflepuff common room, he discovered a painting of a fruit platter and playfully poked the pair depicted, which emitted a series of giggles to the left of the painting. A handle materialized. Upon pulling it, Adonis was greeted by the sight of the Hogwarts kitchen tea that moment. A house elf noticed Adonis at the door and approached, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed young wizard, do you wish for something to eat?" "Oh, hello, I would like to inquire if Dicko is still here." "Apologies, young wizard, but Dicko departed Hogwarts over a decade ago." "Very well. Thank you for your assistance." Upon hearing this, the house elf seemed to trigger a switch, exclaiming, "A young wizard is so polite to me, yet I have not been able to assist him. Carl is a bad elf." With that, he attempted to bang his head against the wall as a form of self-punishment. "Stop, Carl. I command you not to harm yourself." Adonis felt a pang of helplessness. Indeed, it seemed that house elves, aside from his old friend Dicko, were somewhat peculiar. Perhaps Dicko simply did not fit in with the other house elves. "Now, there is something you can assist me with, Carl. Would you like to help me?" "I can certainly aid the young wizard." Observing Carl's earnest expression, Adonis was acutely aware of how easily house elves could be manipulated. "Then may I trouble you to come to my side whenever I require assistance?" "That is possible, but how would I know when the young wizard is in need?" "You need not worry about that. I have my own methods as a man recognized by Hogwarts Castle. I can summon its house elves, which is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree?" Feeling that the time had come, Adonis bid farewell to Carl and proceeded to the Transfiguration classroom. Upon his arrival, he found Hermione and Neville already present, yet Harry and Ron were conspicuously absent. Hermione waved at Adonis, who took a seat beside her. He turned to Neville in the back row and inquired, "Where have Harry and Ron gone?" Before Neville could respond, Seamus, seated beside him, interjected, "I overheard Ron saying he wanted to have breakfast, and Harry went along with him." Adonis rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It was nearly time for class. And yet they were off having breakfast. He wondered about Ron's thought process. Meanwhile, the young witch beside him continued to review her Transfiguration textbook, while Adonis began to survey his surroundings. His gaze fell upon a tabby cat perched quietly on the podium. Observing the students below, Adonis felt an uncanny familiarity with the feline until it turned its gaze towards him. "Isn't that Professor McGonagall? She is indeed an animagus." Adonis felt a surge of excitement. He had yet to master the art of becoming an animagus. Did this little creature recognize me? Noticing Adonis' sudden composure and the intensity of his gaze, Professor McGonagall appeared puzzled. After a few minutes into the class, Harry and Ron dashed into the classroom. Ron, not spotting Professor McGonagall, exclaimed, "Thank goodness we made it. If we had been any later, I shudder to think what her expression would have been upon hearing this." Adonis quickly shot a warning glance at Ron, but the oblivious boy failed to notice. Harry, however, silently mouthed to Adonis, "What's wrong?" In an unexpected turn, the tabby cat leaped forward, transforming mid-air back into Professor McGonagall. She fixed a stern gaze upon Harry and Ron. Ron, witnessing this spectacle, blurted out, "That transformation was truly remarkable." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Weasley." Perhaps I should turn you and Mr. Potter into pocket watches, so you would not be late. But we got lost, Harry protested. Then perhaps I should transform you into a map. I assume you would not require a map to locate yourselves, Professor McGonagall stated calmly. Laughter erupted from the Slytherin side, particularly from Draco. Harry and Ron slinked to their seats in front of Adonis, with Ron complaining, "Why didn't you remind us?" Adonis rolled his eyes. "I did remind you, but you didn't TC." Ron fell silent, at a loss for words. With all the students settled, Professor McGonagall rapped the blackboard, commanding their attention. Transfiguration will be one of the most intricate yet perilous subjects you will encounter. Should I catch any of you recklessly waving your wands in my class, I will escort you out. With a flick of her wand, she transformed the podium into a bobbing little pig, eliciting gasps from the students. With diligent study in transfiguration, you too can achieve such feats. Professor McGonagall then waved her wand again, and a matchstick appeared on each desk. The foundation of transfiguration rests upon a wizard's intent and precise control over magic. The objective of this lesson is to transform the matchstick before you into a needle. You may now begin wielding your wands. Instantly, the classroom filled with the sounds of wand waving, yet not a single student succeeded in transforming their matchstick into a needle. Even Hermione wore a frown. "O master transfiguration. Frowning will avail you nothing. First, you must have a comprehensive understanding of the shape and material of the needle you wish to create, and secondly, you must hold a resolute belief in your intent." With that, Adonis pointed his wand to the matchstick, and in an instant, it morphed into a silver needle, adorned with intricate patterns. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated from the back, an exquisite transformation. Mr. Landon has produced a patterned silver needle. Gryffindor receives points. Other students stared at Adonis in astonishment, while Hermione looked utterly bewildered. What just happened? How did he conjure a silver needle so effortlessly? Are we even studying the same transfiguration? Noticing Hermione's incredulous gaze, Adonis tapped the tabletop. "Hermione, think about what I just said. That it wasn't until the class concluded that Hermione managed to transform her matchstick into a silver needle, earning 5 points for Gryffindor. Mr. Landon, please stay behind." Professor McGonagall addressed Adonis as class ended. There's something wrong, Professor?" Adonis inquired, puzzled. "Mr. Landon, you possess exceptional talent in transfiguration, but I urge you not to become complacent and to continue your studies with humility. Rest assured, Professor McGonagall, I am the most modest young wizard." Adonis patted his chest proudly, eliciting a look of dismay from Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Landon, I would like to invite you to join my Transfiguration Club in your second year. So I sincerely hope you can remain grounded in your studies." Of course, Professor McGonagall. Observing Adonis's foolish demeanor, she refrained from saying more and ushered him out of the classroom. Shortly after, Hermione approached him. "Did Professor McGonagall call you for something? She remarked on my talent and encouraged me to keep striving." Adonis replied with a silly grin. Hermione rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical. Just then, Ron and Harry rushed over. Ron immediately began lamenting. "Adonis, you have no idea how unfortunate Harry and I have been that we lost our way in the moving staircases and accidentally wandered into the fourth-floor corridor mentioned by Professor Dumbledore, only to be caught by Filch." Ron paused. "If it weren't for Professor Quirrell coming to our rescue, Filch would have locked us up." This. Hermione chimed in. "Isn't it because you overslept? Harry woke up early, yet you dragged him into tardiness." Ron was about to retort, but Hermione's words rang true, leaving him flustered and red-faced. Friday mornings were reserved for Snape's potions class. The potions classroom resided in the dungeons of Hogwarts Castle. Dark and damp. No matter how many times he visited, Adonis found it somewhat unsettling. The classroom doors swung open abruptly, and a dark figure, resembling a large bat, glided in. As the figure strode forward, he declared, "In my classroom, reckless wand-waving and nonsensical incantations will not be tolerated." He approached the podium, flicked his cloak, and scanned the classroom. "I trust that many of you will find the intricate science and precise craft of potions quite challenging." He continued, raising his voice slightly. "However, for the few exceptional students who are truly committed, I shall teach you how to cast spells upon the mind, how to cultivate fame, brew brilliance, and even concoct the elixir of immortality." Such words left our naive Malfoy momentarily stunned, though it was evident that our Professor Snape, as the youngest master of potions, possessed the requisite skill. That being said, it seems some among you arrived at Hogwarts already basking in considerable renown. To the extent of believing they need not heed my lessons, Hermione sensed Snape's gaze had settled upon Harry and quickly nudged him, interrupting his doodling. Harry lifted his head, meeting Snape's eyes directly. Again, those complex emotions surged within him. A blend of nostalgia and nausea. Adonis felt a shiver run down his spine. "Mr. Potter, our celebrity," Snape's voice rang out. "Tell me, what would result from adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot up eagerly, while Harry, oblivious to the answer, stammered, "I don't know. Professor, if I require dragon dung, where would I procure it?" Snape pressed on, still not ready to relent. "I don't know, Professor. What distinguishes aconite from monkshood?" "I don't know, Professor." Regrettably, Snape remarked, "It seems fame does not equate to knowledge." Mr. Potter, Hermione's hand remained raised, while Harry, baffled, thought, "Why not inquire of her?" Adonis couldn't help but touch his forehead, pondering what Snape was truly after. Did he not realize Snape was targeting him? Poor Harry. Snape, hearing such remarks, appeared displeased. "It seems your relatives did not adequately teach you to respect your elders. 0.5 points for Gryffindor. And Miss Granger, if you believe that merely skimming the surface suffices to show off, then you are quite mistaken. Mr. Landon." Snape turned his attention to Adonis, who looked utterly perplexed. "Why must I be dragged into your squabbles? The addition of daffodil root powder to wormwood will yield the draught of living death. A powerful sleeping potion. For dragon dung, one must search within the stomach of a goat. There is no difference between aconite and monkshood. They are both wolfsbane." Adonis's answers were impeccable, yet Snape offered no praise. Instead deriding regurgitation, he then addressed the other students with ire. "Did you not hear Mr. Landon's response? Why do none of you take notes? Do you all already know the answers?" The lesson had barely commenced when Harry felt he could hardly endure another moment. Snape then paired them into groups of 2 to concoct a simple potion for treating boils. He himself wandered the classroom, his black cloak trailing behind him, as if to sweep the very dust from the floor. In no time, it appeared that the grime of the potions classroom had been whisked away by Snape. As he enacted his duties, he resembled a cold, serpentine creature, lurking behind the young wizards, observing them crush snake fangs and weigh dried nettles. Almost every student received reprimands, save for Malfoy and Adonis, with the latter needing no further explanation. However, it was apparent that Snape held a certain favoritism towards Malfoy, just as he admired Malfoy's commendable brewing technique. An unexpected incident occurred. Neville, for reasons unknown, had somehow melted Seamus's cauldron into a distorted blob, causing the potion within to splatter onto the floor and burn holes into the classmates' shoes. Our unfortunate Neville, splashed with the potion, was soon covered in red boils on his arms and legs. Snape bellowed, "Foolishness!" With a flick of his wand, the potion vanished, and he commanded Seamus to take Neville to the hospital wing. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Harry and Ron. "Mr. Potter, why did you not remind your classmate to add the porcupine quills first? 5 points from Gryffindor." This was utterly unjust, as Harry contemplated arguing. Ron quickly shook his head to dissuade him. Frustration surged within Harry. He could not fathom why Snape was so intent on targeting him. By the end of the lesson, Harry had lost a total of 10 points for Gryffindor, and in the following moments he dared not utter a word, fearing any misstep would earn him further penalties. Meanwhile, Adonis and Hermione worked well together, though Hermione seemed to harbor some resentment towards Snape. At long last, when the potions class concluded, the students gathered in the great hall for dinner. It was then that the owls arrived, fluttering around the tables until they located their respective owners. Alighting upon their shoulders, Adonis gently scratched Hila's chin as he retrieved a letter from her beak and began to read, all the while feeding the little girl a piece of jerky. In a surprising turn, Hedwig, who had never delivered a letter to Harry before, dropped a note directly in front of him. Harry quickly opened it. It was from Hagrid, inviting Harry and his friends to visit his hut that afternoon when they had no classes. Borrowing a quill from Adonis, Harry penned a response to Hagrid, affirming his attendance. With Hagrid's invitation, the gloom brought on by Snape seemed to dissipate entirely. Later, in response to Harry's invitation, Adonis and Ron prepared to visit Hagrid, who resided near the Forbidden Forest. They left the castle, traversing the Quidditch pitch to reach Hagrid's home. Harry knocked on the door, immediately hearing scratching sounds and a low growl, followed by Hagrid's admonition. "Back, Fong!" Hagrid opened the door crack, revealing his furry, beaming face. Upon seeing the trio, his expression brightened. Hello, Harry, Ron, and Adonis. From their very first encounter, Adonis had taken a liking to the gentle giant, and he greeted Hagrid warmly in return. Once Hagrid fully opened the door, they noticed he was holding a large black dog by the scruff of its neck. Fong, as he called it, Hagrid's hut was simply furnished, with hams, wild fowl, and unidentifiable meats hanging from the ceiling. A large wooden table occupied the center, accompanied by a single armchair tailored for Hagrid. Beside the stone fireplace lay Fong's dog bed and a large wooden bed, adorned with patchwork quilts. The hut appeared snug yet brimming with life. Hagrid enthusiastically introduced the massive black dog. "This is Fong. Don't let his size fool you. He is quite timid." With that, he released Fong, who immediately bounded toward Ron, showering him with slobbery affection. Hagrid chuckled at the sight, while Ron, pinned beneath Fong, howled in protest. Adonis, witnessing this delightful scene, felt a surge of joy and teased. It seems Fong has taken quite a liking to Ron. Then Hagrid produced his signature delicacy, rock cakes, a treat that sounded as formidable as it was tooth-jarring. With a boldness born of youthful bravado, Harry took a hefty bite, nearly losing a tooth in the process. Observing the seemingly unyielding rock cake, Adonis could no longer contain his dismay. He waved his wand, casting a softening charm upon his own cake before sampling a piece. A rich, creamy flavor unfolded in his mouth, accompanied by a hint of woodsy undertones. "Delicious, Hagrid! I had no idea you were such a talented cook." Adonis never hesitated to lavish praise upon friends, and the softened rock cake indeed proved delectable. Hagrid, blushing at the compliment, shyly smiled and offered another platter of rock cakes. "If you like them, take as many as you want. I made plenty." Harry struggled to understand why Adonis found these hard-as-nails cakes so delightful until Adonis cast a softening charm on the one in Harry's hand. Finally extricating himself from Fong's enthusiastic greetings, Ron wiped the drool from his face, and upon hearing Adonis and Harry rave about the rock cake's deliciousness, he eagerly grabbed one without a second glance. "Ah, my tooth!" The crowd erupted in laughter at the unfortunate sight of Ron covering his mouth. I could see that moment. Harry seemed to recall something, turning to Hagrid and inquiring, "Hagrid, I feel as though Professor Snape has been targeting me. Do you have any idea why?" Hagrid replied that it appeared Snape had never favored any student, yet Harry felt that he particularly despised him. "Despise you? Why would Snape harbor such animosity towards you?" Harry noticed that Hagrid averted his gaze when he uttered those words. The conversation shifted from Snape to Filch. "Filch, he's just a useless oaf. I've never liked him, but I do wish to introduce his missus. Norris to Yaya. He never agreed to it." Upon hearing Hagrid refer to Filch as an oaf, Harry and Ron looked quite amused. Adonis began to survey Hagrid's humble abode, astonished that this seemingly ordinary dwelling concealed hidden wonders. For instance, the very carpet beneath their feet was crafted from unicorn hair, and nearby, feathers from a thestral were casually placed beside a cabinet. Hagrid was indeed a concealed, affluent figure. Just then, Harry spotted the Daily Prophet in the corner. Featuring the news of the Gringotts robbery that Ron had mentioned earlier, he asked Hagrid, "Hagrid, the day Gringotts was robbed happened to be my birthday. We might have been there at the time. Could you tell me what transpired?" Hagrid remained silent, handing Harry a rock cake, and Adonis perceived an urge to evade in Hagrid's eyes. Upon exiting Hagrid's cottage, all three had their pockets laden with rock cakes. Harry pondered whether the small black bag Hagrid had retrieved from the vault was related to the Dark Wizard's robbery of Gringotts, and he wondered where that bag might be now. Did Hagrid know why Snape was targeting him? Yet, why was he reluctant to divulge this information? The mysteries seemed to multiply. Meanwhile, Adonis reflected on Snape's peculiar attitude towards Harry, suspecting that the robbery might be connected to something Hagrid had taken out earlier that same day. The seemingly mundane school life appeared to be fraught with hidden currents. Who could be the puppet master behind it all? Only Ron, like a simpleton, rubbed his bulging belly and let out a loud belch. Soon after, Filch intercepted them in the castle hall, forbidding their entry under the pretense that the mud on their shoes would tarnish the hall's floor. Adonis expressed his confusion, beginning to understand why the students of Hogwarts held Filch in such disdain. Under Filch's resentful gaze, Adonis cast a cleaning spell, while Ron made a face at Filch. Harry had never loathed someone as much as he did now, surpassing even his cousin Dudley. This animosity stemmed from a day when they discovered a newly posted notice by Percy in the common room, which contained both good and bad news. The good news was that they would have their first flying lesson this Thursday, something Harry and Ron had anticipated for quite some time. However, the bad news was that they would be sharing the class with Slytherin. That Wednesday evening, Harry lamented to Adonis in the common room, "What bad luck! Am I truly expected to ride a broomstick and make a fool of myself in front of Malfoy?" "Don't worry, Harry," Adonis replied, lifting his gaze from the advanced transfiguration guide in front of him to look at the dejected Harry. "Malfoy might just be boasting. In reality, he may not even know how to ride a broom." After taking a sip of the warm milk on the table, he poured a cup for Harry as well. Ron chimed in beside them. "You have to believe in yourself, Harry. Perhaps you possess an extraordinary talent." Such reassurances seemed to have little effect, as Harry had always yearned to fly, a desire that even eclipsed his longing to escape the Dursleys. That on Thursday afternoon, everyone was engaged in their respective activities in the Great Hall when Owl swooped in. Hedwig, as usual, did not deliver a letter for Harry, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Ron and Hermione both received letters from home. Neville's grandmother had even sent him a remembrall. "Look, Neville has received a remembrall," someone exclaimed. "I read in a book that if you forget something, the remembrall turns red to remind you." Hermione took over the conversation, but Neville scratched his head in confusion. "But I don't remember what I forgot." At that moment, a robe fell over Neville's head, and Adonis's voice chimed in from the side. "Of course you don't remember what you forgot, as it's currently atop your head." Neville removed the robe from his head and looked at the now clear remembrall in his hand, exclaiming, "So I forgot to wear my robe. Thank you, Adonis." Adonis waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was unnecessary, and then took the letter that Sheila had brought him, reading it intently and occasionally jotting down a response with his quill. In the afternoon, Harry approached the outdoor grounds of the castle, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Gryffindor and Slytherin stood on either side, with Malfoy loudly complaining about why first-year students couldn't join the Quidditch team, as if he were a talented genius thwarted only by his age. Adonis listened with a bemused expression as Draco boasted. Madame Hooch approached. She was a woman with sharp, eagle-like eyes, and her mere presence commanded attention. Standing to the left of the brooms, she instructed, "Up, with feeling, children." Instantly, a chorus of "up" resonated from the crowd. Harry indeed possessed a natural talent for riding a broom, and as the first to grasp one, he appeared elated. Next was Draco, and humorously, Ron seemed to be too forceful when calling for his broom, which promptly sprang up and hit him squarely on the nose. "Don't laugh, Harry," Ron said, clutching his nose. Hermione appeared to be struggling. Her broom refused to obey her commands, causing the frustrated young witch to stamp her foot. Adonis, feeling somewhat bored, yawned and extended his right hand, without needing to call for it. The broom flew directly into his grasp. Madame Hooch then instructed them to mount their brooms, waiting for her signal before pushing off the ground. In the distance, a tall figure approached. It was Hagrid, seemingly in a hurry. Adonis waved, and Hagrid waved back. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd. When Adonis turned around, he was astonished to see Neville's broom seemingly out of control, soaring straight upwards and then accelerating rapidly. Madame Hooch shouted, "Longbottom, stop! Longbottom!" Neville came barreling towards the crowd, and it seemed Madame Hooch suddenly remembered to draw her wand, preparing to cast a spell. However, Neville's speed was too great, and she could only dodge out of the way. Observing this, Adonis felt a twinge of disappointment. As a professor, handling a flying mishap should not be such a struggle. That Neville's broom suddenly shot higher, carrying him past the bronze statue beside the clock tower. The sword in the statue's hand snagged Neville's clothing, ripping it with a sound, and he plummeted downwards. A yellow cushioning charm swept through the air, accurately striking Neville as he fell, allowing him to descend gently. Watching Neville float down, the Gryffindors' hearts finally eased. "Well done, Longbottom. 20 points to Gryffindor," Madame Hooch declared, stepping forward to assess Neville's condition, that he had only a few scrapes. It was truly a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. "I must take Longbottom to the hospital wing to tend to his injuries. If I see another broomstick flying through the air, his Quidditch career will end before it even begins. Once Madame Hooch's figure disappeared into the castle, Draco picked up the remembrall that Neville had dropped and told his cronies, "I'm going to hide this remembrall and make that Gryffindor oaf search for it. What do you think about hiding it at the top of the tower?" "Draco, give me back Neville's remembrall." Harry stepped forward, glaring at Draco. "No, I'm going to hide it. Let that oaf look for it, if you can. Take it from me, Potter." Draco mounted his broom and flew away, while Hermione turned to Harry and said, "Harry, absolutely not. Didn't you just hear what Madame Hooch said? Besides, you don't even know how to fly." Harry paid her no mind and flew straight past. After a brief tussle, Draco found himself somewhat strained, ultimately tossing Neville's memory ball away. With a swift acceleration, Harry seized the memory ball, executing a masterful pirouette to decelerate, waving the ball aloft to the crowd. Entirely oblivious to Professor McGonagall's contemplative gaze from within the room behind him. When Harry leisurely returned, the Gryffindor crowd surged forward to greet him. Hermione tugged at Adonis's sleeve, a hint of concern in her voice. "Why didn't you stop Harry? If I'm not mistaken, that window leads to Professor McGonagall's office. I am aware, but has Harry not splendidly showcased his flying talent?" Adonis replied with a smile. Turning to see Professor McGonagall approaching, "Mr. Potter, come with me." Harry followed her, as if condemned to execution at tea lunchtime. Harry finally made his appearance, bringing astonishing news to his friends. Professor McGonagall had exceptionally appointed him as the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team and introduced him to Team Captain Wood. They arranged to meet the following afternoon at the Quidditch pitch to familiarize themselves with the rules, which left Ron utterly envious. Harry scanned the surroundings, noticing Adonis' absence, and inquired, "Where has Adonis gone?" "He was called away by Professor McGonagall. It seems there was something to discuss," Hermione replied, her gaze fixed on the textbook in her hands. With Adonis not present, Draco swaggered over to the Gryffindor table. Flanked by his cronies, "Potter, are you daring enough to have a 2-on-2 duel in the trophy room at midnight? I'll bring Goyle, and you can bring—" Draco's eyes flickered over Hermione before recalling. "Right." Ron, he then leaned closer to Harry, a disdainful smirk on his face. "You're going to get expelled by Professor McGonagall anyway. You wouldn't dare to decline, would you?" Harry, unable to withstand such provocation, impulsively agreed. Observing Draco's smug demeanor as he departed, Hermione couldn't shake the feeling that he was up to no good. "Harry, are you really going? Getting caught out at night could lead to house points being deducted and detention," Hermione exclaimed, emerging from the shadows. Ron, however, declared, "This time, I'm determined to teach that foul git a lesson and reclaim everything we've lost." Realizing her efforts to dissuade them were futile, Hermione pondered how to intercept them before they left. In the dead of night, Harry and Ron stealthily rose from their beds, tiptoeing out of the dormitory, careful not to rouse Adonis. They had deliberately kept their plans from him, as if they were set to reclaim their manly pride before Draco. The sound of the door closing stirred Adonis from his slumber. Uncertain of their midnight escapade, he decided not to let such a splendid opportunity for night exploration slip away. With that thought, Adonis quickly dressed in his robe, ensuring Neville remained deeply asleep, then approached the door, casting a disillusionment charm upon himself before quietly descending the stairs. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron found themselves caught by Hermione in the common room. From a distance, their hushed conversation was inaudible to Adonis. Ultimately, it seemed Hermione conceded, joining them as they exited the common room. Adonis pushed through the fat lady's portrait, noticing she was absent, likely out visiting. He navigated the winding staircase until he reached the tapestry depicting the troll blundering about. Staring at the comical scene, he couldn't help but chuckle as he stood before the wall opposite the tapestry. Reaching out to touch the stones, channeling his ancient magic to summon the room of requirement, the entire wall began to ripple, and a beautifully carved door materialized as he caressed the familiar decorations of the door. Memories long sealed flooded back, prompting a deep sigh as he pushed the door open. As Adonis entered the room of requirement, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves in an unforeseen predicament. Draco had deceived them and reported them to Filch. They were now frantically fleeing to evade capture. Upon reaching the moving staircase, it unexpectedly began to shift, leading them towards a dark corridor. The voice of the fat lady grew nearer, leaving them no time to hesitate. as they dashed into the dim passageway. On the other side, Adonis touched the familiar decor within the room of requirement, and the joyful scenes of your seemed to materialize before him. A surge of immense magical energy emanated from him, coalescing at the tip of his wand. With a flick of his wrist, the entire room transformed. Soon, all the antiquated items vanished, replaced by objects of an entirely different style. The once dim room of requirement brightened, bathed in the gentle glow of moonlight streaming through the glass ceiling. Satisfied with the rejuvenated surroundings, Adonis nodded contentedly, preparing to depart. Not long after, Harry and his companions returned to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, exhaling deeply. That was a three-headed dog. Why would the school keep such a dangerous creature on the fourth floor? Ron remarked, attempting to calm himself, recalling the beast's massive form. What are your eyes for? Didn't you see where it stood? It was guarding a trapdoor. Hermione snapped, her irritation palpable. If you noticed, it has 3 heads. I hardly had time to keep an eye on its feet, Ron retorted. Just then, he spotted Adonis seated by the fireplace, leisurely sipping hot milk. Harry snapped out of his thoughts, feeling a tinge of embarrassment upon seeing Adonis. It seems Mr. Malfoy is an illegal animagus, transforming into a 3-headed dog. That's an unprecedented feat of magical transformation. I must document this, Adonis quipped half-jokingly. That's not the case, Hermione began to clarify, but Adonis waved her off. Folks, I don't know what you encountered tonight. But it's late, so drink some hot milk to warm yourselves and return to bed, he said, stifling a yawn, as if he had not arrived back slightly earlier than them, as Adonis's figure vanished around the bend of the staircase. The trio lost their appetite for milk. If you don't mind, I'll be heading to bed. Who knows what schemes you might concoct to get yourselves killed or worse, expelled, Hermione stated before retreating to the girls' dormitory. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and Ron teased, does she not grasp the gravity of the situation? Harry nodded, leading Ron back to their dormitory for a good night's sleep. Handsome and accomplished boys have always been the focal point of female attention. It seems wherever they go, they draw the gaze of many. This holds true in the Muggle world, but appears to be even more pronounced in the Wizarding realm. Hermione shared this sentiment, frequently overhearing Gryffindor girls whisper about Adonis in the Great Hall and Common Room, often accompanied by melodious laughter in his absence. Just the other day, she witnessed a bold Slytherin girl presenting Adonis with chocolate, though whether it contained any magical properties remains to be seen. That chocolate was left in the corner of Adonis's dormitory, and its contents remained a mystery until yesterday, when poor Ron, unable to resist, consumed a small piece. Suddenly invigorated, he began to prance about the common room, repeatedly calling out the name of the Slytherin girl, ultimately intent on storming the Slytherin common room to find her. Understanding the backstory, Adonis felt angered. He believed that love should be a mutual attraction, naturally occurring, and should not be pursued through such ignoble means. After breaking the curse on Ron, he personally approached that senior at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, publicly expressing his disdain for her actions and demanding an apology from her on behalf of himself and Ron, which rendered her visibly uncomfortable. Hermione later learned that this senior had merely bet with her dorm mates that she could win over Adonis within a few days upon witnessing his popularity, which led to the aforementioned scene. However, such occurrences are quite common in the wizarding world. Take, for instance, that noseless bald man. He is a product of a love potion, to the extent that he has no concept of love and ultimately descended into madness. This incident also instilled a sense of caution in Harry and the others, making them wary of consuming food offered to Adonis by others, lest they find themselves embarrassed like Ron in front of everyone. Only Ron's heartache seemed to be fulfilled. The young women in the wizarding world appear to mature rather quickly, with many first-year girls beginning to fantasize about having a Prince Charming as their partner. Hermione found this perplexing and shocking, and her roommate often inquired about Adonis's whereabouts. Alas, she and Adonis merely shared a platonic friendship. How could she possibly know where he would be throughout the day? This prompted Harry to speak up one day when he returned from practice on the Quidditch pitch and spotted Adonis lounging on a picnic blanket beside the field, basking in the sun. Bathed in the soft afternoon light, Adonis appeared angelic, his golden hair lightly tied back, and his gem-like blue eyes captivating. Under the sun's rays, his skin resembled the smoothness of jade, effectively capturing the attention of the surrounding girls. Unfortunately, this idyllic scene was abruptly disrupted by Harry, who nonchalantly plopped down beside Adonis and began to indulge in the desserts on his plate. The Weasley twins soon joined, one on either side, playfully draping their arms around Adonis's shoulders, jesting, "Our Adonis is truly a sight to behold. If I were a woman, I would surely fight George and Fred for your affections." They pretended to lean in for a kiss, prompting Adonis to push their faces away. Angelina, a chaser from the Gryffindor team, witnessed this and approached, commenting, "What stroke of luck is this, to see our handsome Gryffindors gathered in one place?" She then winked at Adonis, lamenting, "If only you were a bit older, I would certainly pursue you." "Oh, Angelina, you mustn't," Fred suddenly lamented. "Adonis, you cannot steal my heart." George immediately shot a wary glance at Adonis. "George, are you attempting to steal my love?" "Angelina is mine," Fred exclaimed, lunging at George, and soon they were in a playful tussle, eliciting laughter from everyone around. Another chaser, Elia, also joined the lively scene, teasing Adonis. "Honestly, Adonis, ever since you firmly rejected that Slytherin senior, everyone has been speculating about who will finally win your heart." She gave him a playful sideways glance. "Please, Elia, I'm only a first year." Adonis rolled his eyes. Angelina, undeterred, wrapped her arms around Adonis's neck and asked, "Come now, let's be honest. We're all Gryffindors here. Don't be SHYD, oh, you have a crush on anyone." Upon hearing this, the group perked up, as it is well known that not only girls are fond of gossip, boys have an insatiable curiosity for it as well. "What are you all talking about? Let me in on it." Wood interjected, "Am I the only one not part of this Quidditch gossip?" Adonis sighed, then cleared his throat. "I haven't met anyone I like. Why, et this." The group groaned collectively. Angelina, refusing to give up, pressed, "What about Hermione? I haven't seen you close to any other girls besides her." "Heaven forbid." "Hermione is my friend," Adonis replied, bewildered by their train of thought, shifting the perspective back to Hermione, the young witch considered Adonis to be a remarkably talented wizard. However, she had never seen him in the library, which she thought was a waste of potential. So one day, seizing the chance after class, she tugged at Adonis's sleeve. "Adonis, wait. What is it? Did you not understand something that Professor McGonagall said?" "No, that's not it." The young witch seemed a bit anxious, unsure of how to express herself. After a moment's hesitation, she finally said, "Adonis, I hope you won't squander your talents. You should spend more time in the library to solidify your knowledge." Watching the young witch speak so earnestly, with an air of sage wisdom, Adonis couldn't help but chuckle. "I possess a certain ability," he began, causing Hermione to pause her speech. "It allows me to accomplish tasks that might take you a considerable amount of time to manage with great effort." Adonis paused, grinning. "I call it talent." With that, he turned and left without a second thought, leaving Hermione bewildered in his wake. "What the?" Hermione exclaimed, feeling her magical boots lose durability. As for why Hermione had never seen Adonis in the library, it was simple. The comfort of the room of requirement was hardly inferior to that of the library. Madame Pants, the librarian, could be quite fearsome. On Halloween, the last class of the day was charms. Seamus sat with Harry inside, while Ron and Hermione joined them, and poor Neville was pulled to sit at the outer edge by Adonis. Their charms professor, Professor Flitwick, possessed a lineage of half-goblin blood, resulting in a rather diminutive stature. However, should you underestimate him due to this, you would soon learn the true prowess of the dueling champion he was. Today, we shall learn the levitation charm. Repeat after me. Wingardium Leviosa. As the classroom echoed with the scattered recitations, once the voices began to harmonize, Professor Flitwick gestured for the students to commence free practice. "Remember the wand movements we've been practicing for the past few days," he emphasized. Neville struggled to recall. "Wingardium Levi. It's Wingardium Leviosa," Adonis corrected. "Come on, Neville, let us practice it a few more times together." Ron was furiously swinging his wand, yet the incantation seemed less than precise. At that moment, Hermione halted Ron's wild wand waving. Stop. Are you trying to poke someone out?" Hermione said, a bit exasperated, "And it's not Levi, it's Leviosa." Although Hermione's intentions were good, her words came off as a bit condescending in Ron's eyes, and he was slightly annoyed that, "If you're so clever, why don't you give it a try? Go on, Then, to his astonishment, he watched as Hermione flawlessly executed the levitation charm with the correct wand movement and clear pronunciation, successfully levitating an object and earning 5 points for Gryffindor. This left Ron feeling quite disgruntled as he slumped over his book, dejected. With Adonis' repeated corrections, Neville finally managed to cast the levitation charm successfully, albeit his magical output was still unstable, causing the feather to rise only slightly before descending again. Nevertheless, this achievement bolstered Neville's confidence. "Oh, a splendid attempt, Mr. Longbottom. 5 points for Gryffindor." Professor Flitwick's voice rang out, prompting Neville to shyly lower his head. Our explosive prince, Seamus, never fails to impress. His rendition of the levitation charm had an explosive flair to it. If he ever mastered the fire-making spell, Adonis shuddered to think what the scene would be like. After class, Ron, along with Harry and Seamus, began to grumble about Hermione's performance. "It's Leviosa, not Levi." Ron incessantly echoed Hermione's words, his face contorted with disdain, entirely unaware that Hermione was walking right behind him. His remarks pierced Hermione's heart deeply, prompting the young witch to shove Ron aside with a look of anger and grievance. In that moment, Ron felt as if he had been caught gossiping behind someone's back. Yet he was more overwhelmed by confusion. After a while, Adonis and Neville emerged from the classroom. Professor Flitwick believed that Neville's unstable magical output was not due to Neville himself, but rather to his wand, which Neville revealed belonged to his father, currently at St. Mungo's Hospital. The mention of his father cast a shadow over Neville's mood, and Adonis, noticing this, placed a comforting arm around his shoulder as the Halloween feast commenced. Hermione's absence raised Adonis's curiosity, leading him to inquire with Hermione's roommate, Lavender, who informed him that Hermione had been crying in the bathroom beside the dungeon classroom all afternoon. At that moment, Professor Quirrell rushed in from outside the hall, exclaiming loudly, "There's a troll in the dungeon." He halted, stating, "I believe you ought to know," before fainting dramatically. Panic erupted in the hall, but Adonis remained seated. He had little faith that Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts professor could handle a troll, especially one who was a Ravenclaw graduate. In the brief silence of contemplation, Dumbledore managed to regain control of the situation, casting a discerning glance at the young wizard who remained remarkably unfazed by the news of a troll. The prefects guided the students back to the common room, instructing the professors to follow. Everyone tacitly ignored Quirrell, the inept professor who seemed dazed from his garlic consumption, with no one even bothering to help him up. Harry and Ron appeared to recall something, quietly detaching themselves from a group to head toward the dungeon classroom. Meanwhile, Adonis meticulously pondered the absurdities surrounding Quirrell inside the girls' restroom of the dungeon classroom. They heard Hermione's screams mingled with the troll's roars. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry and Ron burst in, witnessing the troll swinging its club, wreaking havoc on the restroom stalls, while Hermione desperately sought refuge and called for help. At that moment, Harry shouted, "Hermione, run," and picked up a wooden plank from the floor, hurling it at the troll's head. Though reckless, their actions effectively drew the troll's attention, granting Hermione a fleeting opportunity to breathe. However, they underestimated the peril that the troll posed to young wizards such as themselves. The troll, turning its head, swung its club with ferocity. Had Harry not reacted swiftly to push Ron out of the way, Ron would have been transformed into a mere puddle. Seizing the moment, Harry climbed onto the troll's club, engaging it in a precarious duel. Meanwhile, Hermione crouched beneath the sink, gesturing to Ron, attempting to teach him the levitation charm. Finally, after much fumbling, Ron experienced his first moment of glory. Just as Harry was captured by the troll, which was preparing to deliver a final blow, Ron successfully cast the levitation charm, causing the troll's club to float from its grasp. The troll, bewildered by its empty hands, seemed to question the fairness of the encounter. "Well done, Ron," Harry exclaimed, but suddenly realizing he was still in the troll's grasp, he hurriedly wriggled free, landing on the ground. Encouraged by Harry's praise, Ron struck a pose, arms crossed, attempting to appear heroic. "Ron, are you a fool?" Hermione shouted. A tremendous crash echoed as the club fell to the ground, only to be retrieved once more by the troll, which, despite its dim-wittedness, realized it had been mocked by the young human children. Enraged, it swung its club toward Ron's head. Paralyzed with fear, Ron was uncertain if he could muster another levitation charm in time, leaving him vulnerable to the threat of imminent doom. Repel the enemy. A voice rang out from the corridor, and a precise spell struck the troll's swinging club. With a resounding crash, the troll collapsed beside Ron, a foul stench enveloping him, making Ron feel as if he might vomit his last meal. Harry, breathless, patted his chest and exhaled heavily. Adonis surveyed the scene, his gaze sweeping over them all. "I believe I need someone to explain the situation to me." It was evident that he was somewhat irate. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall rushed in, taken aback by the chaos in the restroom and the unconscious troll with a swollen head, but Merlin's beard. "You had better explain to me what transpired." Adonis turned to see the professors lined up at the restroom door, Dumbledore even winking at him. Harry and Ron exchanged nervous glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Hermione stepped forward, taking responsibility. "Professor McGonagall, it's all my fault. I wanted to see what a troll looked like as described in the books that I thought I could handle it. But I was wronged. If it weren't for my friends, I might have died. Even so, your actions were exceedingly reckless. I had expected you to be more discerning, but you have greatly disappointed me, Miss Granger. Gryffindor will lose 20 points for your severe lack of judgment." Professor McGonagall glared at Hermione, her expression one of disappointment, causing Hermione to lower her gaze. Looking somewhat dejected, Harry's attention was drawn to Snape, whose leg bore a torn wound. Snape sensed Harry's scrutiny, covering the injury with his black robe and shooting Harry a glare before shifting his gaze elsewhere. After reprimanding Hermione, McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron. "You should understand just how fortunate you are." She paused before continuing. "First-year students who bravely confront a troll for the sake of friendship deserve commendation. Each of you shall receive 10 points. Harry and Ron exchanged smiles, momentarily forgetting their near brush with disaster, but McGonagall then addressed Adonis. To save a friend from the brink of peril under a troll's club requires not only immense mental fortitude, but also a solid foundation in magic. Gryffindor adds 15 points for your exceptional bravery, Mr. Landon, and on behalf of Hogwarts, I thank you for your valiant efforts." Adonis bowed slightly to Professor McGonagall, replying, "It was the least I could do. Ron is my friend. I couldn't just stand by and watch him face danger." McGonagall regarded him with satisfaction, hopeful that Gryffindor had found a promising talent. Professor Quirrell remained behind to handle the aftermath, while the four young friends made their way back to the common room. Harry and Ron, carefree, excitedly shared their exhilaration with Adonis, while Hermione trailed behind, lost in thought. Noticing Hermione lagging, Adonis gestured for Harry and Ron to go ahead, intending to speak with her. "Are you upset about the lost points?" he inquired gently. Hermione looked up, meeting Adonis's warm smile a bit, but that's not entirely it. Adonis matched his pace with Hermione, becoming a quiet listener. "That I feel like I've disappointed Professor McGonagall. Ron has mocked me before. I know everyone dislikes me now. I don't know what to do." The young girl's voice trembled with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. "I think you're placing too much weight on the school's rules. Hermione, you are a Gryffindor. The Lions do not concern themselves with regulations, just like George and Fred. The important thing is not merely breaking the rules, but having the courage to do so." Adonis pondered for a moment. "The Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor for a reason. Certain qualities within you led it to make that choice. Do not feel inferior due to your background. There are many first-year wizards who envy the talented Miss Granger." Hearing the last remark, Hermione suddenly laughed, looking up to find Adonis winking at her. In the distance, Harry and Ron had also paused, waving at Hermione. The warmth filled her heart, dispelling the clouds of gloom with the gentle breeze of friendship. "Hermione, I sincerely apologize for mocking you earlier. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Ron cautiously offered his apologies, while Hermione, in a protective sisterly manner, patted him on the shoulder. Indeed, they were still children, Adonis thought with a resigned shake of his head. Ever since that day when Hermione, Harry, and Ron had faced a life-threatening crisis together, their bond had visibly strengthened, not to mention Adonis, who seemed rather preoccupied in recent days, often too busy to even spare a moment for a meal, disappearing from sight for hours on end. Harry remarked that the children had grown up, keeping their affairs to themselves, and if Adonis were to overhear Harry's complaints, he would undoubtedly roll his eyes, for he was a man with a life plan. Just because he appeared unmotivated did not mean he would not quietly strive for excellence. in his quest for an uninhabited shady spot. Adonis had nearly plowed through the outskirts of the forbidden forest, which had led to Hagrid regarding him with a hint of wariness, fearing the young lad might sneak into the depths of the forest without his knowledge. Fortunately, Adonis had found a suitable spot near a dark pool within the forbidden forest. "You should eat something, Harry," Ron urged. "You'll need your strength for the battles ahead." Hermione observed Harry's lack of appetite with concern. At that moment, Snape limped over to the Gryffindor table and, in a tone devoid of discernible emotion, remarked, "Good luck, Mr. Potter. Given that you fear not even trolls, Quidditch should be a mere trifle for you." Even against Slytherin. With that, he departed without further ado, leaving Harry staring at Snape's feet in a daze. "And no wonder he's bleeding," Harry muttered absently. Hermione and Ron, intrigued, encouraged him to elaborate, and so Harry shared his suspicions regarding Snape. Just then, Hedwig soared in, dropping a broomstick into Harry's hands. "Who sent this?" Ron asked, puzzled. "I've never seen a package like this." Upon opening it, Ron discovered it was the latest Nimbus 2000, the fastest broom on the market. "But who is it from?" Harry scanned the surroundings and spotted Professor McGonagall, who was playfully teasing Hedwig. Noticing Harry's gaze, she returned a warm smile that in stark contrast to Harry's delight over the broom. Adonis was inside the room of requirement, vexed by the complexities of transfiguration. The notion that an animagus's form resembled that of their Patronus was intriguing. Yet, Patronus, with a flick of his wand, a brilliant silver light erupted from the tip, coalescing in the air into a formidable griffin, its lion body and eagle head strikingly majestic. While this was indeed impressive, it posed a significant challenge. Those well-versed in animagus transformations knew that no detailed records existed of anyone successfully transforming into a magical creature, underscoring the peril inherent in such an endeavor. Adonis scratched his head in frustration, realizing that the requirements for transforming into a magical creature were exceedingly stringent. With his current magical capacity, he feared he would exhaust himself after merely a third of the transformation. "Oh dear, I miss you, teacher," Adonis sighed. Resolving to take things one step at a time, in the stands of the Quidditch pitch, Adonis spotted Hagrid's unmistakably large figure from afar. "Excuse me." "Thank you. You stepped on my foot." "Who touched my backside?" Adonis suddenly turned to glare at the crowd, causing several girls to avert their eyes, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they quickly lowered their heads, not finding anyone suspicious. Adonis continued toward Hagrid. "Hey, Hagrid." After much effort, Adonis finally made his way through the throng and patted Hagrid's hand. "Oh, hello, Adonis, you're a bit late." Hagrid greeted him with a hearty smile. "Let's not dwell on it. It was a rather unpleasant experience." "Where have you been? I didn't see you at mealtime." Hermione expressed her discontent at Adonis's frequent absences. Adonis raised a finger to his lips. "Shoo, a man is alluring because of his secrets. Some questions are better left unasked." Infuriated, Hermione stepped on his foot, causing Adonis to grimace in pain, while Ron attempted to mediate. Meanwhile, Neville and Seamus had already surreptitiously taken Ron's bed sheets, asking Percy to transfigure them into a banner that read, "Go Harry." Poor Ron was blissfully unaware of their antics. "Welcome to the first Quidditch match of the season at Hogwarts. I am your commentator, Lee Jordan. Today's match features the Gryffindor team against Slytherin." The students in the stands erupted in cheers, while Hagrid's face flushed with excitement. The teams took to the field, with Harry soaring on his new broom alongside Wood. Ron and Hermione enthusiastically waved to Harry, who spotted the banner prepared by his friends and silently vowed to catch the golden snitch. Madame Hooch entered the field, signaling that the match was about to commence. The quaffle was released, followed closely by the golden snitch, worth 150 points. Whichever team caught, it would end the match. From the outset, the Gryffindors displayed remarkable skill. Aaliyah and Angelina executed a flawless combination, effortlessly tearing through Slytherin's defenses, while Wood thwarted every attempt by Slytherin to score. Gryffindor scores. The Slytherins were left bewildered, and the crowd erupted in cheers for Gryffindor. Lee Jordan, animated in the commentator's box, was met with a nod of approval from Professor McGonagall, although she subtly pulled at his sleeve, signaling him to temper his enthusiasm. As the score gap widened, Slytherin resorted to their underhanded tactics. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. This time, Slytherin initiated an attack. While the other players distracted Wood, Marcus seized the opportunity to strike the quaffle with a bludger, aiming not for the hoops, but directly at Wood, caught off guard by Slytherin's sudden aggression. Wood was hit by the bludger and lost consciousness, plummeting from the sky, seemingly destined for a few days in a hospital wing, provoking boos and curses from the Gryffindor supporters in the stands. Other Gryffindor players also faced varying degrees of assault, with Angelina being sandwiched between two opponents and crashing into the stands, unable to continue. Aaliyah was similarly entangled, unable to defend herself. The remaining Weasley twins and one Seeker struggled to fend off Slytherin's advances, who began scoring left and right, met with increasingly loud jeers from the audience. Despicable. That's a foul. That's cheating. Slytherin, how dare you? Visibly agitated, Lee Jordan lamented, prompting Professor McGonagall to swiftly snatch the microphone from his hands, covering his mouth to prevent any further outbursts. Despite her disdain for such behavior, she was powerless as Madame Hooch did not blow her whistle. Harry anxiously observed his injured teammates and the Slytherins racking up points. A flash of gold darted before his eyes, and upon closer inspection, he felt a surge of excitement that IT was the golden snitch. He immediately spurred his broom forward, and Slytherin's Seeker quickly followed suit. Just as Harry was about to grasp the snitch, his broom inexplicably lost control, bucking violently. Startled, Harry struggled to regain his balance, his legs nearly slipping off the broom. The erratic movements intensified, and Harry felt as though he might be thrown off entirely. The crowd gasped at the sudden turn of events, while Adonis, wand at the ready, prepared to intervene. What on earth is happening? Adonis pondered. It's Snape. He's casting a spell on Harry. Hermione exclaimed, I must stop him. She thrust the borrowed binoculars from Hagrid into Adonis's hands. Peering through the lenses, Adonis saw Snape indeed muttering incantations, though it did not appear he was casting a malevolent curse, but rather a counter-curse. Adonis felt uncertain. Then he noticed Quirrell lurking behind Snape, his demeanor markedly less timid and more menacing. Fixating intently on Harry's broom, it seemed that both Snape and Quirrell were suspect, yet the situation demanded immediate action. Harry was on the verge of falling from his broom. Adonis was about to wave his wand. A sudden commotion erupted from the professor's seat. Harry's broomstick returned to normal, and Adonis peered through his telescope, exclaiming in astonishment as he witnessed Snape's black robes engulfed in flames. Was this some hidden spectacle? Hermione setting fire to Snape? Observing his broom's restoration, Harry hastily mounted it, regaining his composure just in time to see the Slytherin Seeker closing in on the golden snitch. He quickly adjusted his stance and followed suit. As he drew nearer, the golden snitch suddenly accelerated towards the ground, prompting the Slytherin Seeker to abandon his pursuit, fearing a perilous low flight in this critical moment. The prowess of Gryffindor shone through. Harry pursued the snitch without hesitation, gradually rising on his swiftly flying broom. The crowd's hearts raced as they sensed the moment was ripe with a sudden lunge. Harry dove forward, rolling upon landing. It appeared painful for him. After a few moments, Harry slowly rose, clutching his stomach and beginning to retch, as though he were about to be sick. Adonis remarked to Hagrid and Ron. Suddenly, Harry expelled a golden object into his hands that was the golden snitch. Lee Jordan, with his keen eyesight, immediately recognized it. The Gryffindor hero, Harry Potter, had captured the golden snitch, concluding the match with a score of 180 to 80 in favor of Gryffindor. Madame Hooch timely blew her whistle and subsequently announced Gryffindor's victory. The Weasley twins and Alicia hovered beside Harry, applauding and cheering for him, and soon the entire stadium erupted in a thunderous ovation. Standing at the center of the field, Harry listened to the overwhelming applause akin to a tidal wave, his heart brimming with excitement. Professor McGonagall also stood to applaud Harry, visibly moved to the brink of tears. Adonis pointed his wand towards the sky, launching a firework that exploded above, forming Harry's name in sparkling letters, intensifying the cheers in the stadium as Gryffindor supporters began to chant Harry's name. Once the festivities subsided, Harry, Ron, and Hagrid exited the field, while Adonis bid a brief farewell before departing, leaving one to wonder what kept him so preoccupied each day. After hearing Hermione's earnest analysis, Hagrid retorted, "Nonsense! Why would Snape cast a spell on Harry's broom?" Harry, feeling somewhat indignant, pondered, who knows? Then why was he contemplating breaching the three-headed dog's defenses on Halloween Eve? In truth, given Snape's skills, he should not have been bitten by the three-headed dog. It was all due to Quirrell's reckless attack that provoked its ferocity, resulting in Snape being attacked the moment he entered. Snape's grievances accumulated. "How do you know about Fluffy?" Hagrid asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Fluffy? That creature has a name?" Ron queried, perplexed. "Of course it does, for I am its caretaker. I acquired it from an Irishman last year to lend to Dumbledore for safeguarding," Hagrid explained. "What?" Hermione seized upon the crucial point. Hagrid's three-headed dog was guarding something for Dumbledore. "Did I mention that to you?" Hagrid exclaimed, alarmed. "I can't divulge that. So stop asking, Hermione. It's a matter of utmost secrecy." Hagrid lamented his loose tongue. "But Hagrid, whatever it is, Snape is attempting to steal it. Why do you suspect Snape?" "Listen here, little ones. Professor Snape is a teacher at this school. He would never resort to such deeds." Hagrid sought to dissuade the trio from their suspicions of Snape, yet Snape had just cast a spell on Harry. "All right, just forget about it." Hagrid's demeanor turned serious as he continued. "The matter Fluffy guards is known only to me, Dumbledore, and Nicholas Flamel." "Nicholas Flamel? Oh, Merlin's beard. I shouldn't have said that. I truly shouldn't have let that slip." Hagrid regretted sharing so much, lamenting the mischief of today's youth. Armed with this vital information, the trio bid Hagrid farewell and rushed to the library for further research. Meanwhile, Adonis returned to the room of requirement, where he transformed a large board, depicting the visages of various individuals and intertwining them with magical threads based on the intelligence he possessed. Before long, a magical version of a detective board materialized. Adonis summoned Carl, requesting hot milk and a bit of chocolate. As he sat before the board, systematically organizing his findings, it was said that Professor Snape had once been a student at Hogwarts. Considering his age, Adonis mused, correlating it with Harry's age, concluding that Snape must be of a similar age to Harry's parents. Thus, Snape's peculiar feelings towards Harry might actually be a projection of his sentiments for Harry's parents. But what of the disgust and nostalgia? Contemplating this, Adonis felt a chill run down his spine and hastily sipped the milk to steady himself. Gazing at the whiteboard, he murmured, "At least Snape's suspicions have been alleviated." Nearly all professors had long tenures at Hogwarts. If anyone exhibited any peculiar behavior, surely the greatest white wizard of this century, Headmaster Dumbledore, would not overlook it. Adonis sat on the sofa, propping his chin on his left hand while stirring the milk in his cup with his right. With a wave of his hand, the images of the others suddenly dispersed. What remained was the annual vacancy of the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Only the picture of our stuttering professor, Quirrell, remained. From the beginning, I suspected that Professor Quirrell was dubious. How could a Ravenclaw graduate, regardless of his shortcomings, merely read from the textbook in class and stutter? Moreover, he had been selected by Dumbledore, imply he must have performed well during his studies at Hogwarts. Yet now he was cowed into fainting by a troll. Adonis transformed the empty teacup in his hand into a dagger, hurling it forcefully, the dagger embedding itself in Quirrell's forehead. The truth is always singular. "The culprit is you." It seemed that Professor Quirrell sought to deceive everyone with his stammering, harmless demeanor to fulfill his undisclosed agenda. But what was that agenda? Adonis pondered while resting his chin on his hand. Earlier, during a casual chat with George and the others, George had scoffed at Dumbledore's opening remarks, recalling that in past years, there had been nothing within the castle warranting the headmaster's warnings. Yet this year had proven exceedingly eventful. A light bulb moment struck Adonis. Pushing up his non-existent glasses, he chuckled, "I've got it. I've got it." Professor Quirrell's elaborate masquerade is aimed at something within the fourth-floor corridor. It seemed I could consider a career as a souffle chef. But what did this have to do with his attack on Harry? Harry, oblivious and carefree, resembled a simpleton, and he had no significant interactions with Quirrell. The trail of clues appeared to terminate here, leaving Adonis somewhat vexed, though he was grateful for the progress made. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was already 7:30. Is it that late already? Adonis suddenly exclaimed, hastily gathering his belongings for Harry's celebratory feast in the common room that evening. Hermione had specifically warned Adonis not to be late. Ever since witnessing the impressive spectacle of the little witch setting fire to Snape, Adonis had developed a modicum of reverence for Hermione. Fearing that one day he might provoke her ire, and she would retaliate, he departed the room of requirement, hurriedly making his way to the Gryffindor common room, in a corner unnoticed by Adonis. A figure had been watching his departure, the crescent-shaped glasses reflecting the firelight. Inside the Gryffindor common room, George and Fred tossed Harry into the air, catching him amidst a flurry of laughter and playful banter. As the guest of honor, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his choice of Gryffindor. It provided him with a familial warmth that he had never experienced in the Dursleys' home. Adonis arrived fashionably late, approaching the table and snatching Ron's butterbeer to drink. "Where have you been? We didn't see you at dinner," Ron inquired, staring at his suddenly empty cup. Catching his breath, Adonis casually replied, "How have you become so much like Hermione? Boys with too many problems tend to be disliked by girls." Hermione shot Adonis an irritated glare, secretly resolving to exclude him from their upcoming adventure, opting instead to investigate with Harry and Ron on their own. The truth could easily be discerned if both parties combined their intelligence. Adonis remained oblivious to the treasure on the fourth floor, while Hermione and her companions were utterly mistaken in their suspicions that if Adonis were to discover the connection between the treasure and Nicodemus, the professor's challenges would likely be overcome this very evening, leading to Quirrell's immediate unemployment. Yet, in reality, both Adonis and Hermione tacitly refrained from broaching the subject, opting instead for light discussions about studies and gossip, after an arduous escape from George and Fred's antics. Harry approached his friends, eager to share his excitement and joy, while Ron ventured to refill his butterbeer, only for it to end up in Adonis' belly. As night fell, Ron gazed at the barren sheets of his bed and could hardly contain his frustration. Exclaiming, "Where are my sheets?" Neville, feeling a twinge of guilt, tugged at Adonis' sleeve to inform him that Ron's sheets had been left behind at the Quidditch pitch. Thus, only Ron's sorrowful accomplishment remained. Time swiftly advanced to the eve of Christmas, and Hogwarts Castle donned a snowy white sweater, heralding the arrival of the Christmas holidays. Ron, whose parents were taking Ginny to Romania to visit Charlie, planned to spend this Christmas at school, comforted by the presence of 3 older brothers and friends, ensuring he would not feel lonely. Harry, on the other hand, simply wished to avoid returning to the Dursleys. He could clearly discern the warmth and happiness of Hogwarts Castle from the dark and awkward atmosphere of the Dursleys' home. Adonis also received a letter from home, revealing that the Randons were traveling with Vina, permitting Adonis to remain at Hogwarts for the Christmas season. Despite the long absence from his family, Adonis felt a profound longing, yet there were matters requiring his attention. He resolved to spend the holiday delving into books on Animagus transformation and advanced transfiguration. Intending to embark on his Animagus journey once the break concluded, in the Gryffindor common room, Adonis sat by the window, gazing at the forbidden forest blanketed in snow, sipping hot milk. Harry and Ron had long since vanished, likely off to some unknown escapade, their recent busyness a mystery. Hermione was busy packing her belongings in preparation for her journey home for Christmas. To be fair, Mrs. Weasley's attitude towards Adonis and Harry had improved considerably. In her eyes, both were not only Ron's dear friends, but also his steadfast companions, leading her to treat them with such warmth that Ron began to question his own place in the family, feeling more like a bonus than a son. Upon learning that Harry and Adonis would not be returning home for Christmas, Mrs. Weasley expressed her sympathy in a letter to Ron, assuring him that she would not forget to send gifts for both of them, a sentiment that only deepened Ron's sense of unfairness, leaving him fuming for days without indulging in his beloved chicken leg. Every long holiday invariably included assignments from professors, as the saying goes. A holiday without homework is incomplete. Even at Hogwarts, a realm akin to paradise, the professors assigned holiday work. Adonis could hardly contain his glee, knowing that only Snape had assigned potions homework, while Ron expressed a desire to tear Adonis apart for his smugness. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick held Adonis in high regard, appreciating his excellence, non-disruptive nature, and humility. At Adonis' request, they exempted him from written assignments, though a warning lingered, should he fail to achieve an O in the final exams. His workload in the following year would double. Professor Sprout, a plump and amiable woman teaching herbology, also favored this sensible student, assigning him the task of caring for the plants in the greenhouse during the holiday. Everyone enjoyed a merry Christmas break, except for Snape, whose demeanor soured upon hearing Adonis' request for assignment exemption. With a hint of derision, he remarked, "It seems even a modicum of talent has muddled our exceptional Mr. Randon's brain with troll snot. Your holiday assignments will be doubled." "Professor." Adonis attempted to negotiate, but Snape interrupted with a spell, declaring, "Then there shall be an additional essay. I will send you the topic during the Christmas break." With that, he swept away, leaving Adonis seething. "Curse that bat. Just wait until I get my revenge," Adonis huffed. Upon returning to the common room with a double dose of potions homework in tow, Adonis found Harry and Ron in fits of laughter. He shot them a glare, indignantly scribbling his potion essay. Fast forward to the present. George and Fred yanked Adonis out of the common room and into the Transfiguration courtyard for a snowball fight. Before Adonis could react, Fred and George had conjured several snowballs with their wands, launching them at him. Adonis dodged to the side, regained his footing, and with a flick of his wand, retaliated with an array of snowballs. Harry and Ron, arriving belatedly, joined the fray. The battle grew increasingly intense. As the snowballs flew thicker and faster, Harry and Ron eventually vanished from sight, buried beneath Adonis' massive snowballs. Covered in snow, Fred and George looked disheveled, resembling a pair of startled chickens, while Adonis appeared equally disheveled. "Shall we call a temporary truce?" Adonis proposed to George, who nodded in agreement. Adonis stepped aside to assist Harry and Ron, who were trapped in the snow. Suddenly, sensing a surge of danger, he instinctively lunged forward as a fist-sized snowball whizzed past him. Realizing too late that Fred had attempted a sneak attack, Adonis evaded the snowball, but someone was not so fortunate. It struck Professor Quirrell squarely on the back of the head as he was about to enter the castle. Whether Fred's aim was deliberate or accidental remained a mystery, but they had long coveted Quirrell's head. While everyone had been curious about the appearance hidden beneath Quirrell's purple turban, the unexpected snowball incident was certainly surprising. Adonis quickly dragged Harry and Ron away, and barely found cover when Quirrell angrily deducted points from Fred, even threatening detention. Had it not been for Professor Dumbledore's timely intervention, Fred might have ended up scrubbing toilets for Filch as they entered the Great Hall. They discovered Hagrid at the center, setting up a magnificent Christmas tree while Professor Flitwick floated decorations around. Ron and Harry, unable to sit still, immediately began a game of wizard chess at the Gryffindor table, with Ron dominating the match, leaving Harry at a loss for enjoyment. Perhaps Harry had a penchant for self-sacrifice. Adonis greeted Professor Flitwick and volunteered to assist with the decorations. "Mr. Randon, your talent in charms is truly remarkable." Flitwick praised as he observed Adonis skillfully casting the levitation charm silently. "Thank you for your kind words, Professor Flitwick. I still have much to learn in this subject, and I hope you will not hesitate to enlighten me when the time comes." Flitwick seemed even more pleased with Adonis, pondering why such an exceptional young wizard was not in Ravenclaw. Surely the Sorting Hat had erred, and he resolved to have a serious discussion with it when he had the opportunity. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, the Sorting Hat felt an inexplicable chill, sensing that someone was plotting against IT that moment. Hermione entered the Great Hall, her belongings in tow, and upon spotting Adonis, she approached and gently tapped his shoulder. "Wishing you a Merry Christmas in advance. Don't forget my gift," she said with a smile. "Rest assured, I would forget Ron's before yours," Adonis replied. "Surely you wouldn't actually forget my Christmas gift?" Ron's voice chimed in from behind, and Adonis turned to see Ron glaring at him with the eyes of a scorned lover. Feeling somewhat caught in a moment of gossip, Adonis scratched the back of his head, then draped his arms around Hermione and Ron's shoulders, jokingly exclaiming, "How could I possibly forget? You are my beloved friends, my brothers," as Adonis's playful words echoed. Both Ron and Hermione erupted in laughter. Witnessing this exchange, Harry felt a renewed sense of anticipation for the upcoming Christmas break. Before departing, Hermione mysteriously advised Harry and Ron to check the restricted section should they fail to find any news about Nicodemus in the borrowing area. On Christmas Day, Ron, typically a lover of sleep, astonishingly awoke early, bubbling with excitement at the prospect of unwrapping gifts. Harry was still sound asleep while Ron scanned the surroundings, failing to spot Adonis's figure. Slipping on his slippers, he exited the dormitory and, upon descending the staircase, caught sight of Adonis seated at a table by the window, engrossed in a book that Ron would never consider reading. Turning its pages one by one. Merry Christmas, Adonis, Ron greeted as he noticed that Adonis had not acknowledged his presence. Upon hearing the commotion, Adonis looked up to see Ron's large face and replied, "Merry Christmas, Ron." With a beaming expression, Ron rushed to sit beside Adonis, accepting the milk that Adonis offered. "Why do you drink hot milk every day?" Ron pondered for a moment, recalling how often he would bask in the sun on the lawn. "What do you know? Drinking milk and soaking up the sun helps you grow. If you don't drink it, save it for Harry," Adonis replied, lifting his eyelids. "Drink. Why not? I want to grow as well. Your packages are over there." Adonis pointed to the parcels beside the Christmas tree, which immediately excited Ron. Without even taking a sip of his milk, he dashed over and grabbed the largest package on top. As he tore it open, he found 3 sweaters and a letter inside. While reading the letter, he hugged the sweaters and returned to the table, saying, "This is from Mum. She mentioned there are sweaters for you, and Harry as well." Adonis set down his book and donned a sweater adorned with the letter A. "Surprisingly well, fitting. It fits perfectly. Remember to include my thanks when writing home. What about the gift you got me? Where is it?" The thought of indulging made Ron inexplicably thrilled. "You can look for it." Adonis began unwrapping his own package. The Landons had sent him a pocket watch, revealing a family photograph within. George and Fred had sent their latest firework creations. Angelina and Alia gifted him some magical books. Hermione had sent a beautiful fountain pen, clearly a thoughtful gift. Ron, being straightforward, had sent a large bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick had sent their old notes, which Adonis cherished. Even Professor Dumbledore had sent a gift, causing Adonis a shiver as he spotted a moving cockroach inside. Quickly cursing old Dumbledore for his sweet tooth, Harry had bought Adonis a flower pot, in which he planned to plant something peculiar, while Hagrid had sent a hand-knit woolen hat, which, although a bit large, Adonis adored. Many of the remaining packages were anonymous, undoubtedly from some infatuated girls, which Adonis planned to deal with later. Contemplating sending them to Draco. "Hey Adonis, is there anything special about this pendant?" Ron inquired, holding the exquisitely crafted ruby pendant that Adonis had gifted him. This piqued Adonis's interest. His extensive time spent in the Room of Requirement during the first half of the school year had not been in vain. During that time, he had crafted numerous alchemical items and spent quite a bit of his father's private funds on gemstones from the Muggle world. One could imagine Mr. Landon's reaction to finding his vault significantly diminished. This will release a shield charm when you find yourself in peril. The alchemical array inside can activate 3 times before the gemstone shatters. "Cool," Ron exclaimed, quickly putting the pendant around his neck upon learning of its practical application. He had created many such alchemical items, fashioned into different jewelry forms. He had given Professor McGonagall a sapphire hairpin and Professor Flitwick a bracelet, AS for Dumbledore. Adonis had sent him a pair of white woolen socks adorned with pink bows. Snape's gift was even more outrageous. Adonis had sent him the finest shampoo from the Muggle world, complete with instructions. After all, he had not spared Adonis from homework and rarely washed his hair. When Harry was awakened by Ron's call and sat on the sofa, still basking in the joy of receiving Christmas gifts for the first time, Adonis playfully tapped his head with a book. "Stop dawdling. Hurry and unwrap your gifts. Weren't you eagerly anticipating this moment?" Harry snapped back to reality and rushed over to unwrap his packages. Adonis had transformed the alchemical item he crafted for Harry into the shape of a ring. And Harry was astonished by Adonis's generosity, feeling elated to receive so many gifts. As he reached the final package, only the largest remained. Upon opening it, he discovered a letter and a cloak. "This was left with me by your father before he passed. I'm returning it to you now, hoping you will use it wisely." Harry read aloud from the letter. "Try it on," Ron urged. Once Harry donned the cloak, he vanished from view except for his head. "Cool. Harry, you received an invisibility cloak." "Who sent it to you?" Ron exclaimed, circling around Harry in admiration of the cloak. "I don't know, but he said it belonged to my father." Adonis scrutinized the cloak. It was exquisitely crafted and appeared to have some age, adorned with magical patterns that Adonis could not decipher. Half-jokingly, he remarked, "Harry, could this be one of the Deathly Hallows mentioned in the tales of Beedle the Bard?" This book recounts how Death divided his powers among 3 brothers. The eldest desired Death's power. Thus he received the Elder Wand. The second sought the ability to control life and death, earning the Resurrection Stone. and the youngest wished to evade death forever. Thus he obtained the invisibility cloak. No way. Harry expressed disbelief at Adonis's assertion that it's not impossible. Adonis replied. Ordinary invisibility cloaks do not maintain their effect for long, yet this one still possesses remarkable invisibility. Besides, the Potter family is a rather ancient lineage. Regardless, Harry, this belonged to your father. You must safeguard it. Harry solemnly nodded and stored it in his wardrobe. Fred and George emerged from the dormitory, flanking Adonis. Adonis, you have exquisite taste. How did you know this earring would suit us? Ron finally noticed that George and Fred were each wearing an earring adorned with gemstones, enhancing their charm. Percy then descended the stairs, clutching a book titled Essential Management Techniques. Adonis, how did you know I needed this right now? Thank you so much. Seeing Percy's delighted expression, Adonis wriggled free from the twins' grasp and replied, I mentioned your situation to my dad. He recommended it. You know, my family has quite a few enterprises in the Muggle world. This book has inspired me immensely. If I get the chance, I must thank your father in person, Percy exclaimed, enthusiastically shaking Adonis's hand. Wearing an excited expression, that I'm glad you like it, Adonis said, feeling slightly uncomfortable in the face of Percy's fervor. Oh, Percy wants to be Adonis's big brother. George suddenly pretended to weep. Percy, don't abandon us. Fred immediately embraced George, and the two began to wail. Hearing their banter, Percy blushed, cleared his throat, and returned to his usual demeanor, casting a glare at George and Fred before hastily exiting the common room, presumably to share his joy with his girlfriend, Penelope. Harry and Ron conspired, deciding that evening, Harry would wear the invisibility cloak to scout the restricted section, while Adonis used the dark magic detector to scan the unmarked packages. Successfully locating several dark magical items, frowning, he gathered them together and set them ablaze, feeling a sense of relief as the world seemed to clear. He casually visited the Owlery, sending 2 owls to deliver the girl's affection to Draco. The following noon, Ron approached Adonis, holding a letter from home. Adonis, Mum said she adores the cookbook you sent. She can experiment with new recipes now. Dad also loves the Muggle encyclopedia you gifted him and asked when you'll visit. Ron looked up incredulously. You even sent a gift to Ginny? Adonis found himself a loss for words. Even house elves at school received brand new silk pillowcases from him. The little elves at school have grown quite fond of Adonis. In the dead of night, Harry stealthily pushed open the grand door of the library and skillfully made his way to the restricted section, methodically searching for books related to Nicodemus Lamay. Renowned Death Eaters, 15th century demons. Lamay. O Lamay, where art thou? Harry approached a chained book and, after removing it from its place, sought any information about Nicodemus within its pages. As he flipped through the book, a horrifying visage emerged from the pages, letting out an eerie wail. Who goes there? The sudden voice of Filch echoed from the library entrance, prompting Harry to hastily don the invisibility cloak resting on the table. However, he forgot about the lamp beside it, which clattered to the ground, shattering its glass across the floor. The noise caught Filch's attention, who promptly pushed open the library door and entered. Harry quickly slipped on the cloak and hid among the shelves. As Filch approached, lamp in hand, upon discovering the fallen lamp, he concluded that a young wizard had sneaked into the restricted section and yelled, "Stop hiding! I see you, come out." Harry thought to himself that such tricks might fool children. But he was not so easily deceived. He seized the opportunity as Filch moved about and slipped out of the library, just as Harry rounded a corner and prepared to catch his breath. He witnessed Snape gripping Quirrell by the throat, pinning him against the wall. It's so exciting this evening. Harry held his breath. He then heard Snape menacingly question Quirrell, "Do not mistake me for your enemy." "Quirrell, what do you mean?" Quirrell stammered, struggling for words. "You know very well." Snape seemed to sense something and suddenly reached out toward Harry's direction. Harry quickly covered his mouth and retreated, but Snape, seeing nothing, turned back to Quirrell and said, "We shall continue this discussion another time. When you have decided whom to be loyal to." Filch approached, and upon seeing him, Snape promptly released Quirrell. "Professors, I found this in the restricted section," Filch exclaimed, lifting the broken lamp. "It's still warm, which means a young wizard must have slipped out of bed." Snape's expression darkened at this revelation, and he immediately headed toward the library, with Quirrell straightening his robes in pursuit. Unbeknownst to them, a door not far away opened and closed again. Harry surveyed the empty room, uncertain if the three outside had departed, and continued deeper inside, ultimately discovering a colossal mirror. Upon approaching, the mirror first reflected his own figure. But soon after, the images of a pair of unfamiliar parents appeared beside him, their hands resting on his shoulders. The woman smiled warmly at Harry, and despite never having seen them before, Harry's intuition told him that these were his parents. Though the surrounding environment was dark and desolate, Harry felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility within. "Ron, Adonis, you must come and see." Harry burst into the dormitory, calling to the two. Ron and Adonis, still drowsy, were pulled from their beds by Harry's enthusiasm. "You absolutely have to see this. You have to see," Harry repeated fervently. Adonis was dreaming of his future girlfriend, who was leading him through a vibrant field of flowers, her platinum hair dancing in the wind, her fair skin glowing with health under the warm sunlight. Just as she turned to look back at him, Harry's face intruded upon Adonis's dream, startling him awake. "I won't turn into a gay guy. Will I? Please no." Ultimately, they could not resist Harry's insistence and were led to the room where he had earlier discovered the mirror. Harry, bouncing with excitement, pointed at the enormous mirror. "Look, my parents. I see them right there in the mirror." Ron and Adonis saw nothing but three foolish children awake in the middle of the night, staring at a mirror. "Harry, there's nothing but the three of us in this mirror," Ron said helplessly. Adonis looked up and noticed the inscription on the mirror. "It does not show your face, but rather your desires. This is the mirror of Ariste, the creation of which has long been lost." "I can't believe Hogwarts still possesses one," Adonis remarked with resignation. As Harry adjusted the angle of the mirror, Ron stood before it alone. "Look, they're right there." "No, Harry, I see myself as the president of the male student council." "Goodness, I'm holding the Quidditch trophy. This is unbelievable. I become the captain of the Quidditch team. I look so cool." Harry stared at Ron in bewilderment. "Dude, you're kidding, right? Aren't you supposed to see my parents?" Ron, seemingly caught up in the moment, asked Harry, "Harry, do you think this mirror can predict the future?" Adonis, standing aside, stifled a yawn, fully aware of his own desires, to reconnect with his teachers and ensure the health and happiness of all his loved ones. "It shouldn't be possible. After all, my parents have long since passed away," Harry said, his mood suddenly dimmed. Hearing this, Ron felt equally disheartened. "Does that mean I can never become the president of the male student council?" Adonis coughed to pull their thoughts back to reality. "This is the mirror of Ariste, a magical artifact with a long-lost creation technique that I read about it in a book." "What exactly is the mirror of Ariste?" Harry asked, puzzled. "It reflects your innermost desires," Harry, Adonis replied before leading the two back to their dormitory. "You may not want to sleep, but I certainly do." From the night Harry discovered the mirror of Ariste, he became entranced, spending every moment before it except for meal times. Ron had contemplated pulling Harry back, but seeing Harry's tear-filled eyes and recalling his tragic past, he felt a pang of compassion. This situation persisted for several days until Ron discussed it with Adonis, urging him to talk to Harry and prevent him from neglecting his health. So, one night, Adonis approached Harry, who was seated before the mirror. "It's quite comforting, isn't it?" Adonis remarked as he sat beside Harry. "They feel so familiar, as if they have always been by my side," Harry said, crossing his arms over his chest, gently stroking his shoulders. "Harry," Adonis's tone grew serious as he grasped Harry's shoulders and locked eyes with him. "One must never dwell in the past or in fantasies, for what is past is gone, and no matter how real a mirage may seem, it remains but an illusion. But I want to see them again," Harry replied. "Harry, this mirror cannot provide us with wisdom or truth. It can only lead you into stagnation, ensnared in a web of illusory dreams while neglecting the reality of life. The departed deserve remembrance, while the living deserve cherishing." Seeing Harry wavering, Adonis pressed on, "And besides, do you not have a new family now? Me, Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, and many others who care for you." "Well said, Mr. Landon," a familiar voice chimed from behind them. Adonis turned to find Dumbledore smiling at them. Harry scrambled to his feet, like a child caught misbehaving, unable to meet Dumbledore's gaze, while Adonis felt no particular trepidation. After all, midnight escapades were a Hogwarts tradition. Dumbledore paused, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling that all that needed to be said had been articulated by Adonis. Whenever you find yourself gazing into the mirror of a Reist and only seeing yourself, remember that at that moment, you are the happiest you can be. Dumbledore winked at Harry and continued, I will be relocating the mirror of a Reist to a new location. Harry, I implore you not to seek it out. If you happen upon it again one day, reflect upon the words of Mr. Landon and myself. Harry nodded, still somewhat bewildered, then suddenly inquired, Professor, what did you see in the mirror? Me. I beheld myself clutching a pair of thick woolen socks. It seemed that the elderly gentleman could never have enough to wear. Dumbledore appeared somewhat taken aback by Harry's suggestion, chuckling as he remarked, Every Christmas, people persistently send me books, yet this year I received a pair of woolen socks. It seems I must send you a few more, Adonis muttered. Just no more bows, Mr. Landon. Dumbledore heartily concurred with Adonis's sentiment. Not a chance. The Christmas holiday swiftly drew to a close, and after that day, Harry neatly folded his invisibility cloak and stowed it deep within the wardrobe, striving to suppress thoughts of the mirror of a Reist, which rendered him somewhat melancholic during those days. Hermione returned the day before school commenced, and upon hearing of Harry's reckless antics, she grew quite concerned. What if Filch catches you? What if he deducts points from the house? Adonis suspected that Hermione's worry for Harry was secondary to her fear of point deductions, though he dared not voice it. The trio had nearly abandoned hope of discovering information about Nicholas Flamel in the library. Despite Harry's steadfast belief that perseverance would lead to success, Hermione merely thought he must have consumed some dubious advice. Once the term commenced, they resumed their hectic routines, finding only 10-minute intervals between classes and a few days on the weekends to peruse books. Harry, as a key player on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, had even less time, naturally focusing on preparations for the upcoming spring Quidditch matches, would seem to have intensified his demands on the team, and even inclement weather failed to dampen his enthusiasm for training. Much to the players' dismay, the Weasley twins secretly mocked Wood, who had seemingly transformed into a training fanatic, only to be discovered by him, which foretold a challenging time ahead for the pair. However, Harry felt that Wood's approach was justified, as Gryffindor had not claimed the Quidditch Cup in many years. Most importantly, Harry noticed that after training to the point of exhaustion, he hardly dreamed at night, and thus felt less longing for his parents. Then, George playfully confronted Harry, teasing him after hearing his support for Wood. Look, Fred, Harry has been assimilated by Wood. Oh, Merlin's beard. Wood, you owe us our innocent Harry back. With that, Fred lunged at Wood, leaving onlookers to think he had a deep affection for Harry, ultimately resulting in a chaotic scene in the common room, with George and Fred being ordered by Wood to continue their extra training. Heaven knows what those two were thinking one day in mid-April. Harry and Hermione were enjoying milk and chatting in the common room. Where's Adonis? I mean, the weather is splendid today that I wonder where he's gone to soak up the sun in some corner of the castle. The door to the common room swung open, and Hermione turned to see Neville bouncing in. She was taken aback and hurried over to support his arm. Neville, what happened? Neville replied, looking quite aggrieved. It was Malfoy. He was practicing the leg locker curse at the library entrance, and I happened to walk by, and he blocked me. How outrageous! Hermione immediately dispelled the curse on Neville that we must report this to Professor McGonagall. Harry expressed his discontent with Malfoy's bullying behavior. Harry then reached into his pocket, producing a box of chocolate frogs, which he handed to Neville, saying, This is from Hermione during Christmas. When feeling down, a little sweetness can lift one's spirits. Neville opened the chocolate frog, managing a feeble smile, his lips twitching as if he had been quite frightened. I don't want to cause any more trouble. I'm a bit tired, Harry, I think I'll head back to sleep. You're collecting cards, right? Here, have this card. Thank you for the chocolate frog. After saying this, Neville turned and walked back to the dormitory, his demeanor appearing rather disheartened. Holding the card in his hand, Harry felt a pang of discomfort. Yet seeing Neville in such a state left him feeling somewhat helpless. Another card of Dumbledore, and a thunderclap resonated in Harry's mind. Hermione! Hermione! I know where I've seen Nicholas Flamel, upon seeing the card in Harry's hand. Hermione's face lit up, and she dashed back to the dormitory, quickly returning with a massive old book that could be likened to a brick, startling both Harry and Ron as it landed before them. A few weeks ago, I borrowed this book from the library for leisure reading. Leisure reading? Merlin's Parisian fashion. How can such a thick volume be considered leisure? Ron remarked, gazing in awe at the tome that seemed capable of crushing him. Hermione shot him a glare, countering, "Adonis doesn't read any less than I do." Ignoring Ron's antics, Hermione opened the book, pointing to a particular passage. "Look, here, I found Nicholas Flamel." Instantly, Harry and Ron perked up, eyes wide as Hermione read aloud. Nicholas Flamel is currently the greatest alchemist alive, and famously known as the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. What is the Philosopher's Stone? Harry raised his hand to inquire. The Philosopher's Stone is a magical substance that can turn base metals into gold and even brew the elixir of life. The elixir of life? The book mentioned that last year, Nicholas Flamel and his wife celebrated his 665th birthday. Hermione was astounded. This defies science. Harry and Ron gasped in unison, then suddenly realized, so, the stone that Fluffy is guarding is indeed Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone? And Snape intends to steal it to brew the elixir of life? It seems so. Hermione crossed her arms. We must stop him. After curfew, the group stealthily sought out Hagrid. Hermione approached Hagrid's hut and knocked on the wooden door. Hagrid answered, observing the three of them before stating, "You lot should head back. I don't have time to entertain you tonight." He attempted to close the door. "Hagrid, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading." "It gets even more exciting," the trio hurriedly exclaimed in unison. "We know about the Philosopher's Stone." The door Hagrid intended to shut was abruptly pushed open, and before he could respond, Adonis's anxious voice called from within the hut. "What are you saying about the Philosopher's Stone?" The trio was momentarily taken aback to see Adonis with Hagrid. "Don't mind me. I've noticed Hagrid acting suspiciously these days, so I came to see if anything was amiss." Adonis waved his hand dismissively, steering the conversation back. "You just mentioned the Philosopher's Stone, correct?" Hermione, initially intending to keep Adonis in the dark, felt compelled to share her deductions with him. Adonis absorbed little of the conversation, only grasping that the Philosopher's Stone belonging to Nicholas Flamel was secured on the 4th floor. Is he really so forgetful? He hasn't even reunited with me yet, and he wishes to abandon me already. Adonis's emotions began to spiral out of control. "Hagrid, I'd apologize. I must attend to something urgently. I'll visit you and little Norbert another time." Without waiting for Hagrid's reply, he hurried toward the castle, intent on discovering whether the treasure on the 4th floor was indeed the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid had intended to say something, but seeing Adonis in such a state of urgency, he refrained. Harry gazed in confusion at the retreating figure of Adonis, his robes billowing, pondering what had come over him, that I've never seen him so anxious. Hermione shook her head, indicating she was equally perplexed, and soon they were ushered into Hagrid's hut. Adonis halted before the door at the end of the 4th floor corridor, steadying his emotions, for he was about to face a three-headed dog. He did not wish for his emotional turmoil to lead to a mistake resulting in a bite from the beast. Nor did he want to harm Fluffy or hurt Hagrid's feelings. Pushing open the door, he was met with the imposing figure of Fluffy. After so long, facing such a magnificent creature made Adonis's hands tremble slightly. Fluffy detected the unfamiliar scent, slowly rising to its feet, its three heads glaring menacingly at Adonis, and in the next instant, it lunged towards him. Adonis reacted instantaneously, brandishing his wand and chanting, "Impedimenta, stupefy," in a moment of opportunism. He cast a binding spell on the three-headed dog. Despite its formidable magical resistance, the creature took just enough time to free itself from the enchantment. Adonis swiftly transformed into a radiant orb of silver light, darting towards the trapdoor. Louis could only watch in frustration as Adonis opened the hatch, barking madly in anger. As Adonis felt himself plummeting, he was ensnared by some creeping vines, realizing with dread that he was caught in the devil's snare. Without hesitation, he raised his wand, and fierce flames erupted around him, forming a blazing ring that caused the devil's snare to retreat in haste. Adonis landed unceremoniously on the floor, clutching his sore backside and grumbling about the absurd height of the devil's snare beneath him. A certain herbology professor from Hufflepuff would like to disclaim responsibility for this predicament. Pushing open the door at the end of the corridor, he was greeted by a cacophony of buzzing wings overhead. A swarm of dragonflies flitted near the ceiling, or so he thought. No, they were winged keys. Not far off stood an antiquated wooden door that exuded a sense of history. He approached it directly, but upon pointing his wand at the lock, it did not budge. It must have been subjected to a counterspell against unlocking charms. In response, Adonis reached into his small satchel, retrieving the Swiss Army knife that Mr. Landon had given him before the term began. That if magic fails to unlock you, I refuse to believe that a simple lockpick won't suffice. The architect of these obstacles would never anticipate that someone would bypass the conventional approach of seizing the keys and instead opt for lockpicking. Clearly, they were still lacking in foresight. Adonis mused, surely, no one would be foolish enough to ride that old broomstick to catch the keys, right? Surely not. The antiquated lock yielded to his efforts with a satisfying click, and before the keys could react, the door swung open. Seeing the swarm of keys rush towards him, Adonis hastily stepped through, closing the door behind him while listening to the clattering of keys against the door panel. Pondering how painful that must feel, turning to face the chessboard-like room ahead, he found it peculiar. Throughout his journey, aside from Louis's room, the other chambers seemed not designed to guard the Philosopher's Stone, but rather to serve as trials for young wizards. Could it be that these challenges were never intended to protect the stone at all? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he prepared to replicate his previous approach by bypassing the trial and opening the door directly. However, just as he stepped onto the chessboard, the soldier pieces drew their swords and pointed them at him. It appeared they would not allow him to pass so easily, feigning readiness to return and face the trial. Adonis turned away the moment the soldier pieces sheathed their swords and cleared a path. He seized the opportunity, casting a powerful binding spell that immobilized the pieces, then leisurely traversed the chessboard, opening the door and slipping inside. The pieces could only watch helplessly as Adonis walked past them. There's someone cheating here. Why is no one intervening? Just as he closed the door, a foul stench assailed him, nearly overwhelming Adonis. Gasping for breath, he cast a bubblehead charm upon himself, regaining composure as he beheld the slumbering giant before him, his eyes brimming with disdain. He contemplated unleashing ancient magic to roast the beast from the outside in, but ultimately decided against it. After all, defeating the giant would disrupt the integrity of this trial. Though the purpose of the trials remained a mystery, it was best to avoid being discovered. He crossed over the threshold into the next room. Violet flames erupted behind him, encircling the entire chamber, while black flames rose from the exit to the next challenge, trapping Adonis in the middle. This trial appeared to be a potion riddle, with a parchment and several vials of potions laid upon the central table. Surely, this was a challenge set by Snape. The previous one was by Professor McGonagall. Approaching the flames, Adonis couldn't help but admire Snape's cunning. The flames were merely intimidating in appearance and posed no real harm to a young wizard. At most, they would induce a fierce burning sensation if one tried to pass through them. Shifting his attention to the parchment, he discovered a straightforward logical analysis puzzle, one even Ron could not bungle. A realization that proved Adonis had overestimated Ron's capabilities. Upon solving the riddle, he was astonished to find that each potion would suffice for only one individual to pass. Snape truly was stingy. Perhaps next time, he should send him a few bottles of shampoo. Ever since he gifted Snape a bottle of shampoo for Christmas, Adonis had endured endless nitpicking in potions class, much to his annoyance. Watching Snape's increasingly unkempt hair, Adonis felt a surge of irritation at this old bat using his gift while still managing to torment him. It was downright despicable. He transformed into a shimmering mist of silver energy, passing through the roaring black flames. Upon reaching the final hall, he was taken aback to discover that the Mirror of Ariste, taken by Dumbledore, had become the ultimate challenge. One could only claim it if they did not wish to possess the Philosopher's Stone for themselves. It was a conundrum. As he stepped closer, his reflection began to materialize, followed by the figures of the Landons, Vina, Harry, Ron, and a certain temperamental young witch alongside the bewildered Neville. The image expanded to include the professors of Hogwarts, Nicholas Flamel, and Perenelle, all gazing at Adonis with benevolent expressions. My true desire, after all, is for everyone to be safe. Suddenly, an unexpected shift occurred. A powerful surge of magical energy erupted from the mirror, dispersing all reflections save for Adonis. Darkness began to envelop his surroundings. What was happening? Adonis felt as though he were groping through an endless void. He had no sense of time passing when, suddenly, he heard the sound of a girl's laughter nearby. the darkness lifting before him. Squinting, he opened his eyes to find himself amidst a vibrant sea of flowers. Before him stood a familiar figure with platinum blonde hair, clad in a familiar attire. Adonis reclined upon the girl's lap, basking in the warm afternoon sunlight that caressed his face. Everything feeling blissfully serene, he yearned to discern her features clearly. Yet, despite his best efforts, her visage remained perpetually blurred, as the world around him began to disintegrate. He instinctively reached out to grasp her form. As consciousness gradually returned to his corporeal body, all he saw was his outstretched right hand, clutching a gem that glowed with a crimson hue. Even upon returning to the common room, thoughts of the girl would linger in his mind. Whenever he relaxed, her image would resurface, impossible to shake off. Sitting by the window, pouring himself a cup of warm milk, he gazed at the black lake, shrouded in moonlight, his thoughts adrift. Harry, Ron, and Hermione returned to the common room, their faces drawn with worry. Hermione on the verge of tears. Observing their demeanor, Adonis felt perplexed. What could be the matter? They looked as if they'd been struck by frost. Hermione was reluctant to speak, while Ron slumped on the sofa, utterly drained. Harry, sitting beside Adonis, sighed. Malfoy reported us to Professor McGonagall for our midnight escapade. She docked 50 points from each of us. Professor McGonagall was furious. Not only did we lose points, but we also have detention. Harry wore a woeful expression as he stirred Adonis's milk with a spoon. Lamenting, it's all Malfoy's fault. Adonis swatted Harry's hand away and poured him a cup as well. So, what happened with Norbert? Hagrid hatched him. He seems quite fond of him, but dragons aren't permitted in school. Hermione expressed her concerns. Adonis shrugged, accepting the situation that you've all lost points. I imagine Draco is in the same predicament. Ron, sprawled across the sofa, chuckled with glee. Huh. He lost 50 points too and has detention with us. This is too rich. Ron, we should probably focus on how to deal with the 150 points we've lost. I can't even imagine how everyone will react when they see our scores have plummeted. Hermione was suddenly engulfed by a sense of hopelessness, as if she had glimpsed a bleak future awaiting her. This year, they were on the brink of vanquishing Slytherin and claiming the House Cup. Yet such a calamity had befallen them. The Gryffindors would likely not extend any kindness to the three of them. Indeed, the following morning, when the members of Gryffindor beheld the significantly shortened score powder, they were left in utter shock. Upon learning from Professor McGonagall that it was the handiwork of Harry and his companions, nearly everyone cast them furious glares. Harry and Ron felt the weight of disdain even during breakfast. While Hermione's discomfort was even more pronounced in the subsequent classes of Charms and Transfiguration, her hand shot up more frequently to answer questions. Nevertheless, the attitude of their fellow Gryffindors remained unchanged. Only the Weasley twins were willing to approach them. While Neville remained despondent for several days over Gryffindor's diminished stature, ultimately, the matter of Norbert could not be concealed from Draco. After conferring with Hagrid, Harry decided to have Ron contact Charlie in Romania to arrange for Norbert's departure. Hagrid was heartbroken, as he was forced to part with a creature he had not yet raised. For the past few days, whenever Adonis encountered Hagrid, he observed the latter wiping away tears with a rag-like object. The difficult days for Harry and his friends soon arrived. The next day, during dinner, Professor McGonagall approached the long table to inform Harry of their detention, which involved patrolling the Forbidden Forest alongside Hagrid. Patrolling the Forbidden Forest? Ron gasped in disbelief. Hermione chimed in, her voice low. I heard there are many dangerous creatures within the Forbidden Forest, including werewolves. Meanwhile, Harry cast a pleading glance at Adonis, feeling the intensity of Harry's gaze. Adonis found himself somewhat uncomfortable, ultimately putting down his fork and asking, Is there something on my face, Harry? Harry widened his eyes, trying to appear endearing. Adonis, could you help us? Harry, you know I cannot substitute for you in the Forbidden Forest. Noticing Harry's sudden demeanor, Adonis felt a chill run down his spine. No, I meant to ask if there is any way to ensure our safety. You simply need to wear the jewelry I gifted you for Christmas. Hermione retrieved the bracelet Adonis had previously given her, unable to discern any special features, and inquired, What makes this piece of jewelry special? Ron puffed out his chest proudly and declared, Adonis said it's an alchemical artifact capable of releasing the shield charm 3 times. Then our safety is assured. Hermione felt relieved, Yet Harry remained uneasy, harboring a premonition that they would encounter unforeseen circumstances in the Forbidden Forest. All right. I suppose I shall follow you discreetly from behind. Adonis finally succumbed to Harry's imploring gaze. As for why Harry chose to seek assistance from Adonis, it was perhaps a deep-seated feeling of reliability that drew him. Then, I'll lend you my invisibility cloak. No need, Harry. The mountain man has his own clever schemes, Adonis replied mysteriously. That night, Filch led their detention squad out of the castle. Harry turned back every few steps, anxious that Adonis might have fallen behind. Even as Hagrid guided them into the Forbidden Forest, Harry failed to spot Adonis's figure. Could Adonis have forgotten our agreement? Harry quietly asked Hermione from the rear of the group. He vanished before we left the common room. I doubt it, she replied, that Hagrid's voice carried from the front. Recently, several unicorns have been attacked in the Forbidden Forest. We are here to search for any injured unicorns or trace signs of poachers. Ever since Christmas, Quirrell had felt his body growing weaker, vitality draining away. This was Voldemort's punishment for his failure to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Master, my body can hardly endure, he lamented. There are indeed unicorns in the forest. Go and procure a bit of their blood. Voldemort's tone was devoid of emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter. My lord, this chapter continues. Please click the next page to read on. It only gets more thrilling. Quirrell was well aware that unicorn blood could grant life, yet he also understood the curse that befell those who drank it. While this method might extend his life, it would render the remainder of his existence a living hell. Quirrell felt displeased, knowing that the curse would not befall Voldemort. Only he would suffer. Sensing Quirrell's rebellious spirit, Voldemort ruthlessly punished him, showing no concern for Quirrell's condition. Are you dissatisfied with my orders? Quirrell trembled as he replied, through excruciating pain. And no, my lord, I will go to the Forbidden Forest and fetch the unicorn's blood. Thus, the incident of the unicorn attacks came to be, returning to the present as Harry and the others ventured deeper. The moonlight was increasingly obscured by the dense canopy overhead, casting a dim atmosphere that made the inexperienced young wizards exceedingly anxious. Hagrid seemed to notice something, approaching a nearby dead tree and crouching down to touch a pool of silvery liquid on the ground. What is this? Harry inquired. This is unicorn blood. We have come for this very reason, Hagrid replied. After a brief hesitation, he organized their next steps. We need to locate the injured unicorn immediately. We may have to split up from here. Ron and Hermione, follow me in that direction. Harry and Malfoy, take Fong and head that way. Before they departed, Hagrid firmly placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, saying, if you encounter any trouble, fire a red signal with your wands. After exchanging safety wishes with Harry, Ron and Hermione followed Hagrid in one direction. Harry felt quite displeased to be paired with Draco, and the two bickered along the way that I really don't understand why we are in the Forbidden Forest. We've been walking forever, and all I see are trees. That big oaf must be mad. Draco complained, lantern in hand. Shut up, Malfoy. What business is it of yours? Harry retorted. Scared, I must have drawn the worst luck to be stuck doing servant work with you. I think you're just scared, Malfoy. Harry scoffed. I am Draco Malfoy, a noble of the wizarding world. How could I be afraid? Worry about yourself, you filthy little Gryffindor. After a while, Draco suddenly halted, as if having seen something dreadful, his face paling. Noticing Draco's odd behavior, Harry followed his gaze and saw, illuminated by the moonlight, a unicorn lying on the ground, with a dark figure crouched over its pristine white body, seemingly greedily siphoning something from it. Occasionally emitting satisfied murmurs, the shadow seemed to sense something, turning to glare at Harry and Draco, letting out a fierce roar. In response, Fong began howling and fled into the distance, while Draco, terrified, screamed and tossed aside his lantern, running after Fong. Harry felt the shadow's intense gaze upon him, fear rendering him immobile as his lips trembled, and the burning sensation of his scar incessantly reminded him of the identity of the dark-cloaked figure, Voldemort. The figure in the distance spread its arms, slowly drifting toward Harry. Ultimately, instinct triumphed over fear. Harry, trembling, began to retreat, only to trip over a protruding tree root and fall to the ground as the shadow drew nearer. Harry instinctively covered his head with his arms. In that instant, a shimmering blade of energy shot past him, cleaving the ground and leaving a crack in its wake. The dark figure nimbly dodged the attack. Harry felt a rush of wind pass by, and the anticipated pain did not come. Slowly lowering his hands, he gazed at the now distant figure. Perplexed, a familiar voice rang in Harry's ears. "I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to harm my friends." Harry turned in surprise to see Adonis standing nearby, arms crossed, his wand gripped like a short sword. "Adonis!" Harry exclaimed, thrilled. With Adonis present, at least his safety was assured. Adonis remained silent, acutely aware of the malevolent aura emanating from the cloaked figure, compelling him to remain vigilant. "This silver is not what it seems." As the figure in the black robe raised his hand, poised to make his next move, Adonis seized the moment. A tremendous surge of magical energy erupted from the tip of his wand, and he lifted it high, conjuring a formidable magical force field above the black-robed figure. Immobilizing him in place, with his power fully charged, Adonis then brought his wand down with great force. A resounding crack echoed as Harry felt the world enveloped in a blinding white light, so intense that he could not open his eyes. In the haze, Harry seemed to glimpse a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descending from the heavens. The world appeared to plunge into silence. Then, a colossal wave of magical might surged forth, propelling Harry backward, his robes billowing dramatically in the gust. When the tempest subsided, all that remained of the spot where the black-robed figure had stood was a massive crater. Harry, utterly astonished, found himself speechless, completely forgetting that he lay sprawled on the ground, his face smeared with dirt. Adonis, meanwhile, slumped to the ground as if drained of all strength. He had not dared to hold back during that powerful strike, fully channeling ancient magic, leaving him utterly depleted and even overexerted. After a considerable time, Adonis began to sense a slight restoration of his energy and, with Harry's assistance, managed to stand. Harry, still somewhat dazed, stammered, "Adonis, what kind of magic was that?" It was so dazzling, Adonis signaled for Harry to refrain from further inquiries, only to hear Harry exclaim, "That was brilliant! Adonis, you must teach me." The first to arrive in the forest was a centaur, his silver mane and pristine white coat contrasting with his robust physique. "Little foals, are you all right?" A gentle voice emanated from the centaur. Recognizing Harry, the centaur halted before him and said, "Harry Potter, you must leave the forbidden forest. Most creatures here are familiar with you. This forest is not safe at the moment, especially for you." He then cast a significant glance at Adonis. "A splendid spell," he remarked. "Thank you for the compliment," replied Harry, puzzled. "Who was that black-robed figure?" "A monster," the centaur stated gravely. "To slay a unicorn, such a sacred creature, is a grave sin. Drinking unicorn blood can extend one's life and even bring one back from the brink of death. But the cost is dire. The blood carries a curse, and once your lips touch it, the curse will accompany you for the rest of your days, rendering your existence a living nightmare." "Then who was the one who drank the blood?" Harry gasped as a realization struck him. "'Tis Voldemort." "Harry," Adonis concluded after examining the unicorn's lifeless body, "you are aware of what is hidden within the school, aren't you, Mr. Potter?" The centaur seemed to imply. "The Philosopher's Stone." Harry's eyes widened in shock. "Harry, where are you?" Hagrid's voice called from nearby. Having spotted the bright lightning in the forest and fearing for Harry's safety, he rushed over. Malfoy and Fong were at his side, apparently brought along by Fong. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading." The story becomes even more thrilling. As Hagrid approached, he was taken aback by the large, smoke-filled crater before him. Ron and Hermione rushed to Adonis and Harry, anxiously inquiring about their well-being, and upon learning they were unharmed, both sighed in relief, considering the ferocity of the lightning strike nearby. Fong, seemingly wanting to take credit, trotted over to Adonis, wagging his tail. Adonis, seeing this, affectionately ruffled the dog's head. Once Hagrid regained his composure and saw that Harry was safe, he let out a sigh of relief. Then noticed Adonis beside Harry and asked, "Hi, Adonis, what are you doing here?" "Good evening. Hagrid, I was a bit worried about Harry and the others, so I followed stealthily behind." "What concern could you, a young wizard, possibly have? You should be resting comfortably in your dormitory," Hagrid admonished earnestly. The centaur could no longer remain silent and cleared his throat. "Good evening, Hagrid." Only then did Hagrid notice the centaur beside him and replied, "Oh, good evening, Firenze. Forgive me for overlooking you earlier." "Firenze," the centaur smiled. "Hagrid, your statement is incorrect. Had it not been for this brave little wizard's timely arrival, Harry Potter would have been in grave danger." Hagrid looked at Firenze with some confusion, and Harry quickly explained, "Hagrid, Firenze is telling the truth. Fong and I discovered the perpetrator attacking the unicorn, and he attempted to attack me that if Adonis hadn't arrived, I would have been in peril." Upon hearing this, Hagrid felt somewhat embarrassed and said to Harry, "Harry, I apologize. I nearly let you." "Now is not the time for apologies, Hagrid. Another unicorn has perished," Adonis interjected. Hagrid approached the unicorn's lifeless form, gazing at the two deep puncture wounds in its neck. Sinking into sorrow, I too heard the unicorn's cries for help and rushed over. "But I arrived too late." Firenze expressed regret. "Hagrid, the stars above are beginning to display unpredictable changes. The Forbidden Forest will not be peaceful during this time. You must escort the young foals away quickly." Upon hearing this, Hagrid wiped his tears, incredulous. Even centaurs cannot predict these events. Firenze shook his head and quietly said, "Hagrid, please inform Professor Dumbledore that the time of dark fire has arrived." The future has become shrouded in uncertainty. It was evident that Firenze was a riddle maker, much like Dumbledore. Hagrid nodded, assuring that he would convey the message. Back in the common room, the group gathered around the coffee table, reminiscing about their adventure in the Forbidden Forest. Harry appeared exceedingly exhilarated, exclaiming, "Adonis was truly amazing. Ron, Hermione, you have no idea how incredible Adonis was." Ron and Hermione exchanged puzzled glances as Harry continued. "When that shadow was approaching me, I was terrified, feeling as though I was about to be killed. Just as a blade of air pushed him back, Adonis suddenly appeared before me. Merlin's knickers. You cannot imagine how handsome Adonis looked at that moment. I thought I might fall in love." Adonis playfully patted Harry on the head. "Stop being so dramatic." That moment, Hermione raised her hand, and when both Adonis and Harry turned to her, she posed her question. "What was that lightning all about?" "That was Adonis's magic. When that lightning struck, my goodness, it left me utterly astounded," Harry recalled with fervor. Ron marveled. "That was so cool, Adonis. You must teach me." Hermione, however, bore an expression of disbelief. "We're all in the same year. The teachers and textbooks are identical. How can you be so exceptional?" She felt Adonis growing increasingly enigmatic, opening her mouth to inquire, but unsure where to begin. "Oh, you all understand who that black-robed figure was?" Ron asked. "It was Voldemort." "Voldemort?" Ron was taken aback, while Hermione, coming from a Muggle family, was unaware of the terror Voldemort instilled in the wizarding world. Adonis, however, seemed unfazed, for even if the sky were to fall, they had the greatest wizard, Dumbledore, to rely on. There was little to worry about that we've all misunderstood. Snape's intention to steal the Philosopher's Stone was not for himself. He sought it for his master's resurrection. Harry stated solemnly. Regardless, even if the sky were to fall, there would still be a tall figure to uphold it. Why should you little children fret? "No, Adonis, the professors are still unaware of this. We must inform them," Harry retorted. "But the professors won't believe us," Hermione replied, shrugging her shoulders in resignation. "Then what do we do?" Harry appeared as if doused with a bucket of cold water. "But Dumbledore is here. He is the greatest white wizard. Under his watchful gaze, Voldemort cannot steal the Philosopher's Stone," Adonis remarked, refraining from mentioning Snape. For while Snape often vexed him, this particular blame could not rightly fall upon him that a week later, after poring over the books multiple times and mastering each step, Adonis felt prepared to commence the preliminary work of becoming an animagus. Thus, during a break from herbology class, he sought out Professor Sprout. "Professor, may I take a moment of your time?" "Of course, my dear." Professor Sprout held a profound admiration for the remarkable young wizard excelling in the herbology class. "May I procure a leaf of mandrake from you?" "Of course, there are plenty of mandrake plants cultivated in the greenhouse behind us. But you must first divulge your intended purpose for it." "I wish to investigate the various effects of mandrake." Adonis blinked, attempting to feign innocence. Professor Sprout did not press further, as the leaves of the mandrake were not inherently dangerous. After acquiring a mandrake leaf, Adonis mentally reaffirmed the process of becoming an animagus. Firstly, on a night of the full moon, one must hold the mandrake leaf in their mouth without damaging it, spitting it out or swallowing it until the next full moon. Then, it must be expelled into a glass vial along with a strand of 1s hair and dew, which Adonis had previously discovered near a waterhole. Lastly, one must add the pupa of a boggart moth, placing the concoction in a location shielded from sunlight and living beings, retrieving on a stormy night to complete the potioned AS for the origin of the boggart moth pupa. Adonis assured that its source was entirely legitimate, though Severus Snape found himself deep in contemplation, pondering the numerous potion ingredients that had mysteriously disappeared from his cabinet. Adonis felt as though he were drinking his own fermented saliva. He could hardly fathom what the first wizard to achieve animagus form endured to devise such a convoluted procedure, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. Professor McGonagall's notes also contained her research and insights on animagus transformation, suggesting that the process was intricately linked to one's magical power and soul, requiring substantial magical energy while also imposing certain demands on the strength of the soul. Recognizing his own formidable soul power, Adonis speculated that he might indeed attempt the transformation into a magical creature. Deep down, however, he felt uncertain and preferred to complete preliminary preparations before storing the potion for later use, with the assistance of Nico for the transformation. Time flew by, and the end of the semester swiftly approached. Hermione had been preparing diligently for the final exams, determined to reclaim all that she had lost. With this thought, she cast a glance at Adonis, her eyes brimming with fierce determination. Harry and Ron had also invested considerable effort in clinging to Hermione's coattails. With her assistance, they believed passing the exams would pose no significant challenge. Yet in Harry's eyes, this was of little consequence. His foremost concern was Adonis, who had recently become rather peculiar, speaking little during conversations and eating sparingly, even neglecting his beloved hot milk that on several occasions Hermione inquired if he felt unwell. But he remained silent, leaving Harry with an unsettling feeling that Adonis was engaged in something significant behind their backs, as this was not the first instance of such behavior. If Adonis could read minds, he would surely deliver a stern rebuke to Harry, questioning what momentous task could overshadow his own well-being. The first-year finals would soon conclude, given that the curriculum was not overly extensive. Harry, eager to engage Adonis in conversation, suggested they visit Hagrid's hut, not solely because they lacked the ability to perform the softening charm, preventing them from enjoying Hagrid's rock cakes without Adonis's help. Adonis firmly declined, declaring he would certainly make it up next time, jesting that tonight was a full moon, and he needed to expel the leaf from his mouth. This month had been a torment. He had to be cautious not to swallow or damage the leaf, even while drinking milk. He felt he was being driven to madness and was determined to indulge in a hearty meal at Hagrid's hut. Harry asked, "Hagrid, do you know if there are any weaknesses to Fluffy?" Hagrid replied, "Why are you still concerned with the matter of Norbert? That's not something first-year wizards should be involved with." Observing Hagrid's unyielding demeanor, Harry shrugged helplessly at Hermione. She then shifted the topic. "Hagrid, could you tell us where Norbert's egg came from?" "Oh, regarding that, I won it from a hooded figure at the Hogshead Inn," Hagrid said, his eyes twinkling. That hooded figure seemed rather eager to part with it. "He claimed to have an interest in magical creatures that I told him I had one myself, but he didn't believe me. So I shared the story of Fluffy, and he still didn't trust me." Hagrid, resembling a child celebrating a victory, continued. "Then I explained that creatures like the three-headed dog would quiet down if they listened to some music, eventually falling asleep." Suddenly, Hagrid covered his mouth, glancing at the three, who were all wearing amused expressions. "Thank you, Hagrid." Hermione spoke first, and Hagrid appeared to deflate, collapsing onto the sofa. "I shouldn't have said that to Merlin's beard. Why are today's young wizards so unruly?" The trio exchanged knowing glances, recognizing they had received crucial information, and stood to bid farewell to Hagrid. It seemed that Snape was already aware of Fluffy's weakness. "I must inform Professor Dumbledore," one of them exclaimed. They hurriedly entered Professor McGonagall's office, where she was reviewing papers. Looking slightly surprised, "Children, what brings you here?" she inquired, removing her glasses and straightening her posture. "Professor McGonagall, is Professor Dumbledore currently at the school?" We have something important to discuss with him, thought McGonagall appeared puzzled. Professor Dumbledore received a notification from the Ministry of Magic at noon and has already departed for a meeting in London, not to return until tomorrow afternoon. What? That means tonight. What about tonight? McGonagall remarked, increasingly bewildered by the antics of the young wizards. Professor McGonagall, someone is planning to steal the Philosopher's Stone tonight, Hermione declared boldly. McGonagall appeared astonished. I do not know how you learned about the Philosopher's Stone, but it is quite secure within Hogwarts. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but McGonagall interrupted him. There are no buts, Mr. Potter. This is not a concern for you young wizards. Now, return to the common room. With that, she prepared to usher them out. What should we do? Professor McGonagall doesn't believe us, and Dumbledore's not here. Then we must go beneath the trapdoor tonight. Just the four of us? Ron questioned incredulously. Shouldn't we involve Adonis? It seems more reliable to have him with us. Hermione rolled her eyes at her ON. Do you think I hadn't considered that? Fool. Adonis mentioned he had something important to attend to tonight and asked us not to disturb him. What could be more important than the Philosopher's Stone? I don't know. It seems like Adonis has been preparing for a while, and I didn't want to press him. Hermione replied, feeling resigned. Since we can't rely on Adonis, we should prepare ourselves. Remember to bring the trinkets he gave us. Ultimately, Harry finalized the team for their undertaking. Night soon descended, and Adonis, carrying a glass vial filled with dew, made his way to the castle's astronomy tower. He settled on the ground, gazing up at the thick clouds, now patiently awaiting the moment the moonlight would break through. After nearly an hour of waiting, a wide crack appeared amidst the clouds, and a silvery moonlight streamed through, illuminating Adonis. He dared not hesitate, uncorking the vial and expelling the mandrake leaf mixed with his saliva into it, adding the previously prepared boggart moth pupa. Here, we must express our heartfelt gratitude for Professor Snape's generous sponsorship. Under the moonlight, the liquid within the vial reacted with unpredictable magical phenomena, and Adonis solemnly placed it into a bag he had prepared, racing to the room of requirement, where he requested a hidden chamber to store it. Adonis felt elated. All that remained was to recite the incantation each morning and wait for a stormy day. Now, I, Adonis, am off to indulge in a grand feast. Upon opening the door to the common room, he noticed something lying near the fireplace. Approaching it, he exclaimed, Hey, is that Neville? He looks rather worse for wear after just a few hours, even sleeping on the floor. Neville, wake up. You'll catch a cold sleeping here. Neville, sensing something was off with Neville, Adonis leaned closer and discovered that Neville was, in fact, sleeping with his eyes wide open. Surely he hasn't been hit by the petrification curse. With a flick of his wand, Adonis cast a spell, and Neville suddenly sprang to life, sitting upright and gasping for air. Adonis, you must hurry and stop Hermione and the others. They've gone out for a nighttime adventure. Observing Neville seated on the ground, dressed rather lightly, Adonis removed his robe and draped it over him, guiding him to the sofa. Carl, are you asleep? Suddenly, a small figure appeared in the common room. You have any instructions, esteemed little wizard? Could you kindly bring me some food and 2 cups of hot milk? At your service. Before long, a variety of snacks and 2 cups of hot milk appear before Adonis. Adonis, aren't you going to stop them from wandering at night? Neville looked at Adonis, who had already begun to enjoy the treats, with a hint of anxiety. Rest assured, Neville, I've just returned from my nocturnal excursion as well. Fret not. But Adonis interrupted Neville by feeding him a spoonful of tiramisu. Calm yourself, Neville. You are a Gryffindor. I feel I may not be suited for Gryffindor. No, Neville, my eyes. You epitomize Gryffindor. You must understand, having the courage to prevent friends from engaging in wrongdoing and upholding your principles also requires immense bravery. But, no buts, Neville. In truth, you are quite remarkable. You simply lack confidence, Adonis stated earnestly. I am not remarkable at all. My spells are not as effective as yours, nor are my social skills, or in various other aspects. Yet, Neville, your passion and talent in herbology are on par with mine. Adonis placed a reassuring hand on Neville's shoulder. The issue with your spell casting lies with the wand, not with you. Who was it that performed the levitation charm on the very first attempt in class? A feat most others could not achieve. Have confidence, Neville. Neville lowered his head in silence. Noticing that Neville seemed to absorb his words, Adonis seized the moment. He had high hopes for this little chubby boy. sensing that one day Neville would surprise him greatly. Given Neville's considerable talent in herbology, why not cultivate it further? Seemingly having made a decision, Neville spoke up. Adonis? Yes? Could you spare a little time to guide me? Don't worry. It won't take much of your time, Neville said nervously, a hint of panic evident. This, Adonis chuckled. Neville, we are good friends. You should have asked me long ago. The first year is drawing to a close. Let us start next school year, but you'll need to acquire a wand of your own. Is that really possible? Adonis, like a small adult, patted Neville on the head. You deserve it. Neville, be confident. You are worthy of better. WLL begins special training next school year. The newfound sparkle appeared in Neville's eyes. Hermione and Ron were finally escorted back to the common room by Professor McGonagall. The duo, enjoying their late-night snacks, looked slightly flustered at the sudden entrance of McGonagall. Neville, in his haste, began to choke and turned to pat his chest anxiously. They soon noticed Hermione and Ron following behind, and McGonagall merely glanced at them before hurrying away without a word. Ron plopped down beside Adonis, unceremoniously grabbing a dessert. Hermione joined them, but appeared a bit bashful upon seeing Neville. I'm sorry, Neville. I shouldn't have cast the Petri Ficus Totalis on you. Hearing Hermione's apology, Neville, who had entirely dismissed the earlier unpleasantness, suddenly stammered. It's fine, Hermione, it really shouldn't have happened. Hermione, you owe Neville a form of compensation, Adonis interjected, swallowing a bite of cake, speaking leisurely. Compensation? How will you compensate him? Neville, Hermione straightened up. You'll have to take extra care of Neville's studies, Adonis said, nudging Neville towards Hermione. Neville appeared somewhat shy, lowering his gaze. Hermione patted her chest, assuring him it was on her. At that moment, Adonis inquired, Where's Harry? Why haven't we seen him? Upon hearing this, both Ron and Hermione appeared downcast. Harry was attacked by Professor Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. Although Quirrell turned to ash in the end, Harry remains unconscious. Observing the worried expressions on Hermione and Ron's faces, Adonis consoled, Do not fret. Harry is the boy who lived. He will surely emerge unscathed this time as well. With that, he waved his hand, swatting Ron's hand away from a stolen pastry. Stop eating, Ron. Between Neville and me, you've consumed more than both of us combined. Seizing the opportunity while Adonis spoke, Ron snatched a cookie that I've just returned from doing both physical and mental labor. So I'm a bit hungry. Indeed, our heroic Ron. Pray, tell me what adventures you encountered tonight. Thus Hermione and Ron recounted the wonders of their evening, with Neville listening in eager admiration. Adonis patted his head. There will be opportunities, Neville. Ron particularly thanked Adonis, noting that had it not been for the alchemical tools he provided, which blocked the final attack from the opposing Queen Peace at a critical moment, he would likely be sharing a hospital bed with Harry. After chatting for a while, realizing it was getting late, they all returned to their dormitories for rest. The following morning, after completing a spell on himself with his wand, Adonis quietly exited the dormitory alone. He first sought out Hagrid, placing his order for candy in a small package for Hagrid to deliver to Honeydukes in Hogsmeade. He then made his way outside the castle to visit Hagrid. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, he knocked on the door. Please wait a moment, came Hagrid's voice, followed by the creak of the door opening. Hagrid, surprised to see Adonis, exclaimed, Adonis, what brings you here so early? I've been longing for your rock cakes. So, I thought I'd come early to see if I could have a taste. Adonis beamed at Hagrid. Hagrid clearly appreciated this sentiment, promptly retrieving several rock cakes from his cupboard and pouring a cup of milk for Adonis, knowing it was his favorite. Thank you. Adonis took a sip of the milk and looked at the gentle giant. Hagrid, do you remember the gift I gave you at Christmas? Oh, you mean that? Hagrid rummaged through a nearby drawer and, after a moment, produced a delicate wooden box. The ring you gifted me seems a bit off in size. It's too large, I've been meaning to tell you, but thank you for the gift nonetheless. Seeing Hagrid's serious expression, Adonis couldn't help but chuckle. Hagrid, that is a thumb ring. It's meant for your thumb. Naturally, it wouldn't fit on any other finger. I'm sorry, Adonis. I didn't know. This is the first time someone has given me jewelry. Hagrid scratched the back of his head. Adonis patted Hagrid's large hand. Come on, Hagrid, try it on. If it doesn't fit, I can always have it adjusted. Hagrid eagerly slipped on the ring, surprised at how well it fits perfectly, Adonis. I really like it. Then don't take it off. The ring has protective magic and can cast the shield charm 3 times. Upon hearing this, Hagrid realized its value and hastily removed it, intending to return it to Adonis. "I can't accept something so precious." "Hagrid, don't worry. Harry and Hermione have one too. You encounter far more perilous situations in the Forbidden Forest than we do. You certainly need it more than we do." Hagrid hesitated, and Adonis feigned anger. "Hagrid, do you not consider me your friend? This is a gift from me to you as a friend." Hagrid, momentarily speechless under Adonis's gaze, eventually put the ring back on. "That is more like it." The two shared a mutual understanding, refraining from mentioning the events of the previous night. As time passed, Ron was waking up, and Adonis bid farewell to Hagrid. "See you next time, Hagrid. I must return to the common room now." "Oh, goodbye, Adonis. Until next time." This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows. Adonis returned to the common room, where Sheila had already arrived with the snack pack he had ordered. Ron and Hermione were seated on the sofa, and even Neville had crawled out of bed. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Adonis addressed them. "Hey mates, let us go see Harry." The hospital wing was not far from the Gryffindor common room. In fact, it was situated just above it. Hermione led the way, followed by Adonis and Neville, with Ron trailing behind, carrying the snacks intended for their visit to Harry. "Why do I have to carry so many snacks?" Ron lamented, his expression one of despair. "Serves you right for sneaking food." Hermione teased, sticking her tongue out at Ron. "Patients need rest. There's no need for so many visitors." Madame Pomfrey, the matron of the hospital wing, blocked their entrance. Previously, George had boasted in the common room that the hospital was a sacred place even Dumbledore could not penetrate. Others claimed that Madame Pomfrey was a retired mogul weary of the treachery of the wizarding world, who had chosen to live a humble life as a healer at Hogwarts. In any case, the hospital wing was a site steeped in legend. Fred had declared, "Please, Madame Pomfrey, Harry is unconscious, and we are genuinely worried about him," Adonis said, batting his eyelashes in a feigned, innocent manner, while Ron and Neville stifled their laughter behind him. And Hermione buried her face in her hands, unable to watch. Ultimately, Madame Pomfrey relented. Of course, it wasn't solely due to Adonis's charming act. "Stop laughing, Ron, or I'll tear your mouth apart. Sorry, Adonis, but I simply can't help it." "Ha-ha!" Just as Adonis was preparing to give Ron an unforgettable experience, Madame Pomfrey's irritated voice rang out. "Be quiet, or I'll throw you all out." Ron immediately clamped his hand over his mouth, trying desperately not to burst into laughter. Neville and Hermione exchanged glances, their faces flushed from the effort of containing their amusement. They approached Harry's bedside, gazing at their unconscious friend, each feeling a mix of unspoken emotions. Adonis sat beside Harry, grasping his wrist to discern his condition, noting only a slight depletion of his soul. A day or two of rest would suffice. Dumbledore's voice suddenly echoed from behind them. "Children, there's no need to worry too much about Harry. He will awaken tomorrow." Everyone jumped at the sudden appearance of Professor Dumbledore, with Ron particularly startled, tumbling to the floor and inadvertently pulling Hermione down with him, prompting her to deliver a few sharp knocks to him. The instigator of the chaos chuckled. "Ah, youth and vitality. Unlike this old as Dumbledore reached for the consolation gifts intended for Harry." Adonis coughed lightly. But the elderly wizard appeared oblivious, pulling out a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and munching contentedly. Adonis shot Dumbledore an exasperated glance. "Do you have time tonight, Mr. Landon?" Dumbledore inquired. "Would you be able to join me in my office for a chat?" Adonis realized that his actions regarding the Philosopher's Stone could not remain hidden from Dumbledore, so he simply nodded. "All right, Professor." Seeing Adonis acquiesce, Dumbledore leaned closer and whispered, "The password to my office is lemon drop." He then handed Adonis a few beans before departing. That I wonder what flavor he got that elicited such a reaction. That night, Adonis stood before the gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office. "Password, lemon drop." The gargoyle moved aside, revealing a spiral staircase that extended down to Adonis's feet. He ascended the stairs, arriving at the office door, where he knocked softly. "Come in," Dumbledore's voice called from within. Upon entering, the portraits of past headmasters in the office began to murmur about the striking young wizard before them, although Phineas Nigellus remained unusually silent, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the boy. "Ah, the Gryffindor wizard has arrived," The Sorting Hat suddenly exclaimed, "I remember you, the polite young wizard." "Hello." At that moment, Dumbledore approached with a set of cups, smiling at Adonis. "Would you like something to drink? Just hot milk." "Please, Professor." Once they were seated on the sofa, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Watching Adonis casually sip his hot milk, Dumbledore could not help but employ the legilimency spell, yet he could only perceive vague images. At such a tender age, he has already mastered the brain-lock charm. Dumbledore's earlier suspicions were now confirmed. He waved his hand, channeling magic to shield the portrait's awareness, leaning forward earnestly. "How should I address you?" "Mr. Landon," or, realizing that Dumbledore was questioning his identity, Adonis set down his cup of milk, crossed his arms, and met Dumbledore's gaze. After a long pause, he finally replied, "Professor Dumbledore, I am who I am, Adonis Landon of Gryffindor." Upon hearing Adonis' response, Dumbledore chuckled, stroking his long beard. "I hope you can forgive this 100-year-old man for his probing. After all, these are exceptional times, as you noted. I understand, Professor. Otherwise, you wouldn't have used the Philosopher's Stone as bait." Knowing how precious it is, with that, Adonis retrieved the glowing crimson stone from his pocket, toyed with it for a moment, then returned it to his pocket. Dumbledore said nothing, instead opting to change the subject. "Is your academic workload manageable?" "It's hard to say. The courses aren't particularly demanding." "However," Adonis mused, "I still have much to learn about magic and a long way to go." The two engaged in a casual conversation. After a while, Dumbledore seemed to sense something. Placing his teacup down, "A special guest wishes to see you." "He will be here shortly." To the special guest, Adonis felt a surge of anticipation, and then the office was filled with the melodic call of a phoenix. A burst of flames materialized, and from within, a voice emerged. "Albus, I hope I'm not late." Upon hearing the voice he recognized all too well, Adonis stood up, his emotions threatening to overwhelm him. As the flames dissipated, they revealed the frail figure of an elderly man, who appeared ready to crumble after taking just a few steps. Adonis felt the dam he had built within him shatter, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He wiped his tears and stepped forward to embrace the elderly man who had emerged from the flames. "Oh, such a welcome makes me feel a bit shy." The old man, caught off guard by the sudden embrace, momentarily faltered. Two phoenixes flew out from behind him. One perched on his shoulder, while the other nestled in its cozy spot, resting. The phoenix on the old man's shoulder sensed the young wizard before it, and after a moment of contemplation, it let out a joyful cry and flew to Adonis' shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. "Long time no see, Mia." Adonis released the elderly man from his embrace, playfully scratching Mia's chin, who responded with a contented trill. The old man, looking bewildered, asked, "How did you know her name is Mia?" He gazed intently at the boy, noticing a familiar resemblance in his features. Wiping away his tears, Adonis embraced the old man once more, his voice trembling. "It's been so long. Nicodemus." Nicodemus was somewhat taken aback, yet suddenly a thought struck him. "At you. This cannot be. It is truly unbelievable. As an elder who has lived for over 6 centuries, I feel my body teetering on the brink." He embraced Adonis's form and tentatively inquired, "Adonis, is it truly you?" Dumbledore, astutely recognizing the moment, graciously stepped aside to allow this pair of old friends their reunion. Feigning interest in amusing in truth, the old man was all ears, eavesdropping on their exchange. Once the two had gathered their emotions, Adonis urged Nicodemus to sit, inquiring about his recent endeavors with Perenelle. He then retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket, solemnly placing it in Nicodemus's hand. "I am unclear about your prior arrangements, but I hope you can continue to live well," Adonis said to Nicodemus. "Rest assured, Adonis, now that I have seen you once more, I wish to extend my days." Nicodemus glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded in affirmation. "My dear, the chapter continues. Please turn to the next page to read on." The intrigue only deepens. Nicodemus posed a question to Professor Dumbledore. "How did you come to know this?" "The prophecy, Adonis." Dumbledore replied, 11 years ago, besides the prophecy stating that the Dark Lord would be vanquished by a child born in July, there was another prophecy known only to a select few, which foretold, "The genius of the past shall inevitably return." I have observed many first-year students, yet none demonstrated astonishing talent. The Weasley children were indeed commendable. But I sensed they were not the ones until your arrival. Dumbledore chuckled softly, continuing, no one has ever discovered the room of requirement in their first year, nor has any young wizard, especially one from a Muggle family, been able to cast spells such as the stunning spell or the disarming charm upon entering that in fact, I stood right behind you that day when you revealed the Philosopher's Stone before the mirror of Ariste. Adonis felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing how much Dumbledore was aware of his actions. Professor, you must understand, I merely wish to savor the joys of campus life. Dumbledore shrugged, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, I fear that is no longer possible. Voldemort has taken notice of you. But he has already. Nicodemus interjected. Albus and I both believe Voldemort will not easily succumb to death. The Quirrell incident was merely the beginning. He is undoubtedly awaiting an opportunity for resurrection. What shall we do then? Nicodemus lamented. I have grown old and am of little use. Thus I require your assistance. Nicodemus patted Adonis's shoulder. Albus hopes you can aid him. After deliberation, the trio concluded that Adonis would endeavor to assist Dumbledore. Yet Dumbledore must not act impulsively or recklessly. Any significant actions must be communicated to Adonis without concealment, a fundamental requirement to which Dumbledore acquiesced. Furthermore, Dumbledore resolved to personally train Adonis, enhancing his mastery of magic and imparting more formidable spells. Subsequently, Adonis explained his preparations for becoming an animagus, seeking guidance from both Dumbledore and Nicodemus. After agreeing on a meeting time, Dumbledore, noting the late hour, kindly escorted Adonis from his office, suggesting the young wizard needed rest. Mia, reluctant to part ways after their long-awaited reunion, wished to linger a while longer with Adonis. He gently ruffled her hair, assuring her, Fear not, Mia, we shall meet again during the summer break. Once Adonis departed, Nicodemus addressed Dumbledore. Adonis's current abilities are insufficient for him to stand alone. Albus. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Nicodemus continued, I find myself somewhat powerless from afar in France. I hope you can look after Adonis well. Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on Nicodemus's shoulder. Adonis shall also be my student, a essay teacher. How could I not care for my own? The two elders chuckled heartily, disregarding their dignity, while Fawkes, nestled in his cozy nook, found their banter rather bothersome. The following day, Harry awoke at noon. Hermione learned that Dumbledore had visited the hospital wing just as Harry regained consciousness. Yet no one knew the content of their conversation. Time was of the essence. He needed to hurry to the Great Hall, as Professor McGonagall had just informed the Gryffindors that the end-of-year feast was about to commence. Upon arriving at the entrance to the hall, Hermione held Ron back on the stairs to await Harry, while Adonis and Neville entered ahead, preparing to speak with George and fret about orchestrating a welcome for Harry. Indeed, although initially only a handful were aware of the trio's brave exploits in overcoming the challenges laid by their professors to thwart Voldemort's schemes, Ron, with his characteristic exuberance, could not contain his excitement. The very next day, he casually revealed the daring deeds of himself, Harry, and Hermione to Seamus amidst seemingly innocuous conversation, yet it was laden with significance. Through Seamus' unintentional dissemination, Harry's reputation soared, swiftly elevating him to the status of a hero among the Gryffindors. Ron, the unwitting mastermind behind the acclaim, enjoyed the spotlight, receiving chocolate from several girls in his ear, much to his delight, as he flaunted it before Hermione. This, however, provoked Hermione's scorn for several days. Meanwhile, Neville felt a tinge of envy at Ron's newfound popularity, though primarily he felt embarrassment on Ron's behalf. After Adonis had conferred with the Weasley twins, they readily agreed to grant Harry a grand surprise. Yes, the heavy wooden doors to the hall swung open. The sound echoed, drawing everyone's attention, and the entire hall fell into a hush as Harry's diminutive figure emerged from behind the door. Eliciting a raucous cheer from the Gryffindor table, George stood atop the table, trumpeting through a megaphone, Welcome our Gryffindor hero, Harry Potter. At that moment, Fred ignited a custom firework produced by the Weasleys. Flames erupted, forming a lifelike lion that roared, leaping forward and transforming into sparks before Harry. The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students soon joined in the applause, while only a few Slytherin students regarded the spectacle with disdain. Among them, a certain Malfoy twisted his face in contempt, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration upon witnessing Harry's acclaim. Harry, astonished by the grand display before him, stood with his mouth agape. Coming to his senses, he noticed George and Fred had approached him, each taking an arm to lead him amidst the cheers of Gryffindor to his rightful place at the table. The professors offered gentle applause, and Dumbledore beamed at the scene. As Harry sat down, he felt an almost surreal sense of disbelief and turned to see Adonis grinning mischievously. "Was this your doing? I am nearly overwhelmed with embarrassment." Adonis feigned injury. "Harry, you are now a celebrity. I, a humble figure, am no longer worthy of your company, and now you resort to physical reprimands? Woe is me." "Enough of this," Harry retorted, feeling a flush of embarrassment at Adonis's antics. Prompting laughter from Ron and Neville. Ding ding, Professor McGonagall tapped her glass, signaling for silence. Dumbledore straightened his robes and rose to address the assembly. Another academic year has come to a close, and it is time to present the House Cup. At this announcement, the atmosphere at the Gryffindor table dampened. The prospect of missing out on the House Cup weighed heavily upon them, as who wouldn't relish the chance to trample Slytherin underfoot. The scores were announced. In fourth place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. In third place, Gryffindor with 377 points. In second place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. Harry and his friends had deducted several points from Gryffindor, yet with the formidable talents of Adonis and Hermione, they managed to recover significantly. Leading the ranks was Slytherin, with a total of 476 points. As Dumbledore's voice resonated through the hall, the banners adorning the ceiling transformed into Slytherin's vibrant green, with serpentine shadows representing the house emblem shimmering above. The Slytherin long table erupted into raucous cheers, with some students even tossing their wizarding hats skyward, particularly a certain Malfoy, whose face bore a provocatively smug expression as he glared at the Gryffindor table. Hermione pouted, reluctantly clapping for Slytherin, while Harry and Ron exchanged uneasy glances at Draco's taunting demeanor. I could see that moment. Dumbledore wrapped his glass and continued, "Slytherin has performed admirably, indeed splendidly. But before we proceed, there are some additional points to be awarded. Could a turning point be on the horizon?" Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron gaped in astonishment, with Adonis mimicking their expression. Harry and Ron were thrilled, while Adonis merely reacted to Hermione's painful pinch on his thigh, causing him to wince and exclaim, "Ouch! Let go, Hermione!" A glimmer of tears formed in his eyes. "Oh, my apologies, Adonis," Hermione replied with a hint of contrition. Adonis rubbed the sore spot, knowing it would likely bruise. Then Dumbledore announced, "First to Miss Hermione Granger, for her calm ingenuity in rescuing friends from peril, I award 25 points. This." The Gryffindors erupted into cheers, only to realize Dumbledore had not yet finished speaking and gradually quieted down. Secondly, to Mr. Ron Weasley, for his exceptional skill in chess, a rarity over the past 50 years, I award 25 points. Gryffindor had now surpassed Ravenclaw to claim second place. The third award goes to Mr. Harry Potter, in recognition of his extraordinary bravery and courage, with an additional 30 points. At this juncture, Draco felt an ominous foreboding. Surely there couldn't be any underhanded dealings, could there? The fourth award is for Mr. Neville Longbottom. Upon hearing his name, Neville was momentarily taken aback. "Me? I can earn points?" Dumbledore continued, "To maintain principles against adversaries requires courage, and to uphold them with friends demands even greater bravery. Therefore, I award 10 points to Mr. Longbottom." The Gryffindors applauded for Neville, but Dumbledore had yet to sit down. "Lastly, I bestow an award upon Mr. Adonis Landon." Confusion washed over Adonis. "What did I do?" "In a perilous situation, you remained composed and rescued friends from danger, for times. Thus, I award Mr. Landon 30 points. The Gryffindors erupted in excitement. With these points, Gryffindor's total soared to 497, narrowly surpassing Slytherin to claim first place. That I believe it's time for a change in the hall's decor. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore transformed the banners from Slytherin's green serpent motif to Gryffindor's bold red, featuring a roaring lion. Harry leapt up in jubilation, while Ron enthusiastically shouted without concern for decorum. Hermione joyfully clapped, and the Weasley twins set off fireworks. Everyone appeared thoroughly satisfied, except for Slytherin, where Draco's expression resembled that of someone who had just ingested something utterly distasteful. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws were indifferent to who claimed first place as long as it was T. Slytherin. Hagrid clapped in approval, but quickly composed himself under the professor's watchful eyes, though he couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Professor McGonagall beamed, a stark contrast to Professor Snape's dark countenance. "See you next term, Hagrid," Harry exclaimed, giving the giant a hearty hug as he came to bid farewell. The others soon joined in, and the four children struggled to encircle Hagrid with their outstretched arms. Feeling the sincerity of their affection, Hagrid's eyes misted, and he released them to wipe his eyes with a large silk handkerchief. At last, under Hagrid's reluctant gaze, the train began to depart. Harry leaned out the window and called, "Remember to write to me." After a year of learning and living, each of them had found like-minded companions. In their compartment, Ron and Harry animatedly discussed plans for their summer vacation, while Hermione scribbled away at a small table. Adonis glanced up from his book to discover Hermione was creating a study plan for the summer. Sensing his gaze, Hermione lifted her head and caught Adonis looking at her chart, interpreting his expression as a challenge, igniting her fierce determination. This academic year, Adonis had narrowly usurped Hermione's position as the top student, leaving her with a sour disposition for several days. This summer, I shall work diligently and astound everyone. Just wait, Adonis. Once I surpass you, I will. Adonis, however, found her fierce gaze perplexing. Oh no, she wouldn't be plotting to burn my clothes, would she? Have I offended her recently? Meanwhile, Neville, anticipating the secret training sessions with Adonis next term, was so excited he had trouble sleeping, and at that moment, he had dozed off against the wall. "What are your plans for the summer?" Ron inquired, munching on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and nudged Neville, encouraging him to eat something before dozing off again. Neville, in a daze, popped a bean into his mouth, only to be overwhelmed by an unpleasant flavor that instantly banished his drowsiness. "I envy you all who can be with family. I must return to the Dursleys." Harry looked somewhat disheartened as he turned to Adonis. "Why don't Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall allow me to stay at school?" Adonis shrugged, indicating he had no insight into the old man's motives. Hermione interjected, "Harry, think positively. You can write to us over the summer, or visit my house or Adonis's." Harry's spirits lifted at this suggestion, and Adonis observed his eager demeanor, dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. "That's fine for the next couple of weeks. But then I must go to France and won't return until a week before school starts." "What a pity. I wanted to stay at your place a bit longer," Harry lamented, as if he would never see Adonis again. Unable to bear it any longer, Adonis smacked Harry on the head with his book. "It's not like there won't be other opportunities, so why act like this?" Hermione seized upon a crucial detail, asking, "What are you going to France for?" Adonis responded, grinning, "I'm going for some secret tutoring from the professors." Jealous, annoyed, the little witch pinched Adonis's arm. "Harry, you can come to my house. Ginny has asked about you several times. She's your biggest fan," Ron said with a smile. Harry felt a bit shy at this revelation, smiling awkwardly. Adonis looked at Harry with a teasing glint, wondering how Harry had managed to win over Ron's sister without a word. As Adonis leaned closer, Harry hastily pushed him away, slightly embarrassed. "Don't look at me like that. Adonis, we're all boys here. What is there to be shy about?" Laughter erupted in the compartment. Hermione, however, wore a frown, pondering the caliber of friends she had chosen. The time passed swiftly amidst their laughter, and soon the train announced its imminent arrival at King's Cross Station, originally scheduled to arrive around 2 in the afternoon. They finally disembarked at 4 o'clock due to unforeseen delays. Just before leaving, Adonis shot a fierce glare at the elderly wizard guarding the platform. As they emerged, anxious parents rushed towards them. Mrs. Weasley greeted Harry and Adonis with warm enthusiasm, enveloping them both in heartfelt hugs, expressing gratitude for their kindness towards Ron and for tolerating her silly son. Ron stood to the side, feeling a bit miffed that his mother seemed more affectionate toward Adonis and Harry than toward him. Ginny and Hermione engaged in a lively conversation about girlhood topics. Mr. Weasley engaged Adonis in a lively conversation, inquiring about various aspects of life, as Adonis felt a newfound understanding of the Muggle world thanks to the encyclopedia he had previously gifted. "Brother!" Adonis heard the familiar call of Vina waving from a distance. Instantly, he opened his arms wide, and with a delightful thud, a small figure leaped into his embrace. Adonis lifted Vina effortlessly, affectionately pressing his cheek against the little girl's face. "Did you miss your brother?" "Yes," Vina exclaimed, planting a quick kiss on Adonis's cheek. It seemed Vina had grown taller. Soon enough, he might find it difficult to carry her, Adonis chuckled, saying, "Then Vina, please do not grow up too fast. I want to hold you every day." The Landon couple and the Granger couple approached, engaged in cheerful banter, suggesting a long-standing acquaintance. Mr. Landon stepped forward, giving Adonis's shoulder a friendly pat, while Mrs. Landon, upon noticing her son had matured, enveloped him in a warm embrace. After a brief exchange of pleasantries among the families, Adonis introduced his parents and sister to the Weasley family, upon learning they were from a wizarding family. Mr. Landon became visibly excited, drawing Mr. Weasley into an animated conversation. It was well known that Mr. Weasley was among the few wizards who held a deep admiration for the Muggle world, and this newfound friendship with several Muggle acquaintances thrilled him. Meanwhile, Mrs. Landon and Mrs. Weasley engaged in a discussion about their respective families, revealing that every woman held her unique insights regarding family matters, enhancing the atmosphere of camaraderie. Initially, Vina felt a touch shy upon meeting Adonis's friends. But after Adonis made the introductions, she timidly greeted them. She seemed particularly thrilled to see Harry, recalling the tall boy she had met at the zoo. Ginny appeared to take a liking to Vina, as they quickly warmed up to one another, with Ginny even draping her arm around Vina's shoulders, exuding a protective sisterly vibe. Neville was whisked away by the hurried arrival of Grandma Lombard, who made sure to bid farewell to the friends, promising to write to them. It is often said that the bonds of male friendship can be quite peculiar. Before long, Mr. Landon was referring to Mr. Weasley as a brother, while Mrs. Landon warmly invited the Weasley family and the Grangers to join them for dinner that evening. The group parted ways at the train station, agreeing to reconvene at Adonis's home. Upon exiting the station, Harry spotted the tardy Uncle Vernon, whose demeanor was clearly reluctant. He seemed eager to leave, gruffly pulling Harry's arm towards the car, when Harry expressed his desire to dine at Adonis's home. Uncle Vernon halted, noticing the family standing nearby. He stood frozen for a moment, his expression shifting to one of utter shock, covering his mouth in disbelief, before quickly regaining composure, greeting Mr. Landon with an overly ingratiating smile and handshake. After a round of polite exchanges, Uncle Vernon suggested that Harry go ahead to Adonis's house, promising to pick him up later that evening. Harry was perplexed by his uncle's sudden obsequiousness in front of Mr. Landon, as if he had suddenly ascended to a higher social rung, which altered the way he regarded Harry. Carrying these questions in his mind, Harry followed Mr. Landon to a car that exuded wealth. Despite his limited experience, Harry recognized that their destination was the affluent area of London that Aunt Petunia had always admired. Gazing at the understated opulence of the villa before him, Harry felt a sense of unreality wash over him. Comparing it to Uncle Vernon's home, he finally understood why Uncle Vernon was so eager to curry favor with Mr. Landon. Noticing Harry's astonishment at the entrance, Mrs. Landon approached him, gently taking his hand. "What's wrong, Harry?" she inquired with a soft smile. "But it's nothing, ma'am," Harry replied, appearing somewhat anxious. "Just call me Aunt Diana. There's no need to be nervous, Harry. Think of this place as your own home." Before Harry could respond, she led him into the garden. Given that the Landon household was typically quite small, they had not employed many servants, only a butler and a maid, resulting in the family often tending to many simple tasks themselves, considering the larger gathering this time. Mr. Landon had even hired several chefs to prepare the meals. After a while, an exclamation echoed from the villa's entrance. "Wow, Fred, look where we've arrived," George exclaimed, seemingly in awe of something extraordinary. "I don't know." "George," Fred replied, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Enough nonsense, you two," Mrs. Weasley admonished, giving the duo a firm tap on their heads, feeling embarrassed by their antics. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, Harry rushed out to greet them, with Adonis closely following. "Welcome, welcome. Your presence has truly brightened our humble abode," Adonis said with a slight bow, though his pose was short-lived as George and Fred playfully hoisted him inside. "Adonis, you must give us a proper tour of your home," Fred insisted with a mischievous grin. "Indeed, who would have thought you were a little tycoon? You better take good care of us in the future," he added, rubbing his fingers together in jest. It seemed that only Percy from the Weasley family was absent. Mrs. Weasley mentioned he was preoccupied with some matters. However, Fred quickly exposed him, declaring, "Our dear Percy is busy on a date with his girlfriend, hence he has no time." This statement earned him a sharp reprimand from Mrs. Weasley. Hermione soon arrived with her family. The women gathered for conversation while the men engaged in light-hearted banter, showing little regard for adult decorum. They exchanged several gifts, with Mr. Weasley presenting some magical trinkets. Much to the delight of the two older boys, that Mr. Granger resolved to send Mr. Weasley a dental care kit after their return home, though he wondered if electric devices could function in the magical realm. After dinner, the children scattered to play. Adonis pulled Harry and Ron aside for a chat in the garden, while the Weasley twins, with Mrs. Landon's permission, began to explore the television in the living room. Hoping they wouldn't dismantle it out of sheer curiosity, it was unclear how much the men had imbibed, but Mr. Granger had slumped over the dining table, completely unconscious. Meanwhile, Mr. Landon and Mr. Weasley appeared quite lively, linking arms as they ambled towards the Landon garage to admire Mr. Landon's prized possessions. Mr. Weasley, a fellow car enthusiast, was utterly captivated upon seeing Mr. Landon's collection of sports cars, his eyes wide with amazement, his exclamations reaching even Ron, who was seated in the garden, oblivious to Mr. Granger's plight. The two men continued their enthusiastic discussion until Mrs. Granger finally assisted her husband into the car for their journey home. Before departing, Mr. Weasley exchanged a heartfelt farewell with Mr. Landon, who insisted on sharing a few more drinks. Just before Mrs. Landon intervened with a firm hand, Mr. Weasley earnestly remarked, "Arthur, my brother, I may not wield magic or grasp the intricacies of your world, but I will do whatever I can to provide you with some means of protection." Handing Mr. Weasley a small box, if Adonis was not mistaken, the gift was an M1911 handgun. Should Harry catch sight of it, he would surely exclaim, "This is far more effective than a wand." Subsequently, Mr. Landon was ushered inside by Mrs. Landon, prompting Adonis to escort the Weasley family out. "Aunt Molly, please ensure you keep the gift my father gave to Uncle Arthur safe. We mustn't let George and Fred get their hands on it." Adonis discreetly signaled to Mrs. Weasley, urging her to take heed. Confused yet intrigued, she listened as Adonis explained some basic concepts about firearms. Upon realizing their potential for harm, her expression shifted to one of utmost caution. Harry, however, had no immediate intention of returning to the Dursleys. The Dursleys were more than happy for Harry to stay at the Landons, as having an annoying relative in exchange for the Landons' friendship was a mutually beneficial arrangement, and they were more than willing to embrace it. After spending a fortnight dutifully accompanying his family at home, Adonis found a moment to share his remaining 2-month plan with them. His mother expressed profound reluctance, lamenting that since Adonis had departed for Hogwarts, this was the only time she had seen him throughout the year, and she was uncertain when she would see him again. With a heartfelt embrace, she pulled Adonis tightly into her arms. Meanwhile, his father's perspective was straightforward. As a man, one must strive for progress and not merely seek enjoyment. Furthermore, Adonis would be studying under the guidance of the school's professors, a rare and fortunate opportunity that warranted his full support. Adonis chuckled at his father's unwavering encouragement, noting that in his eagerness to support him, his father seemed oblivious to his mother's fierce demeanor, which resembled that of someone preparing for battle. With a slight twitch of his face, Adonis could only think to himself, "Good luck with that." Subsequently, amidst his mother's scolding and his father's pleas for mercy, Adonis ascended to the second floor, where Vena's room lay. Ever since she learned that Adonis would soon be leaving, she had been quite irritable. Having given him the cold shoulder for several days, Adonis knocked gently on the door and asked softly, "Vena, may I come in?" From within, he heard her sulky voice reply, "No entry, you nasty brother." Adonis's tone softened further as he pleaded, "Brother is leaving tomorrow morning. Are you certain you do not wish to converse with him today?" After a moment's silence, Vena opened the door, her eyes rimmed with red. "That I don't want you to go," she lamented, her sadness escalating until she burst into tears. Adonis swiftly gathered her into his arms, and Vena clung to him tightly, weeping unabashedly. Once Vena's tears subsided and her emotions began to settle, Adonis gently reassured her, "Brother is embarking on this journey to become more accomplished, to better protect you and our parents. It is not that he no longer cherishes you. The next morning, after breakfast, Adonis resolved to depart promptly. Take care, my dear. Mrs. Landon bid farewell to Adonis at the villa's entrance. Mr. Landon offered little more than a simple pat on Adonis's shoulder. The unspoken understanding between men allowed Adonis to effortlessly grasp his father's expectations. Though Vina did not accompany him to bid farewell, Adonis caught sight of his forlorn sister through the second-floor window and waved at her. In the center of the courtyard, Adonis paused to take in his surroundings. Suddenly, a brilliant flame erupted before him, enveloping him entirely before vanishing in an instant. The scenery around him transformed and warped, creating an overwhelming sense of pull and distortion. Time seemed to stretch, yet it felt as though it had all occurred in the blink of an eye. As his feet touched solid ground, Adonis shook his head and opened his eyes to find himself on a vast, unfamiliar plain. Bathed in sunlight, the prairie shimmered as if gilded, while the nearby forest whispered in the gentle breeze. Everything appeared enchanting. The call of a phoenix echoed overhead, and a flash of red materialized as Mia landed on Adonis's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. "You came to fetch me," she chirped. Adonis reached up to scratch her chin, eliciting a joyful squawk from Mia before she transformed into flames and vanished. Following a narrow path ahead, Adonis soon arrived at the end, where a wooden house loomed. It did not conform to the standards of wizards. Yet for muggles, it was a marvel, teeming with magical creatures and enchanted items. The structure stood at least 4 stories high, haphazardly constructed, defying all principles of physics. This was the Weasleys' humble abode, as Adonis approached. He could hear the wails of ghouls from the attic and the commotion of goblins in the yard, seemingly intent on disrupting the peaceful ambience around the dwelling. It appeared that Adonis had arrived a bit too early, for from a distance he could only see Aunt Molly stirring in the kitchen. Upon pushing open the gate to the yard, the bell above the door jingled, prompting Mrs. Weasley to glance out the kitchen window. Spotting Adonis by the entrance, she greeted him warmly. "Oh, good morning, dear. Good morning, Aunt Molly," Adonis replied as he stepped into the Weasley residence, taking in the decor within. The wall clock was unlike any ordinary timepiece. It did not tell time, but indicated the whereabouts and states of each family member. 9 hands adorned the clock, each ending with a likeness of a family member's face, instead of numbers. The clock face displayed various locations and statuses: home, school, work on the road, missing, in the hospital, in prison, and in mortal danger. Presently, aside from Mrs. Weasley's face pointing to the kitchen, the others overlapped, suggesting they were all still in their rooms. The Weasley living room was a cozy space, furnished with a sofa and several chairs, a large fireplace, and a wooden radio. Though some areas appeared a bit worn, warmth and comfort radiated throughout the home. "Have you had breakfast yet, Adonis? Would you like to join us?" Mrs. Weasley's voice chimed from the side, followed by the sound of shoes clattering on the wooden stairs and the creaking of the floorboards. "Good morning, Molly," Mr. Weasley's voice echoed from the staircase, to which Mrs. Weasley responded fondly. As Mr. Weasley entered the living room, Adonis greeted him enthusiastically. "Good morning, Uncle Arthur." "Oh, good morning, Adonis. Welcome," Mr. Weasley replied, patting Adonis's shoulder amicably before ushering him to the dining table with a smile. "You arrived just in time. Aunt Molly's cooking is truly exceptional. You must try it." Upon hearing her husband's praise, Mrs. Weasley blushed slightly, playfully swatting his arm as she continued preparing breakfast. Noticing the time, Mr. Weasley called up the stairs. "Children, it's time to rise and shine for breakfast. And don't forget, your friend is here today." Immediately, a cacophony erupted from above. "George, don't hog the bathroom. Ron, that's Fred. Stop dumping everything on my head and learn to yield to your older brother. Percy, pass me the towel." Hearing this, the 3 seated at the dining table burst into laughter. "Hey, good morning, George and Ron." Adonis greeted the first 2 to emerge, only to be met with Ron's incredulous exclamation. "Wow, how did you know I was George?" "Even Mum can't tell us apart." George, taken aback, replied, "You're still wearing the ear cuffs I gave you." Ron stepped forward and made some unintelligible gestures toward Adonis, who responded to him with a slight acknowledgement. The last to arrive was Ginny, who appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Adonis. She approached him to inquire about Vina, as the 2 had been frequently exchanging letters during this time. While the 2 of them engaged in lively conversation, Our poor friend Sheila suffered, having lost considerable weight from the strain of it all, to the point that upon seeing Vina, she would dart about in a frenzy. The day spent at the Weasley residence was quite fulfilling. After finishing breakfast, Ron pulled Adonis into the yard, where they had a competition to capture the mischievous goblins wreaking havoc in the garden. In this instance, they all set aside their identities as wizards. Racing about in the yard, Ron managed to catch a goblin that was attempting to burrow into a hole, grasping its exposed little legs and yanking it from the ground with a satisfying pop. Just as Adonis pondered how Ron would deal with the goblin, Ron had already made a decision. He began to spin the goblin around by its short legs. When he felt the moment was right, he released his grip, sending the goblin flying out of the yard. The poor goblin endured such unfair treatment at Ron's hands, yet Ron was not without his own misfortune. After spinning a few times, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, seeing stars, which elicited hearty laughter from George and Fred. Approaching noon, Adonis found Mr. Weasley and proposed the idea of teaching firearm usage. Mr. Weasley readily agreed. Adonis then sought a flat patch of land outside the burrow, transfiguring several rocks into platforms of varying heights, and retrieved a few glass bottles from his bag, placing them atop the stones. At this moment, Mr. Weasley also produced a hidden gun case from the house. Upon seeing his father bring back the muggle item previously acquired from Adonis's home, George and the others lost their playful demeanor and followed Mr. Weasley to the open space, with even Ginny trailing out of curiosity. Once they had the gun case, Adonis began explaining the basics of firearms to Mr. Weasley, including the safety switch, shooting techniques, and various precautions. Adonis then opened the gun case and retrieved the M1911.I. In truth, after warning Mrs. Weasley about the dangers of this object, it was also Mr. Weasley's first time seeing the weapon, its silver body glinting under the sunlight. While the rosewood grip added a layer of sophistication to its appearance, Adonis demonstrated to Mr. Weasley how to load the gun, disengage the safety, and then loaded it with live ammunition, signaling Mr. Weasley to attempt a shot. Following Adonis's instructions, Mr. Weasley grasped the weapon with both hands, aimed at a nearby glass bottle, and pulled the trigger. A deafening bang shattered the surrounding silence, startling a flock of birds nearby. Ron and George stood in awe, their mouths agape, as they witnessed the bottle explode in an instant. Feeling the raw power of the firearm, Mr. Weasley grew increasingly respectful of it. Fred, in a moment of folly, asked Adonis if he could procure another for his collection, only to be swiftly reprimanded by Mr. Weasley, receiving a sharp reprimand. Had it not been for Mrs. Weasley reminding them that lunch was ready, Fred might have truly experienced the weight of Mr. Weasley's paternal love. After sharing a meal with the Weasley family, Adonis noted that time was slipping away, and he politely expressed his intent to take his leave, although Mrs. Weasley wished for him to stay a few more days. Adonis had a prior engagement with Dumbledore that day, thus he graciously declined her kind invitation. Stepping into the yard, he called out to Mia, and a familiar flash of fire instantly enveloped him. Ron felt as though his jaw had dropped in disbelief. Meanwhile, sensing the familiar magical energy, Dumbledore, who had been amusing himself with Fawkes in his office, turned to see Adonis's figure suddenly materialize beside the sofa. "Is everything ready? We just need the potion. I must make a trip to the room of requirement." With that, Adonis hurriedly exited the office. When Adonis's feet met solid ground once more, the two figures had already appeared at the British Ministry of Magic. After many years, returning to this place felt as though time had scarcely altered its visage. Before Adonis could take in the sights further, Dumbledore had already set off towards the Department of Magical Transportation to secure their international Flume Network permits. The privileges of fame and authority were evident, as Adonis barely settled into his seat before a welcoming official, presumably the head of the department, approached Dumbledore with a smile full of sycophancy, sending shivers down Adonis's spine. Fortunately, the approval process proceeded smoothly under the head's direct supervision. Had it dragged on any longer, Dumbledore might have found himself besieged by ministry officials, just before their view was obstructed by the flames of the fireplace. Adonis caught a glimpse of a chubby figure being surrounded by a throng of people at the staircase entrance. Upon stepping out of the fireplace at the French Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore seemed to encounter an acquaintance. "Adonis, allow me to introduce you to Damocles Belby, the renowned potion master." "Greetings, Mr. Belby," and Adonis landed. Upon hearing this, Adonis quickly responded with a slight bow towards Damocles. The latter appeared somewhat taken aback as to why Dumbledore would specifically introduce him to a seemingly freshly enrolled child. Perhaps he was a prodigious student? Damocles did not dwell on it for long. After a brief conversation with Dumbledore, he excused himself that, "I've heard that Damocles is currently researching a potion aimed at alleviating the plight of half-blood werewolves." Dumbledore whispered, "This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content." Half-blood werewolves are wizards who, under involuntary circumstances, have been bitten or scratched by pure-blood werewolves, transforming them into werewolves themselves. Compared to pure-blood werewolves, they are more inclined towards wizards. Yet their inability to control the bloodthirst that accompanies their transformation leaves these unfortunate souls in dire straits. Should Damocles successfully develop this potion, his renown within the wizarding community would reach unprecedented heights, albeit accompanied by the peril of being hunted by pure-blood werewolves. Under Dumbledore's guidance, Adonis arrived at Nico's new residence in a corner of a nondescript street in Paris. Dumbledore approached the door of a house at the end of the street, tapping it rhythmically with his wand. Ordinarily, one would expect to see a Muggle family upon opening the door, yet under the influence of magic. The scene behind the door transformed into a narrow, medieval-style stone corridor. At the end of the passage stood a neatly dressed house elf, waiting quietly before a marble platform. This elaborate setup effectively thwarted any ill-intentioned dark wizards from discovering Nico LeMay's whereabouts. Guided by the house elf, Adonis and Dumbledore arrived at Nico's secluded home just before dinner. Perenelle was the first to hear the commotion. Stepping out of the small house, she glimpsed Dumbledore and a handsome boy in the yard and asked uncertainly, "Adonis?" Adonis rushed to her side and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "It's been too long, Perenelle." The two settled into Nico's home, with Adonis indulging in Perenelle's generous hospitality, feeling as though his face had rounded out. Dumbledore and Nico, however, seemed to shirk their responsibilities, spending their days in the yard sipping tea and chatting. Adonis was indeed grateful that these two had not forgotten the important matters at hand. On the third afternoon, Dumbledore and Nico informed Adonis that Paris was expecting a thunderstorm that night, advising him to be prepared as the transformation of magical creatures could be unprecedented. "I have a question. How do Professors Dumbledore and Nico know that a thunderstorm is approaching tonight?" Just as Nico was about to respond, Adonis interjected, "Don't try to fool me with your stargazing nonsense. I know you can't do that." "Nico." Perenelle chuckled softly to herself, while Nicholas felt a twinge of embarrassment. Turning to Dumbledore. "Indeed," Dumbledore coughed lightly, "there are times when I still place my faith in Muggle weather forecasts, despite their occasional deceptions." Adonis, visibly perturbed, thought to himself, "Merlin's trousers. The greatest white wizard and alchemist rely on weather predictions to foresee the elements." He rolled his eyes in exasperation. Moments later, a knock echoed through the room, prompting Dumbledore to rise and declare, "It appears my esteemed guest has arrived." Just as Adonis was lost in contemplation, Dumbledore swung open the door to reveal a familiar emerald figure. This was none other than Professor McGonagall. Upon seeing Adonis's incredulous expression, she stated, "Albus has invited me to assist you with your animagus transformation." She then shot Adonis a stern glance, her face solemn. "I believe you ought to seek guidance from the professors before engaging in such perilous magic." Adonis, feeling somewhat sheepish, rubbed the back of his head. As it turned out, the weather forecast proved reliable. After the group reconfirmed that all preparations for the transformation had been meticulously checked, thick storm clouds rolled in. Accompanied by the rumble of thunder, Adonis retrieved a vial of saliva fermentation liquid from his unnoticeable expandable bag, which gradually morphed into a vibrant crimson hue amidst the thunderous backdrop. Soon, the transformation would commence. Dumbledore waved his ancient wand, casting a transparent barrier that enveloped the small courtyard from above, while Nicholas activated his prearranged alchemical instruments. With a surge of magical energy, the once clear outline of the courtyard began to blur, ultimately vanishing from sight. Once all was in readiness, Adonis nodded to the assembled group and downed the vial's contents in one swift motion, but a wave of nausea surged within him. But there was no time for retching. Maintaining his focus, he pointed his wand at his heart and recited the incantation he had practiced for nearly a month. Amato, Animo, animato animagus. Upon uttering the final syllable, Adonis felt the emergence of another heartbeat resonating within him. Initially faint, it gradually transformed into a robust rhythm. Adonis sensed his blood boiling, as if energy coalesced within his very bones. Unbeknownst to him, his skeleton radiated a crystalline glow through his skin. Professor McGonagall observed in astonishment. Whether from personal experience or the pages of textbooks, she had never witnessed such a miraculous transformation. Adonis felt his consciousness begin to fade, as everything around him shifted into an endless expanse of white. Surrounding him was an overwhelming sense of confusion and emptiness, compelling him to wander aimlessly through this boundless white desert on the outside. Dumbledore recognized that Adonis's magical strength was waning and immediately directed his own power towards him. Noticing this, Nicholas hastily activated his alchemical apparatus, with multiple sources of magic flowing into him. The light emanating from Adonis intensified, accompanied by the faint sound of birdsong, just as they were about to rejoice. Dumbledore noted that Adonis's magical energy neared saturation, yet the transformation had not yet concluded. Was failure imminent? Perenelle felt engulfed by fear, terrified of losing Adonis once more. That moment, Maya sensed something amiss with Adonis's state. Letting out a call and fluttering around him with her wings, that a powerful vortex of life, force, and magic formed around Adonis, pushing the others back a few steps. What is this? Dumbledore was taken aback as Maya infused her magic and vitality into Adonis. Their energies resonating in harmony, a resounding cry pierced the air as Maya dove into the eye of the vortex. Instantly, a searing storm of flames erupted, centered on Adonis, forcing the others to employ magic for protection as the grass in the courtyard withered and the nearby earth cracked from the intense heat. Adonis's consciousness remained adrift in the desert, as an ocean of fire manifested from the horizon, accompanied by the silhouette of Maya. His awareness gradually returned to his corporeal form, with excruciating pain jolting through his nerves, as if his skin and bones were melting away. Ultimately, the raging flames shot skyward, illuminating the night as though it were day. Had it not been for Dumbledore and Nicholas's meticulous preparations, the headlines of the following day's French news would likely read, "A miracle or an alien invasion? Fire illuminates the midnight sky." After some time, the flames subsided and the heat began to dissipate, revealing a towering mound of ashes at the vortex's center. "My dear," came a voice, "there's more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The excitement is far from over." "Did it succeed?" Professor McGonagall inquired. Dumbledore shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Perenelle felt her strength drain, collapsing onto the ground, while Professor McGonagall was enveloped in sorrow. "Nicholas, use the Philosopher's Stone. We must act," Dumbledore bellowed. Nicholas quickly retrieved the stone, channeling its magic into the ashes. Flames of gold and crimson ignited from the mound, and a pair of magnificent wings unfurled from the remnants. Shimmering with a hint of red, ascending into the sky, in an instant, the phoenix's flames spread across the heavens, accompanied by a resounding cry that echoed throughout, illuminating the sky as if dawn had broken. The ancient magic intertwined with the phoenix's life force, culminating in a miraculous birth. Dumbledore observed that the phoenix Adonis had transformed into bore no resemblance to Fawkes or Maya. Its body glimmered in a resplendent red, interlaced with golden patterns, exuding an air of nobility, and its song was ethereal, with long feathers cascading gracefully. Its appearance vaguely resembled that of the phoenix from Chinese mythology, perhaps due to Adonis's ancient magic awakening the phoenix bloodline. "Adonis, in your mind, recall your original form. That will allow you to revert," Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her excitement palpable as a witness to history. Adonis began to conjure images of his previous self in his mind. A surge of magic coursing through him, and he reverted to human form, albeit sans clothing, as his garments had been reduced to ashes in the transformation. Professor McGonagall and Perenelle instinctively turned away, while Dumbledore and Nicholas, rather unashamedly, gazed intently at Adonis. Even jesting, "It seems you are no longer a child, Adonis." The two elders finally turned away under Adonis's fierce glare. Once clothed, Adonis approached the pile of ashes, placing his hand upon it to reveal an egg as dark as obsidian. Maya had infused her life force into Adonis's body, leading to her premature rebirth. Her current life force is faint. It seems she has expended considerable energy for your sake, Dumbledore remarked, patting Adonis's shoulder. It appears we must wait quite some time for Maya to fully revive. Nicholas took the egg from Adonis, carefully placing it in Maya's golden nest, and poured a vial of elixir of life over it. The shell immediately absorbed the potion, revitalizing it somewhat, though still weak. How long might this take? Adonis expressed his concern. Perhaps 2 or 3 years. Her life force has been severely depleted, returning her to an egg state, came the response. Dumbledore meticulously observed Mia's condition. After all, Dumbledore was an old Phoenix handler, and his words held considerable credibility. For the subsequent month, he remained in Nico's cottage, guiding Adonis in mastering the various abilities of the Phoenix, including flight, fire manipulation, and spatial magic. Through rigorous training during this period, Adonis had managed to maintain his human form while utilizing the Phoenix's powers for medium to long-range teleportation. Concurrently, Adonis sensed a newfound ease in his control over fire magic. The benefits derived from transforming into a magical creature seemed to extend beyond mere appearances. Following several days of magical practice, Adonis discovered that his magical essence now appeared to be imbued with the attribute of fire. After all these years, he had yet to encounter anyone whose extraordinary weapon could produce sparks. Observing this development, Dumbledore resolved to teach Adonis fire-related spells, such as his signature incantation, Fire God Paves the Way. While this training progressed fervently, Nico was preoccupied with preparing to publicly announce Adonis as his esteemed disciple. After discussions with Dumbledore, they concluded that this announcement would grant Adonis some leverage within the upper echelons of the wizarding world, potentially aiding Dumbledore's plans and even attracting some pure-blood families. Considering Nico's significant influence in the magical community, however, it was evident that ensuring this news circulated solely among the upper echelons of the wizarding world posed a considerable challenge, leaving Nico feeling as though he had aged several years. Fire God paves the way. In a grassy area not far from the courtyard, Dumbledore was instructing Adonis in casting spells. As Adonis swung his arm, a golden red flame erupted from the tip of his wand, encircling him in a tempest of fire that then converged forward, forming a path paved with flames. His control over magical energy and the incantation's gestures were flawless, though the total amount of magic still fell short. Dumbledore stroked his beard, offering earnest feedback, while Adonis, disinterested, stood still, absorbing the sensation of spell casting. Old Dumbledore, are you not speaking nonsense? I'm only 12 years old. Adonis gazed incredulously at the old man beside him, who had begun to munch on a pile of cockroaches out of boredom. One wriggling cockroach after another was placed into his mouth, chewed with relish. The thought of cockroaches bursting with juice in Dumbledore's mouth made Adonis shudder, pondering if the old man harbored some peculiar preference. I do not think such things. I haven't even asked you yet, so don't use legitimacy on me. You disrespectful old man. For reasons unknown, legitimacy often failed with Adonis, while Dumbledore could glean snippets of his thoughts. Your thoughts are written all over your face, Merlin's tattered stockings. I am merely an elderly gentleman who enjoys desserts. Why must I endure such slander? Dumbledore feigned innocence, blinking exaggeratedly. You had better be. With that, Adonis disregarded the old trickster, striding back to Nico's cottage. The primary element of the secluded cottage was its concealment. For this reason, Alls could not locate it, and he had not received letters from friends in quite some time. During lunch, Dumbledore announced his departure, citing the numerous responsibilities that awaited him as a headmaster, despite most matters being managed by Professor McGonagall. Adonis expressed skepticism about his excuses, believing he simply wished to avoid his banter while savoring cockroaches. Midway through the meal, Perennially suddenly set down her cutlery and casually inquired, Adonis, is there a girl you fancy at school? Could you share with me? This seemingly innocuous question had evidently been premeditated. The two old men at the table had ceased eating, their ears perked up in anticipation, particularly Nico. Not yet. I have not encountered a girl I like, Adonis replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Not yet? How long has it been? You had no romantic interests previously, and now still none? Do you intend to remain single for life? Hermione seemed somewhat dissatisfied, adding, "I cannot accept that." Adonis set down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and replied earnestly, "I believe that matters of fate cannot be rushed. I trust that destiny will unfold in due time." After speaking, Adonis glanced at Dumbledore and Nico, who had been more focused on the conversation than on their meal. "In a few days, the Delacours will be visiting. After all, they are old friends of mine." Nico seemed to imply something, saying, "I've heard that their eldest daughter, Fleur, is quite beautiful and only a few years older than you. What do you think? Would you like to meet her? Please do not matchmake me at random. I have my own thoughts. What has gotten into these two old men suddenly so concerned about my lifelong affairs?" After lunch, Nico took Adonis into the yard, where they sat on lounge chairs, engaging in casual conversation. "What are your thoughts on the future of the magical world?" Adonis pondered for a moment before responding. "I require more information for analysis, but I sense that the current peace is merely the calm before the storm." Nico nodded in agreement, affirming, "You have always been insightful. Just ensure you consider thoroughly before acting." Several days later, on a morning when Adonis was perusing Nico's alchemical notes, he was exploring the potential for an alchemical communication device akin to a Muggle intercom, by injecting magical energy, activating the alchemical array, and emitting a unique magical signal. One could achieve short to medium-range communication. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. For this purpose, Adonis had crafted a few intercoms to research with Nico, who confidently proclaimed that progress would be made soon. Suddenly, Adonis sensed a knock on the courtyard door, likely the Delacour family visiting as Nico had mentioned days prior. He promptly stored the notes in his bag, approached the door, and opened it. Upon opening, the previously audible chatter outside vanished into silence. "Greetings. Are you Mr. Delacour and your family?" Adonis broke the silence, gazing at the family of four before him. The middle-aged man adjusted his attire and extended his hand to Adonis. "You must be Mr. Landon. Indeed, you are quite the charming young man." Behind him, a girl who appeared to be a few years older than Adonis scoffed, prompting a slight frown from Mr. Delacour, who turned to remind Fleur. He then smiled broadly, introducing his wife and two daughters, Fleur and Gabrielle. It seemed the allure of beauty ran strong in the Delacour lineage. While Mr. Delacour's appearance was unremarkable, both daughters were exceptionally lovely. Fleur was already beginning to exhibit the traits of a stunning beauty, while Gabrielle, younger than Adonis, also possessed considerable charm. The scoff had likely come from Fleur, who Adonis sensed bore a subtle dissatisfaction towards him, though he paid it little mind, as their paths would not likely intertwine significantly. After exchanging pleasantries, Adonis led the guests into the house, feeling no need to linger, as they were there to see Nico. Not him. However, Hermione assigned Fleur and Gabrielle to Adonis for hospitality. As they traversed from the house to the backyard, Fleur remained silent, while Gabrielle was animatedly engaged in conversation with the handsome boy. "I have a younger sister. I believe you and her would get along splendidly." "Really? May I meet her?" Gabrielle exclaimed with excitement, as a curious 9-year-old. Observing Fleur's sulky demeanor, Adonis noted that she had previously promised to unite with Gabrielle against him, only to have her sister swayed by a few of his words. "Miss Delacour, do you harbor any grievances against me?" Adonis finally inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity regarding Fleur's evident irritation. "And I simply do not comprehend why the renowned Nico LeMay would select an unremarkable child as a student, especially when you seem to lack any noteworthy attributes, aside from your striking appearance." Furong finally expressed her thoughts. Adonis, somewhat speechless, pondered why he, who had not provoked her in any manner, was perceived by her as a man devoid of merit beyond his appearance. "It was quite disheartening to realize that I, in Miss Furong's eyes, am such a figured. I apologize for failing to impress you. But," Adonis shifted the conversation, stating that he found no reason to explain himself, as it was Nico who chose the disciples, not you, correct? Upon hearing Adonis's words, Furong immediately prepared to retort, yet her words caught in her throat despite several attempts. Ultimately, appearing quite exasperated, she exclaimed, "What if I propose a wizard duel with you? I trust you would not refuse?" Furong, confident in her status as an exemplary student of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, thought it would be a simple matter to defeat a boy a few years her junior. Had she been faced with Harry and Ron, She might have succeeded as she wished, but standing before her was Adonis, and it seemed she was in for a rough time. After a moment's contemplation, Adonis agreed, for he had been subjected to Dumbledore's relentless training for the past month, and who could resist a conveniently presented punching bag? If I cannot best Dumbledore, can I not handle you? The news of their impending duel quickly spread through Gabrielle's words to the adults leisurely chatting and sipping tea in the living room, which left Mr. Delacour quite alarmed. He had sensed a certain pressure emanating from Adonis upon their first meeting. Even though he had not engaged in battle recently, Adonis was merely 12 years old. Thus, he hurried to the courtyard to find Ferrong, earnestly advising her, "Sweetheart, please ensure your safety during the duel." Upon hearing her father's words, Ferrong raised her head proudly and replied, "Don't worry, Father, I will be cautious and strive not to harm him." Mr. Delacour was left speechless. What was she imagining? "I was warning you to be careful not to get hurt." Nico also took Adonis aside for a quiet conversation. "Just make it a friendly duel with the young lady. Don't take it too seriously, lest we disturb the peace between our families and be accommodating." I understand, Adonis replied. "The wizarding world is not merely about combat, but about human relations." With that, he turned to Ferrong, ready to commence their duel. The two stood back to back, distancing themselves before turning to confirm each other's readiness. Then performed a wizard salute. "The unfair duel of 1v1 now begins. Exclude your weapon." Ferrong swiftly made her move, a beam of red light shooting towards Adonis. Though it appeared small, the sound was significant. Adonis, unhurried, enveloped his wand with magical energy, and at the right moment, flicked his wrist, effortlessly dispelling her initial assault. It was no wonder that Ferrong was a distinguished student at Beauxbatons. Upon realizing her first strike had failed, she immediately repositioned and continued casting spells, following up with a stunning charm. However, her intentions were too apparent, and with a mere lift of his hand, Adonis anticipated her next incantation. The ensuing scene was one of Ferrong depleting her magical reserves unilaterally, while Adonis remained stationary, even feeling a bit numb in his legs. That Mr. Delacour, watching from the side, could hardly bear to witness the spectacle. Did his daughter not notice that Adonis had not moved an inch? All he saw was Ferrong frantically maneuvering about, casting spells that couldn't even breach Adonis's defenses. Ferrong, however, believed she had completely dominated Adonis, preventing him from even casting a spell. Nico, growing increasingly concerned, gently coughed to remind Adonis not to take it too far. Adonis, with his left hand behind his back, gestured to Nico, indicating he would now demonstrate. Seizing the opportunity presented by Ferrong's spell casting, he deftly deflected her magic, while simultaneously executing a 180-degree turn, directing his wand towards her with a powerful incantation that shot forth. The sudden counterattack caught Ferrong off guard, and she was sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground with a thud that echoed painfully. Dazed, Ferrong found herself disoriented, questioning her identity and surroundings. It wasn't until Mr. Delacour helped her to her feet that she grasped the bewildering reality of being bested by Adonis, whom she had believed she had under control. She then observed her father engaged in a conversation with Mr. Nico. As always, your discerning eye prevails. Nico, it is remarkable that you could find such unrefined talent, Nico remarked. Indeed, your daughter Ferrong possesses considerable aptitude as well, came the courteous exchange. Yet, Ferrong had to confront the undeniable fact that she had lost to Adonis, who was several years her junior, and thus mustered the courage to approach him and sincerely apologize for her earlier arrogance. It seemed that Ferrong's nature was not inherently ill-disposed. After the Delacour family enjoyed dinner, they took their leave, and before departing, Ferrong expressed her intention to write to Adonis when time permitted. As the clock struck 10, Hermione noticed that Adonis's room light was still on and promptly opened the door, approaching his bedside with excitement. "What are your thoughts on Miss Ferrong? Do share. I assure you, I will not tell Nico. Oh dear, not again." Adonis set his book aside, gazing at the kindly woman with a hint of exasperation. "She is suitable as a friend, but I harbor no feelings for her. Truly none to quell any doubts." Adonis emphasized his point. Hermione appeared somewhat disappointed, and upon noticing, Adonis took her hand and spoke earnestly. "Do not fret. Who can predict matters of fate? When I encounter my soulmate, I promise to write to you immediately. I swear." The elder woman then resumed her smile, conversing with Adonis for a while before retiring to her room. Adonis gazed out at the moonlight, his thoughts drifting back to that field of flowers and the enchanting figure. Staring at the exquisite moon, Adonis murmured, "Who are you, truly?" Whether it was a mere illusion or reality. He felt as if the moonlight had brightened a few degrees. The following fortnight passed swiftly, and soon it was late August. Adonis planned to return home to spend time with his family. Before his departure, Nico handed him a suitcase. "What is this?" "A gift and a surprise. Open it when you return home." Nico's ambiguous reply left Adonis somewhat perplexed, yet he nodded and proceeded toward Dumbledore, who had come to escort him. After a whirlwind of motion, they found themselves at the entrance of the French Ministry of Magic, intending to take the official route, though Dumbledore appeared somewhat preoccupied. "Is something troubling you?" Adonis inquired, observing Dumbledore's demeanor. "Ah, you've roused me from my reverie," Dumbledore replied. "Yes, the position of defense against the dark art professor at Hogwarts has been cursed by Voldemort, making it quite challenging to recruit someone. So, who have you managed to hire this time?" "Gilderoy Lockhart, a fellow alumnus. You may have heard of him," Adonis recalled. "The novelist? His books are rather entertaining. There's one that mentions a spell for werewolves. I should consult him if time allows." Dumbledore sighed. "If only he were as remarkable as his novels suggest." "You mean to say he may seem impressive but is unreliable?" Adonis asked, glancing at the reading list Dumbledore handed him. Upon opening the envelope and perusing the list, his eyes widened in disbelief. Break with the Banshee, A Journey with Ghouls, Vacationing with the Yule Lady, and Wandering with Giants. From the titles, it appeared that the future Professor Lockhart's private life was, well, rather colorful, featuring both Banshees and Yule Ladies. Adonis incredulously asked Dumbledore, "This cannot be." Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed, this is your curriculum for defense against the dark arts this year." Adonis contemplated his desire to apply for the defense against the dark arts class this semester. "I fear that may not be possible," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. "That old man can read my thoughts," Adonis fumed internally. Dumbledore, feeling somewhat awkward, touched his nose and remarked, "One becomes accustomed to it." The two then entered the International Flu Network, and a burst of green light enveloped them. Upon their emergence from the fireplace, they were greeted by Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic in England, who awaited their arrival. "Albus, we need to talk," he said, his enthusiasm palpable upon seeing Dumbledore, akin to a thief encountering a rare treasure. Only as he approached did he notice Adonis, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. If he could establish a connection through this young man to the esteemed professor behind him, his political aspirations would surely flourish. He straightened his attire, donned a welcoming smile, though this smile sent shivers down Adonis's spine. "You must be Mr. Langdon. Truly a fine specimen." Fudge beamed. Adonis reciprocated with a smile and took Fudge's extended hand. Responding, "I have long heard tales of your wisdom and exceptional leadership. Minister Fudge, it is an honor to finally meet you in person." Fudge, oblivious to Adonis's tongue-in-cheek flattery, felt rather pleased, immediately developing a fondness for Adonis. However, recalling that he had matters to discuss with Dumbledore, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Adonis before leading Dumbledore away. Adonis declined the offer of having Fudge's subordinate escort him out of ministry. Feeling an inexplicable aversion to the pink-clad deputy minister, he slipped into a secluded corner and vanished in a blaze of golden-red flames. Simultaneously, a dazzling fire erupted in Adonis's room, startling Sheila, who had been resting by the window. Upon recognizing Adonis, she immediately flew to him and pecked his head fiercely. "Oh, Sheila, what was that for?" Adonis exclaimed, bewildered, as he rubbed the pecked spot. Sheila then flew to the table, lifting her wings to indicate a thick envelope resting there. Adonis examined the envelope, noting it primarily contained letters from Hermione, Neville, and Ron, discarding the unsigned portions as mere nuisance mail. Sitting at his desk, he sequentially opened the letters, discovering Hermione's initial inquiry about magic, her annoyance at his lack of response, Neville's announcement of having convinced his grandmother to allow him to possess his wand, and Ron's invitation to visit the burrow from Ron's and Hermione's letters. Adonis learned that Harry had not replied to them in quite some time. As if he had vanished, Hermione had intended to check on him, but her family had whisked her away to France. Sending him several postcards, in Ron's final letter, He expressed suspicion that Harry was being confined by his uncle and was suffering throughout the summer at home, planning to rescue Harry in a few days. Adonis couldn't help but admire Ron's ingenuity. The notion of a prince rescuing a princess had evidently sparked his imagination. He took out several sheets of stationery to respond to each of them, explaining his silence and proposing a time to meet in Diagon Alley before the start of term. Finally, Sheila, with a look of profound discontent, soared into the distance, carrying Adonis's letters. Afterward, he placed the suitcase Nicodemus had gifted him on the floor, opening it to discover a staircase leading down. Ascending the stairs, he was astonished to find an expansive space within, comparable to a basketball court, filled with alchemical materials, potions, and numerous books on magic and alchemy. At the far end, a desk was situated, adorned with a broom, a key, several photographs, and a camera. The silver arrow, Adonis mused, lifting the elegantly designed broom with its silver spiral T. It was at that moment he noticed a note beside it. I retrieved your broom and made a few upgrades. Nicodemus. Adonis shook his head, touched by Nicodemus's thoughtful gestures, and resolved to test it when time permitted. He then glanced at the photographs, which captured the joyous moments following their animagus transformation, with everyone beaming brightly. Adonis ventured into the living room, camera in hand, and snapped a picture of Mrs. Langdon, who was busily engaged in her tasks. The flash of the camera drew her attention, and upon seeing her beloved Adonis at the staircase, she immediately set aside her work to envelop him in a warm embrace. Vina, too, spotted Adonis and joyfully hugged him. After their meal, Adonis gathered the family for a group photo, the animated image eliciting astonishment from everyone. On the day designated for their book shopping in Diagon Alley, Mr. Langdon was unable to take the family due to an unexpected business obligation, leaving Adonis to go alone. The key nestled within the suitcase had been specifically prepared by Nicodemus, granting access to his vault at Gringotts. In Nicodemus's words, money may not be everything, but lacking it is dire. Besides, it is but a modest sum. Adonis pushed open the door to the leaky cauldron. Noticing an unusually high number of patrons, even the least favored tables were fully occupied. The majority were women, animatedly discussing various novels. Approaching the bar, Adonis ordered a butterbeer and struck up a conversation with Tom. "Hello, Uncle Tom. Has something happened in Diagon Alley?" They seemed quite excited. Tom, arranging the bar, replied in a nonchalant tone. "The renowned Gilderoy Lockhart is holding a signing event at Flourish and Blots today, and many witches and wizards have come seeking his autograph." He placed particular emphasis on renowned, revealing a hint of disdain toward Lockhart's fame. Not wanting to dampen the mood, Adonis finished his butterbeer, bid farewell, and made his way towards the entrance of Diagon Alley. The goblin at Gringotts observed the striking young man before him, astonished that within a year, this muggle-born wizard had achieved a remarkable elevation in status, transitioning from an obscure nobody to a legitimate holder of a vault key. If he was not mistaken, this key belonged to Nicodemus Lamy, a well-regarded alchemist with considerable assets at Gringotts. All goblins shared a consensus. Unclaimed vaults would automatically revert to Gringotts should Nicodemus pass away. His vast fortune would belong to the goblins, but now, with Adonis's emergence, a variable had arisen. Not a flicker of malice crossed the goblin's eyes, and his fingers twitched involuntarily. After years of dealing with goblins, Adonis was well aware of their avarice. "Owe your duty, and do not make me resort to drastic measures," he thought, his presence seemingly intimidating the goblin. Regaining composure, the goblin clapped his hands, summoning a noticeably younger goblin from behind the counter, who approached with a small leather pouch in hand. "I am Bogrud, and it is my honor to serve you," the elder goblin stated before leading Adonis deeper into Gringotts. Upon boarding the goblin's cart, they sped through the underground tunnels of Gringotts, rounding a bend to behold a cascading waterfall pouring across the tracks. Bogrud explained, "That is the thief's downfall, which washes away enchantments and magical disguises. It is part of Gringotts security measures." Adonis said nothing, merely employing magic to dry his clothes after passing through the waterfall. The cart whirled past a formation of stalactites before halting at a large platform. Bogrud opened the door, holding a lantern as he stood quietly, awaiting Adonis's descent. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a pale Ukrainian iron belly rose slowly, its pink eyes fixated on the pair. Observing them closely, one would notice its hind legs were shackled with chains as thick as a bowl. The other end affixed to a giant stake embedded deep in the rock. As they approached, it unfurled its spiked wings, unleashing a fierce gust of wind, assuming an aggressive posture. This is also part of Gringotts' security measures. Rest assured, they have been trained and are under control, Bogart assured. After Boggarad finished speaking, he retrieved his previous leather bag and took out a few small metallic instruments. He then shook them, and instantly, the bright and crisp jingling resonated throughout the vast surroundings. The Ukrainian iron belly recoiled in terror, as if struck by a hammer, emitting a pained roar. Adonis bore numerous ghastly scars upon his body, suggesting that the sound of the jingling would instill fear of a searing sword descending upon him. Once the fire dragon had retreated to a sufficient distance, Boggarad led Adonis to a beautifully adorned vault door. Adonis handed the key to Boggarad, and a series of gears whirred in response, culminating in a click as the door swung outward, revealing an entrance. The torches within the vault flickered to life. Even the well-traveled Adonis was momentarily dazzled by the sight of the small mountain of gold, let alone the scattered antiques, crowns, and potions surrounding it. Truly, this was a mere trifle. He meticulously selected some potions and materials essential for the present moment and hastily stuffed them into his small canvas bag, even grabbing a couple of handfuls of galleons before urging Boggarad to close the vault door. He felt a slight apprehension that if he lingered too long, the old man might be tempted to dive in and swim in the riches. After several twists and turns, they finally emerged from Gringotts, inhaling the fresh air, and Adonis felt an immediate sense of relief. He vowed never to undertake such a venture alone again. He would certainly enlist Carl's assistance next time, as he would likely be more than willing. Since gifting the house elves of Hogwarts with new silk pillowcases for Christmas, Adonis's standing among them had steadily risen, as he savored the luxurious ice cream cone purchased from Flornes. He approached the entrance of Flourish and Blots, only to be greeted by the sight of Arthur engaged in a bout with Lucius. The confrontation was quite spirited, with Lucius throwing a left hook and Arthur responding with a swift kick, each exchanging blows in a fierce display. Adonis watched in trepidation, fearing that Lucius might unexpectedly collapse and attempt to extort several hundred galleons from the Weasley family. What transpired? Why did they suddenly come to blows? Adonis made his way to Hermione and the Weasley twins, who were watching the spectacle. Upon hearing Adonis's voice, George immediately responded. Lucius mocked Ginny and threatened Hermione with family intimidation, and Dad simply couldn't stand by any longer. George spoke with palpable excitement, throwing punches as if he wished to join the fray himself. Please, think critically. There are only two of them, and the advantage lies with me, Adonis remarked pointedly. Fred, upon hearing this, was filled with exhilaration, as if a possibility had dawned upon him. Are you suggesting that we can't allow Uncle Arthur to face a 2-on-1 situation? You're absolutely right, Adonis, Fred declared, bolting out and rushing to Draco's rear, kicking him straight into the fray, thus using his body to shield Arthur from Lucius's full force strike. Lucius was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether Draco was his son or Arthur's, as Draco fell to the ground after being struck by Lucius. George shouted, "Draco, you shameless wretch! How dare you gang up on my father, outnumbering him? Do you think the Weasley family is without allies?" With that, he charged forward, delivering a kick to Draco's face. Draco barely registered what had occurred. First, he was knocked down by his father, and now he was struck in the face by George, leaving a large, dark shoe print and rendering him dazed. With Fred and George's intervention, the tide swiftly turned from a balanced confrontation between the two adults to a vigorous advance by the Weasley family, with Ron seizing the opportunity to deliver a couple of solid kicks to Draco. Time seemed to blur until someone finally pulled them apart, with Fred and George struggling as they hurled insults at the Malfoy family for their despicable conduct. How disgraceful! Resorting to such underhanded tactics, George spat, ejecting saliva onto Draco's robe. Draco shakily rose to his feet, his face marked with two dark shoe prints and panda-like eyes. Ginny and Hermione couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mrs. Weasley, witnessing the scene, discreetly gave Adonis a thumbs up. Lucius, too, was in a sorry state, his hair disheveled and resembling a nest, his face bruised and battered, legs pressed together as though he had endured some inhumane treatment. Ultimately, the Malfoy father and son, who had arrived in splendid fashion, departed in a state of disarray. Ron, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Did you see that, Harry? The footprints on Malfoy's face." "I did that." Harry, however, expressed his disapproval, indicating that if Ron continued to embarrass himself, he would pretend not to know him. "Harry, Hermione, and Ron sent me a letter saying you vanished for an entire summer. What happened?" Adonis inquired. Upon hearing this, Harry grew somewhat annoyed. It was a house elf named Dobby. "He intercepted all my letters, saying I couldn't go to Hogwarts and warning that it would be dangerous this year." Ron, who had previously assumed it was Harry's muggle uncle's doing, was taken aback by this revelation. Adonis, however, did not dwell on the matter of Dobby, for after joining Dumbledore's camp, the old wizard had informed him of Voldemort's impending return, and their focus now was to amass strength before he re-emerged. But let's set that aside for now. Adonis pulled Hermione aside a few paces, donning a playful demeanor as he observed Harry and the others. "Ah, yes, something amiss?" Hermione asked, puzzled. Adonis couldn't help but chuckle. "Of course, look at Harry. He resembles someone who has just emerged from a coal mine. And Ginny is equally smudged. Oh, poor Ginny." Adonis feigned sympathy. Ginny, finally realizing her appearance, touched her face and wiped away a smudge of soot, flushing crimson as her gaze occasionally darted toward Harry. Noticing Ginny's bashful demeanor, Adonis refrained from teasing them further, waving his wand to cast a cleaning charm, after which the group gathered once more, chattering excitedly. You have no idea how fierce Ginny was back at the bookstore. Hermione eagerly informed Adonis, clearly piquing his interest as he gestured for her to elaborate. Without reservation, Hermione recounted when Draco was mocking Harry. Ginny boldly stepped in front of him, defiantly telling Draco to, she paused, casting a teasing glance at Ginny, to stop bothering him. Ginny's cheeks flamed with embarrassment, while Harry appeared unaffected, solemnly expressing his gratitude to Ginny. Adonis couldn't suppress an eye roll, sensing that Harry's romantic journey ahead would be quite tumultuous, and he would need to keep a watchful eye on him. Aunt Molly, feeling a pang of sympathy, covered Arthur's bruised face, while George and Fred remained elated. Their collective beating of the Malfoys had truly vented their frustrations. Suddenly, Aunt Molly recalled something and hurriedly left Arthur's side to dash into the bookstore. Adonis watched in confusion as Hermione quickly followed suit. Ron shrugged and remarked, "Mom's a fan of Lockhart. She's always adored him." Soon, the others followed into flourish and blots. Deep within the bookstore stood a platform encircled by books, where a man, presumably Lockhart's assistant, called out, "Now, let us welcome the illustrious Gilderoy Lockhart." Moments later, a man with slicked back hair, glistening with oil, and clad in a purple robe, emerged from behind the shelves, wearing a smile that made Adonis shudder. He basked in the adoration of his fans and the flashing lights of cameras, reveling in the attention. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Lockhart seemed to spot something, his expression one of disbelief. The photographers followed his gaze, soon discovering Harry within the crowd. Without allowing Harry a moment's hesitation, he seized Harry's left arm and began to lead him toward Lockhart. Harry attempted to shake off the reporter's grip twice, but then noticed that the reporter had suddenly stopped, trembling uncontrollably. Leaning forward, Harry saw a long wand pressed against the reporter's throat. Witnessing this, everyone gasped in shock. The wand's owner was none other than Adonis, standing beside Hermione. Hermione, slightly taken aback, promptly called out, "Adonis." Adonis addressed the reporter. "You've crossed the line, Mr. Reporter. I trust you comprehend my meaning," seeing the reporter nodding shakily in acknowledgement. Adonis lowered his wand. Lockhart then interjected smoothly, "I believe Mr. Potter would not refuse to take a photograph with me. Would he?" Subsequently, a smile that he believed to be exceedingly gentle appeared on his face. Faced with Lockhart's overt invitation, Harry felt it inappropriate to refuse and willingly approached Lockhart's side for a few photographs with the reporters. Lockhart even enthusiastically gifted Harry an entire collection of his works. Hermione appeared somewhat concerned. "Adonis, do you think pointing your wand at the reporters might bring you some undesired repercussions?" In their previous correspondence, Adonis and Hermione had discussed matters concerning Nicodemus. Adonis patted the young witch on the shoulder, reassuring her that there was no need to worry. Observing Adonis's nonchalant demeanor, Hermione reverted to her previous starstruck state. Ron quietly remarked to Adonis, "I don't think Lockhart seems like a good person." Upon hearing Ron's words, Adonis was quite taken aback. "Ron, this is the first time I've realized how astute you are." Ron's nose was practically in the air at that moment. "I am." Wait, something seems off. Ron suddenly pieced it together and lunged at Adonis in frustration. It appeared that none of them were particularly interested in Lockhart. After Harry finished taking pictures, he suggested they go for dessert. As they passed by the bookstore, they spotted Percy, who was engrossed in a book that Ron deemed exceedingly dull. How to Gain Power as a Prefect. Our esteemed prefect is contemplating a run for student council president. Ron quipped as he approached Percy. "Get lost," Percy replied tersely. Adonis had just been thinking of recommending a few classic works from the Muggle world on the subject to Percy, but before he could say anything, Ron dragged him away. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity to converse with Percy. Time swiftly passed through their correspondence, and soon the day of school commencement arrived. The Landon family had arranged to meet the Granger family at King's Cross Station early on. As soon as Adonis made his appearance, Hermione whisked him away, sharing how many books she had read over the summer and how much she had previewed for the upcoming term. The conversation even shifted to the new textbook for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, where Hermione proudly declared that she had memorized Lockhart's work thoroughly. Oh no, this girl isn't becoming infatuated with celebrities, is she? Had it not been for the warning Dumbledore had given him upon returning from France, Adonis might have genuinely been swayed by Hermione's enthusiasm to believe that Lockhart was a professor of true merit. Dumbledore, that cunning old fox, seemed a bit unreliable. What prowess could Lockhart possibly possess? Hermione, Lockhart's writings serve well enough as leisurely entertainment, but I think it's rather inappropriate for next year's textbook, Adonis stated. He did not wish to dampen Hermione's enthusiasm excessively, but some truths could not be left unsaid to avoid potential disputes. Moreover, aside from a few thrilling adventure segments, much of the content in the book was little more than mindless flattery of Lockhart himself and embellishments of his viewpoints and aspirations, which made Adonis exclaim in dismay. "You can't say that. I believe Professor Lockhart is undoubtedly a competent and extraordinarily talented professor. That's what the book says." Hermione seemed somewhat displeased with Adonis's stance. Adonis opened his arms and shrugged, feigning agreement, which only incensed Hermione further as she struck him with the book in her hand. Ouch! Hermione! She certainly did not hold back this time. It was clear she had harbored grievances for quite some time. Was it really necessary to hold a grudge just because he had been the top student last year? Adonis silently clutched his aching back, casting a look of reproach at Hermione, who promptly turned away, ignoring him. The Granger couple observed Adonis and Hermione bickering playfully, their camaraderie evident, which brought them great joy. It was known that when Hermione was in elementary school, her straightforward nature had made her unpopular, leaving few willing to befriend her. However, during her year at Hogwarts, she had made numerous close friends, alleviating the Grangers' concerns. Adonis glanced at his pocket watch, noting that there was still half an hour before the train's departure, and reminded Hermione to prepare to head to the platform. The two mothers each held tightly to their beloved children, offering countless admonitions as they were about to part. Mr. Granger patted Adonis on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Hermione can be quite blunt at times. I hope you'll be patient with her." Adonis patted his chest confidently. "Rest assured, Mr. Granger, Hermione is my dear friend." "Who told you to say that?" Mr. Granger replied, his expression darkening. Under the reluctant gazes of both mothers, Hermione and Adonis vanished into the entrance of platform 9 3/4. The two of them, in perfect synchrony, carried their luggage to the very end of the train. Seeking an empty compartment, it was unclear who initiated the habit, but now it seemed they all instinctively moved to the back upon boarding, undoubtedly influenced by Harry, who never learned anything good. Once Hermione had organized her belongings, Adonis mysteriously handed her a beautifully crafted small pouch. Hermione accepted it, somewhat puzzled. "What is this?" she inquired. Adonis feigned secrecy, placing a finger to his lips. "Show, this is a pouch enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. It's my gift for your return to school." Upon hearing this, Hermione became flustered, well aware that an item imbued with such a charm comes at a considerable price. She quickly pushed the pouch back into Adonis's hands. "This is far too precious. I can't accept it." Seeing Hermione's astonished demeanor, Adonis urged, "Please keep it, Hermione. This is a gift from my teacher for you all. Harry and the others have one too. Only then did Hermione reluctantly accept it. Although Adonis could tell she genuinely cherished this gift, after securely placing her valuable items, Hermione looked around the still empty compartment and asked curiously, "It's almost time to depart. Where are Harry and Ron?" She leaned out the window, hoping to catch sight of familiar figures on the platform. However, even as the train began to move, Hermione did not see Harry and Ron, and she wondered if the two brilliant boys had forgotten about the start of school. Not long after the train started, the compartment door swung open, revealing Neville, who was panting and dragging his luggage behind him. He plopped down beside Hermione, his face flushed from exertion. "Neville, have you forgotten that you are a wizard?" Adonis closed the book in his hands and set it on the small table before him. Hermione seized the opportunity to take it, discovering it was advanced potion making upon opening the first page. She found the content considerably challenging for her second-year self. Hearing Adonis's remark, Neville lowered his head and muttered, "Sorry, Adonis. Why are you apologizing? You haven't done anything wrong. Even if you had, that is not how you should respond." Adonis replied, somewhat dissatisfied. It seemed correcting Neville's mindset would be a lengthy endeavor. "Neville, I didn't mean to criticize you." Adonis patted Neville on the shoulder and earnestly said, "You're no worse than anyone else. You should be more confident." Neville nodded, somewhat understanding, and after a brief conversation, Hermione recalled Harry. "Neville, did you see Harry and Ron when you were searching through the compartments?" she asked. "The chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading." Neville thought carefully and shook his head, indicating he had not seen them. That's rather odd. How could two such brilliant boys just vanish? Just then, the compartment door swung open again, and an anxious voice entered. "Ginny." "Hermione, Adonis, have you seen Harry and Ron?" Ginny appeared somewhat flustered, which was rather unusual. Since Ginny was already on the train, why hadn't she seen Harry? Adonis inquired. "Isn't Harry staying at your house these past few days?" "Logically, they should have arrived together today." That's correct. But when we reached the station, the train was about to depart, and everyone was in a rush. It was only after we boarded that we realized Harry and Ron were missing." Ginny explained, growing increasingly frantic. It was unclear whether she was worried about Ron or Harry, but Adonis sensed her primary concern was likely Harry. Seeing her distress, Adonis reassured her, "You know how Harry and Ron can be. Perhaps they will show up at school later." Hermione chimed in to offer comfort, and realizing there was not much they could do at the moment, Ginny decided to return to the compartment and wait. Harry is truly fortunate. Adonis's aimless musings left Hermione and Neville somewhat bewildered, and Adonis, lacking the inclination to elucidate, returned to his reading. Not long after Ginny had departed, a knock resounded at the door, and as Neville prepared to rise, the compartment door swung open to reveal a melodious and ethereal voice from the entrance. "Hello? May I sit here? It seems the other compartments are all occupied." A girl with platinum blonde hair and porcelain skin stood there, exuding a vivacious charm. Hermione found her attire rather peculiar, having never encountered anyone adorned with carrot-shaped earrings and a necklace strung with bottle stoppers. Her clothing bore neither the hallmark of a wizard nor that of a muggle. What was particularly striking were her eccentric, colorful glasses and her silvery eyes. Upon hearing the girl's voice, Adonis set down his book and looked up. Initially, everything appeared quite ordinary, but as he discerned the girl's features, a wave of disorientation washed over him. In an instant, his thoughts were drawn back into the dreamscape that had accompanied him through countless moonlit nights. As he endeavored to see the face so close before him, unlike before, Adonis felt the previously blurry visage of the girl gradually come into focus. Upon blinking, he found the image from his dreams overlapping with the girl before him, who wore a warm smile, her silver eyes seemingly imbued with a peculiar enchantment. Adonis could not help but be entranced. Noticing that Adonis was fixated on the girl's face, even appearing mesmerized, Hermione felt a twinge of embarrassment. When had her friend become so captivated by beauty? She quickly cleared her throat, smiled at the girl, and discreetly nudged Adonis with her foot. The sharp pain in his foot jolted Adonis from his reverie, and realizing his earlier lapse in decorum, his cheeks flushed slightly as he promptly stood to offer his seat. "I apologize, I was rather rude. Please, take a seat." Once the girl settled beside Adonis, he adjusted his clothing and extended his hand. earnestly introducing himself. "Hello, I am Adonis Landon. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." The girl returned his gesture with a radiant smile, gently grasping Adonis's hand. "Hello, Adonis. I am Luna Lovegood, but you may call me Luna." Luna, a name derived from the Roman goddess of the moon, symbolizes beauty and tranquility, and this girl embodied her namesake, radiating a soft, lunar glow, which left Neville and Hermione with a notably favorable first impression. After all, it is difficult to dislike someone with such a lovely appearance and gentle demeanor. As their conversation unfolded, Hermione began to realize that Luna's thoughts were as unconventional as her attire and jewelry. While Hermione viewed the world through the lens of her scholarly knowledge, Luna approached everything with an instinctual and emotional perspective, representing two starkly contrasting extremes. Adonis, ever since Luna entered the compartment, he has not returned to his book. His attention seemingly captivated entirely by her. He sat upright beside Luna, occasionally responding to her, sharing some of his unique thoughts, and the atmosphere between them grew increasingly harmonious. Hermione could even catch glimpses of their laughter. Although Adonis's laughter was notably restrained, a stark contrast to his previous self. "You are quite extraordinary," Luna remarked at the conclusion of a topic, her tone unexpectedly serious. Adonis found himself momentarily flustered by her words, and Hermione and Neville exchanged astonished glances. When had Adonis become so charming? Perhaps sensing the puzzled expressions of those around her, Luna realized her choice of words might have been misinterpreted, and as she spoke again, her ears tinged with a faint blush. "What I meant was, you appear to be free of nargles." Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, which sounded like a fantastical creature not chronicled in any book, Hermione's curiosity piqued, and she interjected, "Nargles? What are nargles? I don't recall encountering such a creature in my readings." "Nargles are invisible creatures that float into your ears and muddle your thoughts," Luna explained, waving her hand playfully over Hermione's fluffy hair as if warding off some unseen entity. Neville, with a look of concern, covered his ears and glanced about anxiously, as if fearing a nargle might invade his ear. Hermione, now even more perplexed, inquired, "Are you certain that nargles exist?" Luna remained silent for a moment, then retrieved a magazine from her bag, flipping it open before stating, "My father told me he has seen nargles with his own eyes." Thereafter, she fell silent, engrossed in the magazine before her. Hermione suddenly felt a disconnect with Luna. Observing Luna read the magazine upside down, Adonis found an endearing quality in her unconventional approach to reading, but he quickly shook his head, dismissing such fanciful thoughts. The compartment's silence did not linger long, as Hermione began to fret about Harry and Ron. Indeed, when left to their own devices, one's mind tends to wander into fanciful realms. She found herself discussing the potential of Harry and Ron being kidnapped by dark wizards. Just as Hermione elaborated on the dire consequences of being abducted by nefarious wizards, Luna's attention shifted from her magazine to the window, seemingly captivated by something outside. "If you are searching for your friends, they may be over there," she said, extending her hand to point out the window. Adonis followed her gesture and spotted a blue old-fashioned car flying unsteadily through the air, its appearance rather precarious. The figure in the passenger seat seemed to have noticed Adonis and the others, waving enthusiastically at them. That's Harry, and Ron is the one driving." "How dare they?" Hermione exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. As if witnessing something utterly extraordinary. One could only imagine the thoughts racing through her mind, contemplating how to reinstate the points that would be deducted for Harry and Ron's flagrant rule-breaking. Adonis retrieved the pen and stationery Hermione had gifted him, bending over the table to write something. "What are you doing?" Hermione inquired. Without looking up, Adonis replied, "I am writing a letter to Professor Dumbledore, to inform him in advance, lest Harry and Ron find themselves in a precarious situation." He then opened the suitcase at his feet, took out Sheila's birdcage, and entrusted the letter to her, feeding her a piece of meat and instructing her to ensure the letter reached Dumbledore. "I'll head over shortly. There should be no food on the train, and if they faint from hunger, it would be quite the calamity." Adonis took up the silver arrow and stepped out of the compartment. Passing by the vendor, he purchased a considerable amount of food, requesting her to deliver some to their compartment. Pushing open the iron door at the end of the train, the tracks appeared to connect with the horizon. and beautiful scenery flashed before his eyes. Climbing the stairs to the train's roof, Adonis felt the wind fiercely tugging at his robe, threatening to pull him from the train. Once steadied, he moved to the edge of the train, which was currently crossing a grand bridge. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the air, mounting his broom and turning it towards Harry and Ron. Nicholas Flamel's craftsmanship is unparalleled, Adonis mused, as the broom, having been enhanced by Nicholas, boasted a speed far superior to its previous state. Even the usual gusts of air faced while flying were subdued by some unknown magic, rendering the ancient relic no less formidable than Harry's Nimbus 2000. The distant blue speck grew larger in Adonis's vision, and Ron, noticing Adonis drawing near through the rearview mirror, slowed the car to wait for him. Harry, leaning excitedly against the window, called out, "Good afternoon, Adonis. Your broom is so cool." His beaming smile revealed a sense of joy, and Adonis slowed to a stop beside the car, awkwardly climbing into the back seat. "What transpired that led you two to drive yourselves to school?" Adonis inquired as he closed the door and stowed his broom in his canvas bag. Ron, restarting the car, grumbled, "We were following Ginny closely, and then, after she entered, the platform entrance suddenly locked. I nearly bashed my head in." He added with a fierce determination, "If I find out who is targeting me, they shall taste the full extent of my wrath." Humph. Adonis, taken aback, turned to Harry and asked, "Do you have any theories?" Surely someone must have deliberately closed the platform to achieve some nefarious goal. Realizing the implication in Adonis's words, Harry suddenly understood. "You mean Dobby, that house elf?" Adonis nodded, sensing that although he was unaware of the man's intentions, there was an unsettling aura about him. Harry also agreed with a nod, when suddenly Ron's stomach emitted an unexpected growl, causing both Harry and Adonis to erupt in laughter, while Ron's face turned crimson. "Stop laughing. I've been driving for so long without eating a thing," he protested. Harry, in response, could only concur. Both he and Ron had been out for quite a while without a proper meal and were on the verge of starvation. "You two are aware of hunger, yet during a crisis like this, when the platform is locked, you chose to drive yourselves into trouble instead of contacting your parents and professors," Adonis chided them with a glare. It seemed to dawn on Harry and Ron that there might have been wiser choices than their reckless drive, and they smacked their foreheads, lamenting their poor judgment. The Sorting Hat's decision to place them in Gryffindor was certainly no mistake. Their recklessness was indeed ingrained in their very essence. Adonis produced snacks from his canvas bag and handed them to Harry, urging him and Ron to fill their bellies before he settled into the back seat, closing his eyes to rest. After an indeterminate period, Adonis was stirred by Harry calling his name. Stretching lazily, he became aware of his surroundings and opened his eyes to find Harry shivering, tears streaming from his nose. "Adonis, do you know any warming charms? Ron and I are on the verge of freezing," Harry stammered, trembling. Adonis glanced out the window. The sun had set, and the temperature at such heights remained frigid, while he felt none of the chill. Thanks to the Phoenix magic within him maintaining a comfortable temperature, Harry and Ron were perilously close to catching a cold, having dressed too lightly for such altitude. Ron had been driving steadily, showcasing potential as a race car driver. Before long, the distant silhouette of the castle came into view, igniting a spark of excitement in Harry, and Ron began to cheer, as if driving to Hogwarts was an achievement worthy of boasting. Adonis found himself swept up in their jubilant atmosphere, a small smile creeping onto his lips as they neared Hogwarts Castle. However, Adonis sensed a powerful, unknown magic hurtling toward the car. Reacting swiftly, he drew his wand from his sleeve, a surge of magic erupting from its tip to form a yellow protective barrier around the vehicle. The unknown spell collided with the car's exterior, causing it to jolt violently, clearly intent on sending the three of them plummeting. Panic seized Ron and Harry, who feared they would plummet to their doomed in a frenzy. Ron retrieved his wand and struck the steering wheel with force, only to snap his wand in the process, while the car merely swayed momentarily before settling back into calm. Had the spell made direct contact, it would have certainly sent them spiraling out of control to a disastrous fate. Adonis seethed with anger at the malicious intent behind the attack. But the assailant, having failed, retreated, leaving only a faint trace of their presence. Reflecting on Harry's recent unusual experiences, the suspicion fell heavily on Dobby the house elf. The flying car eventually descended smoothly onto the small square in front of the Great Hall. Adonis was the first to exit, calling for Carl to assist with transporting Harry and Ron's belongings back to the common room. When Carl reappeared with a pop, Adonis leaned in conspiratorially. "Carl, I have a matter of great importance that requires your assistance. Will you help me?" Carl, invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline, nodded vigorously. "Leave it to me. I'll handle any issues that arise. I need you to keep an eye out for any unfamiliar house elves entering Hogwarts in the coming days. Notify me immediately if you discover anything." Harry watched curiously as Adonis conversed with the unknown house elf, while Ron, preoccupied with his broken wand, lamented, My wand. Oh no, I'm doomed." With a loud creak, the great doors of the hall swung open. And Dumbledore, accompanied by a large bat, hurried over, having heard the commotion. Carl, seeing a professor approach, discreetly vanished. Adonis nodded toward the approaching duo. Dumbledore returned the gesture with a smile, while Snape merely huffed in disdain. Ever since receiving the shampoo from Adonis last Christmas, Snape had not offered him a kind glance, holding on to his grudge like a bat. Adonis had often found himself criticizing Snape in hushed tones with Harry. "You two had better explain the current situation, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley." Snape fixed Harry with a piercing gaze. "At least 7 muggles have witnessed a flying sea ere you grasp the severity of this incident. If you were Slytherin students, you would be on the first train home tonight." The threat sent shivers down Harry and Ron's spines. They feared expulsion from Hogwarts, with Harry nearly on the verge of tears at the thought of returning to the Dursleys' oppressive household. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Dumbledore interjected. Now, Severus, the situation is not as dire as you suggest." Snape turned away, his voice laced with disappointment. "At least one among you 3 possesses a semblance of sense. Potter, you and Weasley should extend your gratitude to Mr. Landon." With that, Snape swept back into the hall. Dumbledore smiled at the 3 young men. "All right, gentlemen, the sorting ceremony is nearing its conclusion. Let us proceed inside." That a wave of relief washed over Ron and Harry, both exhaling deeply. "Harry, I thought I was going to be sent home." "Me too." Snape was glaring at me, as if he were ready to devour me. Harry replied, patting his chest in relief. From what Snape said, it seems Adonis may have done something. Turning, Harry and Ron gazed back at the elderly and youthful figures following them, realizing Dumbledore had approached Adonis. "Adonis, would you mind joining me for a chat in my office this evening?" The password is Fizzing Wisby. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore noticed Harry and Ron's bewildered expressions directed at Adonis and chuckled. "Mr. Landon has already sent me a letter, apprising me of your circumstances, so things are not as grave as Professor Snape implies. However, you will still face consequences for such reckless behavior." With that, Harry, realizing the implications, grabbed Ron and, with an arm around Adonis, pulled him toward the Great Hall, calling out a casual "see you later" to Dumbledore. "Ah, youth is indeed vibrant," Dumbledore mused, reflecting on memories of his own past as he watched the trio's camaraderie, his gaze drifting skyward, filled with an indescribable emotion, as Harry, Ron, and Adonis pushed open the doors to the Great Hall. The commotion they created drew everyone's attention. Suddenly, all eyes were on them, leaving Harry momentarily at a loss. Ron, seemingly oblivious to his broken wand, puffed out his chest in a triumphant display. Adonis paid no mind to the scrutiny and walked to his seat, waving at Luna, who was awaiting Professor McGonagall's roll call, offering her a warm smile. The girls standing beside Luna erupted in a flurry of excitement, believing the charming senior was greeting them, and wondering if perhaps their springtime was finally at hand. With such a bold display of interest from the handsome older student, they found themselves in turmoil over how to respond. Luna, caught off guard by Adonis's wave and bright smile, felt a blush creeping to her cheeks, even as she usually remained indifferent to others' perceptions, nodding in shy acknowledgement. With the cheers of Gryffindor echoing around them, Ron and Harry took their seats, their earlier exploits having swiftly circulated among the house. Ron maintained his usual mischievous demeanor, while Harry struggled to shake off the tension. Dumbledore entered the hall, his voice booming to restore order, gesturing for Professor McGonagall to continue with the sorting ceremony. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting narrative. Professor McGonagall glanced at the list in her hand and called out, "Luna Lovegood," upon hearing that it was Luna's turn for sorting. Adonis lifted his head to observe her as she gracefully approached the stool. Dumbledore had noticed from the very beginning the fervent gaze Adonis cast upon Luna and murmured to himself, "How reminiscent this is of my own youthful days." Shaking his head, he contemplated when he might write to Nicholas, informing him that Adonis had found a lady whom he admired. The Sorting Hat hesitated not for long before proclaiming loudly, "Ravenclaw." Noticing that Luna had not been sorted into Gryffindor, Adonis felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet upon reflection, he realized that given Luna's character, a placement in Gryffindor seemed rather unlikely. Hermione appeared to detect something unusual in Adonis. When had he ever shown such concern for a girl? Something was amiss, indeed. The remainder of the proceedings concluded swiftly, and Adonis bid farewell to those preparing to return to the common room. Ascending the staircase leading to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore had already prepared a warm glass of milk, which Adonis favored, and he settled onto the sofa opposite Dumbledore, awaiting the old fox's inquiries. Dumbledore, however, took his time. First sipping his tea, which he had sweetened with 3 generous spoonfuls of sugar. Enjoying the burst of sweetness in his mouth, he hummed contentedly, "With such a sweet tooth, are your teeth truly holding up?" Adonis remarked, gazing incredulously at the mischievous old man before him. Dumbledore seemed to snap back to reality, smacking his lips as if savoring the taste. "Bobby constantly forbids me from indulging in sweets, claiming it is detrimental to my teeth, and Minerva often pilfers my cherished candies," Dumbledore lamented, shaking his head in mild discontent, pondering whether they could not indulge the whims of a centenarian like himself. "Is it not a splendid pleasure to enjoy sweet treats, Adonis? What say you?" "I apologize, Professor, but I am not particularly fond of sweets," Adonis replied as he drained his glass of milk, setting it down before suddenly adopting a serious tone. "I suspect that this academic year at Hogwarts may prove tumultuous." Upon hearing Adonis broach a serious topic, Dumbledore swiftly waved his sleeve to shield the portraits from eavesdropping, ignoring their grumbling protests. With Phineas being particularly vulgar in his complaints, causing the other portraits to distance themselves, feigning ignorance of him. Adonis continued, "Previously, Harry mentioned a house elf named Dobby warning of impending danger at Hogwarts, attempting to deter Harry from attending school. I fear that this year may witness some unfortunate events, possibly linked to Voldemort." Dumbledore fell into deep contemplation. Whenever the topic of Voldemort arose, it warranted serious attention. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "I have been investigating the reasons behind Voldemort's immortality. I suspect it may involve some forbidden dark magic, and I believe I shall soon uncover some leads." Dumbledore then took a lemon sherbet from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. Mumbling indistinctly, "Adonis, your specialized training should be scheduled soon. How does the room of requirement sound? I will have my Patronus inform you of the specific date." Adonis nodded and then shared his plans to train Neville, to which Dumbledore expressed his support. "Since we were training Neville, why not include Harry and the others? You know, Harry and Ron lack a sense of urgency in strengthening themselves. They need a catalyst." The two then shifted their discussion to recent plans and the state of the magical world. As evening approached, Adonis rose to take his leave. Dumbledore finished the last of his sugary tea and stepped onto the terrace outside the headmaster's office. Gazing at the tranquil Hogwarts castle bathed in moonlight, lost in his thoughts, as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the dormitory floor, Adonis awoke, stretching his limbs, rubbing his tousled hair. He yawned and, after a brief moment of tidying his wild locks into a ponytail, approached the window. Flinging it open, a brisk chill swept in, dispelling the remnants of sleepiness. He gently roused Neville from his warm cocoon, reminding him that it was time to commence his first training session. Initially groggy from the early hour, Neville felt the urge to fall back asleep, but the anticipation of beginning his long-awaited specialized training quickly invigorated him. As they walked, Adonis explained, "Morning training will primarily focus on physical fitness. It is an essential aspect for a wizard." Neville looked puzzled, questioning, why is physical fitness so important for a wizard? Shouldn't we prioritize learning magic first? Adonis elaborated, "In dueling and combat, a proficient wizard cannot remain stationary. One must employ agile movements and evasive maneuvers to dodge spells that one cannot defend against. Without physical stamina, one would quickly succumb to fatigue in genuine combat. Adonis detailed his understanding of the relationship between physical fitness and wizardry. Ultimately, if you have the opportunity to witness a genuine wizard duel, you will grasp the significance. But for now, let us train. Although Neville remained somewhat perplexed, he trusted that Adonis would not lead him astray. Before long, they departed the castle, heading towards the Black Lake. Adonis instructed Neville to remove his robes and guided him through some warm-up exercises prior to running. The morning training would consist of laps around the lake, with Adonis trailing behind, encouraging Neville to stop for rest whenever necessary. After completing their warm-ups, Adonis signaled Neville to begin. Under the sun's embrace, Neville felt a warmth enveloping him, invigorating his spirits. However, this was Neville's first experience with physical training. After completing a lap around the lake, Neville's breathing became erratic. His face flushed from exertion, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. After nearly completing another half lap, he was overwhelmed by the metallic taste of iron in his mouth, his legs feeling as though they were weighed down with lead, and a slight ache settled in his chest. He contemplated quitting, but memories of the day Malfoy had cursed him flooded his mind, recalling the disdainful glint in Malfoy's eyes as he wielded his wand, accompanied by the mocking laughter of others as Neville had been struck by the curse. Shaking his head, he gritted his teeth and pushed his weary body forward. Adonis, noticing Neville's fatigue, called out, "Enough for today, Neville." "No, Adonis, I can continue," Neville gasped, his words coming in fragmented bursts as he seemed on the verge of collapsing. Adonis quickly interjected, "Do not be stubborn, Neville. One cannot achieve greatness overnight. Physical training is a gradual process. Do not exhaust yourself on the very first day." Heeding Adonis's advice, Neville gradually came to a halt, only to feel his legs give way beneath him, collapsing onto the ground as he gasped for breath. Adonis sat beside Neville, pulling a potion from his bag, patting Neville's stomach gently as he offered it to him. "What is this?" Neville inquired, examining the vibrant green liquid swirling within the vial, faintly shimmering with a luminous glow. "It's a revitalizing potion, one I brewed myself. Give it a try as Neville uncorked the potion. A fragrant aroma wafted out, instantly clearing the fog in his mind. After consuming the potion, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his limbs, dissipating the fatigue in his muscles. A shiver of delight ran through him, and he felt as though every cell in his body was rejoicing. With wide eyes filled with wonder, Neville turned to Adonis, who feigned an air of superiority and waved him on, urging him to keep pace. The morning air at Hogwarts was still quite chilly, and Adonis warned him against catching a cold. Upon returning to the dormitory, Adonis discovered Harry and Ron still fast asleep. Noting the early hour, he refrained from disturbing their peaceful slumber, instead preparing himself and leading Neville to the common room to guide him in reviewing the upcoming lessons. The first class of the day was herbology, Neville's forte, and Adonis aimed to have him preview the material beforehand, believing that answering Professor Sprout's questions would bolster Neville's confidence. "What are the characteristics of mandrakes?" Adonis asked after Neville had read through the day's lesson twice. "The cry of a mandrake can be fatal," Neville replied confidently. "What is the primary use of mandrake leaves?" "To brew potions that restore those petrified or transfigured to their original forms." After answering, Neville suddenly exclaimed in excitement, I actually remembered." Neville exchanged a cheerful high-five with Adonis, his spirits lifted, especially given his notoriously poor memory. Yet, as he regained his composure, the knowledge from the textbook began to blur once more. Acting on Adonis's suggestion, he revisited the text several times at tea that moment. Hermione happened to emerge from her dormitory, and she was quite taken aback to find Neville actually preparing for class. "Neville, why are you studying the textbook today?" Closing the book in his hands, Neville reflected and replied. Adonis said that reviewing the material in advance would be beneficial for class. With Hermione present, Adonis declared, "I shall entrust your theoretical studies entirely to our esteemed Professor Granger from now on. Henceforth, Professor Granger will guide you in your theoretical learning." With that, Adonis imitated Dumbledore, stroking his non-existent beard. Hermione shot a glance at Adonis, bemused by his title of Professor Granger. Although she had reservations about this appellation, she was willing to assist Neville in his studies, recognizing that ambition was commendable and it was important not to become like Ron, who merely lounged about with Harry, grinning widely. Contemplating this, Hermione even devised a plan to study with the two of them. Though she suspected that her plans would likely fall through, Hermione systematically summarized the key points of the lesson for Neville, who absorbed her teachings like a sponge, along with her additional insights. Despite his slow pace and frequent forgetfulness, it was evident that Neville was somewhat pleased. In the third greenhouse, Professor Sprout posed a question during herbology class, asking, "Can anyone tell me the characteristics of mandrakes?" As her gaze swept across the students, she was slightly surprised to see that Hermione, typically quick to raise her hand, remained silent, while Neville, usually rather shy, raised his hand high. Change is a good thing, she thought, offering Neville a slight smile. "Then let us invite Mr. Longbottom to enlighten us." Like the tea that moment, a small group from Slytherin, led by Draco, snickered derisively, doubting Neville's ability to answer the professor's question, feeling a surge of anxiety. Neville glanced nervously at his friends, who encouraged him from the sidelines. Mandrakes can be used to cure those who have been petrified or transformed, and they themselves are quite dangerous. The cries of mature mandrake can easily take a person's life. As soon as Neville finished speaking, Harry immediately led the applause for him, acknowledging that his answer was quite commendable. Professor Sprout was equally pleased, astonished that a second-year student could possess such knowledge about mandrakes, especially one like Neville. "Excellent answer. 10 points for Gryffindor. You performed admirably, Mr. Longbottom. Please maintain this standard." Hearing the professor's praise, Neville blushed slightly, while Harry threw an arm around his shoulders, exclaiming, "Well done." Ron, meanwhile, exchanged a provocative glance with Draco across the table, who responded with a disdainful expression, nearly inciting Ron to retaliate. Professor Sprout clapped her hands, regaining the students' attention. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, do you see the pots in front of you? Inside are the seedlings of mandrakes. Today's lesson involves repotting these mandrake seedlings." At this point, Hermione raised her hand, asking, "Professor, won't repotting the mandrake seedlings be dangerous? After all, the cries of mature mandrakes are lethal." The other young witches and wizards then started to realize the potential peril, and many began to feel trepidation. Professor Sprout chuckled reassuringly. "Miss Granger, there is no need for concern. The cries of mandrake seedlings are not fatal, but they can induce a deep slumber for several hours. As long as you follow my instructions, everything will be fine. Now, each of you, please take a pair of earmuffs from me." Once all the young wizards donned the earmuffs, Professor Sprout continued, after putting on the earmuffs, "You won't be able to hear me clearly, so it's essential to observe my actions closely. Now, put on your earmuffs." Everyone hastily donned their earmuffs, mindful that fainting in front of their peers would be quite embarrassing. Noticing that Neville's earmuffs were not properly adjusted, Adonis promptly assisted him in making the necessary adjustments. Once it was confirmed that everyone was ready, Professor Sprout began a live demonstration, grasping a mandrake by its leaves. She forcefully pulled it from the soil, and a piercing scream echoed throughout the greenhouse, causing even those wearing earmuffs to feel their ears protest. The appearance of the mandrake in Professor Sprout's hands was grotesque, resembling a gnarled ginseng root with a wrinkled face, constantly writhing and eliciting a sense of unease. Swiftly, Professor Sprout placed the seedling into a new pot, covering it with soil, which silenced the mandrake. She then gestured for everyone to remove their earmuffs. The actions of repotting and covering the roots must be executed swiftly. Exposure to the cold will affect the efficacy of the potion. Of course, the most crucial part is to wear your earmuffs properly. Does everyone understand? "Yes," came the chorus in response. "Now, ensure your earmuffs are secure, and we can begin," as one mandrake seedling after another was uprooted. The greenhouse resonated with a cacophony of cries, unpleasant and shrill. Harry, repulsed by the mandrake's hideous appearance, nearly retched, while Draco foolishly poked his finger into the mandrake's mouth, only to yelp in pain as it bit him. Neville, however, managed to suppress his discomfort and swiftly completed the professor's task, once again earning 10 points for Gryffindor, which significantly bolstered his confidence. Today, Neville felt quite elated. The Gryffindors were straightforward in their praise. Upon learning that Neville had contributed 20 points to their house in herbology, they showered him with affirmations and encouragement. In stark contrast, Ron's day was rather dismal. His wand had broken during Charms class. And while practicing spells, he had either caused explosions or suffered rebounds, leading to a performance that could only be likened to Seamus. Soon after class, a tangible bubble of space formed around Ron, with Harry seeking refuge beside Hermione, as no one wished to be accidentally harmed by Ron's wayward wand. Earlier, during lunch in the Great Hall, they had learned that Professor McGonagall intended to punish them with detention over the weekend. She tasked Ron with cleaning trophies in the trophy room. Harry was also meant to accompany him, but Lockhart had commandeered Harry, insisting that he assist him in replying to fan mail. Throughout that morning, Ron appeared as though his soul had been siphoned away, moving like a mere shelled add insult to injury. He faced mental torment as he awaited the consequences of his family's reaction. After all, being seen flying a car by Muggles was no trivial matter, and it was a violation of the statute of secrecy. But he couldn't fathom how his mother would chastise him. After lunch, Ron sat in the Great Hall, attempting to mend his nearly severed wand with a roll of magical tape. Harry observed, convinced that Ron was merely deceiving himself. "But I'm finished, Harry." "Yes, you're finished," Harry replied, after witnessing Ron's repeated failures. Hermione could no longer contain herself. "Ron, I truly don't understand why you insist on clinging to this." Adonis and Harry both said they could lend you money to buy a new wand. "Why do you refuse?" Since acquiring the vault key from Nicholas, Adonis had vaulted to the ranks of the wealthiest. Harry, possessing the Potter family fortune, was equally affluent. Both had readily offered their assistance, insisting that there was no need to be stingy with each other over such a trivial sum. Ron, incensed, replied, "My family doesn't even know what to say to me. How can I possibly incur more debt?" Hermione was about to respond when a cacophony of owl hoots interrupted. An elderly owl, struggling to maintain its balance, dove head first into the fruit bowl in front of Harry. Thud! "Oh, that looks rather painful." "Errol." Ron swiftly retrieved the owl, named Errol, from the bowl and extracted a letter from its talons, which was more accurately described as a howler. Ron's expression darkened instantaneously, and Neville urged him to open it quickly, warning that dire consequences would follow if he hesitated. Trembling, Ron unfolded the letter, which then floated before him. Opening its mouth, the voice of Mrs. Weasley, amplified 100-fold, boomed as if shaking the very ceiling. "Ronald Weasley, how dare you?" The entire auditorium was captivated by the tremendous commotion, eager to discern who had the misfortune of receiving a howler. Ron's complexion swiftly turned pale, for Mrs. Weasley rarely addressed him by his full name. Each utterance signified impending reprimand that was akin to a mother who seldom calls you by your full name suddenly doing so, prompting a frantic recollection of any misdeeds. Adonis hurriedly cast a silencing charm around Ron, extinguishing the spectators' curiosity. Yet Ron's face, etched with terror, suggested he was in for a severe scolding. Ultimately, the howler escaped the bounds of the silencing spell and directed a few words at Ginny, whose expression turned somewhat awkward, likely indicating she had incurred considerable ire. Adonis also unfolded a letter brought to him by Sheila, originating from distant Paris, inquiring about the enchanting Luna. Upon reading this, Adonis realized a certain busybody had divulged secrets, casting a furious glare at the elderly figure presiding over the staff table. Dumbledore, noticing Adonis's ire, quickly averted his gaze, attempting to alleviate the embarrassment of being caught in his little scheme as Professor McGonagall passed by the Gryffindor table. She approached Adonis and inquired, "Adonis, do you recall the proposal I made to you last semester?" Adonis promptly recognized she was referring to the Transfiguration Club and nodded eagerly. "Indeed, Professor McGonagall, I would be honored to join your club." Satisfied, McGonagall informed him that the first meeting of the semester would take place next Wednesday at 7 o'clock, and she would ensure he received notification of the location. With that, she handed Adonis a piece of parchment adorned with an illustration of a tabby cat lounging on a sofa. Harry, not daring to eavesdrop overtly, waited for McGonagall to depart before curiously asking, "Adonis, what did Professor McGonagall just discuss with you?" "About my joining her Transfiguration Club," Adonis replied, stowing the parchment in his satchel, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Gilderoy Lockhart was indeed quite renowned in the wizarding world, for every tale he penned was enchanting and left readers yearning for more, as though the narrative unfolded before their very eyes, a commendable trait of Lockhart. All his female admirers were eager to believe he was as valiant and formidable as depicted in his books, to the extent that they could not tolerate even the slightest slander against him. Presently, Hermione was vehemently debating with Ron over a disparaging remark he had made about Lockhart. This morning, George and Fred told me that Lockhart actually made them answer questions about his preferences in class. Ron lamented to Harry. Really? Did Lockhart truly do that? Harry queried incredulously, despite his own disinclination towards Lockhart. Surely, Hogwarts' standard for selecting professors could not be so low. Indeed, the entire fourth year is abuzz with it. Ron insisted, his expression one of utmost seriousness. I could see that moment. Hermione interjected, casting a scornful gaze at Ron as she declared, Lockhart is a powerful and elegant wizard, absolutely not the pathetic figure George and Fred depict. I firmly believe Professor Lockhart will prove his excellence through tangible actions. What do you think, Adonis? Neville? Faced with Hermione's subtly perilous inquiry, Adonis felt no inclination to respond and took a few steps away with Neville. Observing Hermione glare daggers at Ron before storming into the defense against the dark arts classroom, the ferocity with which women pursue their passions can be quite formidable. The group followed suit, their thoughts surprisingly aligned. Upon entering the classroom, Adonis was struck by the stark contrast between Lockhart's flamboyant decor and Professor Quirrell's previous oppressive atmosphere. The walls were adorned with photographs of Lockhart during his adventures, each capturing him in a dazzling smile. Indeed, you understand the implication. The front of the room hung a massive portrait of Lockhart himself, rivaling that of the fat lady, with him depicted painting his own likeness. Typically, such self-portraits are unveiled posthumously, leaving Adonis momentarily unsettled by Lockhart's relentless self-promotion. Notably, Hermione had recently befriended several witches from other houses due to her admiration for Lockhart. At present, she was seated in the front row alongside Hufflepuff's Susan Bones. Fervently discussing Lockhart's exploits, Harry harbored a flicker of hope regarding Lockhart, settling down behind Hermione with Ron. Just as he intended to beckon Adonis and Neville, he noticed Adonis had commandeered Neville to the last row. Adonis, why are we sitting here? Neville asked, bewildered, given the abundance of empty seats elsewhere. Adonis, with a solemn expression, placed a reassuring hand on Neville's shoulder and said earnestly, You shall understand my well-meaning intentions shortly. Neville. Just then, a flamboyantly adorned peacock flung open the office door and strutted out. Now, allow me to introduce your new defense against the dark arts professor, Lockhart announced, flashing a self-satisfied smile that left Hermione and the throng of female admirers utterly enraptured. That would be me, he proclaimed, descending the staircase with exaggerated grace, continuing to extol his accolades. Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the third-class Merlin Award, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and five-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Though I prefer to remain modest about these achievements, then kindly refrain from speaking, Adonis scoffed inwardly, bemused by the need to incessantly flaunt one's accolades. Was it merely a facade to mask incompetence? After all, I do not rely on my charming smile to vanquish banshees. Lockhart's grin widened, as if he perceived an aura of adoration radiating from the front row. Neville, casting a sidelong glance at Adonis, wore an expression of trepidation, wondering if Lockhart truly resembled George's earlier description. Adonis patted his shoulder reassuringly. Neville, you must trust him. How could one possibly doubt our defense against the dark arts professor? Initially, Neville felt a twinge of shame for questioning the professor, yet he soon heard Adonis assert, he undoubtedly is just as described, observing the lack of enthusiasm from all but the front row of girls. Lockhart appeared somewhat flustered. I trust you have all procured my complete collection of books. Splendid. We shall now engage in a brief assessment. With a wink at the front row, he left Hermione utterly entranced. As Lockhart distributed the quizzes, he reassured, Fear not. This is merely to gauge your comprehension of the material. Hermione beamed as Lockhart handed her the test, feigning modesty as she uttered a grateful thank you before resuming her whispered conversation with Susan. Harry and Ron felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, with Ron's expression resembling someone who had just ingested something foul. While Harry lamented the absurdity of the questions posed, they raised their heads to see Hermione diligently scribbling away, a confident smile gracing her features. Neville, utterly perplexed by the questions, exchanged a glance with Adonis, who was equally bemused by the first query. What was the favorite color of the students? This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. In the interest of gaining extra points, I shall endure. Just wait, Lockhart. Your day of reckoning shall come. Once satisfied that all students had received their quizzes, Lockhart announced loudly, "You now have 30 minutes. Begin." Upon completing the grading, Lockhart shook his head, lamenting, "Almost none of you knew that my favorite color is lavender, with the exceptions of Mr. Landon and Miss Granger. Oh, and Mr. Longbottom." He bestowed smiles upon them, commending their excellent answers with a 5-point bonus each. Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous glances, speculating that Neville could not possibly be among them. Thus, it must be Adonis. Could it be that Adonis was also a fan of Lockhart? If only they knew what thoughts swirled in Adonis's mind. He might have retched, especially when Miss Granger recalled that his aspiration was to eradicate all evil and promote his shampoo brand. What a fine young lady indeed. As Hermione heard Lockhart's flattery, the corners of her mouth nearly ascended to the heavens, and she turned to Adonis with a smug arch of her eyebrow. "What are you staring at? You don't think I'm a fan of that fool, do you?" Adonis looked on in bewilderment. The subsequent lesson proved to be rather tedious, with Lockhart perched at the lectern recounting amusing anecdotes from his travels, eliciting peals of laughter from the young witches seated before him. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron had grown so bored that they resorted to toying with their fingers, while Adonis conversed with Neville about their training regimen for the upcoming days. Adonis resolved to incorporate skill training alongside physical conditioning, perhaps even delving into subjects not offered at Hogwarts, such as swordsmanship. During dinner in the Great Hall, Ron inadvertently glimpsed Hermione's class schedule, his face registering astonishment. "Why have you circle hearts next to all of Lockhart's classes?" Hermione instantly covered her schedule, her face flushed with indignation. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Ron said nothing further, merely shrugging as he resumed his conversation with Harry about Quidditch. With a sudden flash, the eyes of the gathered students were momentarily blinded, and Harry found himself facing a diminutive first-year Gryffindor wielding a muggle camera. "Hello, Harry. I'm Colin Creevy." He appeared somewhat anxious. "I'm so sorry for taking your picture without your permission, but I was just too excited." As Colin spoke, everyone realized he must be one of Harry's fervent admirers. "Mr. Potter has fans. Do you aspire to be like that clown Lockhart?" Draco's sharp, piercing voice rang out from beside the Gryffindor table. With Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like bodyguards, if he had any sense, he would know better than to speak ill of Lockhart in such a public venue. After all, most of the second and third-year girls were ardent admirers of Lockhart, and soon a number of Gryffindor girls shot Draco furious glares, with Hermione nearly ready to slap him. "Mind your tongue, Malfoy!" The reprimand came not only from the Gryffindor table, but even from his fellow Slytherin upperclasswomen, who expressed their discontent with Draco's remarks. Realizing he had overstepped, he stiffened, preparing to depart, but had barely taken a few steps when the furious Professor McGonagall apprehended him. "Mr. Malfoy, how dare you malign a professor in public?" Slytherin loses 20 points. It was clear that Professor McGonagall was genuinely irked. A resounding applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, while nearly all the Slytherins glared at Draco, wishing to see him devoured whole. Losing 20 points so soon into the term was quite the scandal. What on earth happened? Lockhart arrived late, seemingly oblivious to Draco's slander, his attention solely fixed on Colin with the camera, and then on Harry. His eyes brightening. "Oh, young wizard, would you mind taking a picture of me and Harry?" Before Harry could react, Lockhart had draped an arm around Harry's shoulders, displaying his signature smile, overwhelmed by the scent of Lockhart's strong perfume. Harry felt the collective gaze of the crowd settle upon him, leaving him feeling exposed and blushing profusely. Upon learning of Draco's disparagement, Lockhart appeared angry, yet somewhat sheepish, deducting another 20 points from Slytherin. Our pompous friend may find his life in Slytherin less than pleasant of late. On Saturday morning, Adonis stood by the window of the dormitory, gazing out at the black lake bathed in sunlight. His thoughts adrift. Were they on the training arrangements for Neville that evening, or perhaps on a certain girl who lingered in his mind? The latter seemed more likely. This week, he had scarcely encountered Luna, and a sense of longing to see her, to converse with her, began to swell within him. Tying back his hair with a ribbon and donning his robes, Adonis resolved to wander the castle, harboring a subtle premonition that he might just cross paths with Luna somewhere within the school. With this hopeful thought, he pushed open the portrait of the fat lady, descending the spiral staircase. He encountered Peeves the poltergeist hurling dung bombs at the walls, while Filch seethed with fury at the chaotic mess around him. Adonis even witnessed Peeves tossing a dung bomb directly into Filch's mouth. To avoid being embroiled in Peeves' antics, Adonis quickly changed course, heading towards the defense against the Dark Arts Tower, where he spotted several witches chattering animatedly around Lockhart, who appeared utterly content, seemingly reveling in the adoration of his admirers. If only his knowledge matched his fame. Along the way, numerous girls noticed Adonis, with several upper-class women approaching him to chat, but he deftly deflected their advances. Suddenly, the Weasley twins sprang forth, throwing their arms around Adonis' shoulders in a dramatic display. "Look how popular Adonis is. What do you think, George? If I were half as popular as Adonis, my spirits would soar to the heavens." George feigned a look of regret, shaking his head before beginning to pinch Adonis' cheeks. Get off, get off. I have things to attend to today, so I won tea, indulge your antics." In front of the gathered crowd, Adonis felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly extricated himself from their grasp. Fred and George, sensing his discomfort, adopted a woeful expression. Adonis doesn't want us anymore, even though he used to, as if Adonis were some scoundrel who had abandoned them. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was still thin, Adonis hurriedly put distance between himself and the two mischief makers, fearing what further shenanigans they might concoct. His reputation could not suffer such indignities. Descending the marble staircase, Adonis pushed open the doors to the Transfiguration courtyard. Sunlight flooding his face, momentarily blinding him in the distance. He thought he spotted a familiar and serene figure beneath a tree, radiating a subtle glow in the sunlight. His eyes adjusted to the brightness of the courtyard. He realized that the figure was none other than Luna, the girl who had occupied his thoughts so incessantly that moment. Luna had her back to him, seemingly lost in contemplation. Adonis approached slowly, hand raised in greeting, just as Luna turned to acknowledge him. "Good morning, Adonis." Her voice was as ethereal as when they first met. Adonis lowered his hand, taking a seat beside Luna, studying her intently. Luna, feeling his gaze upon her, blushed slightly and could not help but inquire, "Is there something amiss with me?" Adonis shook his head. "I merely wanted to see if you had an eye growing on the back of your head." Luna offered no reply, and Adonis settled beside her, striving to strike up a conversation. Today, she had her wand tucked behind her ear, adorned with carrot earrings and a bottle-cap necklace. Notably, she was barefoot. Adonis found himself puzzled. "Luna, why aren't you wearing shoes today?" "Nargles," she replied nonchalantly. "They're quite mischievous and stole my shoes." It seemed losing belongings was of little concern to her. "Nargles? What are they?" Adonis queried, perplexed. A youthful voice chimed from behind him. "It's not the Nargles. It's those wretched little witches." Ginny, as she spoke, greeted Adonis. He inquired, "What's this about the little witches?" Ginny appeared increasingly agitated, explaining that they deemed Luna peculiar, had nicknamed her a mad girl, and were currently hiding her shoes. How utterly despicable. Luna tugged at Ginny's sleeve. "It's all right. They simply dislike my clothes and shoes. I believe those things will return." Her words were delivered as if the mockery were not directed at her. Adonis felt a pang of discomfort in his chest, contemplating before stating, "Don't let their opinions affect you. Just be yourself. Tiomi, you are quite captivating." Suddenly, Adonis clamped a hand over his mouth, as Ginny's expression shifted to one of mischievous understanding. Her look suggesting, "I see what you mean, that I suppose I'm somewhat extraneous here," Ginny remarked, waving her hand dismissively before bidding farewell to Luna and darting away. Luna, still processing the compliment, felt her cheeks warm slightly at Adonis' words. Nervously grasping the hem of her shirt, Adonis sensed that his remark had been somewhat awkward, and a moment of unease settled between them. "I'll go help you find your shoes. Wait here for me." Adonis stammered, awkwardly rushing into the defense against the Dark Arts Tower, and once his composure returned, he waved his wand, summoning Luna's shoes. As if summoned by enchantment, a pair of small leather shoes soared through the air towards Adonis. Treating them as a priceless treasure, he cradled them in his hands and slowly approached Luna. Sensing someone approaching, Luna lifted her gaze and beheld Adonis holding her shoes, recalling his earlier compliment about her charm. She lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Then, As if witnessing something extraordinary, her eyes widened in astonishment. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue the captivating tale. Adonis knelt on one knee, using magic to brush away the dust from Luna's socks before neatly placing her little leather shoes before her. Although Luna maintained a serene expression, as if nothing could disturb her composure. The flush of her ears betrayed the turbulent emotions stirring within her. Ginny, returning from her previous errand, gasped in surprise at the sight, her mouth covered in astonishment. The two basked in the sunlight, radiating an enchanting glow that captivated onlookers. Once Luna had donned her shoes, Adonis joined her under a tree, basking in the sun and engaging in conversation. He discovered that Luna possessed a unique perspective on many matters. While some of her thoughts might seem peculiar to others, it became evident during their dialogue that her sorting into Ravenclaw was justified. Luna exhibited remarkable insight, often anticipating Adonis's inquiries before he could articulate them. Luna was acutely aware of everything happening around her, misunderstood, ostracized, even branded as the crazy girl. Yet she remained steadfast in her identity, perpetually calm and indifferent to others' opinions. Adonis felt this was unjust, yet he found himself powerless to alter the public's perception of Luna. It was simply beyond his control. He mused, "I truly enjoy our conversations, Adonis," Luna said, adjusting her attire and bestowing upon him a radiant smile. Adonis found himself momentarily entranced, his eyes fixated upon her face. "Adonis, Adonis," Luna called, her cheeks tinged with crimson as her heart raced faster. Hearing his name echoed by her lips brought Adonis back to reality. He was not one to be swayed by mere beauty. So why did he feel so dazed by Luna? "I apologize, Luna. I have been quite rude," he replied, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "Until next time, Luna." He hurriedly departed. Watching Adonis's retreating figure, a subtle smile crept onto Luna's face, which soon reverted to her usual tranquil demeanor. The thoughts of a young girl often remain known only to herself. During lunchtime, Adonis met up with Neville in the Great Hall. Neville appeared quite animated. A few days prior, Adonis had mysteriously informed him that every Saturday evening starting this week would entail practical training. After a week of running, Neville felt considerably stronger, convinced that the forthcoming training would be a mere formality. IT was curious how Neville had become so confident. Had he never faced the harshness of reality before? However, as Neville devoured the last of his meat pie, Adonis remained silent about the training, seemingly lost in thought. Unable to contain himself any longer, Neville leaned closer to Adonis and whispered, "Adonis, where are we training tonight?" He seemed to imply that the two were planning a clandestine encounter. Adonis, previously distracted, was jolted back to the present by Neville's inquiry. Observing the scattered remnants of his meal, he felt a tinge of awkwardness. Clearing his throat and sitting up straight, he declared, "Tonight, I'll take you to see my secret base." Secret base. Ron, having been eavesdropping on their hushed conversation, couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. The commotion drew the attention of those around them. Realizing his indiscretion, Ron quickly covered his mouth, but it was too late. Adonis sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Harry, however, seized the opportunity, lowering his voice to inquire further, while Hermione discreetly shifted closer, feigning disinterest but clearly straining to hear. Seeing the group's eager expressions, Adonis leaned in closer and whispered, "After dinner, we will gather outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom." Suddenly, Adonis's tone shifted, and he fixed Ron with a serious gaze. "However, given that we have an unstable element among us, I'm contemplating whether to terminate our arrangement." Hermione and Harry quickly grasped the implications. They were heading to Adonis's secret base, and Ron, with his penchant for boasting, would undoubtedly divulge its location to everyone, thereby rendering it no longer a secret. Ron protested vehemently. "That's a gross misrepresentation. Ron, can keep secrets better than anyone." Adonis rolled his eyes, recalling how Ron had boasted about his adventures at the end of the last term, making him a household name for thwarting dark wizard plots. Ultimately, with Ron's fervent assurances, the group decided to include him in their plans. Upon reaching the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Adonis noted that everyone had arrived. Nodded, and gestured for them to follow. He then led the four of them down the steps in front of the classroom, turning right and stopping before a wall. What do you see? Adonis posed the seemingly nonsensical question, leaving the others bewildered. A wall. What is so special about it? Ron questioned, perplexed. Noticing the group's confusion, Adonis extended his hand toward Neville, signaling him to grasp it. Soon as Neville took hold of Adonis's hand, he witnessed the wall before them begin to change, as if it were dissolving, gradually revealing a small hidden space behind it. Astonished, Neville's mouth fell agape. Harry, noticing Neville's astonishment, waved a hand in front of his face. Mirroring Neville's actions by taking hold of Adonis's other hand, as they beheld the magical transformation, they marveled at the wonders of magic. That moment, Adonis explained, this corner has been enchanted with a concealment charm, as you can see, to hide the secrets of the wall behind it. He then led them to a grand Gothic grandfather clock, the unique aspect being that its 3 hands represented the sun, moon, and stars. Hermione, focus your attention. I will demonstrate for you, Adonis instructed. Suddenly called upon, Hermione snapped back to attention as she watched Adonis produce his wand and strike the 3 hands in a specific order. The clock emitted a clicking sound, and the 3 hands began to spin rapidly until they aligned perfectly, causing the face of the clock to swing open like a door, revealing a passageway within. Why mention this to Hermione? Look at Harry and Ron. Are they capable of remembering the sequence? Adonis thought to himself, ignoring Ron's exclamation of disbelief. Taking the lead, Adonis stepped into the passageway, prompting Neville to follow closely behind, while Hermione tugged Harry along after them. After walking through the dim and narrow corridor for a while, the atmosphere suddenly brightened as they entered a spacious room illuminated by flickering torches. With beams of light streaming down from iron grates in the ceiling, in one corner stood a haphazard array of armor, weapons, and training dummies. Wow, this place is incredible, Harry exclaimed, suddenly at a loss for words. Neville chimed in, it's the perfect training ground. Though the details of Adonis training Neville were not a secret within their small group, Harry and Ron remained curious about how Adonis would conduct Neville's training today. They had already found a few wooden chairs to observe the proceedings. All right, Neville, your training objective is to successfully strike the mirror affixed to the dummy's chest while under magical attack. You should be familiar with basic magical impacts. Correct? Seeing Neville nod in agreement, Adonis rummaged through his pockets and produced a beautifully adorned mirror, then moved a nearby training dummy into position, using transfiguration to embed the mirror seamlessly into the dummy's chest. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. With a gentle tap of his wand, the mirror came to life, and the dummy began to move as if animated, spinning around and swinging its old wooden stick. Adonis had shifted several wooden crates to serve as makeshift cover and obstacles, and everything appeared to be in readiness that he then positioned himself approximately 15 meters away from the dummy, signaling to Neville with a glance to focus his attention. With a flourish of the wand held by the dummy, a beam of red light shot forth rapidly, hurtling directly towards Adonis, who deftly sidestepped to the left. The dummy, however, would not afford him much time to react. Its strikes came with alarming frequency, reminiscent of a genuine battle where foes offer no respite. The first red beam narrowly missed Adonis, but the second was already aimed squarely at his face. Just as Adonis was about to be struck, Neville prepared to shout a warning, but Adonis had already lunged forward to the left, rolling on the ground. Seizing the opportunity during the dummy's brief pause, he waved his wand, unleashing a thicker beam of red light that struck the mirror, causing the dummy to collapse as though its bones had been extracted, crumpling to the ground. Hermione quickly snapped out of her astonishment and began applauding Adonis alongside Harry and Ron, while Neville looked on with admiration. When it was Neville's turn, Adonis patted him on the shoulder, urging him not to be overly anxious or fearful of failure, reminding him that this was merely a training exercise and not a source of psychological pressure. Taking a deep breath, Neville fixed his gaze on the dummy as Adonis adjusted its attack frequency. Unfortunately, he had somewhat overestimated Neville's agility. At the onset of the training, before Neville could react, the dummy's assault sent the poor lad flying. Thud! Oh, splat! The onlooking trio couldn't help but express their sympathy for Neville's unfortunate predicament, noticing how the three had turned their faces away. That must have hurt. Ron, I think so too. Why don't you give it a try? Harry, you should be able to handle it. Why don't you go? You know I've been afraid of pain since I was a child. Adonis quickly deactivated the dummy and rushed over to assist Neville, who looked somewhat disheartened, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Observing Neville's woeful expression, Adonis encouraged him. "Let's go again." As he spoke, he transformed a chair into a large net behind Neville to prevent another fall, lest he develop a psychological barrier. This time, Neville absorbed the lesson. As Adonis activated the dummy, he sprinted towards the nearby obstacle. Although he dodged the first beam of red light, the dummy anticipated his next move and sent him flying once again. But fortunately, he landed in the net and slid to a stop on the ground. "Neville, don't just focus on dodging. Pay attention to your opponent's movements." Adonis lifted Neville from the ground. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, "You look fine. Keep pushing, Neville." However, in subsequent attempts, Neville was struck by the dummy due to his insufficient reaction speed. When you can't evade by running, try rolling forward. "Neville." As soon as those words left Adonis's mouth, Neville immediately complied, only to find himself unable to roll midway, allowing the dummy to seize the opportunity. This time, the impact was considerable. Neville rolled several times in the air before being caught by the net, feeling as if his bones might shatter. Seeing this, Adonis decided it was best to halt Neville's training, sitting beside him to offer a summary and correct his running and rolling techniques. The trio approached to express their sympathy for Neville, as being thrown about certainly looked painful. Before departing, Adonis handed Neville a vial of invigorating potion, hoping it would mend his scrapes and bruises. Ron expressed curiosity about the potion's taste, to which Adonis pointed at the standing dummy, nonchalantly stating, "You can go up and be thrown by the dummy a few times, and I'll give you a vial." The first class on Monday morning was Hermione's favorite, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry and Ron were perplexed by Hermione's obsessive admiration for Lockhart, which had escalated to a blind fervor. Even Ron and Harry's complaints about Lockhart were met with scolding from the young witch. For instance, as they walked to class, Ron was quietly grumbling about Lockhart when Hermione suddenly tapped his arm, exclaiming, "Ron, you can't speak ill of Professor Lockhart, but he really does seem quite unreliable. Don't you think so?" "Harry," Ron was unusually assertive in front of Hermione. Before Harry could respond, Hermione quickly cut him off to be quiet. "Ron, have you read the books he has written?" Hermione immediately opened her copy of Magical Me, flipping through pages without concern for how many she turned, and promptly slapped the book against Ron's face, her words tumbling out rapidly. "The events in the book are so vivid. They couldn't have been penned without first-hand experience." "Wah, stop it, Ron. Professor Lockhart must be hiding his true prowess. He is undoubtedly a formidable white wizard," Hermione concluded, and Ron, feeling overwhelmed, huffed heavily and turned to leave in a huff. Harry, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, wondered if his opinions were of no consequence at all. Adonis placed an arm around Harry's shoulders, his gaze shifting between Ron and Hermione, having high hopes for this pair of comedic adversaries. After all, Hermione was always bold and candid in front of Harry and himself, yet she exhibited a peculiar demeanor around Ron. Perhaps it was the classic case of the participants being oblivious while the observer is clear-sighted. Upon opening the classroom door, Adonis was momentarily blinded by the sight of Lockhart, resplendent in his flashy attire, striking poses, and flashing what he believed to be an irresistible smile. Harry felt as though he might develop a migraine. The earlier debate between Hermione and himself had only intensified Ron's disdain for Lockhart, prompting him to feign retching while supporting Neville's shoulder. "I just don't understand why girls are attracted to such a pompous charlatan." Lockhart was donned in his usual white cloak adorned with golden trim, exuding a potent scent of cologne, but today he also carried a cage draped in blue fabric. He approached the podium, offering a standard smile to the young witches in the front row, who were instantly captivated, their eyes gleaming with infatuation. He then clapped his hands, adopting a serious demeanor, and proclaimed, "Now, everyone, focus your attention. You are about to confront a most terrifying creature. They are quite dangerous, but do not panic. With me, the great Gilderoy Lockhart, you will not suffer even the slightest harm, I assure you." After which, he flashed his signature smile, inciting Ron's ire to the point where he wished he could rip Lockhart's mouth off. Harry instinctively peeked out from behind a stack of books to catch a glimpse of the perilous creature Lockhart had mentioned. Seeing that his words had had an effect, Lockhart beamed even brighter, placing his hand on the blue cloth while saying, "I hope you are not frightened by their fearsome appearance." Hearing Lockhart's words, Neville felt a twinge of uncertainty, instinctively shrinking his head, for if the professor said so, it must be a truly dreadful creature. With arms crossed, Adonis adopted a posture of eager anticipation, for he held little faith in Lockhart's ability to procure any genuinely dangerous magical beast, especially one confined within a cage barely taller than a human. When the blue cloth was finally lifted, lo and behold, a Cornish pixie. It is worth noting that the Cornish pixie is classified as a XXX level magical creature, indicating that our Professor Lockhart might possess some measure of skill. Insert playful sarcasm here. The crowd erupted in laughter, with Seamus mockingly exclaiming, "A Cornish pixie?" As the young wizards displayed their disdainful expressions, Lockhart felt his composure slipping and cleared his throat, saying, "Indeed, Mr. Monaghan, this is a Cornish pixie I just captured." Ron couldn't help but scoff derisively, prompting Lockhart to grow irritated at Mr. Weasley. "Do you have a comment to share?" Upon hearing Lockhart's inquiry, Ron's impatience flared. "Professor, as you can see, they don't seem nearly as dangerous as you claim." "Do they?" Lockhart felt a flush of embarrassment at Ron's scornful words, shaking his head in response that "Oh, not be so certain. They could be as cunning and destructive as devils." To be fair, the Cornish pixies were indeed quite unattractive, skin of a sickly blue-green hue. Emaciated frames, pointed faces, and large, dark eyes, all fidgeting restlessly within the cage while emitting high-pitched, piercing shrieks that bore no resemblance to anything remotely resembling a fairy. "You claim that fairies are rather unattractive?" "Forget I said anything to this moment." Lockhart began to stir up trouble again. He rapped on the cage and, in a most serious tone, addressed the gathering now. "Let me see how you handle these little imps." Without affording anyone a moment to prepare, he flung open the cage door. Instantly, chaos erupted within the classroom. The tiny sprites flitted about like flies, wreaking havoc, toppling neatly arranged books, scattering Lockhart's photographs, and even shattering the classroom windows, leaving shards of glass strewn across the floor. Some sprites even took to assaulting Draco's eyes. My dear friends, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue, as the story becomes even more thrilling. They seized ink bottles and doused the entire class with ink, shredded papers, and a few even attempted to strike Adonis on the head. Their fate was all but sealed as they were petrified before they could get close. Crashing heavily to the ground, Lockhart, witnessing the pandemonium and eager to regain some semblance of control, proclaimed, "They are merely a bunch of little sprites. You can easily manage them." It seemed he had entirely forgotten that he had never taught his students the spells to subdue such creatures. Perhaps too engrossed in showcasing his own prowess to remember his role as an instructor. With a confident smile, he rolled up his sleeves, brandished his wand, and uttered the incantation, Pescapixie Pesternami. The efficacy of his spell was dubious at best. Shortly thereafter, his wand was snatched away by a sprite and hurled out of the window. Realizing the situation had spiraled completely out of control, Lockhart made a swift decision, moving with a speed that left Neville bewildered. He dashed up the stairs and into his office, all the while instructing Hermione and Harry, "You handle the rest." With that, he slammed the door behind him with a speed that was almost deafening. Throughout this ordeal, Hermione, who had been hoping for Lockhart to salvage the situation, now exhibited a glimmer of disappointment and doubt. "Can we really trust him to teach us?" Ron complained, promptly swatting away a sprite that had been preparing to nibble on his ear with his book. "We might as well have Adonis teach us," Harry grumbled, slamming a sprite against the table. "Don't be so harsh. Perhaps he simply intended to provide us with an opportunity to practice." Hermione tried to convince herself, though the sprites were beginning to exasperate her. "Practice? Don't be ridiculous, Hermione. He can't even handle this minor disturbance." Harry narrowly dodged a book hurled by one of the sprites. "Don't be so negative, Harry. Think of the books he's written." Ron retorted, leaving Hermione momentarily speechless. Adonis perceived this as an excellent chance for Neville to shine and patted him on the shoulder. "Neville, it is time to demonstrate what you have learned thus far. Recall the spells Hermione taught you." Encouraged by Adonis's words, Neville felt a surge of confidence as he recalled the theoretical knowledge Hermione had imparted last week. With a new wand in hand, Neville was no longer the bumbling fool who struggled to channel even a modicum of magic. Thanks to Hermione's tutoring, he had mastered a few spells. Suddenly inspired, Neville brandished his wand and intoned, All immobilize. Magic surged forth, enveloping all the sprites, rendering them motionless in midair, some still clutching ink bottles, their faces twisted in grotesque grins. As Neville regained control of the situation, everyone ceased their frantic activities, staring at him in astonishment. Neville bashfully scratched his head. Hearing the commotion outside cease, Lockhart emerged from his office, flashing his trademark grin and announcing shamelessly, "See, ladies and gentlemen, under my illustrious leadership, the esteemed Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, we have effortlessly resolved this crisis, have we not? Naturally, I must award Mr. Longbottom 10 points." The crowd regarded Lockhart with a mix of incredulity, one student even scoffing derisively, but Lockhart remained oblivious, maintaining his ostentatious demeanor. Following this incident, Adonis gained a renewed appreciation for Lockhart's audacity that on Wednesday evening, Professor McGonagall hastily departed the Great Hall after dinner, casting a knowing glance at Adonis as a reminder not to forget the gathering that evening. For as a new member, neglecting to attend the first meeting would leave a poor impression on the others. Once the students had finished their meals, Cedric from Hufflepuff approached the Gryffindor table, lightly tapping Adonis on the shoulder. "It is time for us to go. Professor McGonagall should be waiting for us." Adonis and Cedric had interacted a few times before, enjoying pleasant conversations. Perhaps it was the mutual attraction of brilliance. Adonis held Cedric in high regard. He was handsome, witty, and remarkably intelligent. And quite gentle, Adonis added to his thoughts. If there were a ranking of the most desirable wizards at Hogwarts, Cedric would undoubtedly top the list. For what girl would not be enamored by a charming fellow from a respectable family? Just observe the way many of the older girls at the Gryffindor table gazed at him with stars in their eyes. After bidding farewell to Harry and the others, Adonis followed Cedric out of the Great Hall. "I must say," Adonis remarked with a teasing smile, "our dashing and charming Mr. Diggory seems to have a rather eventful love life lately." Cedric, not one to take the jest lightly, retorted, "Don't be absurd, Adonis. I have no romantic entanglements, and I ask that so. I distinctly recall stumbling upon a certain someone in the fifth-floor corridor, clandestinely courting a Ravenclaw girl." Cedric, realizing his previously covert actions had not gone unnoticed, sighed in resignation. "Do not spread falsehoods. We have not even exchanged vows, yet I refuse to believe anyone could resist the unparalleled charm of Cedric Diggory." Cedric, exasperated, playfully punched Adonis on the back. "It seems the Ravenclaw girls are all whispering that the unattainable flower of Gryffindor is about to be plucked by the eccentric Luna. Fill me in on the details." It appeared that boys too possessed an insatiable curiosity for gossip. Adonis, brimming with pride, lifted his chin. "Do not heed their nonsense. I am quite proactive." "Wait, Ravenclaw. You jest, yet you claim there is no progress," Cedric exclaimed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, and with a burst of speed, he left Adonis behind, who was left to grumble in frustration. Cedric led Adonis to a corridor on the 6th floor of the castle. Stopping at a corner, watching Adonis with keen interest, which made Adonis somewhat uncomfortable. "I must clarify, I have no peculiar inclinations," Adonis stated suddenly, causing Cedric to stumble slightly. Ultimately, it was Cedric who capitulated first, saying, "I am merely responsible for bringing you here. The exact location of the club is for you to discover." "Is this some sort of initiation test?" Adonis inquired. "This is a rite of passage for all, confirming your eligibility for club membership." Upon hearing Cedric's explanation, Adonis understood. However, the corridor seemed devoid of any objects related to transfiguration, save for various sized paintings adorning the walls. Paintings that indicates the presence of a secret chamber. With this realization, Adonis's mind sparked with inspiration, and soon he found himself before a tall painting in a secluded corner. The which depicted was conjuring fruit out of thin air upon a plate, using transfiguration. Cedric approached, remarking, "Initially, I went to great lengths to find her. Many of the paintings here are related to transfiguration. How did you ascertain so quickly that this was the correct one?" According to Gamp's laws of elemental transfiguration, food items such as fruit cannot be conjured out of thin air. Upon hearing this, Cedric had nothing further to say, turning to converse with the woman in the painting. Eventually, the portrait swung open, revealing a bright and spacious room behind it. The classroom of the Transfiguration Club could scarcely be called a classroom. It resembled a cozy office nook, complete with a warm fireplace, surrounded by an array of wooden bookshelves filled with various texts on transfiguration. In the center stood a large, solid wood round table, with 10 uniquely styled sofas arranged around it. Professor McGonagall was already seated at the head of the table, a welcoming smile gracing her features as she regarded the newly arrived Adonis and Cedric. "Good evening, Professor McGonagall," with a nod from Adonis, initiated the conversation. "Are there 10 members in total, including you, in the club?" "Now, there are 11, and at this moment, there is no seat reserved for you. You must conjure one yourself, which is also a test of the club." Upon hearing this, Adonis comprehended the purpose of the parchment Professor McGonagall had previously handed him. He retrieved the parchment, waved his wand, and watched as it expanded, transforming into a splendid armchair that appeared before him. He then placed the chair directly opposite Professor McGonagall. Subsequently, Adonis produced a button from his satchel, waved his wand again, and transformed it into a soft cushion, which he placed atop the chair. Professor McGonagall appeared increasingly pleased with Adonis, applauding him warmly. "I finally grasp a bit of why Professor McGonagall remarked upon your exceptional talent," Cedric commented, taking a seat in the second chair to the left of Professor McGonagall. "Good evening, everyone," a familiar male voice echoed from the entrance. Adonis turned to see the Hufflepuff prefect, Truman, upon spotting Adonis. Truman seemed somewhat taken aback. "Oh, a new member. Welcome, Adonis. Your chair looks splendid." After exchanging greetings, he settled beside Cedric. "This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading." More members gradually arrived, representing various houses, notably Percy and his girlfriend Penelope, who were also part of the club. Observing them exchanging glances across the round table, Adonis sensed a rather rosy atmosphere enveloping the club. "So, are we also a part of your courtship?" Professor McGonagall, noticing that most had arrived, stood to speak. "Today marks our first assembly of the academic year, and I wish to address 2 matters. Firstly, congratulations to Mr. Weasley for receiving the award for the most promising newcomer in Transfiguration today." Before she could finish, applause erupted, and Adonis joined in enthusiastically. "Secondly, we welcome a new member, Mr. Adonis Landon, who also possesses remarkable talent in Transfiguration." The applause resumed, yet Adonis could distinctly sense the impatience of a few Slytherins. Their claps were minimal, nearly non-existent. Adonis found this reaction unsurprising, given the long-standing rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. "Now, everyone, we shall discuss a new topic, the practical applications of Transfiguration." After listening to Professor McGonagall, a master of Transfiguration, Adonis felt as though he had pushed open the door to a new world. Through the fusion of Professor McGonagall's insights and his practical experience, Adonis discovered the myriad possibilities that Transfiguration could bring to combat. The theoretical lesson proved immensely beneficial. "Mr. Landon, please stay behind," Professor McGonagall addressed the group as the meeting concluded. Cedric patted Adonis on the shoulder before departing, along with several others who exchanged pleasantries with him. Once everyone had left, Professor McGonagall inquired with concern, "How was the meeting? Did you gain any insights?" "Thank you very much, Professor McGonagall. I have learned a great deal. It will take me quite some time to digest all of it." Professor McGonagall, always patient and gentle with Adonis, continued, "And how is your animagus transformation coming along?" Adonis remained silent, transforming into a fiery phoenix that soared forth with a resonant cry, circling the classroom before finally perching on Professor McGonagall's shoulder. "It seems you have mastered it quite well, Mr. Landon." Adonis nodded, and then he heard Professor McGonagall's suggestion. "I believe you should consider writing a paper on the animagus transformation to be published in today's Transfiguration. Given your understanding of animagi, winning an award should be within your reach." Adonis nodded in agreement and then took flight, reverting to his original form to discuss the details of the paper publication with Professor McGonagall. That afternoon, with no classes scheduled, Adonis packed his blanket and cushion, preparing for a date with Luna. Yes, you heard correctly. A date. Just yesterday, Adonis had encountered Luna outside the Great Hall, and after a brief conversation, she had invited him to see some magical creatures, an opportunity he eagerly accepted. Harry and Ron were engrossed in a game of wizard's chess at the coffee table in the common room. One could only wonder what Harry was thinking as he repeatedly suffered defeat at Ron's hands. Yet he persisted in playing. If only he could apply such tenacity to his studies, they wouldn't find themselves groveling before Hermione over their assignments. Neville, on the other hand, was making remarkable progress. Under Professor Granger's private tutoring, he had begun to answer questions in class, and with his notable talent in herbology, Professor Sprout now regarded him with increasing approval. Watching his king toppled by Ron's queen, Harry felt a twinge of disappointment and then noticed Adonis descending the stairs. "Where are you headed?" "The weather is splendid today. I intend to bask in the sun," Adonis replied, unfazed by his own fib. The others had grown accustomed to his antics, assuming he was merely off to further his secret ambitions, and continued with their activities as Adonis pushed open the castle doors. He spotted a familiar figure standing on the path leading to the forbidden forest, gazing into the distance. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow, illuminating the girl's figure, and Adonis hurried over, clasping his hands behind his back as he quietly approached her from behind. Just as he was about to tap Luna on the shoulder, she greeted him first. "Good afternoon, Adonis." Adonis felt a wave of defeat wash over him. "Honestly, why do you always notice me? Do you have an extra pair of eyes on the back of your head?" "Not at all. I just sensed your presence." For reasons unknown, Luna seemed slightly flustered by Adonis's complaint, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze and fell silent. Adonis was taken aback by her words. Did she mean to imply a certain connection? He quickly shook his head, dismissing such fanciful thoughts. Perhaps she hadn't meant it that way, and he was merely overthinking that. Is it just the two of us? I thought you would invite Ginny." Luna pondered for a moment before responding. "I mentioned it to her, but she seems a bit off lately, appearing anxious throughout the day. Has something happened?" I attempted to inquire, but her responses were rather vague. Hearing this, Adonis sensed that Ginny might be grappling with something personal. When she was ready to share, she would do so in her own time, and there was no need to pry, as it could backfire. Adonis then proudly retrieved a small, carrot-shaped handbag from his satchel and presented it to Luna. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "What is this? A gift for me?" Witnessing her joy upon receiving the gift reassured Adonis that his gesture was not in vain. "This is a handbag enhanced with an undetectable expansion charm, allowing you to carry many of your belongings without fear of losing them. I chose the design to match your carrot earrings, and I've also cast a spell so that only you can open it." Luna exclaimed earnestly, "You are so kind." The simplicity of her words left Adonis momentarily speechless, and after a pause, he turned his head away, shyly touching his nose and murmuring, "I'm glad you like it." The Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts is not entirely enclosed. For instance, there exists a section dedicated to the care of tamed or soon-to-be tamed magical creatures. The Care of Magical Creatures class is conducted at the edge of this forest, overseen by Professor Kettleburn and their good friend Hagrid. It seems that Dumbledore, that old capitalist, has not hesitated to exploit Hagrid since his appointment as the keeper of keys and grounds. Truly, a wretched capitalist. Manuel Doghead, two individuals stumbled upon a gathering of night steeds by a brook in the forest, their imposing figures lean and towering, cloaked in pitch black, with dragon-like heads and equine bodies. They sported a pair of broad wings upon their backs, devoid of any flesh, their black pelts clinging tightly to their skeletal frames, each bone distinctly visible. Their heads bore a striking resemblance to that of dragons, with eyes devoid of pupils, starkly white that a few of the bolder night steeds, having noticed Luna, approached her, relishing her gentle caresses. Luna, as if reminded of something, abruptly inquired, "Can you see them too, Adonis?" Only those who have witnessed death can perceive the night steeds. Superstitious folk deem these creatures ominous, believing they herald dreadful calamities for those who glimpse them, a sign of misfortune. That moment, Adonis realized that his ability to see the night steeds stemmed from his familiarity with death. But what about Luna? He suddenly found himself perplexed, as he hardly knew Luna, her past, or the reason behind her ability to perceive the night steeds. This chapter isn't over. Please click to continue reading. Adonis felt a heaviness in his heart, and soon after, Luna seemed to forget her earlier question, producing some jerky she had prepared beforehand to feed the night steeds that had drawn near. Aside from a few familiar night steeds, the majority lingered by the brook, basking in the afternoon sun's warmth. The day was splendid, sunlight filtering through layers of leaves, casting a gentle, swaying halo upon the ground. Adonis found a protruding boulder not far away, seated upon it, quietly observing Luna frolicking with the night steeds. He gradually came to realize how profoundly captivated he was by Luna. Every flicker of her smile and furrow of her brow seemed to tug at his very soul, drawing him into a trance. After a while of play, Luna returned to her senses as if she had overlooked Adonis, ceasing her actions to scan the surroundings for his figure. She soon spotted him on the adjacent stone. Their gazes locking, the youth's eyes were so clear, sapphire-like, shimmering with light. Luna often felt a sunlit aura emanating from Adonis, a sensation she had never experienced with anyone else. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, its whispers weaving into their hearts. Yet the night steeds' untimely whinnies jolted them back to reality. Realizing their actions may have been inappropriate, both turned their heads away, avoiding each other's gaze. After an indeterminate time, Adonis broke the silence first. "You haven't introduced me to the night steeds by your side." Luna turned her head, watching Adonis approach, a hint of barely perceptible fluster in her eyes, although her voice was soft. Adonis caught her murmured words. "So mean. The breeze today seemed particularly gentle. Have you heard? Gryffindor and Slytherin have clashed again. Quickly, tell me what happened." Two first-year Ravenclaw girls chatted by the fountain in the main hall. "You know that Weasley Sr. from Gryffindor, right? With so many Weasleys, I might know which one you mean. Ron Weasley. He seems to be in quite a predicament," the girl who initiated the gossip stated earnestly. Adonis had just exited the library and was on his way back to Gryffindor Tower when he overheard Ron's name by the fountain, promptly altering his course to approach the two girls. Politely inquiring, "Hello, sorry to interrupt. Could you tell me what happened to Ron?" The two, engrossed in their gossip, were initially irked by the interruption, but upon turning to see Adonis's handsome face, their annoyance faded, as a striking visage seemed to warrant the intrusion. The girl who had first shared the gossip smoothed her attire and flashed a self-assured smile at Adonis. "I heard from a girl in Slytherin that Gryffindor and Slytherin clashed over the ownership of the Quidditch pitch. And then Malfoy apparently said something that provoked Ron to cast a spell on him. But why is Ron the one in trouble?" Adonis questioned, puzzled. Wasn't Ron the one gaining the upper hand? Given his temperament, it seemed he would have thoroughly dealt with Draco. "I'm not entirely sure." Finding himself unable to glean further details, Adonis thanked them and hurriedly made his way outside the castle. Guessing the group should be with Hagrid now. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, he knocked on the door, and Hagrid promptly opened it, his face a mask of fury. Adonis momentarily felt startled, fearing he had inadvertently angered Hagrid. Lowering his gaze, Hagrid recognized Adonis and instantly reverted to his usual warm demeanor, inviting him inside with enthusiasm. Adonis was somewhat taken aback by Hagrid's sudden change of expression. "You haven't visited me since the school year began." "Adonis, come in. I thought Professor Lockhart was bringing his signed books." Hagrid's beetle-like eyes darted around, adopting a resigned expression. "You know, I'm not really interested in books, especially not Lockhart's," as Adonis was about to respond. He noticed a trio seated by the fireplace. Hermione looked slightly aggrieved, while Harry gazed at Ron with concern. Ron, meanwhile, was clutching a copper basin filled with wriggling slugs. Yuck! A particularly large slug slithered out of Ron's mouth. The sight was remarkably grotesque, and it was evident that Ron appeared as if he had fallen gravely ill, his complexion pale as a sheet. Even Yaya, who usually adored Ron, had distanced herself. "Can someone tell me what is going on?" Adonis settled beside Harry, observing the expressions of the group while Hagrid brought a plate of toffees and some rock cakes. Malfoy insulted Hermione quite crudely, and it must have been vile, given how upset Ron and the others look. Ron hoarsely interjected, only for another slug to spew forth from his mouth. Adonis felt a wave of sympathy and drew out his wand. "Freeze!" Instantly, Ron felt rejuvenated, dropping the basin and leaning back against the couch, his body trembling sporadically, clearly distressed from expelling slugs. "The version I heard was that Malfoy insulted Hermione, and Ron retaliated with a spell. How could your wand not come through for you when it mattered most?" Adonis reproached Ron, exasperated. "I feel like the slugs in my mouth still aren't all gone." Hagrid, overhearing their exchange, appeared irate and shouted at Hermione. "Is that true?" "Yes," she replied. "He called me a mudblood." The term mudblood is a derogatory label for wizards of Muggle descent, implying a notion of inferiority and filthy bloodlines. Many wizarding families take pride in their pure blood status, using such venomous terms to demean others, thereby attempting to showcase their lineage's superiority. The Malfoy family is a prime example of this. Hagrid reassured, they believe themselves to be superior and more noble due to their pure blood, but most people understand that it truly bears no significance. Suddenly recalling something, Hagrid appeared a bit proud. You know, our Hermione is far superior to them, and so is Adonis, right? My top two students, they're merely envious. Hermione, our abilities surpass theirs. After hearing their comforting words, Hermione felt her emotions stabilize, though she still seemed somewhat disheartened as she moved to sit beside Ron and popped a toffee in her mouth. However, this matter would undoubtedly not be brushed aside so easily. Adonis remarked pointedly. Upon hearing this, the trio's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and Harry vigorously attempted to disentangle his teeth from the toffee's sticky grip. Adonis, are you suggesting we should retaliate against Malfoy? Retaliate? We are the protagonists here. We must ensure Malfoy faces the consequences he deserves. Adonis bore an expression of righteousness, concealing the malevolent thoughts that brewed within him. It seemed that someone was about to face a rather frugal existence. Observing this, Hagrid proactively suggested that a few of them take a tour of his vegetable garden, peering through the window of the small hut. Adonis was taken aback by the sight of pumpkins towering to the height of his legs. How on earth did you cultivate such enormous pumpkins? This is the first time I've ever seen anything like it. Harry exclaimed, visibly excited. Hagrid subtly pointed to his umbrella, and although their conversation was inaudible, Hagrid appeared undeniably proud. Not a growth charm? Hermione speculated, though her certainty wavered. Indeed, yesterday Ron's sister, Ginny, paid a visit, didn't she? She seemed to notice right away. Hagrid recollected thoughtfully. She often strolls around here these days. Perhaps she hopes to encounter someone near my hut, he added, smiling warmly at Harry. Suddenly, Harry became flustered, hastily insisting that there was nothing between him and Ginny. Who asked you? Why the defensiveness? Adonis perceived a hint of insecurity in Ron's gaze directed at Harry. October swiftly approached, and if there was anything Adonis loathed about this month, it was the relentless drizzle and the sudden drop in temperature that often led to an outbreak of influenza at Hogwarts. In truth, wizards had long possessed effective remedies for such minor ailments, such as the invigorating potion brewed by Madame Pomfrey. Just a single vial would suffice to cure the illness, though it did come with the embarrassing side effect of producing smoke from one's ears for a while. Consequently, whenever one pushed open the doors to the Great Hall during this season, they were not greeted by the sounds of joyous laughter, but rather by a gentle mist that enveloped the long tables, leading one to wonder if Hogwarts was hosting some sort of smoking convention. For Adonis, aside from the inability to rendezvous with Luna in the woods, strike that, life seemed to proceed without much distinction. However, for Harry, an ardent Quidditch player, rainy days were particularly burdensome. Recently, Malfoy had outfitted the entire Slytherin team with Nimbus 2001 brooms, causing a noticeable rise in their overall performance. Watching the gap widen was a source of great distress for Wood, who was fervently determined to secure a championship trophy for Gryffindor before his graduation. He resolutely rejected Adonis's proposal to upgrade Gryffindor's equipment, declaring, "We cannot stoop to Slytherin's unscrupulous level. It would be unjust to the other two houses." This remark only served to invite further mockery from the Weasley twins. "The noble Wood is leading us astray." George quipped, "If only we could ride Nimbus 2001, I'd give Marcus a sound thrashing." Fred chimed in, provoking Wood's embarrassment. Harry mentioned that Wood often lamented during practice about how they would make that little fiend Malfoy regret spending money to join the team, which intensified the training regimen considerably. The first Saturday of October was a tempestuous evening, with torrential raindrops drumming against the glass of the Gryffindor common room, accompanied by the roiling dark clouds and sporadic lightning that illuminated the sky. Sitting by the window, Adonis felt the oppressive humidity attempting to seep through the glass, almost as if it wished to slap him awake. Yet, even in such inclement weather, Wood's enthusiasm for practice remained undeterred. In the distance, the Quidditch pitch was alive with red-clad figures soaring through the air, and soon enough, Harry returned to the tower, drenched and bearing a fringe reminiscent of a barcode, with the hem of his cloak caked in mud. According to a source among the Weasleys, after secretly scouting the Slytherin team's practice, Wood seemed to undergo a transformation, his energy and fervor multiplying, along with the intensity of the players' training. Adonis had overheard Angelina and Alicia grumbling about Wood's recent obsessive behavior. No wonder he struggled to find a date, as it seemed he was on the verge of marrying Quidditch itself that, of course. The suffering of others only highlighted Adonis's own happiness over the past month and a half. The bond between him and Luna had grown significantly warmer, their relationship visibly more intimate. They would occasionally exchange letters on days when they could not meet. The tea present, Adonis lounged lazily on the sofa, stroking the head of his pet, Sheila, while reading a letter from Luna, chuckling at her whimsical remarks, enveloped in a sweet and delightful atmosphere. However, those seated beside Adonis did not share his sentiment and kept their distance from his contented demeanor. Harry and Ron were deep in thought, grappling with Snape's daunting 2-foot-long potion essay. Initially, they had an opportunity to copy Adonis and Hermione's assignments, but those two had been overly diligent, completing 2 lessons worth of material in a single class period. Snape, unusually, had graded both their essays early. Hermione received an A, while Adonis was awarded an E. It was noteworthy that Snape had never given a Gryffindor student a grade higher than an A before. Further elevating Adonis's status among the young lions, that Harry's lack of completed work was somewhat understandable, as he had been suffering under Wood's demanding training schedule as the team's star player. Ron, on the other hand, was simply lazy, prompting Hermione to subtly urge him on multiple occasions that it was worth mentioning that after Ron's recent act of bravery, something seemed to have shifted subtly in their relationship, though the specifics were unclear. Given their tender age of 12, meanwhile, Neville was diligently adhering to the study plan painstakingly crafted by Professor Granger, and after a month of physical training and theoretical study, his demeanor had noticeably changed. Though still somewhat timid, he had gained a measure of confidence. As for Adonis's earlier mention of delivering justice to Malfoy, he had not forgotten. He had allowed Malfoy to enjoy his arrogance for the time being, unaware of the retribution that awaited him, accompanied by his 2 sycophants. That it is noteworthy that despite a certain professor expressing vehement dissatisfaction and insisting that the punishment was insufficient under Dumbledore's directive, Harry and Ron's confinement would come to an end this month. This was the best news Harry and Ron had received in quite some time. To begin with, Ron had initially assumed that Harry's confinement was relatively easy, but when he learned that Harry had to assist Lockhart in responding to nearly 50 letters from enthusiastic fans while enduring a full night of Lockhart's insufferable self-aggrandizement, Ron immediately declared that, in comparison to mental anguish, he preferred the physical discomfort of his own punishment. As for how to adjudicate Malfoy, Adonis had long harbored an immature plan, ready to put it into action, since Malfoy reveled in humiliating others to showcase his superiority. Why not allow him to experience the utter loss of face himself? Adonis enlisted the help of the twins, George and Fred, to execute his plan. Listen, we'll do this, and then George will do that. And Fred will go here, and then Malfoy will end up like this. The plan is crucial. Did you understand? Should I repeat it? Adonis concluded, somewhat apprehensive, given the twins' notorious unpredictability. Upon hearing the plan, the twins became exhilarated. George suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Adonis, do you realize how much psychological trauma you're about to inflict on young Malfoy? Fred immediately chimed in. He'll cry for his daddy. But going too far. Adonis, they exchanged mischievous glances and chorused, but we love it. Adonis exhibited little interest in the comedic duo and promptly dispatched them to execute their plan, but he then sought out a secluded corner. Calling for Carl, from whom he procured the meticulously prepared Matra Mouse made days prior. Next, he was poised to deliver a grand surprise to young Malfoy. At noon, the trio reconvened at the entrance of the hall, where they spotted Fred exuberantly signaling an OK gesture. Adonis understood immediately, leading the two into a mysterious alcove, from which he retrieved a small crystal vial from his satchel and handed it to George. Upon receiving the vial, George glanced at the label reading powerful laxative. I had thought Fred and I were the kings of pranks at Hogwarts, remarked George, tucking the vial into his pocket. Fred chimed in. I never expected you to outdo us, Adonis. It seems we must strive harder to reach new heights. Adonis rolled his eyes, bemused by their enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to him, he produced another peculiar container and handed it to Fred. What is this? Fred inquired, opening the lid to uncover a fine yellow powder within. This, too, is a laxative, a remnant from the potion I brewed with the banshee beans I acquire from Hagrid. I've refined it. While it lacks the potency of the powerful laxative, its effects are delayed and unpredictable. We cannot allow Malfoy to be the sole victim. That would be far too conspicuous. As Adonis concluded his explanation, he met the twins' gazes, their eyes sparkling with mischief that a twinge of regret flickered within him for having entrusted them with the laxative, prompting him to caution, some things are best enjoyed in moderation. Do not make it too disgraceful, and for heaven's sake, do not target your fellow students. Fear not, Adonis. We shall only administer it to Flint, for he constantly grins at us with those oversized front teeth. They assured him, by the way, have you taken the toilet paper? Nothing is more disheartening than finishing an exhilarating visit to the lavatory only to discover a lack of toilet paper. The twins had merely locked the restroom door, leaving a luxurious suite prepared for Malfoy. Fred promptly turned back to retrieve the toilet paper, with Adonis following closely behind, intending to place an alchemical device at the restroom entrance for amplification. A grand spectacle requires an audience, George observed as they departed without a backward glance, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Tea this hour. Most students had already entered the hall for their meal, and Malfoy was certainly among them. Time was of the essence. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. You can do this, George, he encouraged himself. Pushing open the grand doors of the hall, George sauntered down the aisle between the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables. As he passed Goyle, he suddenly feigned a sneeze, forcefully pushing Goyle's head into his bowl. Achoo! With a spray of saliva escaping from George's mouth, it splattered directly onto Goyle's neck. George feigned guilt and embarrassment, producing a handkerchief from who knows where to assist Goyle in wiping off the mess. Though Goyle appeared somewhat disgusted, he begrudgingly accepted George's gesture of cleaning, grumbling a few complaints. Little did he realize that George's handkerchief was not only moldy, but tinged with a sickly green hue. George pretended to casually flick his wrist, and while the Slytherins were preoccupied with Goyle, several drops of a transparent liquid flew from his other sleeve, landing precisely in Malfoy's goblet, creating ripples in the liquid. Yet, Malfoy remained oblivious, too busy mocking George's embarrassment to notice anything amiss. Seeing everything unfold according to plan, George's face illuminated with delight, yet he quickly donned a remorseful expression to apologize to Goyle. Despite recalling the saddest moments of his life, he could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. His acting was so poor that even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. After apologizing, George dashed back to his seat, fearing that lingering even a second longer would cause him to burst into laughter. Malfoy seized the moment to jeer. How crude. I am ashamed to share the sacred 28 with you. Weasley, he even raised his voice towards the Gryffindor table. Weasley, allow me, Malfoy, to teach you the elegance of pure-blooded aristocracy. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. After Malfoy's proclamation, he straightened his posture, adjusted his attire, cleared his throat, and slowly raised his goblet. Savoring a sip of the mysterious liquid within, he provocatively arched an eyebrow at the Gryffindor table. Unbeknownst to Goyle and Crabbe, who applauded Draco's performance, Adonis and Fred returned to the long table. Catching sight of Draco's abysmal act, George signaled them with an okay, and the three exchanged knowing glances, unable to contain their laughter. However, in Draco's eyes, their laughter was a dismissive reaction to his performance, and with his inflated sense of superiority, he could not bear it. With a heavy thud, he slammed his hand on the table. Rising to speak, suddenly, a mysterious rumbling sound echoed, causing a pause in the atmosphere at the Gryffindor table. In an instant, Draco felt his strength wane, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the table. Draco sensed an unsettling turmoil within him, as if a torrent was raging in his stomach that if he did not find relief soon, it would break through the barriers he had painstakingly erected. He called for Goyle and Crabbe to assist him to the restroom. After pushing several doors to no avail, Draco felt he could no longer contain himself. Just then, the door to his designated suite swung open as if beckoned by an unseen force, Tio Malfoy. This suite radiated a golden glow, akin to an ancient sanctuary calling his name. A resounding burst echoed from the restroom door, accompanied by Draco's euphoric groans, drawing a crowd of unsuspecting students to gawk at the commotion. Some even ventured into the restroom, only to be met with a pungent stench that sent them fleeing in horror. Draco's complexion visibly deteriorated with each explosive release, leaving him feeling disoriented. "Draco, are you all right?" Goyle's voice called from outside, laden with nasal congestion. "Not well at all," Draco murmured. He had lost track of how long he had been seated on the toilet, nor could he recall how many times he had flushed. Exhausted to the point of near collapse, he gradually regained control of his body and reached for the toilet paper. However, to his dismay, under Fred and Adonis's covert manipulation, there was nothing but surprise awaiting him. "Why am I so unlucky today?" Draco lamented, refusing to succumb to fate. He stood slightly, reaching deeper into the box, only for a protruding rat to viciously bite his finger, sending a shock of pain through him. In the hallway, Goyle and Crabbe grew anxious, fearing something had gone awry with Draco. After finally dislodging the rat, Draco opened his mouth, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. Ugh! A viscous, unidentifiable mixture, presumably Hogwarts special meat sauce and cheese lasagna of the day, splattered against the door. Before Draco could react, his stomach convulsed, and a bright burst of sparks erupted from the toilet seams, just as he had begun to recover from his earlier weakness. The Matra mouse bit him fiercely, and he succumbed to a torrent of expulsion, collapsing to the floor, unconscious. Bang! Upon hearing such a tremendous commotion, both Goyle and Crabbe were utterly terrified. Without a moment's hesitation, they each forcefully flung open the door to the suite, only to find Draco sprawled on the floor, his body smeared with an indeterminate mixture. In a state of frantic disarray, the two hastily tidied up Draco and, lifting him, exited the lavatory, only to discover several circles of onlookers gathered at the entrance, a scene made possible by the amplification device wielded by Adonis, along with the ruckus created by Draco himself. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Goyle and Crabbe hurriedly draped a robe over Draco's head and rushed toward the hospital wing, attracting countless curious gazes along the way that a few brave souls, undeterred by the gruesome scene, approached the suite's entrance, only to be rendered speechless by the horrifying sight within. Soon enough, they were shooed away by a rather flustered Filch, who, it was said, could not stomach food for 3 days after witnessing the chaos inside. What transpired in the lavatory remains a mystery, known only to the involved parties and a select few. Rumors even circulated that Draco, in a fit of whimsy while using the toilet, attempted to practice his fire-breathing skills towards the bowl. It is unclear who spread such tales, but one might agree with Fred on this matter. Originally, Draco had contemplated whether George had meddled with him, as George was the only outsider to approach him at that time. However, subsequent reports of varying degrees of diarrhea among several Slytherin students, including Marcus, led to the incident being dismissed as an unfortunate accident. Draco was easily misled, yet Severus Snape was no fool in the days that followed. Both George and Fred faced Snape's scathing reprimands during potions class, and even Adonis was not spared from Dumbledore's teasing. But on the second weekend of October, Adonis found himself seated at the Gryffindor table, sipping hot milk while perusing some notes on transfiguration penned by Dumbledore himself during his tenure as a professor. Though old Dumbledore often appeared somewhat disheveled, one could fully trust in his formidable expertise and knowledge. Indeed, the insights from his youth had already proven immensely beneficial to Adonis. Had Dumbledore taken the time to personally instruct him, the progress could have been remarkable. Reflecting on this, Adonis felt a surge of resentment towards Dumbledore. The promise of special attention seemed to have evaporated, leaving only the incessant focus on the Honeyduke's confections at tea that moment. The venerable headmaster, engrossed in composing a letter to order sweets, felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Had he forgotten something of great importance? Oh well, it hardly mattered. After all, age tends to dull one's memory. Perhaps he should add another order of Buzzingby candies, just as Dumbledore dispatched his letter. A large bat pushed open the door to his office. Observing Dumbledore's actions, it raised an eyebrow. Perhaps we could negotiate with Flume to relocate his shop across from your office, thus sparing you the daily torment of the school's owls. Severus, I find your suggestion quite astute, yet it is rather impractical, Dumbledore replied, moving to the sofa and gesturing for Snape to take a seat. Snape approached the sofa, dramatically flicking his wrist, causing his black robes to billow elegantly as he settled down. Fixing his gaze upon Dumbledore, Dumbledore had long since grown accustomed to Snape's theatrics, savoring a sip of his decadent milk tea, even relishing the taste with a satisfied smacking of his lips. I did not occupy myself with idle chit-chat to watch you indulge in syrup. Albus, do not be so hasty, Severus. I do have a matter of importance to discuss with you that I wish for you to train a young individual. Dumbledore said, winking at Snape, who straightened in his seat. I believe Mr. Landon surpasses the few dimwits surrounding him, Snape remarked, momentarily softening at the thought of a familiar figure, though his expression quickly reverted to its usual icy demeanor. If only that Potter could exhibit even half the excellence of Landon, I would not need to fret over his every foolish action. Snape's tone was laced with irritation, yet Dumbledore could always detect a hint of exasperation within his stern voice. Severus, Harry is merely a child, Dumbledore interjected, and Landon is just a 12-year-old boy as well. Snape retorted that Adonis' situation is somewhat unique. I cannot explain further, but you must understand that Voldemort remains in the shadows. Amassing power for his impending return at this point, both men fell into a contemplative silence, the atmosphere thickening with gravity that I wish for you to train Adonis, enabling him to grow strong, to reach a level akin to yours. I hope that when Voldemort returns, he may become a dagger aimed at the hearts of the Death Eaters, Dumbledore stated earnestly, his gaze unwavering, a flicker of light glimmering in his eyes. His next words left Snape with little room for refusal. In doing so, he will also be better equipped to assist and protect Harry. Adonis, having received Dumbledore's Patronus message, hurried to the entrance of the room of requirement, where he was greeted by the benevolent visage of old Dumbledore and Snape, who stood with arms crossed, donning his trademark deadpan expression. It was evident that he should not have held any expectations for this syrup-brained elder. So, you intend for Professor Snape to train me? Adonis inquired. Before Dumbledore could respond, Snape's sharp tongue interjected, I trust Mr. Landon will not fear the tailored training I have in store for you. Let us hope the Professor's training does not lead to disappointment. Adonis replied, somewhat apprehensively, that I hope Mr. Landon possesses skills as formidable as your own wit. With that, Snape entered the room of requirement, and Dumbledore followed suit, nodding slightly. Inside, the room of requirement was devoid of its previous warmth. Presenting a stark expanse with neatly arranged flagstone flooring illuminated by flickering torches, 4 prominent marble pillars stood evenly distributed across the space. Snape positioned himself at the opposite end, addressing Adonis with authority. Unleash your full potential and show me how you differ from those buffoons. Dumbledore, recognizing the cue, ascended to a raised platform at the edge of the arena. As both participants readied their wands, Dumbledore raised his wand high, conjuring a brilliant red spark that illuminated the ceiling. As the magical energy burst into dazzling fireworks, Snape wasted no time, launching a spell that swiftly reached Adonis. Reacting quickly, Adonis rolled to his left, narrowly avoiding the spell that collided with the wall behind him, transforming into a thick rope that threatened to ensnare him in embarrassment. Without hesitation, Adonis retaliated with a leg-locking curse, but Snape effortlessly evaded it while casting a red spell of his own. Taunting, Mr. Landon does not presume that childish spells will suffice to defeat me, do you? It seems I have overestimated you. You not also employ mischief spells? Adonis thought, maintaining his focus as he countered Snape's spell with a surge of magic from the tip of his wand, easily deflecting it. However, the tingling sensation in his forearm reminded him that Snape, despite his casual demeanor, was holding nothing back. Realizing the seriousness of the duel, Adonis sharpened his focus, treating this as a genuine battle. Snape, observing Adonis's newfound determination, became curious about the potential strength of this 12-year-old boy. The two engaged in a dynamic exchange, casting spells that filled the air, causing the once pristine flagstones to become pockmarked and the walls to bear the scars of their magical confrontation. After successfully shielding himself with a shield charm from a disarming spell, the ground beneath Adonis suddenly softened, ensnaring his feet as if he had plunged into quicksand. In a swift moment, Snape unleashed both the disarming and transfiguration spells, catching Adonis off guard, revealing the formidable prowess of the 4 house heads he had heard whispered about. With a flick of his wand, Snape felt a surge of magic, and though Adonis saw nothing, he sensed a menacing aura approaching. His skin prickled with a slight sting as he hastily cast a sharp wind blade, which collided with something, producing a sharp, resonant clang. The remnants of his spell scattered toward a nearby marble pillar, creating a deep crack in the stone. Had that attack landed on him, it could have resulted in a grievous wound. It appeared Snape was growing impatient, unleashing such deadly magic without restraint. The words were thus spoken, and Adonis, displaying his keen sense of propriety, raised his hands in surrender. Considering the formidable prowess Snape had just displayed, casting silent spells with effortless finesse and executing dual incantations in an instant. Who could say that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Snape's true capabilities? If one could hold their own against Snape without revealing any of their hidden cards, it was evident that Snape was deliberately holding back. This encounter was but a test. There was no need to let a rivalry spoil the amicable atmosphere. By conceding gracefully, Adonis offered Snape an easy way out, embodying the essence of social etiquette. However, he did not anticipate that Snape would take this opportunity to utter a biting remark. Mr. Landon does indeed possess considerable strength. I hope you are not as arrogant a fool as your friend Potter. Snape seemed to harbor a significant disdain for Harry, and Adonis resolved to inquire about it from Dumbledore later. Having just acknowledged Adonis's abilities, Snape indicated that he required time to formulate a specific training regimen, officially scheduling their training for the afternoon of the upcoming Saturday, coinciding with Halloween in a hazy moment. Adonis felt a weight on his chest, as though something was pecking at his forehead. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a white figure perched upon him, tilting its head and gazing intently. "Good morning." "Sheila." Adonis stretched lazily, causing Sheila to momentarily lose her balance and flutter to the windowsill. Adonis looked apologetically at Sheila and noticed a parcel resting beneath her feet. "What is this?" Adonis rolled out of bed, took his wand, and gently tapped the parcel. Layer upon layer of brown paper unfolded, revealing an exquisitely crafted wooden box adorned with silver filigree. Lifting the lid, he discovered a letter lying within, the handwriting immediately recognizable. "Adonis. Regarding the communication device you mentioned earlier, I drew considerable inspiration from Muggle walkie-talkies. Due to limited materials, I was only able to create 6. The specific usage instructions are written on the back of this letter. Perennial expressed a desire to see a photograph of that girl. Do let me know when you can send one. Yours affectionately, Nico." Adonis consciously chose to disregard the final sentence. Having lived alongside Nico for so long, he had a clear understanding of the old man's character. It was evident that Nico wished to see the photograph himself, yet he had to use Perennial as a convenient excuse. Adonis lifted the red cloth that had been placed beneath the letter, revealing 6 silver cards, each the size of playing cards. That he picked one up, examining it closely and noting the subtle silver light shimmering on its surface. This was the secret silver of the fairies. It seemed Nico had put considerable thought into the selection of materials. Each card was designed for single use by one individual, and its surface would transform, meaning that others could not use cards that had already been bound to someone. After reviewing the specific usage instructions on the back of the letter, Adonis held one of the cards in his hand that was not thick but possessed a weighty metallic feel. Following the instructions in the letter, he gradually infused it with magic, and the card began to change. Flames began to flicker around its edges, all converging towards the center. With a final burst of silver light, a phoenix with outstretched wings materialized at the center of the card. Nico had mentioned that the card would reflect the guardian spirit of each user. Such magic left Adonis curious about how Nico had accomplished this. "Adonis, what is that in your hand?" Neville had awakened and was sitting up in bed. Rubbing his eyes, Adonis counted the heads present. Including Luna, they were 6 in total. Was this mere coincidence? He casually handed a card to Neville. "Neville, try infusing it with magic." Trusting him, Neville followed suit, and to his astonishment, a lifelike lion emerged at the center of the card. The original text does not specify what Neville's guardian spirit is. Voldemort once remarked on Neville's courage and determination, and in my interpretation, he now embodies the image of a young lion. "Cool. What is this? It looks amazing," Neville exclaimed, his surprise evident, inadvertently waking Harry, who had been enjoying a deep slumber. Harry, still groggy from sleep, put on his glasses and saw Adonis sitting on Neville's bed, animatedly discussing something. Glancing at the clock, he remarked, "Guys, it's only 7. Why are you up so early on the weekend?" After saying this, Harry slapped his cheeks, attempting to rouse himself further, only to find himself inexplicably receiving a card from Adonis. Following a series of actions, a stag appeared in the center of the card. The three of them glanced at Ron, who was still blissfully asleep, and decided against disturbing his peaceful slumber. Adonis turned to instruct Harry and Neville on how to use the communication cards. You see, infuse it with magic, and in your mind, select the person you wish to call like this. Adonis picked up his card and chose to call Harry. Suddenly, Harry's card began to vibrate, and, at Adonis's signal, he infused it with magic. It was as if a connection had been established between the two cards. Adonis casually spoke into his card, and Harry was astonished to hear Adonis's voice in his ear. Cool. You guys have fun. I need to step out for a bit. Before Harry could respond, Adonis had already tied his hair into a ponytail and donned his robes, ready to leave. I get it. I get it. You're off to find Luna, Harry remarked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, causing Neville to instinctively shift away. That you're the one talking too much. Neville is the adorable one for reasons unknown. Adonis found his steps to be unusually light. Hermione, engrossed in her studies in the common room, had yet to greet him when he pushed through the portrait of the fat lady and vanished from sight. Adonis, why are you in such a hurry? A familiar voice called from behind. It was Cho Chong from Ravenclaw. Oh, good morning, Cho. Have you seen Luna? Due to Cedric's influence, Adonis and Cho had developed a decent rapport. Upon hearing his question, Cho broke into a grin reminiscent of Harry's. I just saw her in the Great Hall. You should be able to catch her now. After thanking her, Adonis hurried away. A friend of Cho, who had been standing nearby, remarked, I'm so envious of you, and Luna. One has captured Cedric, and the other has Adonis pining. Merlin, is there no handsome prince at Hogwarts? When will my white knight appear? The tone was tinged with a palpable sense of longing. As Adonis entered the Great Hall, he spotted Luna seated at the long table, enjoying her breakfast while perusing the latest issue of the Quibbler, which had just arrived from home. Everything appeared normal, except that no one sat beside Luna. They did not like her and often whispered about her behind her back. Luna was aware of this. Yet she remained indifferent. They mattered not to her. Suddenly, she sensed something, like the warm sunlight of midday or the refreshing breeze of the mountains. The smile unconsciously graced her lips as she gently closed her book and softly spoke. Good morning, Adonis, her tone imbued with a joy she herself had not fully recognized. Luna was unaware of what love or affection entailed. She only knew that during the moments spent in Adonis's company, her heart was enveloped in an inexplicable delight. Each time she caught Adonis attempting to greet her, only to be caught in the act, a small sense of pride bloomed within her. Perhaps she should let him off the hook next time? No, it seemed she could not bring herself to do so. Adonis, oblivious to Luna's musings, naturally took a seat beside her and mysteriously produced a communication card from his pocket, placing it in the palm of her hand. What is this? Luna asked, gazing quizzically at the silver card that had suddenly appeared in her hand. A communication card. You can use this to contact me, Adonis explained, showcasing his own card, upon which the phoenix engraving fluttered its wings. Following Adonis's instructions, Luna infused her card with magic. An cute rabbit appeared, winking playfully at Adonis. I asked this card only for us. Luna suddenly posed a challenging question, leaving Adonis momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing his discomfort, Luna gently patted the back of his hand and flashed him a warm smile, signaling that he need not feel troubled as long as you remember me. That's enough. Don't say that, Luna. I might just fall for you down on the eve of Halloween. Adonis hurriedly exited the castle after concluding his training with Snape. The communication card nestled in his chest pocket vibrated gently, indicating an incoming call. Just as Adonis infused it with magical energy, Harry's excited voice resonated. Adonis, nearly headless Nick has invited me to the ghostly anniversary party tonight. Are you interested? In truth, Adonis had once had the privilege of attending the underground classroom where Hogwarts ghosts held their anniversary celebrations long ago. However, the atmosphere was decidedly eerie. The flickering candlelight emitted an unsettling blue glow, casting a chilling ambience upon the surrounding walls. The closer one drew to the center of the gathering, the colder it became. The tables were adorned with offerings of unknown origin. Adding to the unsettling scene were hundreds of pale, translucent ghosts. Just imagining it sent shivers down one's spine to know. Harry, I promised Hagrid I would assist him. I hope you all have a splendid time. Upon hearing Adonis's refusal, Harry did not dwell on it, but rather felt a twinge of regret that Adonis could not partake in such a marvelous gathering. To this, Adonis could only attribute it to youthful naivety. As he pocketed the card, he realized he had already left the castle, with Hagrid's hut in sight not far off. Before long, a towering figure emerged from behind the hut. Adonis quickly approached and greeted Hagrid boisterously. "Good afternoon, Hagrid. You seem a bit downcast. What troubles you?" By the side of the hut, Fong had already spotted Adonis and trotted over, affectionately nuzzling against his calves. "Oh, hi. Adonis, one of my roosters has inexplicably perished." Hagrid raised his hand, and Adonis, initially unable to discern, soon realized Hagrid was holding a limp rooster, devoid of life. "Have there been foxes or vampires lurking around the Forbidden Forest lately?" Adonis patted Fong's head and examined the rooster's body, but found no apparent wounds. "I don't know. It might just be an unfortunate accident. Who can say?" Hagrid seemed reluctant to dwell on the matter further, turning instead to push the cart he had parked behind the hut. Adonis promptly assisted him in loading the enormous pumpkins onto the cart. "I truly don't know what I would do without you. I'm terrified of breaking them accidentally," Hagrid remarked, counting the pumpkins to ensure they were all accounted for before steering the cart toward the Great Hall. Adonis nestled among the pumpkins, engaging Hagrid in conversation. "Aside from Aragog and Norbert, have you raised any other magical creatures?" "Ah, about that. During my time at Hogwarts, I once cared for a giant acromantula known as Aragog. I should have mentioned him to you. He was quite a lovable little fellow." Adonis reflected on his memories of acromantulas, struggling to reconcile the notion of such a malevolent creature with the term lovable. To Hagrid's perspective was as delightfully peculiar as ever. However, it seems the Forbidden Forest has been rather unsettled of late. "What do you mean?" "The acromantulas appear to be migrating deeper into the forest, seemingly in fear of something." The thought of such a dangerous creature exhibiting fear was perplexing to Adonis, who could not fathom the reason behind it. "Hagrid, please exercise caution during your patrols, and do remember to keep the ring I gave you safe." Hagrid's heart warmed at Adonis's concern for his safety, and he quickened his pace. Adonis cast his gaze toward the castle, where a diminutive figure was waving at them. Since they had decorated the Great Hall together last Christmas, Professor Flitwick had consistently enlisted Adonis's help for such tasks. Ultimately, under the collaborative efforts of Adonis and Professor Flitwick, the hall radiated with the spirit of Halloween. The once beautiful starry ceiling had vanished, replaced by a luminous full moon surrounded by drifting clouds. With bats occasionally flitting across the night sky, Hagrid's enormous pumpkins, under the influence of transfiguration, sprouted eyes and mouths, even roaring playfully at passing young witches and wizards. Together, Adonis and Professor Flitwick conjured a pumpkin carriage that floated serenely above the hall. Reminiscent of tales from the Muggle world, as the clock struck 7, the feast commenced punctually. Adonis caught a fleeting glimpse of Harry and his friends at the entrance of the hall and silently offered a prayer for their well-being. Neville was diligently focused on his plate of pasta, while the Weasley twins entertained themselves by teasing the fire lizard they had rescued from the care of magical creatures class. The sparks emitted by the creature caused Lee Jordan to exclaim in surprise, narrowly avoiding a singed eyebrow. The twins, renowned for their antics, brought smiles to the faces of every Gryffindor present, as if the entire room were enveloped in a joyous atmosphere, save for Ginny. "Hey, Ginny, you don't seem well. What troubles you?" Her pale complexion and the occasional tremor in her body made it nearly impossible to avoid notice among the jubilant crowd. "That I'm fine, Adonis. Just feeling a bit under the weather." Adonis thought little of her words. Assuming it was merely the presence of a relative causing her discomfort, he did, however, remind George to pay more attention to his sister. Is it any wonder Ron ranks low in the family hierarchy? Adonis mused, just as George, with Fred in tow, dashed over to Ginny to offer their concern, prompting memories of the last time Ron was hexed, when the twins had laughed at him for days. At the professor's table, Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick were seen toasting and engaged in conversation, while Professor Snape wore an expression of discontent, likely having not spotted Harry and concocting scenarios of mischief in his mind. As the feast neared its conclusion, with Harry and his friends still absent, Adonis's card began to vibrate once more. Moments later, he heard Ron's disgruntled voice. "Adonis, I shouldn't have attended that anniversary party." Now I'm freezing and starving. Has the feast ended? Will we make it in time if we hurry? Adonis glanced up at Dumbledore, who had just settled down after finishing his summary. I fear it's too late. We should head back to the common room. Before Adonis could finish his thought, Hermione's worried voice pierced the air. Harry, what's happened? The conversation became fragmented, suggesting the trio was in a rush, just as Adonis began to respond. The communication abruptly cut off, leaving him bewildered. Neville nudged Adonis's arm, indicating that Percy had begun ushering the Gryffindors back to the common room. Adonis was surprised to have his question answered so swiftly, for they had scarcely exited the hall when they encountered the trio, their faces etched with shock, alongside the motionless portrait of the fat lady, hanging upside down on the wall. After a delightful meal, the once lively chatter was replaced by a chilling silence, as all eyes turned toward the trio standing in the corridor. Adonis and Neville swiftly squeezed through the crowd and approached their friends. Trusting in their character, Adonis found it implausible that they would harm the fat lady, while Neville was equally bewildered, his gaze drawn to the blood-red words inscribed upon the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. The ominous script, illuminated by the dim light of the torches, sent a shiver down their spines. That moment, Malfoy bellowed, Enemies of the heir, beware. You're next, mudbloods. Adonis felt a surge of indignation, ready to retaliate, but his thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. What are you all doing here? Clear the way. The brusque tone was unmistakably Filch, who had spotted the group and admonished. Potter, what trouble are you causing now? It was a mystery why Filch harbored such disdain for their beloved Harry. He then turned his gaze to the wall, his pupils dilating as his expression morphed into one of horror and agony. He let out a piercing scream, as if unable to comprehend the reality before him, clutching his face with his gaunt hands, as though pain could free him from this nightmarish vision. Yet this was reality. After what felt like an eternity, he seemed to accept the truth, his gaze lifting to the group beneath the fat lady's portrait, hissing in a voice thick with malice, You killed my cat. I will have my revenge. I will have my revenge. Adonis hastily clasped his wand in his palm, fearing that Filch might suddenly lunge at him in a fit of rage. Argus, for the first time. Adonis found Dumbledore's voice remarkably enchanting. Upon hearing it, Filch's gaze became somewhat clearer, yet he continued to fixate intensely on the group. Everyone, return to your respective house common rooms. Except for you three, Harry out at that moment. Several professors emerged from behind Dumbledore, rescuing the portrait of Mrs. Norris from the wall, only to discover that she exhibited signs of petrification. Professor McGonagall reassured, Argus, your cat is merely petrified. She is still alive. Just then, Lockhart hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, addressing Dumbledore. Headmaster, my office is just upstairs. You may go there first. Thank you, Gilderoy. Once Adonis had pulled a still-dazed Neville back to Gryffindor, Percy beckoned everyone to leave. Adonis unconsciously glanced towards Ravenclaw, their eyes meeting. Luna placed her hand to her ear, signaling a gesture to keep in touch. The trio returned to the common room just as the curfew bell tolled, their expressions appearing rather grim. Upon seeing Adonis, Ron clutched his hand as if it were a lifeline, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Adonis, you must save me. If I don't get pudding soon, I might just faint from hunger. After Ron's plea, Hermione and Harry nodded in agreement, with Harry's stomach audibly grumbling in protest. Serves you right for abandoning a splendid Halloween feast to attend the ghost's Death Day party. Adonis rolled his eyes at Ron, who he thought would be utterly miserable after being scolded. Nonetheless, Adonis called for Carl, requesting some pudding and cake, while Ron shamelessly asked for a large mug of butterbeer, clearly only concerned about food. Carl's efficiency was commendable. He brought forth the food before anyone could grow too hungry. Harry and Ron devoured their meals ravenously, which made Adonis feel peckish as well, prompting him to indulge in a small cake. Adonis, you have no idea how insufferable Lockhart is in his office, Ron remarked, nearly choking on his food and requiring several gulps of butterbeer to recover. He actually claimed he could brew a resurrection potion while dreaming. Harry nodded in agreement, and even Hermione, who usually praised Lockhart, refrained from arguing. Snape remains as detestable as ever, but he even attempted to use this incident to force me off the Quidditch team. What a vile man. Harry jabbed at the pudding on his plate, as if targeting Snape's lifeless face. Then, As if recalling something, Harry said to the others, "Do you think I should inform the professors about the voice I heard?" "Don't say a word," Ron interjected without a second thought. Harry, hearing voices that others cannot is not a good omen in the wizarding world. Hermione added, "Even if you did tell them, they probably wouldn't believe you. Some might think you're merely making excuses, especially Snape." The mention of Snape, Harry shivered, relieved he hadn't spoken too hastily. But I remember Harry is a Parselmouth. Could the sounds he heard be related to snakes? Adonis pondered as he savored another bite of cake. In the ensuing days, the students of Hogwarts were consumed with discussions about Mrs. Norris, the Chamber of Secrets, and the heir. Filch remained vigilantly stationed by the corridor where Mrs. Norris was attacked, casting venomous glares at every passing student, convinced the perpetrator would return. That corridor was rapidly transforming into another forbidden zone of Hogwarts, and Filch, frustrated by his failure to capture the culprit, began to lash out indiscriminately. One day, he concealed himself in the corner of the corridor and suddenly pounced on an unsuspecting Hufflepuff student, punishing them for the loudness of their footsteps, a baseless accusation. Adonis observed the calm demeanor of the elderly figure before him with a sense of exasperation. If he did not revive Mrs. Norris soon, Filch would surely descend into madness. Of course I can. But not right now. The culprit remains at large. It would be a temporary solution, Dumbledore explained. Adonis understood that Dumbledore likely wished to avoid direct involvement, treating this incident as a trial for the so-called savior, thus burdening Harry further. "What about the chamber?" Adonis queried. "I had always believed it was merely a legend." Dumbledore pondered for a moment before replying. "The chamber is indeed real. 50 years ago, someone opened it, unleashing a monster that attacked many, ultimately resulting in the death of a student that time. A student named Tom accused Hagrid, leading us to believe that Hagrid was harboring the creature that roamed the school. Consequently, Hagrid was expelled. Although there were numerous inconsistencies surrounding this incident, the Ministry of Magic was keen to provide an explanation to the public and the victims' families. Ironically, after Hagrid's expulsion, the attacks ceased. Hagrid became a scapegoat? You must know he is innocent." Adonis felt a deep sense of injustice for Hagrid, his heart heavy, especially now that the attacks had resumed and Hagrid was still at the school. Surely, the Ministry wouldn't unjustly apprehend Hagrid again on such flimsy grounds. "Adonis, I assure you, if the Ministry attempts to arrest Hagrid, I will do everything in my power to protect him. I also hope you can keep this matter confidential from Harry." This topic cast a gloomy atmosphere between the two, and Adonis recognized it was not entirely Dumbledore's fault, prompting him to speak up. "There is something I must inform you of beforehand." Adonis paused. "Harry is a Parselmouth, and you should know that no wizard from the Potter family has ever exhibited this talent." Dumbledore seemed taken aback, the revelation clearly shocking him. "Are you suggesting that I suspect this may be connected to Voldemort?" Upon hearing this, Dumbledore fell into deep contemplation as Adonis discreetly excused himself. He was eager to uncover the mastermind behind the recent attacks. He could not bear to see the kind-hearted giant Hagrid unjustly blamed for the Ministry's incompetence. The attacks inevitably stirred considerable interest among students. Hermione suddenly discovered that every book on Hogwarts history had been checked out of the library, as many students sought to unravel the mystery of the chamber. During one class, Professor Binns was besieged by inquisitive students. "Professor, could you enlighten us on the Chamber of Secrets?" Professor Binns appeared disinterested in addressing what he deemed an insubstantial topic, but ultimately relented to the overwhelming curiosity of students. Most of you are familiar with the four founders of Hogwarts, which dates back over 1,000 years. It is said that after some time, Slytherin's disagreements with the other three founders grew increasingly pronounced. He placed great importance on blood purity, believing that magical education should be reserved for the offspring of pure-blood families, and was unwilling to accept wizards from Muggle backgrounds, deeming them untrustworthy. Slytherin's former friend, another founder, Godric Gryffindor, even had a fierce argument with him over this matter. Following this, Slytherin decided to leave Hogwarts. The historical record ends there, and what follows is merely a curious legend. It is said that Slytherin constructed a secret chamber within the castle. Known as the Chamber of Secrets, he sealed it upon leaving the school, and it would only reopen when his true heir returned, releasing the terrifying creature he left inside, capable of eliminating all those Slytherin deemed unworthy of learning magic. Despite Professor Binns repeatedly emphasizing that this was merely a legend with no basis in reality, some students were more inclined to trust their own beliefs. One day, as Adonis exited the library, he noticed a group of Hufflepuff students gathered, whispering Harry's name. Before Adonis could approach, they noticed him and fled as if they had seen a ghost that a familiar voice called from behind. "What are you thinking about so intently?" "It is Cedric. That it seems they are discussing Harry, though I am not entirely sure of the specifics." Cedric appears to know part of it. He seems a bit embarrassed. "Recently, whispers have circulated in our second year that Harry is the heir of Slytherin. And I do not believe such nonsense." "Thank you, Cedric. Who are we to each other?" Taking advantage of Filch's absence, Adonis hurriedly slipped past the corridor where moaning Myrtle had been attacked, only to be met with a shocking sight. There stood Harry and Neville at the entrance of the girls' restroom, furtively glancing around as if fearing that someone might catch them in their dubious activities. On the other side, Ron had already pushed the door open, half of his body already inside. Adonis could hardly believe his eyes. His dear friend was engaging in such a perverse act as sneaking into the girls' restroom. "Hey, guys, if my eyesight isn't failing me, this should be the girls' restroom." The sentinels, Neville and Harry, were startled by the sound, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. Harry's mind involuntarily conjured images of being discovered in the girls' restroom, facing the scorn of his classmates, disappointing his professors, leading to his disgrace, and ultimately enduring the mockery of Snape. Just as the visage of Snape began to form in his mind, preparing to unleash his venomous words, Harry finally recognized the figure before him. "You scare me to death, Adonis." I almost thought I was facing social extinction. That Harry's tension evaporated instantly, revealing a countenance of relief, as he could not help but feel grateful. Adonis suddenly sensed that Harry was unusually theatrical today and could not resist commenting, "I thought you and Ron would ultimately succumb to your baser instincts, leaving poor Neville to be led astray." Before Harry could respond, Hermione's voice echoed from within the restroom. "Quit the banter, Adonis. Come in. We might be seen." To his surprise, "Even you have fallen from grace, Hermione. Truly, I am the only beacon of light in this endless night." "What are you doing? Don't hit me." In the end, Adonis succumbed to Hermione's iron fist. It seemed one could provoke anyone, but never Hermione. "Luna is still my favorite, sweet, gentle, and caring." Upon entering the restroom, he was met with a scene of utter disrepair. The mirrors above the sinks were marred with stains, and the walls had peeled away, revealing decades of neglect. The wooden doors of the stalls were stripped of paint, and from one door that appeared somewhat functional, a faint sound of weeping emanated. Hermione stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Myrtle, are you in there?" The weeping abruptly ceased, and Harry and Ron, unable to resist their curiosity, approached as well. That a strange female voice emerged from the stall. "This is the girls' restroom." Shortly thereafter, a milky translucent figure floated out, gazing at Harry and Ron. They do not appear to be girls. When Myrtle's gaze fell upon Adonis, she suddenly let out a sharp shriek, diving headfirst into the toilet, leaving the others utterly bewildered. Adonis patted Neville's face, perplexed, and asked, "Do I look strange today?" Neville shook his head in confusion. Before he could respond further, Myrtle reappeared, though this time her attire appeared significantly cleaner and more tidy. Her hair neatly arranged, she looked at Adonis with a bashful expression. "Did you come specifically to see me? Please forgive my earlier rudeness." Harry hurried to Adonis's side, gripping his arm and whispering, "Ask her if she saw anything unusual a few days ago." Truth be told, this moment left Adonis feeling quite awkward, as a ghostly girl, of uncertain age, gazed at him with such longing. He was relieved he hadn't fled the scene. Gathering his composure, Adonis mustered the courage to ask, "I would like to know if you noticed anything unusual a few days ago, as a cat was attacked outside your door on Halloween. That if I answer your question, will you stay and chat with me? I have only sadness here, and it has been ages since anyone has spoken with me." "Promise her, Adonis," Hermione interjected. "This is our chance." "Are you selling me out to a ghost? What happened to our lifelong brotherhood?" Yet, unable to withstand the collective gaze of his companions, Adonis reluctantly nodded. Myrtle immediately brightened, leaping between the toilets, splashing water onto Harry. But she did not forget the matter at hand. "I am sorry, but I did not notice anything unusual that day. Peeves was driving me mad. and feeling utterly humiliated, I ran back to the restroom to end it all. Only then did I remember that I was already dead, that Ron's words seemed to strike a chord with her fragile heart, prompting her to cry out in sorrow, causing all the toilets to simultaneously erupt with water. Had it not been for Adonis's quick reflexes in conjuring a protective bubble, the group would have undoubtedly been drenched. Myrtle soon regained her composure, casting an embarrassed glance at Adonis, as if waiting for him to speak up on her behalf, yet she was destined for disappointment. Noticing this, Myrtle did not appear offended. Instead, she donned a smile and, with a logic incomprehensible to the living, earnestly suggested to Adonis, "Would you consider, after you die, sharing this toilet with me? I wouldn't mind." After saying this, she feigned shyness and turned her head away. "But I mind immensely." Adonis's mouth twitched in disbelief at her words. Realizing that he could not extract any information from Myrtle, Adonis longed to depart this troublesome place, glancing with disdain at the trio who had led him into this predicament. The chapter does not end here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. On the way back to the Gryffindor common room, Harry suddenly remarked, "What do you think the creature in the Chamber of Secrets could be?" "I suspect it may be a creature with petrifying abilities, and one that is controllable," Hermione concluded, synthesizing all the gathered information. "Are you suggesting that there might be a Medusa in the chamber?" "Don't be ridiculous, Adonis. There are no records of Medusa in the magical world. She exists only in Muggle mythology. And the heir, who would wish to expel Muggle-born wizards from the school?" Ron chimed in. "Guys, let us think carefully. Who believes that Muggle-born wizards are inferior?" Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry and Hermione involuntarily envisioned a certain arrogant figure. Malfoy. But is he truly the heir of Slytherin? "I don't think so," Neville remarked, directing his gaze at Adonis. "I concur with Neville's perspective." Adonis paused. "I believe Slytherin would select an heir from his own lineage, or at the very least someone with similar talents and ideologies. Yet Malfoy, apart from incessantly boasting about his pure blood status, has shown little merit elsewhere." As they spoke, the group arrived at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, pushing aside the portrait of the fat lady to reach their usual spot by the window. Exchanging hushed words, Harry appeared a bit anxious. "So, doesn't that mean our lead has come to a dead end? How are we to find the heir? If we do nothing, the Muggle-born wizard in the school will soon be in grave danger." "I think even if Malfoy isn't the heir, he must know something. We can extract some information from him." "Hermione, how do you propose we get Malfoy to willingly divulge information? He despises us with Polyjuice Potion." "Polyjuice Potion?" Snape mentioned it in potions class. "It allows the user to take on another's appearance." Harry suddenly grew excited. "If we could transform into Crabbe or Goyle, Malfoy would certainly not hide anything from us." At that moment, Hermione doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality. The recipe is recorded in Powerful Potions, and that book is in the restricted section. But how do we borrow it without a teacher's signed permission? Harry appeared somewhat agitated. Hogwarts. If one wished to borrow from the restricted section, the usual method was to obtain a signed note from a teacher, though a small subset of restricted books required Dumbledore's signature. Two methods, R&T there. Adonis pondered for a moment before suggesting that they utilize Harry's invisibility cloak to stealthily procure a book from the restricted section, although there was a risk of being caught. The method promised efficiency. Harry shook his head vigorously. Ever since their last escapade in the restricted section had left incriminating evidence, Filch had collaborated with the professors to bolster the library's defenses. If they were apprehended, it would be no trifling matter. Points would be deducted, and detention awaited. What, then, was the second method? Adonis glanced at Hermione, signaling for everyone to draw closer as he whispered. "The second approach is to seek an autograph from Lockhart." "Seek Lockhart?" Ron expressed disbelief. "But will he even help us?" "Really dim-witted, Ron." Adonis chided gently that I've hinted at it quite clearly, and yet you remain baffled. Hermione interjected. "What Adonis means is that we only require his signature. We can fabricate the note ourselves. We can position ourselves as Lockhart's fans, seeking an autograph from an author we admire. Surely, he would be delighted." The notion struck Harry and Ron as a revelation. Perhaps Lockhart was not entirely ineffectual after all. If only he wouldn't drag Harry into his theatrical performances during class, it would be even better. Ever since the debacle involving the Cornish pixie riot, Lockhart had refrained from introducing any novel creatures into his lessons. In Harry's eyes, Lockhart was merely terrified of exposing his own incompetence. Just when Lockhart was fretting over lesson preparations, someone had the audacity to suggest this new approach. Now, they wouldn't even have lessons, merely acting out plays. With a lead actor secured and a script in hand, the supporting roles were readily available. Was it not so, Harry? Up to this point, Harry had successfully portrayed a villager saved by Lockhart, a snowman afflicted with hay fever, and a vampire reformed to only consume carrots due to Lockhart's influence. Yet today marked a pinnacle in Harry's acting career, as Lockhart had personally designated him for a particularly challenging role, that of a werewolf. Bravo, you're simply magnificent, so lofty and aloof, yet you persist in making a fool of me. Harry longed to stride forward and slap Lockhart, but after class, he still needed to ask for his autograph. For the greater good, Harry would willingly make this sacrifice. As Harry mimicked the transformation into a werewolf at Lockhart's behest, howling dramatically, Lockhart seized the opportunity to catch Harry off guard, grasping him by the neck and forcefully throwing him to the ground. One could only speculate what Lockhart was thinking. In a bid to embellish his image, he had penned tales of subduing werewolves with one hand effortlessly. If he was truly that formidable, why not simply kick a dragon into submission? It seemed only Lockhart's fervent admirers would revel in such narratives. Ron and Neville could hardly bear it, enviously eyeing Adonis, who was spared from Lockhart's torment. After witnessing Lockhart's absurd antics, Adonis promptly sought out Dumbledore, requesting to be excused from attending this year's defense against the dark arts class. With the time spent watching performances, I could teach myself. Upon learning of Adonis's request for exemption, Lockhart confidently asserted that Adonis would undoubtedly regret missing his class. Adonis did feel a twinge of regret, not for the missed class, but for the lost opportunity to witness Harry's comical missteps while collaborating with Lockhart. Moreover, since Dumbledore and Snape had struck some form of arrangement, Snape had taken over the defense against the dark arts curriculum. This moment, Adonis led Snape into his private room of requirement. It was Snape's first encounter with such a place, and he curiously surveyed his surroundings. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the corner potions table and storage cabinets, where he recognized several familiar ingredients. Noticing Snape's attention shift towards his glass cabinet, Adonis inwardly cursed his oversight. He had forgotten to hide the ingredients he had pilfered from Snape the previous year. Fortunately, Snape's attention was quickly diverted by other decor within the room of requirement, and Adonis silently sighed with relief. Had Snape discovered his transgression, it would surely lead to dire consequences, just as Adonis thought he might escape unscathed. Snape suddenly commanded, "Remember to place the galleons in my office, Mr. Langdon." Adonis could only respond with an awkward smile, shamelessly following Snape's lead. "Since we're at it, could you spare me 2 more ingredients? I'd rather not make an extra trip." To his surprise, Snape did not outright refuse. Sensing an opportunity, Adonis pressed on. "Just a small amount. 1 portion of powdered unicorn horn and a piece of African snake skin will suffice." That Snape's expression hardened, and he turned to fix Adonis with a piercing gaze. Adonis met his eyes, wearing a conciliatory smile. These were essential components for brewing Polyjuice Potion. What was Snape planning? Did he aspire to experience the feeling of being a savior? "I am an exemplary student at Hogwarts. How could I ever engage in such activities?" Snape's demeanor darkened, and he remained silent. Just as Adonis began to lose hope, Snape retorted, "Come to my office after class." He then added sternly, "If I catch you pilfering my ingredients again, I shall pour slug juice in your brain." With Snape's acquiescence, Adonis grinned widely. As for Snape's warning, it was mere jest. How could scholarly pursuits be deemed theft? After all, Snape was renowned as the youngest master of potions in the magical world. Surely he wouldn't mind a slight increase in his stock, given that both potion masters and alchemists were typically quite affluent. Meanwhile, Harry gazed expectantly at Lockhart, feeling that he had contributed significantly to the lesson. His neck throbbed slightly from the exertion, yet he felt he had sacrificed much. "Professor Lockhart, could you grant me your autograph? I wish to keep it as a bookmark. Each time I see it while reading, I shall remember your invaluable teachings." Lockhart, flattered by Harry's praise, beamed at him and quickly took the paper he offered. "Harry, I am truly gratified to see such awareness in my student. After all, it's merely a signature." Lockhart produced a massive peacock quill and inscribed a grand Gilderoy Lockhart on the paper. Had Harry been a girl, Lockhart might have even planted a kiss on the note. Harry hastily folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket, eager to leave before Lockhart's gaze could ensnare him further. As if lingering an extra moment would taint his soul, this chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling narrative. Ron, seeing Harry give him an okay gesture, was astonished. He expected it to actually work. He felt no suspicion whatsoever. Lockhart had handed it over far more willingly than he would have paid for anything. Harry passed the signature to Hermione. Among the three, she had the least suspicion of seeking out Madame Pants. "May I keep it?" Hermione asked, gazing longingly at the flamboyant signature, suddenly reluctant to part with it, especially since she had never received an autograph from Lockhart herself. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. "Hermione, we must prioritize. Let's discuss the autograph later." Ultimately, Hermione did not retain Lockhart's autograph, for Madame Pants was not an accommodating woman. After scrutinizing the paper under the light for a considerable time to ensure its authenticity, she finally ventured into the restricted section, weaving through the towering shelves, and ultimately returned with a thick tome covered in a layer of mildew. Hermione found it rather unsightly and deposited the book in Harry's bag. Seeing this, Harry dared not voice any complaints. After all, Hermione was the leader, and she had earned it through her own hard work. The group reconvened at their secret base with Neville, and Hermione opened the book on powerful potions. Drawing the curiosity of the others, the tome detailed an array of bizarre concoctions, most of which had rather terrifying effects. For instance, one potion could cause numerous arms to protrude from the user's throat, while another could separate flesh from bone. This was no mere collection of powerful potions. It was akin to a guide to Azkaban. Hermione appeared to be utterly disgusted by the illustrations in the book, her facial expressions betraying her agitation as she hastily flipped to the page marked for the compound potion. The concoction required an array of ingredients: lacewing flies, leeches, fluxweed, two-eared grass, powdered bicorn horn, and fragments of African tree snake skin. This was the most intricate formula I had ever encountered. While the other materials could be easily sourced from the student storage cabinets, what were we to do about the bicorn horn powder and African tree snake skin? Harry, having been detained by Snape on several occasions, possessed a fair understanding of the potion ingredients housed in the classroom. The sound of the main door creaking open signaled the entrance of Adonis, who sauntered in holding a small glass vial and a brown paper bag. "What is this?" Hermione inquired, stepping forward to accept the items from Adonis. "Bicorn horn powder and African tree snake skin. It's now up to you, Chief." "Don't call me Chief." "All right, Chief." Hermione rolled her eyes, exasperated. It was just a gentle tap. "Why are you holding a grudge? We didn't raid Snape's storeroom, did you, Master Thief?" Ron asked, opening the paper bag to examine a piece of snake skin closely. "Of course not. Do I look like that kind of person to you?" Adonis retorted indignantly. "When did I ever acquire such a reputation in your eyes?" If it were indeed Adonis, it was not entirely implausible. "Get lost. Stop fooling around." Hermione narrowed her eyes slightly, a familiar sign that she was on the verge of losing her temper. Recognizing this, they all settled down obediently in a circle. "How long will it take to brew this potion?" Harry asked, noticing that Hermione's mood had significantly improved as she resumed her reading. "It appears it will take at least a month. The lacewing flies need to be simmered for 21 days, and fluxweed must be harvested on the night of the full moon, which occurs in a week." Without further ado, Adonis quickly began to lay out the necessary potion-making tools from his bag. Seeing this, Hermione pitched in to set the pot on the stove and heat the water, adding the lacewing flies once it reached a boil. "Now we needn't concern ourselves with it. Just ensure the fire remains lit. It needs to brew for 21 days. Let's go." Adonis stood up and clapped his hands together, reminding them that tomorrow was Saturday, a crucial day for Gryffindor as they had a significant match ahead. Harry had to attend Wood's pep rally that evening. After all, the Gryffindor team had endured grueling training for the sole purpose of triumphing over Slytherin. They prepared to step onto the field. Harry's nerves reached an unprecedented peak. He had never felt such anxiety outside of his very first match. They were about to face the Slytherin team, equipped with the fastest brooms available on the market, the Nimbus 2001. The Gryffindor team fell into an anticipatory silence. Even George and Fred, usually the most boisterous, refrained from speaking. Harry felt his body trembling slightly. Was it nerves or excitement? He couldn't quite tell, but he knew he had never had such a fervent desire to defeat Slytherin. "Hey everyone," Wood began, "even though Slytherin has superior brooms, we have exceptional players, don't we?" As all eyes turned towards him, Wood nodded at the team and proclaimed loudly, "Let us give Slytherin a run for their money and make them regret letting Malfoy buy his way onto the team." After finishing his address, Wood turned his gaze to Harry, understanding that finding the Seeker would be crucial to winning the match. Harry took a deep breath, attempting to appear less anxious, amidst a chorus of cheers and applause. The team mounted their brooms and soared into the arena. Madame Hooch signaled for both captains to shake hands, and Wood and Flint exchanged looks that ignited a fierce competitive spirit. "Which side do you think will prevail? Hagrid?" "Oh, me? I certainly believe in Harry," Hagrid replied, scanning the crowd and feeling as though something was amiss. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned to Hermione. "Hermione, have you seen Adonis? He seemed to have something important to attend to, and said he would join us shortly." Just then, Hermione turned to find herself startled by the sudden appearance of a lion's head, and before she could speak, a whimsical voice chimed, "Hi, Hermione." Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the lion's mouth concealed a familiar face, Luna, who had crafted this elaborate lion headpiece to cheer for Harry. Luna had few friends at school, and Gryffindor constituted a significant portion of them. Upon seeing Luna, Ron and Neville greeted her warmly, to which Luna responded with a smile. Although Luna did not see Adonis, she felt a twinge of worry within her. Since the morning, an unsettling feeling had lingered in her heart. Was it fear? She couldn't quite articulate it. The loud whistle pierced the air, and the red and green figures began to dart swiftly across the pitch. The disparity in broom performance soon became evident, as Slytherin's chasers glided through Gryffindor's attempts to corner them, scoring goal after goal. The situation quickly turned dire, with Slytherin surging ahead, the score gap reaching 60 points. Moreover, leveraging their broom's superior maneuverability, Slytherin resorted to their usual tactics of targeting Gryffindor players. Angelina found herself besieged by 2 Slytherin players. Harry's anxiety deepened as he observed the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, he caught sight of a dark figure hurtling towards him. Without a moment to think, he swiftly turned, barely evading a bludger that grazed his glasses. Wood, witnessing Harry's narrow escape, was about to shout a warning when the bludger unexpectedly veered in mid-air, hurtling towards Harry with increased speed. Wood had no time to evade. The front of his broom shattered upon impact, sending him spiraling downward to land heavily on the ground. Unconscious, the rogue bludger continued its relentless pursuit of Harry. George, noticing this, seized his bat and struck the bludger towards Slytherin's direction. At that moment, Harry spotted a fleeting golden figure and leaned forward, accelerating towards the opposite side of the pitch. Malfoy, quick to react, pursued him. He could not afford to lose face in front of his father. The bludger, propelled by George's hit, seemed unwilling to relinquish its chase of Harry, altering its course mid-air to follow him. Just as Harry closed in on the elusive golden snitch, darting between the wooden pillars beneath the spectators' gallery, the relentless bludger crashed into one of the pillars, splintering it as though it were a mere twig. This was clearly unnatural. Someone had tampered with that bludger. Now, that bludger resembled a hound on the hunt. Fixated on Harry, he hoped to outpace it using his broom's speed and the pillars as barriers. But even with his flawless maneuvers, the bludger clung to him tenaciously that a few spectators began to notice the anomaly. Ron brandished his wand, intent on dispatching the rogue bludger. But Hermione intervened that if you act now, there's no guarantee your spell will hit, and if that results in Harry's disqualification from the match, it would be disastrous. Hermione took the binoculars from Hagrid and scanned the professor's box. Snape and Lucius appeared unperturbed, occasionally exchanging a word. Clearly, they were not casting any spells. Hermione could only place her hopes on Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. As long as they recognized the bludger's abnormality, they should be able to intervene. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Someone else had already captured Dumbledore's and Professor McGonagall's attention. I asked that, Carl. What is he doing here? Why does he look so terrified? Ron inquired, pulling out a pair of binoculars. When he looked through them, he saw Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall's expressions turn grave, tinged with urgency, as they quickly rose to follow Carl away from the stands. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Hermione, Dumbledore and the others have left. What should we do? Luna also took the telescope from Hermione's hands. Somehow, upon seeing Dumbledore's tense expression, her unease deepened, as if something sinister were about to transpire. Suddenly, gasps erupted from the audience, drawing everyone's attention back. To the edge of the field, a green figure emerged from between the wooden pillars at the bottom of the stands. It was Malfoy. He had failed to evade in time, and, distracted, was thrown off his broom. He tumbled several times upon hitting the ground, ultimately landing in an awkward split. All the male spectators winced in sympathy. But upon seeing Malfoy's woeful expression, Ron burst into uncontrollable laughter. The only ones left chasing the golden snitch were Harry and the bludger hot on his heels, with the snitch just a few feet away. Harry stretched out his right hand, trying to grasp it. Just as everyone believed Gryffindor's victory was assured, the bludger shot out from the side and collided directly with Harry's right arm. Bong! Harry felt as though his arm had been shattered, and he could no longer sense his right hand's existence. Excruciating pain pierced his brain. Gritting his teeth, Harry endured the agony, knowing that if he fell here, all his teammates' efforts would have been in vain, something he desperately wished to avoid. He clenched his legs tightly around the broom and lunged forward with his left hand. Feeling the icy touch of the snitch, a wave of relief washed over him. Yet in that moment, he suddenly lost his balance and crashed heavily onto the sandy ground. His right hand was twisted, but in his left palm, the golden snitch lay quietly. Gryffindor triumphs. However, the anticipated cheers did not arise. Instead, a cacophony of screams replaced them as the bludger, undeterred, plummeted from above, aiming to smash Harry's head. He quickly rolled to evade it, but just as the bludger rose again to deliver a blow, Hermione arrived, immobilis. Ever since Ron had been cursed last time, Hermione had learned the immobilization spell from Adonis. Fearing such scenarios, he to her astonishment. When the spell struck the bludger, it exploded in midair, scattering debris everywhere. Harry sighed in relief at the sight. Yet he did not expect Lockhart to completely disregard his protests, insisting on casting a spell on his severed arm that a strange and somewhat uncomfortable sensation washed over him. He suddenly felt as if his right hand no longer belonged to him. Gazing at his limp, doughy arm, he fainted. With Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall absent, it was Professor Flitwick who came to maintain order, instructing Ron and Neville to carry Harry to the hospital wing for the whereabouts of Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Let us rewind 15 minutes. Professor McGonagall had just confiscated a portion of the fizzing Whizbee sweets that Dumbledore had hidden in his pocket when a small figure appeared before her. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the schoolhouse elf. Carl seemed quite frightened, glancing anxiously around until he spotted Dumbledore, seizing the hem of Dumbledore's sleeve like a lifeline. He spoke with a tremor of fear in his voice. Sir, you must come with me. Mr. Lanton has been attacked." Half an hour before the match began that morning, Hermione asked Adonis once more as she prepared to leave the common room, "Are you sure you want to come with us?" Adonis, retrieving a communication card from his pocket, replied, "I have something to attend to. I'll meet you at the pitch later." Seeing this, Hermione did not press further, taking Ron and Neville with her, while Adonis's card crackled with Luna's voice. "Where are you?" "I'm in the common room. You should go meet Hermione and the others. I have something to do." After lingering a moment longer in the common room, Adonis checked his pocket watch. Feeling it was nearly time, that he rose, enveloped in the golden-red glow, and then vanished. That moment. Flames erupted at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, and Adonis's figure emerged from the fire. As the flames dissipated, a feather slowly descended from the air. Adonis reached out to catch it, examining it for a moment before stowing it in his pocket, muttering, "Have I really started shedding? At this rate, I won't end up bald." Well, nearly all Slytherin students would never wish to miss a match against their arch-rivals, Gryffindor. Thus, at this hour, the Slytherin common room would be deserted, so even if Adonis stirred up a commotion at the entrance, no one would notice he approached the right wall, where an arched relief should have held a painting. But it was empty. Standing beneath the arch, Adonis spoke in Parseltongue, a skill he had learned from Omenes. "Open!" The sound of heavy stones shifting echoed as the stone wall parted, revealing a platform barely big enough for one person to stand upon. Adonis stepped onto it, which rotated 180 degrees, opening to reveal a cylindrical chamber. This was Slytherin's secret study, where Adonis hoped to uncover information about the Chamber of Secrets and the creature within. However, the shelves here were overwhelmingly numerous, most concerning curses and dark magic, compelling Adonis to search tirelessly. As he rummaged through the high shelves, a yellowed piece of paper fluttered down from between the books. Adonis snatched it up, reading, "I shall put the creature into a state of slumber until one who shares my views awakens it. That chosen heir will rectify the errors made by others unwittingly. Those unworthy shall only tarnish my legacy, while my heir shall undertake the sacred duty of purifying Hogwarts. What creature could survive for nearly 1,000 years? Are there still descendants of the Gaunt family among the first years?" Adonis felt he was on the brink of discovering the truth, yet a thick fog obscured his path. Realizing he could no longer find any useful information in the study, Adonis resolved to leave and reunite with the others at the Quidditch pitch. Exiting the dungeons of Slytherin and returning to the hall, Adonis caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure darting around the corner of the staircase on the second floor. He hurried to follow. Something felt dreadfully amiss. The silhouette seemed to deliberately lead him in circles, ultimately guiding him to a corridor on the second floor, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. But this might be the key to uncovering the heir's identity, and he was unwilling to relinquish it easily. Standing in the corridor's center, the ominous feeling intensified, causing Adonis's heart to race, in an instant. He felt his muscles from neck to back stiffen and tingle, his hair standing on end as if he were being watched by a ferocious beast. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. After what felt like an eternity, the sensation faded, accompanied by the sound of scales scraping against the floor. Only then did Adonis realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. What was that? Just as he exhaled and regained his composure, a familiar voice called from behind him. It was Ginny. "Hi, Adonis." "Oh, hi, Ginny," he responded, but the moment he turned, the sense of impending doom returned with a vengeance, reaching its peak as he locked eyes with a pair of enormous orange-yellow orbs. In that single glance, a suffocating aura of death enveloped him. Consuming Adonis whole, he felt himself sinking into a pitch-black lake, the overwhelming sensation of suffocation driving him to thrash his limbs desperately. His primal instinct for survival urging him to reach for the surface. I must grasp something. Anything. As consciousness began to fade into chaos and his hands turned icy, Adonis's heart felt equally frigid. Am I to die again? In the outside world, Ginny observed as Adonis's life force dwindled rapidly, a disdainful smile creeping onto her lips. Arrogant, so full of yourself. Do you really think you can catch me? Pathetic mudblood, I am a proud descendant of Slytherin. As for what Ginny would think afterward, killing Adonis is your doing, Ginny Weasley, not mine. The great Tom Marvolo riddle. Upon reflecting on the matter, Ginny cast a disdainful glance at Adonis. Her contempt barely contained, before turning on her heel to depart, with the serpent creature trailing in her wake. Had she lingered a moment longer, she would have noticed a faint flicker of firelight emanating from Adonis's chest. According to the original setting, the Phoenix is immune to the deadly gaze of the serpent creature. However, as he is in human form, I have introduced a feather from Adonis's version of the Phoenix, which mitigates one instance of fatal damage. Nonetheless, the protagonist remains oblivious to this fact. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. During this period, Carl had been diligently observing for any unfamiliar house elves entering the school, as this was a request from his most esteemed Adonis. Today, he spotted an unfamiliar house elf accompanying Lucius Malfoy, whom he had loathed for over a decade, into Hogwarts. Initially, he paid little mind to the house elf, considering it a guest, but upon turning his head, he discovered the creature lurking in a corner, surreptitiously employing magic. How delightful! I recognized you as an ne'er-do-well at first glance. I must immediately inform Mr. Landon. Sensing Adonis's location, Carl promptly teleported there, envisioning the accolades that Adonis would bestow upon him. Yet, reality struck him like a troll's club. Mr. Landon, upon witnessing the scene before him, Carl suddenly went into a frenzy, tugging at the scant tufts of hair he possessed, bashing his head against the wall, while repeatedly lamenting. Mr. Landon has been attacked. What should I do? What should I do? With a forceful crash, It felt as though he had cleared the pathways of his mind, and suddenly, Dumbledore's visage appeared within his thoughts. I must seek out Headmaster Dumbledore. He surely has a solution. Yes, with a snap of his fingers, he instantly materialized at the Professor S stand in the Quidditch Stadium, beside Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Time rewinds to the present. Dumbledore, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, followed Carl's lead to the corridor where Adonis had been assaulted. Dumbledore meticulously examined Adonis before finally allowing himself to relax. Albus, how is Adonis? Fear not. Minerva, although Adonis's life force is exceedingly faint under the current circumstances, he has merely been petrified. Dumbledore's words acted as a tranquilizer for Professor McGonagall, easing her distress. She had grown fond of this talented, polite, and non-troublesome student. It had been ages since Hogwarts had boasted such a reassuring pupil. Just as they were deliberating where to transport the petrified Adonis, the match concluded, and students began returning to the castle. Noticing this, Dumbledore led Professor McGonagall away, his mind already formulating ideas. Later, as a group of girls traversed the second-floor corridor, one caught sight of Adonis's silhouette and, intending to greet him, drew closer. Upon a better look, she gasped. Adonis's body was encased in a layer of stone. Unable to contain herself, she emitted a sharp shriek. Instantly capturing the attention of numerous students, as more gathered in the corridor, their exclamations and discussions crescendoed, successfully attracting Snape's notice. What is the commotion about? Step aside. As the crowd parted, Snape paused, taken aback by the scene before him, but quickly regained his composure, displaying the maturity befitting his age. What are you waiting for? Do you wish for me to take matters into my own hands? 2 Gryffindors carry him to the hospital wing. The speed at which news spread through Hogwarts had never failed to astonish. Just as Adonis was being transported to the hospital wing, more than half of the students were already aware of the incident. Luna, who had been sitting in the hospital wing alongside Hermione to keep Harry company, had attempted to contact Adonis multiple times through cards, but received no response, which only deepened her unease. Have you reached Adonis? Not yet, Hermione replied, wrapping her arm around Luna's shoulder in a comforting gesture. Do not worry, Luna. Adonis is remarkably capable. What could possibly go wrong at Hogwarts? Before she could finish her thought, Hermione appeared to realize something. Chamber. Monster, muggle wizard. The sudden silence from Adonis was concerning. She dared not pursue the thought further. It seemed that Hogwarts had been anything but peaceful since last year. Hermione! Hermione! Something has happened. Neville's voice echoed from the hospital wing entrance. Before he could elaborate, Madame Pomfrey emerged, ready to reprimand him. Mr. Longbottom, the hospital wing is no place for disturbances. If you continue this way, I shall have to ask you to leave. Neville, startled by Madame Pomfrey's stern demeanor, swallowed his words, his frustration bubbling over into a hiccup. Hermione quickly guided him to a seat beside Harry's bed, assisting him in regaining his composure, while Luna offered Neville a glass of water. Neville, what has transpired? I just returned from the common room. Everyone was saying another attack has occurred. Neville quickly sipped the water. Before he could finish, the doors of the hospital wing were harshly pushed open, and 2 older Gryffindors entered, carrying a stretcher. A throng of students followed, some attempting to enter the hospital wing for a closer look, but were stopped at the entrance by Madame Pomfrey. The 2 Gryffindor seniors spotted Hermione and Neville and approached with their stretcher. Luna had intended to ask Neville who had been attacked, but as she glanced at the figure on the stretcher, the familiar clothing sent a chill through her. Her heart twisted. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation washed over her as she trembled to her feet. Unable to believe her eyes, she drew nearer. The face she recognized emerged, and a single tear traced a path down her cheek, falling on the back of her hand. It was only then that she realized she was weeping. The 2 seniors laid Adonis beside Harry on the bed and hurried away. Hermione and Neville, witnessing Adonis's lifeless, stone-coated form, felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and helplessness. Adonis had been attacked. Luna must be heartbroken. Hermione glanced at Luna, her comforting words caught in her throat, unsure of how to console her. She gently patted Luna's shoulder, but in that moment, Luna's emotions erupted, tears streaming uncontrollably as she sobbed. Hermione enveloped her in an embrace, softly patting her back. Once Luna's emotions settled, Hermione discreetly led Neville from the hospital wing, leaving space for Luna. Luna sat beside Adonis's bed, clutching his hand tightly. For reasons unknown, tears began to flow once more, her eyes reddening. The doors of the hospital wing opened once again, and Dumbledore entered, his purple robes trailing behind him. Luna hastily wiped her tears, rising to greet Dumbledore. "Child, please take a seat. Professor, will Adonis be all right?" "Rest assured, Adonis is merely petrified. Once the mandrakes mature, he shall awaken." Luna already understood that Adonis was only petrified, yet hearing the reassurance from Dumbledore allowed her to finally relax. Dumbledore pulled up a chair and sat beside her, casually inquiring, "Do you care for Adonis deeply?" Caught off guard by Dumbledore's unexpected question, Luna felt a rush of embarrassment, lowering her gaze and softly affirming with a hum. With his inquiry answered, Dumbledore refrained from teasing her further, instead recalling fond memories as he observed Luna holding Adonis's hand. "Back in my day. Albus, I have finally found you." Snape's voice cut through the air as he strode into the hospital wing, his black cloak billowing like bat wings. Upon spotting Luna seated beside Dumbledore, his expression darkened, and he fell silent. Once Luna departed, Snape remarked, "What recklessness! That fool Adonis ventured into the Chamber of Secrets and jeopardized himself." "Calm yourself, Severus. I have an idea." Dumbledore then rose, retrieving the Elder Wand, and with a gentle flick towards the chair he had just vacated, a life-sized replica of Adonis materialized before them. "That I would appreciate your assistance. Severus, I require a vial of the resurrection potion." Snape instantly grasped Dumbledore's intentions, giving him a nod before turning to leave. As for the ingredients, the mandrake at Hogwarts had run out. What concern was that to Severus Snape? Alas, today was indeed a most unfortunate day. Harry opened his eyes to find that night had fallen. Madame Pomfrey, seeing Harry awake, brought him a vial of potion. "Drink this. The night will not be pleasant," she urged. "What is the matter, madam?" he inquired, for the regrowth of bones was hardly a comfortable affair. Madame Pomfrey appeared somewhat irked, questioning why he had not sought the hospital wing immediately. Harry accepted the potion. Replying with a hint of resignation, "Professor Lockhart insisted on treating me. You know how it is. I had no time to refuse." That buffoon," she remarked. Clearly, Harry shared her sentiment, raising his cup in acknowledgement before taking a sip, only to spit it out immediately. "What are you doing? You should have known it would taste dreadful," she scolded. "Hurry, finish it, and you'll be able to leave by morning." After downing the potion, Madame Pomfrey departed, leaving Harry feeling a touch lonely in the empty hospital wing. That moment, he felt his communication card vibrating gently. Upon answering, Ron's cheerful voice came through. "Hey, Harry, you're finally awake. How are you?" "Not too well." Ended him. "Why, right hand feels itchy, as if ants are crawling on it." "Forget that for now. I have some bad news to tell you." "What bad news?" "Adonis was attacked by the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. He should be lying in the bed next to you." Harry disregarded the discomfort in his limp right hand, quickly sitting up and pulling back the bed curtain to see Adonis lying beside him. "Good heavens, Ron. What are we going to do without Adonis?" "I don't know. Hermione said she has a plan. We'll discuss it when you're discharged tomorrow." Gasping for breath, Adonis suddenly jolted upright, overwhelmed by a wave of suffocation, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Once he regained his composure, Adonis surveyed his surroundings, the familiar decor unmistakably indicating that he was in the room of requirement. "How does it feel to have escaped death?" A voice called from the direction of the sound, and upon turning, Adonis saw Snape, his back turned as he tinkered with several potion vials. Snape casually tossed a sealed potion vial to Adonis. "You're still quite weak. This might help a bit." Trusting Snape, Adonis gulped down the potion, unaware whether Snape had been intentional or careless in his concoction. The potion tasted intensely sour and bitter, a ghastly mixture reminiscent of pickled cucumbers paired with decaying bitter melons. "Rue," Snape observed Adonis' pained expression, a sly smile creeping across his face, as if his scheme had succeeded. "It's good to see you're all right." "Adonis." Dumbledore entered, approaching Adonis's bedside and gently feeling his forehead. "How are you feeling?" "Aside from Professor Snape's potion, I'm well," Adonis replied, grabbing a copper basin and spitting into it, the acrid taste lingering unpleasantly in his mouth. wondering what exactly Snape had added to make it so volatile. A basilisk, old Dumbledore. The monster in the chamber is a basilisk. Adonis felt his tongue less bitter as he continued. The one who opened the chamber might be Ginny. I heard her voice just before I locked eyes with the basilisk. Ginny Weasley? I hope Mr. Riddle's mind hasn't been clouded by the basilisk. The Weasley family is certainly not of Slytherin lineage. Professor, perhaps Ginny was under some form of control? The Imperius curse? A potion? Or some other means? Adonis recalled Luna mentioning Ginny's odd behavior recently. Dumbledore and Snape both fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Particularly Dumbledore, whose half-moon spectacles glinted in a way that momentarily dazzled Adonis. Adonis, I must entrust you with the investigation. As professors, we are bound to attract attention, but you, being a petrified student, can investigate from the shadows, which is much safer. Rest assured, anyone who dares to unleash a basilisk upon me shall face the consequences. At this point, Adonis realized he was feeling a bit hungry and promptly called for Carl. To his surprise, Carl burst in, clinging to Adonis' arm, sobbing about how frightened he had been as he prepared to punish himself. Adonis quickly commanded him to fetch food for himself and Professor Dumbledore. You mentioned investigating the reason behind Tom's immortality. Have you made any progress? Adonis asked, taking a bite of a pastry, crumbs flying everywhere. Not yet. There are no leads. Tom wields far too much dark magic, including some that I have never encountered, Dumbledore replied slowly. Oh, you're truly leaving the investigation of the chamber to Harry and the others? A basilisk, no less. You nearly lost me. You must learn to let go. Harry and his friends need to grow. I still feel you have tasks for me. You recall that potions master, Mr. Belby, whom we met at the French Ministry of Magic. Adonis had a vague recollection of the potions master from their brief encounter and gestured for Dumbledore to continue. I've heard he has encountered some trouble. Ever since the emergence of the Wolfsbane potion, he has been plagued by pure-blood werewolves. Recently, his residence in Britain was discovered by Fenrir Greyback's minions, and he is currently evading their pursuit. I believe he may require your assistance. Adonis, an old ploy. You wish to recruit him into our ranks. You know that every potions master holds significant influence within the magical community. This could be beneficial to us. But wouldn't that require me to leave Hogwarts? I don't want to be away from Luna. She must be feeling quite upset. Then it seems I must revise the school rules. How about adding a clause prohibiting romantic relationships at Hogwarts? The headmaster is so impressive, able to abuse his power at will. I'll report you to the ministry. Dumbledore even provocatively shot Adonis a glance. You are still too young, unlike me, who is so composed. The ministry will not directly intervene in Hogwarts affairs, as you well know, Adonis. Fine, I'll go in the Gryffindor common room. Ron noticed Ginny's pale complexion and asked with concern. Ginny, what's wrong? You look unwell. You need me to take you to the hospital wing. The mere mention of the hospital wing seemed to pierce Ginny's nerves deeply, causing her face to grow even paler, her body trembling involuntarily. Just as Ron was about to speak, Ginny appeared to remember something, her eyes reddening as she ran away. How dare you bully Ginny? Ron's twin brothers seized him from either side, delivering a thunderous noogie. Ouch! I merely noticed Ginny was in a bad state and wanted to comfort her. Let me go. Ginny did not hear Ron's pleas and cries. She had already buried herself under her blankets, tears streaming down her face. Did I command the basilisk to attack Adonis? How could this happen? Ginny was too frightened to visit the hospital wing, fearing that seeing Adonis would shatter her already fragile emotions. Frantically, she rummaged through her bag for a black diary. Yes, at you, Riddle. Did you command the attack on Adonis? The handwriting Ginny inscribed was consumed by the diary, another passage slowly surfacing. Of course not. Ginny, it was your fear of Adonis discovering your secret that led you to command the basilisk to attack him. And no matter how hard Ginny tried to remember, she could not recall what had transpired that morning. Her memory was shrouded in a fog, only aware that she had seemingly orchestrated the basilisk's attack on Adonis. Must be this diary's doing. I need to get rid of it. Sensing Ginny's intent, the Tom within the diary realized he could not afford to be discarded like this. Seizing the moment while Ginny was lost in thought, he unleashed his accumulated magic, casting an eerie glow upon Ginny's face in an instant, Her eyes lost their luster, her arms stiffening as she retrieved her wand from her pocket, pointing it at herself, murmuring incantations. Obliviate. This time, Tom has utterly depleted the life force he siphoned from Ginny. It is uncertain how long it will be before he can control her to summon the basilisk again. Tom remains unperturbed. After all, one must remember that the wool is sheared from a sheep, and Ginny's naivety makes her an easy target. Convincing another individual will undoubtedly prove to be far more troublesome. Nonetheless, he must proceed with caution. The recent attack on students has transpired, and Dumbledore will not stand idly by. In Tom's memory, Dumbledore is not one to be easily deceived. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery light over the woods beyond the outskirts, where a few crows flew past, their hoarse caws piercing the stillness that a disheveled middle-aged man was sprinting desperately, glancing back intermittently, his face etched with an unshakable terror. In a moment of inattention, he stumbled over a protruding tree root, falling heavily to the ground, scraping himself in several places, blood streaming forth. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he scrambled to his feet and continued his frantic escape, fully aware that being caught by the creature pursuing him would render death a mere luxury. As the moonlight filtered through the trees, shadows flitted by. The tattered cloaks of several figures billowed slightly, their forms appearing even more imposing in the moon's glow. Their glowing eyes and sharp claws unmistakably signified their werewolf nature. The leader of the werewolves crouched at the spot where Belby had fallen, scooping up some bloodied soil and disdainfully clicking his tongue, signaling to the two werewolves behind him. The trio then split up, pursuing Belby from 3 different directions, treating him as prey to be toyed with and tormented at their leisure. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Belby cursed as he ran. Had it not been for the sudden assault by the werewolves and the unexpected ambush by Fenrir, he would never have found himself in such a dire predicament. The edge of the forest led to a wizarding village. If he could reach it, he would be safe. Belby quickened his pace, oblivious to the fact that 2 werewolves were already flanking him. Suddenly, a rustling in the underbrush sent a jolt of fear through him, prompting him to run even faster. The shadow darted past, and before he could react, he tripped and fell again, his head striking a stone, blood instantly clouding his vision. Wiping his sleeve across his eyes, he opened them once more to find a menacing werewolf standing before him. "Mr. Greybuck requests your presence, Mr. Belby." Belby, in abject terror, crawled backward, only to hear a thud as his head collided with something. Trembling, he turned to see yet another werewolf. He was entirely encircled. Look! Mr. Belby has injured his head. If Mr. Greybuck finds out, we shall all be in grave trouble." The werewolves erupted into laughter, the leader even dipping his fingers into the blood on Belby's head and savoring the taste. Belby, paralyzed by fear, stammered without uttering a coherent word. The werewolves, sensing his hesitation, grew impatient. "Our time is limited, Mr. Belby. It seems we must take you with us." One of the werewolves extended his claws toward Belby's arm. A sudden firestorm erupted, forcing the werewolf to retreat hastily, though not before a sharp pain coursed through his hand. An ambush. The 3 werewolves immediately shifted into a combat stance as the flames subsided, revealing a diminutive figure. "Is that you, Mr. Belby?" Upon realizing that the figure was inquiring about him, Belby quickly replied, "Yes, it's me. Who are you, and why do you interfere with our affairs? Are you werewolves truly so hospitable? Inviting me for a barbecue upon our first meeting? How delightful." The werewolf's self-healing ability should have allowed for a swift recovery from such a minor injury. Yet the wound remained unhealed, clearly indicating that the flames were enchanted. After a brief exchange of glances, the 3 werewolves surged forward, recognizing that the voice belonged to someone presumably young, and they believed they could easily overpower him. Yet, would reality unfold as they envisioned? Clearly not. Unfazed by the encroaching werewolves, Adonis raised his wand high above his head and forcefully traced a circle in the air. The torrent of golden-red flames erupted forth, instantly engulfing the werewolves. Sizzling and crackling, the air became saturated with a rich aroma of roasted meat. 3 werewolves bore significant burns, their fur singed away, and Adonis instantly regretted not having brought any seasoning with him. No. Werewolves are still beings, he chastised himself, feeling a pang of sympathy for their suffering. Yet in a fleeting moment he rationalized that rather than prolonging their agony, it would be more merciful to grant them release. With a flick of his wand, the roots beneath them animated, coiling around the unfortunate werewolves like constricting serpents. Seeing this, the werewolves shrieked in terror. "What do you intend to do? We are Greybuck subordinates. If you dare to harm us, you shall face the wrath of the werewolves." Adonis paid no heed to their threats. "You werewolves may be formidable, but do you think you can reach Hogwarts to kill me? Moreover, do you even know who I am? Your attempts to intimidate me are laughable." With no mercy for those who remain defiant even in their final moments, Adonis raised his hands high, channeling potent magic into the tip of his wand. A blinding bolt of lightning struck the ground, the shockwave sending Mr. Belby soaring through the air. When Belby opened his eyes again, the werewolves had vanished, reduced to ashes beneath the overwhelming might of the storm. Indeed, lightning proved to be the most effective means of obliterating evidence, saving one the expense of potion ingredients. Belby found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. He had been peacefully asleep at home when a pack of werewolves barged in, demanding he accompany them. After narrowly escaping their clutches, he was now confronted by what seemed to be a dangerous individual. Surely, he wouldn't subject him to some wicked, dark magic experiment, would he? Just as Belby prepared to scream for help, Adonis removed his hood. "Long time no see, Mr. Belby. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." "It's you. You are the child who was following Dumbledore that day. Did Dumbledore send you?" "My professor believes you may encounter trouble, so he asked me to extend a helping hand." Adonis handed Belby a vial of invigorating potion. "It appears I arrived just in time." "Hardly. I've been lurking near your home for several days. Had it not been for Dumbledore's threats, I would not have taken on this dreadful task." Though he thought this internally, Adonis maintained a friendly smile. "Fortunately, before I left, I returned to the dormitory and borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak. Otherwise, with a werewolf's keen nose, I would have been at a loss for concealment. Ron, have you seen my invisibility cloak? Weren't you keeping it at the bottom of the wardrobe? That was the plan. But as I was preparing for a night out, Harry discovered the empty wardrobe and fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that the cloak is truly invisible? Huh. Dumbledore, after Belby consumes the potion, what do you wish to obtain from me? A potion? Or perhaps my title as a master potion maker? I would think Dumbledore is hardly in need of a reputation. We require your support, Mr. Belby. Support? What do you mean? You shall find out in due time. This place is not safe. Let me take you away. Shall we head to Diagon Alley?" Upon receiving Belby's consent, Adonis operated them away. The two figures materialized at the leaky cauldron, startling Tom, who was preparing to close for the night. He nearly brandished his wand to unleash a certain green spell upon them, but managed to restrain himself. "Oh, good evening, Mr. Belby. Why do you appear so disheveled?" Belby, in a state of agitation, ignored Tom's attempts at small talk and strode directly to the fireplace. Uttering a destination before vanishing in a flash of green flames, he might be in a foul mood. Adonis remarked as he took a seat at the bar. "Are you still serving? Uncle Tom, please give me a butterbeer. You should be at Hogwarts at this hour." What has transpired? Adonis accepted the butterbeer from Tom, taking a hearty gulp. Observing Tom's inquisitive demeanor, he placed a finger to his lips. "I cannot divulge any details, Uncle Tom. You are quite young to be harboring such secrets." Without a word to Adonis, Tom did not press the matter further and continued to tidy up. Adonis had just returned to the room of requirement, preparing to indulge in a luxurious milk bath to wash away the fatigue from his days spent on stakeout, when a shimmering silver phoenix materialized out of thin air, flapping its wings and landing before him. "Adonis, please come to my office." "What the devil? I've only just returned. I haven't even washed my face." "You're recalling me to work already, you wretched capitalist." As if sensing a flicker of anger on Adonis's face, the guardian spun in the air and promptly vanished, as if fearing Adonis might vent his frustrations upon it. In the headmaster's office, Adonis emerged from a flash of flames. "Don't you ever sleep at night, old man?" "At my age, Adonis, you know my sleep quality is poor. Would you prefer milk tea or pumpkin juice?" "Neither. I see you're more energetic than us young folks. And what is that you're wearing?" It was no wonder Adonis had a comment. Dumbledore's choice of nightwear was indeed quite an eyesore. The dark, fitted robe was adorned with golden threads, and lace trimmings graced the chest and hem. Had it not been for Dumbledore's long beard, one might have thought the robe was about to reveal more than intended. He even wore a matching lace-trimmed nightcap. A few old friends from Wisingamot sent it to me, claiming it's the latest trend. Doesn't it look splendid? I hope they didn't send it thinking you'd like it. Dumbledore scrutinized his attire once more, seemingly unfazed, and moved to the sofa to get down to business. How is Damocles? Aside from a rather foul mood, he seems quite well. After all, being disturbed by a werewolf at such an hour would irritate anyone. That puts my mind at ease. The school appeared quite tranquil during your absence at O, and of course, a little house elf did sneak in to see Harry. Did a house elf? Was it Dobby? Adonis had previously heard from Carl that the little elf brought by Malfoy had attempted to attack Harry with a bludger, which had left him with a rather poor impression of Dobby. That it was indeed him, but I'm not sure what they discussed. Harry seemed quite upset. Could one blame him? He was nearly killed. Who would be pleased in such a situation? And Ginny. Have you been keeping an eye on her? Adonis always believed Ginny held the key to unraveling the mystery of the chamber. Miss Weasley appears to be doing just fine. That's rather odd. My memory shouldn't be failing me. Could it be that the mastermind has anticipated my moves and has temporarily withdrawn? Rather than dwelling on that, I think you should focus more on Miss Lovegood's situation. Luna, what about Luna? Speak quickly, old Dumbledore. Adonis was so agitated he nearly grasped Dumbledore by the collar. Dumbledore leaned back slightly, maintaining his composure. Bobby informed me that Luna has been spending all her time in the hospital wing, sitting by your bed for hours on end, and she seems rather unwell. It's all your fault. Luna must be heartbroken. I must go see her tomorrow. Adonis, I must remind you to exercise caution. Do not fret. Instead, concern yourself with Fox. Poor Fox is looking rather worse for wear. Adonis approached Fox's golden nest, gently stroking its head. Fox let out a weak croak before returning to its rest. On a Saturday morning, warm sunlight streamed through the glass roof, illuminating a large bed. A lump beneath the covers stirred slightly, revealing a golden head. Once acclimated to the indoor light, Adonis lazily opened his eyes, stretched, and, fully awake, rushed to the washroom. Carl, are you there? He called out as he emerged from the washroom. What do you need, Mr. Landon? Please bring me 2 cream horns and a cup of hot milk. Thank you. When Carl returned, Adonis sensed something and inquired, Has Luna had breakfast? Carl thought back carefully, shaking his head as he realized he hadn't seen Luna in the Great Hall. Seeing this, Adonis lost his appetite for breakfast and, having changed his clothes, made his way outside the room of requirement. Avoiding Madame Pomfrey's gaze, Adonis quietly pushed open the door to the hospital wing, finding it eerily empty save for Luna, who lay on the bed, seemingly asleep. The white curtains billowed gently in the breeze, and the warm sunlight bathed the sleeping girl's face in a soft glow. Approaching quietly, he detected a unique fragrance that emanated from her. Adonis settled beside Luna, tilting his head to observe her. She appeared more haggard than before, her eye sockets slightly red and faint bruises beneath her eyes. Honestly, you should take better care of yourself, he murmured, poking her cheek gently. He took her hand and pressed it against his face, rubbing it tenderly. Remembering something, he retrieved a necklace from his pocket and placed it slowly in her palm. He then brushed a few stray strands of hair from her face before sitting silently by her side for a while, before finally leaving. Time slipped by, and Luna's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, glancing around, but the hospital wing remained as empty as before. Why then did the sensations from her dreams feel so tangible, just as she was about to touch the spot on her face where she had been poked? Something slipped from her right palm. She quickly caught it. It was a beautifully crafted moonstone necklace that shimmered with a soft blue hue in the sunlight, reminiscent of the silvery moonlight. Seeing the necklace, Luna seemed to grasp something but needed confirmation for her suspicions. She walked to the window and softly called out, Hedwig. After a moment, a snowy owl flapped its wings and landed on the windowsill, tilting its head to regard Luna. For some reason, Hedwig always appeared whenever Adonis and Luna needed her, and the magical owls possessed a unique trait, unless the recipient had hidden their location through magic or enchanted items. The owls could find them no matter the distance. Luna removed the carrot-shaped earring from her ear and placed it in Hedwig's claw. "Please deliver this to Adonis," she instructed. "I may be an owl, but I'm not blind. Isn't he the master lying right behind you?" "No." To Hedwig's perception, Adonis was not in the bed before her, but rather in another part of the castle. As Luna watched Hedwig soar into the distance, her suspicions were confirmed. She tucked the necklace into her palm, holding it to her chest, and a radiant smile lit up her face as she murmured, "Always love to tease me." Meanwhile, in his dormitory, Adonis was returning Harry's invisibility cloak when he heard a noise from the window. Opening it, Hedwig flew overhead, pecking him sharply before presenting the earring she held in her claws. Upon receiving Luna's carrot earring, Adonis had no inkling that Luna had already caught on to him. "You can't blame me, Dumbledore." This was Luna's discovery. Early that morning, Adonis had received a letter from Damocles, indicating he had temporarily evaded the werewolf's grasp, though it remained unclear where he had taken refuge. The letter was brief, with Damocles simply updating Adonis on his situation and expressing unreserved support for Adonis' previous proposal. In Damocles' own words, "I have never encountered a student as gifted as you, mastering disillusionment charm and such powerful magic at your age. No wonder Dumbledore holds you in such high regard." Despite the convoluted journey, the outcome was favorable, bolstering the Order of the Phoenix. Just as Adonis arrived at the headmaster's office to share this news, a message came from the gargoyle at the entrance. "Headmaster, Professor Lockhart has arrived. It seems I must take my leave for now." Upon finishing his words, Adonis waved his wand, enveloping himself in a silvery veil of light, merging seamlessly with the sofa. Just then, the office door swung open with a force, and Lockhart strode in with great enthusiasm, followed closely by Snape, whose stern expression starkly contrasted with Lockhart's beaming smile. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I have a splendid proposal that could alleviate the recent gloomy atmosphere at the school while enhancing the students' practical skills. What do you think?" Snape ignored Lockhart's clumsy theatrics, casting a fleeting glance in Adonis's direction. Adonis smiled and waved at Snape, well aware that Snape, with his prowess, could easily see through his illusion spell. Snape disdainfully curled his lip before turning back to Dumbledore and Lockhart, who was now getting to the crux of his pitch. "Dear Headmaster, I intend to co-found a dueling club with Professor Snape." Lockhart exclaimed, "You agree, Severus?" Snape merely nodded, thinking that if it weren't for Lockhart's insistence on a dazzling duel demonstration at the club's activities, he would never acquiesce to such an absurd request. After all, opportunities to openly educate Lockhart were few and far between. With Snape's agreement, Dumbledore had no objections either, signing the application documents brought in by Lockhart with a flourish that Lockhart's face lit up with joy. Likely contemplating how to shine in the dueling club and garner even more attention and adoration. "I need some time to prepare, so I won't take up any more of your time," Lockhart said hurriedly, dashing out of the headmaster's office, his excitement palpable as he likely pondered where to post the announcement on the bulletin board. Thus, a large notice regarding the establishment of the dueling club was added to the Hogwarts Great Hall's bulletin board, pushing other club recruitment notices and Quidditch match schedules into the corners. But that was a matter for another time. As Snape settled into his seat, Adonis's teasing voice broke through the air. "I had no idea you possessed such leisure, Professor, to indulge in theatrics with Lockhart. I hardly have the time to engage in his theatrics, Landon," Snape retorted, a mischievous smirk suddenly appearing on his face that sent a shiver down Adonis's spine, prompting him to silently pray for Lockhart's safety post-activity. "Wouldn't you consider this a personal vendetta? Mind your words, Landon. This can only be deemed a friendly exchange among colleagues." Meanwhile, in the secret base, Hermione tossed the liquid grass harvested during the full moon, powdered bicorn horn, and snake skin into the cauldron, stirring it with excitement as she spoke to Harry and Ron. "I estimate it will be ready in about a week." Thank goodness for Adonis's secret base. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to brew these concoctions. Speaking of which, I suddenly miss Adonis, Ron remarked. "Did the headmaster mention when the mandrakes in the school will mature?" Ron pondered for a moment. "Not specifically, but did you notice that Snape seemed in a good mood during potions class today?" Snape had surprisingly refrained from nitpicking the Gryffindors, and he hardly deducted points from Harry and Ron. Typically, Snape would not let a class go by without penalizing them for 5 points. Do you think he has some joyful news? Is he getting married? That seems plausible, Ron mused, then added with a startling revelation. Have you noticed that since the term began, Snape's hair hasn't looked as greasy? Harry recalled this, exclaiming, yes, I remember Snape never washed his hair last year. Could it be true, as you say, that Snape is getting married? Who would be unfortunate enough to catch his eye? Hermione rolled her eyes, interjecting, please, Snape started washing his hair because Adonis gifted him shampoo last Christmas. For that, Adonis received double homework as punishment, and he complained about it for ages. Realizing there were no rumors to fabricate, Harry and Ron suddenly felt deflated. Hermione noticed the liquid in the cauldron starting to bubble and clapped her hands. Let us go. There's nothing more for us to do here. As the trio reached the hall, they encountered a visibly excited Seamus, who also noticed them. Hey guys, Hogwarts is starting a dueling club, with the first event tomorrow night. A dueling club? Seamus, seeing their disbelief, quickly pulled Ron and Harry over to the bulletin board, which was surrounded by eager students. Fortunately, Lockhart had made the announcement large enough. Otherwise, Hermione and the others at the back might not have been able to read it clearly. The notice read, in an effort to alleviate the somber atmosphere within the school and enrich students' practical experience, Hogwarts will be establishing a dueling club, with the inaugural event scheduled for tomorrow night. Harry read the words aloud, still in disbelief. Dueling? Harry, do you think dueling would be beneficial for the Slytherin monsters? Although Ron asked this, his eyes remained glued to the notice. Hermione, which professor do you think will teach us? I believe it will be Professor Flitwick. Adonis mentioned that Flitwick was a dueling champion in his youth. I think it will be Professor Lockhart, came a dreamy voice from beside Hermione. Luna had appeared seemingly out of nowhere to hi. Luna, long time no see. How have you been? Hermione inquired, aware that Luna had been feeling down since Adonis's incident. Luna simply smiled and nodded, unconsciously clutching her moonstone necklace at her chest. For reasons unknown, after hearing Luna's words, Harry felt an ominous premonition. Gazing at the flamboyant notice, it became increasingly familiar, increasingly reminiscent of Lockhart's style. After a moment's contemplation, Harry voiced, now that you mention it, Luna, I also think it will be Lockhart. Hermione suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Isn't that great? Opportunities to see Professor Lockhart display his prowess are quite rare. Not to be rude, Hermione, but what prowess does Lockhart possess? Ron scoffed, observing Hermione's starry-eyed expression. How could such a clever girl be so smitten with Lockhart? The following afternoon, Harry and his friends arrived early in the Great Hall. The long tables of each house had vanished, replaced by a gilded stage adorned with a blue carpet. The floating candles had been substituted with exquisite candlesticks, and the beautiful night sky ceiling was shrouded in thick mist. Nearly all the students were present. Harry even spotted Percy and Wood among the crowd, though the familiar decorations made his right eyelid twitch. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Harry turned to see none other than Gilderoy Lockhart. Behind him trailed Snape. Do you think Lockhart is about to duel with Snape? This promises to be entertaining, Harry said, as Ron excitedly shook his arm. Lockhart was dressed in an exceedingly flamboyant manner, and Harry's bad feeling peaked as Lockhart took to the stage to speak. Gather around, make sure you can all hear me. Hey, you there, be a gentleman and don't crowd the ladies. Once the crowd had gathered, Lockhart clapped his hands and declared loudly, with Headmaster Dumbledore's permission, I am hosting this little dueling club to train you all on how to protect yourselves in dangerous situations. If you wish to learn more, please read my series of works. That's enough of an introduction. Lockhart, Snape's voice interjected, causing Lockhart to chuckle awkwardly before suddenly introducing. Now, I am thrilled to present my assistant. Professor Snape, he possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding wizard duels and has volunteered to assist me. Shortly, we will conduct a small demonstration, but do not worry. I will ensure you receive a complete experience with Professor Snape. As Lockhart continued, he suddenly grinned widely, dramatically shedding his shoulder cloak and tossing it into the crowd, provoking shrieks and excitement from his numerous female admirers, which pleased him immensely. If I were you, I wouldn't provoke Snape. Foolish Lockhart. Adonis certainly did not miss the spectacle of Snape publicly thrashing Lockhart. However, his elevated vantage point, enhanced by a subtle extension of a column through transfiguration, afforded him a panoramic view to better appreciate Lockhart's dismal predicament. Harry, perplexed by Lockhart's continued folly at such a critical juncture, wondered if the man was oblivious to the distinctly malevolent gaze that Snape cast upon him. Had he found himself ensnared by the serpent-like eyes of Snape? You have long since summoned every ounce of strength to flee. As the duel demonstration commenced, Snape and Lockhart faced each other, bowing respectfully, with Lockhart even offering a gentlemanly salute to Snape. A display of pretentiousness. The two wizards raised their wands before them like swords, and Lockhart began the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Lockhart initially perceived this as a mere formality, an uncomplicated demonstration of dueling that required little seriousness, especially at his age where social niceties often outweighed any real conflict. Yet he was unprepared for Snape's utter disregard for decorum. The thick beam of red light struck Lockhart with considerable force, and contrary to expectations, his wand remained firmly in his grip. Instead, he was violently propelled several meters away, while his wand stayed rooted in place. Goodness, Snape had effectively redefined the disarming spell. You disagree? Well, just inquire whether Lockhart's wand was relinquished. In truth, Adonis held a modicum of admiration for Lockhart. After all, he'd yet to witness anyone else so determined to maintain an air of superiority to such an extent. Observing Lockhart's unfortunate fall, Draco hastily rallied his entourage to jeer, while Hermione, concerned for her idol, strained to see, though her diminutive stature prevented her from catching a glimpse of Lockhart's grimacing face. If one were to argue that Lockhart was utterly devoid of merit, I would have to contest that notion, for he indeed possessed his own unique attributes, an audaciously thick skin and an uncanny ability to command attention regardless of the circumstances, for instance. Now Lockhart staggered to his feet, his meticulously coiffed hair now a disheveled mess. Yet he quickly tidied it up and flashed his signature grin, that a perfect demonstration. Professor Snape, as you can see, this is an exemplary disarming spell. I have lost my wand. However, Professor Snape, if I may be so bold, your intentions are quite transparent. If I truly wish to defeat you, I believe it would require little effort. Snape's countenance remained impassive as he replied coolly. The demonstration concludes here. I believe we should first instruct the students on how to counter malevolent spells, Professor Lockhart. Lockhart, as if awakening from a dream, promptly agreed, Yes, that is an excellent suggestion, Professor Snape. He then scanned the crowd and suddenly called out, Harry, Ron, you two come up. Reluctant to be the center of attention, Harry and Ron had no choice but to comply, though they suspected Snape would not allow them to proceed unscathed. Weasley's wand. Even the simplest incantations are bound to fail. You wouldn't want Potter to end up in a matchbox, would you? Then what do you propose? Allow me to recommend my esteemed colleague, Malfoy. You step forward. Adonis, intrigued, hastily retrieved his long-saved snacks and beverages. The impending duel between these two rivals was shaping up to be increasingly entertaining. Wands at the ready. Lockhart's voice echoed that, I shall reiterate, only disarm your opponent. I do not wish to witness any accidents. 1, 2. Stupefy. Malfoy, ignoring the rules of engagement, struck before the countdown was complete. How audacious. A sneak attack. Harry tensed to the sound of Malfoy's incantation, having expected him to adhere to the decorum of dueling, only to realize he had overestimated Malfoy's integrity. Just as everyone anticipated Malfoy's underhanded move to succeed, Harry spun around. Though somewhat ungraceful, it allowed him to evade Malfoy's strike. Regaining his balance, he raised his wand. Tarantaligra, Malfoy's legs began to kick uncontrollably, prompting the Gryffindors to erupt in laughter at his embarrassment, with Ron even mimicking Malfoy's movements in a dance of his own. That Malfoy's face flushed crimson. How dare Potter humiliate him publicly? Laugh now, but soon you'll have cause to weep. Snape, exasperated with Malfoy, released him from the spell, leaned down, and whispered a few words in his ear. Malfoy suddenly wore a cold smirk. Having received Snape's tacit approval, he felt liberated from any reservations. The two faced off once more, but Malfoy's wicked grin cast a shadow of doubt in Harry's heart. Are you frightened? Potter, just don't dance. Lockhart had barely announced the start when Malfoy lunged, bellowing, Serpensortia. A long black serpent erupted from the tip of Malfoy's wand, landing on the ground and revealing its venomous fangs. Poised to strike, the crowd gasped and instinctively recoiled. That don't move. Potter, I will handle this. Snape, observing Harry's immobility, mistook his stillness for fear of the serpent and prepared to intervene. However, Lockhart abruptly leaped forward, interrupting Snape's spell-casting with a loud proclamation. Allow me. Lockhart raised his wand and, casting an uncertain spell, did not banish the serpent. Instead, the creature was flung away, becoming even more agitated, baring its fangs at the nearest student. Ironically, that student was Justin Finch Fletchley, a new acquaintance of Harry's. And Harry could not bear to witness harm befall his newly made friend. Compelled by some instinct, he stepped forward, intending to command the serpent to cease its aggression. But as he opened his mouth, a series of hissing sounds escaped instead. This fool had unwittingly revealed a grave secret. Adonis, witnessing Harry inadvertently expose his Parseltongue ability in front of the crowd, abandoned his spectator role and rushed to find Dumbledore. The surrounding young wizards stared at Harry in sheer terror, instinctively retreating, though Harry remained oblivious, believing he was simply conversing normally. The serpent, hearing Harry's command, hissed reluctantly at Justin once more before turning to face Harry, retracting its fangs, which only solidified the belief that Harry had ordered the serpent to attack Justin. Serpensortia, Snape's wand flicked, and the serpent was instantly reduced to ashes by the spell. Harry, bewildered, looked up to find Snape gazing at him in disbelief. While the crowd regarded him with palpable fear, he turned to Justin, expecting to see gratitude and relief on his face, but instead, Justin erupted, "What kind of trick are you playing, Potter?" before Harry could respond. Justin bolted from the hall, clearly terrified. Even Colin, usually Harry's staunchest supporter, had put away his camera, shaken by Harry's unexpected display. Ron and Hermione hastily pulled a still-dazed Harry away from the hall, with Neville trailing closely behind. As the crowd parted for them, as if wary of contagion, Harry was perplexed. Had he not just saved Justin? Shouldn't he be receiving accolades as a hero? Why did everyone seem to recoil from him? Snape, recognizing the chaos that had ensued, hurriedly exited the hall, desperate to confront Dumbledore. How could Lily's child be a Parselmouth? Dumbledore, how is it possible that Potter is a Parselmouth? He is Lily's child. Snape's voice trembled with incredulity and agitation, a sight Adonis had never witnessed before. Calm yourself, Severus, Dumbledore soothed, recognizing Snape's agitation at the mention of Lily. How can I remain calm? After a surge of anger, Snape indeed realized that his emotions were spiraling out of control. He plopped down on the sofa, arms crossed, embodying a sulky demeanor. Sensing the low pressure surrounding Snape, Adonis quickly moved away, settling beside Fawkes in his golden nest, where he absent-mindedly scratched its chin. You don't seem surprised. Dumbledore, did you already know that Harry is a Parselmouth? Yes, I was aware long ago, Adonis informed me. This old coot has shifted the blame onto me, Adonis thought, his lips twitching at that moment. Snape's gaze snapped towards Adonis, fixing him with an intense stare that sent shivers down Adonis's spine. You know, Harry and I have known each other since we were in the Muggle world. The first time I met him, he was conversing with a Burmese python. Adonis pondered. Now that Harry's identity as a Parselmouth was exposed, he surmised that most would point fingers at Harry, believing him to be the heir of Slytherin. It was likely that he would endure a difficult time ahead. This is all his own doing. It serves Potter right for a lesson. The words sounded as if they hadn't come from one who had just been in a fit of agitation. Adonis discreetly rolled his eyes, trying to avoid Snape's notice. Dumbledore, who had just prepared to pop a lemon drop into his mouth, noticed both their gazes fixed upon him and, feeling awkward, set it down, cleared his throat, and spoke. Adonis, pay close attention to the happenings within the school. The culprit may use Harry as a shield to strike again. Harry was currently distressed, as everyone believed he was the heir of Slytherin, the one who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. Yet, whenever he attempted to defend himself, they scattered like birds. He feared that gossip might reach Dumbledore's ears, resulting in his expulsion from the school, or worse, imprisonment in the Dark Wizard's sanctuary, Azkaban. No matter where he went, Harry felt the weight of malicious stares, be it in the library, the Great Hall, or even the common room. The atmosphere was suffocating. Even Colin and Ginny had begun to avoid him recently, but thankfully his friends still stood by his side. Wow, I've encountered the heir of Slytherin, George. I'm going to be petrified by a monster. Oh no, Fred. I must avenge Fred. "Look out, Harry!" George and Fred remained their usual mischievous selves, teasing Harry with laughter as they patted him on the shoulder before running off. Harry understood their intentions to console him, but the thought of how others regarded him made it hard for his spirits to lift. Hermione and the others felt equally helpless, unsure of how to comfort Harry, and could only silently accompany him. Occasionally, Harry would visit the hospital wing, sitting beside Adonis and expressing that he was not the heir. While the school's atmosphere left him gasping for breath, the statue truly was an excellent confidant, especially since it was his good friend. However, such behavior, observed by others, took on a different connotation. Once, after leaving the hospital wing, Harry overheard people discussing, "Look, the heir of Slytherin is admiring his masterpiece again. Damn it, how could he do this? Don't say that. He'll look over here. You wouldn't want to be petrified, would you?" Harry felt increasingly overwhelmed by these rumors. Sometimes wondering if he truly could be a descendant of Slytherin, he knew nothing of his father's family, and the Dursleys never spoke of such matters at home. Thus, Harry turned to Hagrid for answers, who was surprised by Harry's sudden visit. "Hagrid, do you know anything about my father and the Potter family?" Harry asked as he accepted the hot tea Hagrid offered. "What has piqued your interest all of a sudden? Is it because of the recent rumors at school?" Hagrid, sensing Harry's silence, continued, "Harry, you need to understand, you can never be the heir of Slytherin. You're the child of James and Lily, whom we watched being born. Moreover, the Potter family is a long-established lineage with no ties to Slytherin." Despite receiving Hagrid's reassuring words, Harry remained unconvinced. In the afternoons, he often sat by the Black Lake, gazing at Hogwarts as if questioning himself, and Hedwig beside him. "Who am I?" Adonis sometimes stood behind Harry, worrying about his mental state, for words could wound deeper than blades. Harry's resilience in not breaking down was commendable. December had long since arrived, bringing a chill to the air. The sky a dull gray. As if heralding an impending snowstorm, a gust of cold wind swept through, prompting Harry to tighten his cloak. Feeling a slight tremor in his pocket, he retrieved a communication card, which depicted a hound chasing a stag. Ron was calling for him. "Hey, Ron. Thank goodness you finally answered. Neville and I were worried you might have jumped into the Black Lake." The communication cards possessed a certain locating function, a discovery made through their continued experimentation. Thus, Adonis had kept the card on him during this time. Hearing his friend's banter lightened Harry's mood considerably. Ron continued, "Come on, Harry. Professor Sprout just announced that today's herbology class is canceled. Neville and I are waiting for you in the Great Hall. Hermione has already gone to save us seats in the library." "Canceled? Why?" "Professor Sinistra said it might snow today, and Professor Sprout is busy covering the mandrakes." A white figure flashed before him, and Harry suddenly felt a wet sensation on his nose. Looking up, he saw snowflakes fluttering down from the sky. He hastily ended the communication, called for Hedwig, and mounted his broom. Flying toward the castle, Adonis stood high atop the castle, reaching out to catch a few snowflakes, murmuring, "It's snowing as if struck by a sudden thought." A spark of fire flickered, and his figure vanished from sight. Luna sat on a bench, gazing blankly at the snow, when she suddenly felt a warm current envelop her, prompting her to reach in her collar and pull out the moonstone necklace. It seemed to sense something, its surface shimmering with a blue glow, as if responding. Luna lifted her gaze forward, yet saw nothing ahead. The snowfall intensified, and Luna shook off the snow accumulating on her clothes, slowly making her way toward the castle. Meanwhile, Adonis stood quietly beside the bench, watching Luna's figure disappear into the castle as the blue light in his palm gradually faded. Upon closer inspection, he too possessed a moonstone necklace. Harry sat in the library, a pricking sensation at the back of his head prompting him to turn. He found a Hufflepuff student across from him staring with a scrutinizing and wary expression, making Harry's heart feel heavy. Unable to endure the library's atmosphere any longer, he quickly bid farewell to his friends and prepared to leave. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Adonis had made a new discovery as well. Can you guess what he found? Ginny. Recently, Ginny had behaved quite normally, showing no signs of any wrongdoing, leading Adonis to nearly dismiss his suspicions about her. He even began to question whether there had been an error in his memory. At this crucial juncture, Ginny reappeared at the entrance of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, setting off alarm bells in Adonis's mind. However, upon closer inspection, Ginny appeared to be in a disturbing state, as if her soul had been drained by some force. Her eyes vacant, exuding an eerie aura that made her seem like a mere shell of herself. What is that? A black diary. Ginny's current condition made the black book in her hand stand out starkly. Adonis drew his wand, concentrating his magical energy in his eyes. Suddenly, golden waves surged within his pupils, and his vision sharpened. Taking advantage of the moment when Ginny opened the bathroom door, he looked once more at the black diary in her hands. Every detail on its cover magnifying in his sight, where the black surface bore the golden letters. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Adonis's pupils constricted. He recalled his earlier conversation with Dumbledore regarding Voldemort. Old Dumbledore. Why does Tom not use his real name, opting instead for Voldemort? Tom is a delusional pure-blood supremacist. The irony is that he himself is a half-blood wizard. He takes pride in his Slytherin lineage while regarding Muggle blood with disdain. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, and I suspect he was reluctant to confront the reality of his mixed heritage as a half-blood wizard. As Dumbledore spoke, Adonis began to understand. Tom Marvolo Riddle, or rather, I am Lord Voldemort. The source of all this tragedy stemmed from that diary, which belonged to Voldemort. Thus, Ginny was under the diary's control. How could a mere diary achieve such a feat? There was no time to contemplate further. As the sound of stone walls shifting echoed from the lavatory, followed by the rustling of scales scraping against the ground, Adonis had no desire to encounter the basilisk. His slight frame would be no match for its formidable jaws. Just as Adonis was about to leave, he received a notification from his alchemical tools set up elsewhere, indicating that someone had entered the area and might be attacked by the basilisk. Adonis felt overwhelmed. If someone were to meet with an unfortunate fate, he would feel guilty for not acting. Yet if he stayed, he would be unable to fight back, especially given his sensitive current identity. As Adonis stood there in distress, a milky white figure floated past him. It was none other than Sir Nicholas. How unfortunate! Dear Sir, the pitiful Sir Nicholas, merely passing through the corridor by the second-floor lavatory, was struck by a merciless curse from a wicked man, experiencing a sudden sensation of relief in his posterior before losing consciousness. The nearly headless Nick, in a daze, sensed someone calling for him and gradually regained his senses, only to find himself in another corridor. Gazing at the young Hufflepuff wizard before him, Nick felt as though a part of his memory was missing, and he had no clue why his backside felt so peculiar. Nearly headless Nick, you still haven't answered my question. Why did you suddenly appear before me without uttering a word? Justin seemed to have a sudden realization and shouted in fear, Is it Harry? Is he sending you to spy on my every move? A sharp, piercing scream erupted from Justin's lips, causing Nick's eardrums to throb painfully. Just as he prepared to explain, he heard a creature crawling on the ground. And in horror, he noticed Justin's body stiffening, his complexion darkening visibly, and even a layer of stone gradually enveloping him. Nick seemed to recall something, trembling as he turned his head, before he could scream. He lost consciousness once again, his milky white form turning dark, as if a swirling mass of black mist was meandering within him. After waiting for a moment to ensure the basilisk had vacated the corridor, Adonis opened his eyes and approached Justin, who had been attacked, and the unwillingly involved Nick. After a thorough inspection and confirming that both were merely petrified without any life-threatening danger, he vanished from the scene. Old Dumbledore, I have made a significant discovery. The voice of Adonis reached Dumbledore before his figure appeared. Dumbledore, accustomed to Adonis's dramatic flair, leisurely retrieved 2 cups of tea, inviting Adonis to sit down to IT his Tom. The basilisk was released by Tom. Ginny was holding a diary of Tom's, and I suspect he cast some form of magic on it, allowing the diary to control Ginny and unleash the basilisk. Adonis paused. What kind of magic could that be, to control someone with just an object? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes lit up momentarily, but then he furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a long silence, he took out his wand, and with a gentle wave, a concealed box from his bookshelf emerged, revealing a book with a dark brown cover adorned with eerie purple patterns, which slowly floated to the tea table before them. Adonis then noticed the title, revealing Dark Magic. Old Dumbledore, are you suggesting that I delve into dark magic? I assure you, I'm not that kind of person, Adonis declared vehemently. Dumbledore chose to ignore his jest. engrossed in flipping through revealing dark magic until he paused at a certain chapter and pushed the book toward Adonis. Following Dumbledore's finger, Adonis's gaze fell upon a section titled Horcrux. Horcrux? What is that? Adonis picked up the book, diligently reading the introduction about Horcruxes. Creating a Horcrux requires a dark wizard to commit acts of evil, such as murder, to fragment their soul, then extracting a portion of their soul and sealing it within a vessel. This vessel can be anything: a teacup, a mop, or even a toilet brush. As long as the Horcrux exists, the creator will never truly die. Even if their body is destroyed, their soul can persist in the world, seeking a chance to resurrect. My heavens. So you suspect that Tom very well could have created a Horcrux. Where do we even begin to search? Who knows what he might have chosen as a vessel? Adonis now felt that anything could potentially be Tom's Horcrux. This is merely my conjecture. I require further evidence to substantiate my theory, Adonis, that if it truly is a Horcrux, I would choose an ordinary coin as the vessel. Then purchase a live fish, toss the coin into its mouth, ensuring it swallows it, and finally toss the fish into the Atlantic Ocean. That I wonder who would be bored enough to seek out my Horcrux. Dumbledore appeared visibly distressed upon hearing Adonis's words. If Tom indeed acted as Adonis suggested, where would they begin to search for such a Horcrux? One could only hope that Tom had not descended into madness by creating Horcrux, let alone multiple ones. I could see this moment. Harry had just bid farewell to Hagrid and was preparing to return to the common room to collect his textbooks for the upcoming Transfiguration class. As he turned toward the other corridor, he seemingly caught sight of something extraordinary. There stood Justin and Nick. They had both been petrified. Harry suddenly found himself struggling to breathe. The corridor was eerily empty, and if he lingered there and was discovered, it would be even more impossible to clear his name as the heir of Slytherin. I must flee. I cannot let anyone know I was here. But what about them? Just as Harry was lost in thought, the sounds of students laughing echoed from around the corner, followed by a piercing scream. The doors to the corridor swung open one after another, and more people flooded in, though they dared not approach Harry, standing at a distance, casting fearful glances in his direction. Harry felt as though his life was unraveling at that moment. What on earth has happened? Make way! Make way! Professor McGonagall squeezed through the crowd, spotting Harry standing helplessly beside the petrified Justin. Her pupils trembled slightly, but quickly steadied as she commanded the crowd. Everyone, return to your classrooms. At last, only a few professors remained alongside Harry in the corridor. Professor, this matter has exceeded my capacity to manage. Potter. Professor McGonagall instructed Professors Flitwick and Sinistra to escort the petrified duo to the hospital wing, while she led Harry to find Dumbledore. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting. Upon reaching Dumbledore's office, Professor McGonagall left Harry alone, needing to return to class and calm the students' emotions. After all, Dumbledore seemed to do nothing at all. Under normal circumstances, Harry would be delighted to explore Dumbledore's office. Yet at that moment, he was consumed by fear, terrified of being expelled and returning to a life dominated by the Dursleys. As Harry scanned the room anxiously, he noticed a beautiful golden nest behind the door, within which lay an elderly bird. Rather than a bird, it resembled a turkey with half its feathers plucked, occasionally emitting a wheezing sound as if on the brink of suffocation. Strangely, perched on the gilded branch above the nest, a stunning bird stood, adorned with fiery plumage. The tips of its feathers glimmered with a brilliant gold, and its long, magnificent tail feathers added to its beauty, starkly contrasting with the unsightly creature below. Yet Harry felt as though this exquisite bird regarded him with a hint of human-like amusement, as if it found his predicament laughable. Leaving him baffled, just as Harry was lost in thought, the frail bird suddenly let out a piercing cry, engulfed in flames, and was reduced to ashes within the golden nest. Harry was left in shock as the beautiful bird, seemingly startled, took flight and perched atop Harry's head, treating his hair as its new nest. "Blast you, Fox! You nearly set me ablaze," Adonis exclaimed, adjusting Harry's disheveled hair while casting a glare at Fox. This moment, Harry was utterly terrified. Dumbledore had two birds, and one had perished shortly after his arrival. Surely he would be expelled from the school. Just then, Dumbledore emerged, and Harry hastily began to explain, "Professor, Your bird spontaneously combusted. And I was at a loss. Dumbledore, with a smile breaking through Harry's look of sheer terror, reassured him, "It's all right, Harry. It's about that time. I've been urging it to act more swiftly these past few days." He gestured for Harry to glance at the pile of ashes. As Harry turned, he beheld a fledgling cautiously peering out from the remnants, softly chirping, not directly at Harry, but rather towards the Adonis perched atop his head. It seemed that Dumbledore had only just noticed Harry's peculiar appearance. "It appears it has taken quite a liking to you." Harry understood what Dumbledore meant and shook his head. "I don't know. Professor, IT just suddenly flew onto my head." That moment, Adonis pecked gently at Harry's forehead. "Stay still. If it falls, I'll have to fly back up to retrieve it. How troublesome." Dumbledore erupted into hearty laughter. And then, with his piercing azure gaze, he locked eyes with Harry. Before he could speak, Hagrid barged in, his shiny beetle-like eyes ablaze with fury. "Not Harry, Professor Dumbledore. Harry is absolutely not the heir. I just spoke with this child. He has no time for such mischief." Hagrid emphatically declared, "It cannot possibly be Harry. I swear on Merlin. Merlin, thank you for remembering me at this moment, but kindly refrain from involving my wardrobe." "Thank you, Hagrid." Dumbledore raised his voice. "I do not believe Harry is the heir." Hagrid's words faltered in his throat, leaving him in an awkward silence. "My apologies, Headmaster. I shall wait outside for your instructions." Once Hagrid exited, Harry regained his composure. "Professor, are you saying you don't suspect me of being the culprit?" At that moment, Harry felt as if the life of Hogwarts, which had seemed to drift away, was beckoning him once more. "Indeed, Harry, I do not hold such suspicions," Dumbledore replied, tapping the table with his finger. "However, I wish to discuss something with you. Is there anything you have been concealing from me?" Harry, feeling somewhat hesitant to meet Dumbledore's gaze, recalled various matters: Malfoy, Myrtle, Ron's words, and their secret endeavors. Adonis, observing Dumbledore, sighed, lamenting for poor Harry, who was unaware that Dumbledore knew the color of his underwear today. Dumbledore, almost choking upon hearing Adonis's silent thoughts, coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment from using legitimacy, an old habit that was difficult to curb. Harry emerged from his reverie to respond, "No, it feels unconvincing," and added, "There's nothing, sir." Once Harry and Hagrid had resolved their matters, Adonis reverted from his phoenix form to his human guise. Gazing at the old man before him with exasperation, "What is the point of eavesdropping on the thoughts of young children at your age?" Dumbledore feigned ignorance toward Adonis's remark, calmly sipping his tea. Only to notice Adonis, still observing him, he quickly shifted the topic. "Adonis, can you bring out the diary?" "Bring it out? Why so delicately phrased? Watch me place it on your desk tomorrow." The following day, in the Great Hall, the Gryffindor Lions were dining at the long table, Ginny included, though she was surrounded by company, making any attempt to retrieve the diary rather conspicuous at that moment. Adonis noticed a certain individual, Seamus, who was attempting a trick he had failed to execute since the previous year. He sought to transmute the water in his goblet into wine, a feat that was, of course, impossible. Yet, driven by stubborn determination, he persisted in his endeavors, the outcome of which was predictable. However, this time, it was not Seamus's fault. Adonis approached Ginny, channeling gentle magic from the tip of his wand, which flowed into her small bag. After a brief exploration, he quickly sensed the malevolent aura emanating from the diary that Adonis's brow furrowed, and he intensified his magical output, forming a soft barrier to shield the diary from external perception. After all, it was Adonis's first encounter with such a perilous dark magical artifact, and he prioritized caution. Once the magic enveloped the diary completely, Adonis reached into Ginny's bag, grasping the edge of the diary while pointing his wand at Seamus's goblet. With a pop, sparks erupted from the cup, and a denser cloud of smoke billowed forth, engulfing Seamus's face, leaving him blackened and bewildered. The Gryffindors erupted in laughter, as only the Weasley twins and Seamus managed to bring them daily amusement. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was diverted, Adonis swiftly extracted the diary from Ginny's bag, confirming the golden letters on its cover before hastily making his exit. "Where did that breeze come from?" Ginny murmured, sensing a gust tousle her hair as she glanced behind, though nothing was there. Just before leaving the Great Hall, Adonis deliberately knocked over a suit of armor outside, prompting Dumbledore to swiftly depart his seat. Recognizing it as their agreed-upon signal, now was the time to unveil the mystery in the headmaster's office. Upon encountering Adonis, Dumbledore immediately instructed him to lift the enchantment on the diary. After a thorough examination, he confirmed its nature as a Horcrux. One could only wonder how Tom felt upon regaining awareness, only to find his lifelong adversary, Dumbledore, with his face pressed against the diary. Why was there no reaction? Was it because he wasn't sufficiently intimidating? Adonis, I consider myself quite a kindly headmaster in the eyes of the students. Adonis, hadn't he been petrified by the basilisk? No, cursed Dumbledore. I have fallen into his trap again. Tom seethed with rage, nearly biting his own teeth in frustration. Before he could ponder his next move, he heard Adonis's voice, still playing dead. If you don't show yourself, I'll set you ablaze. Initially dismissive of Adonis's threat, Tom considered how much harm a mere child could inflict. However, upon seeing Adonis nonchalantly toying with the golden red flames flickering at his fingertips, he chose to suppress his ire. A great achiever must first learn to endure. Indeed, this was merely a momentary retreat. Yes, that was correct. Dumbledore, momentarily stunned by Tom's appearance, quickly regained his composure and sighed. Tom, I never anticipated you would delve into such profound dark magic during your time at school, even crafting Horcruxes within the confines of Hogwarts. This is my fault. If only I'd paid more attention to you. Ha! Spare me your feigned concern, Dumbledore. I'm not swayed by such tactics. Tom, noticing the flicker of guilt on Dumbledore's face, seized the opportunity to press further. Old dung, why are you even trying to reason with him? If you were capable of listening, we wouldn't have all this trouble. Adonis patted Dumbledore's arm, asserting, in dealing with such a stubborn individual, a more direct approach is necessary. With a flourish of his wand, Adonis summoned a murky halo that suddenly appeared above Tom's head. Under Adonis's control, the halo gradually encircled Tom's forehead, tightening relentlessly until it melded into his brain. What are you doing? You vile filthy! After a piercing scream, Tom's pupils dimmed, his hands fell limply to his sides, resembling a lifeless marionette. Adonis, too, was not unscathed. He had not anticipated the immense strength of even a fragment of Tom's soul. To ensure the efficacy of this spell, he had severely depleted his own soul's power, feeling as though his head might explode, akin to countless silver needles mercilessly stabbing into his scalp. Overcome with fatigue, he collapsed onto the ground. Dumbledore, with concern, offered a piece of chocolate. Adonis had previously shared knowledge of ancient magic during one of their nocturnal discussions, as they were good comrades and frequently exchanged information. Seizing the opportunity while Adonis rested, Dumbledore began to interrogate the young Tom, inquiring about the location of the Chamber of Secrets, the vessels and number of Horcruxes, and where he learned to create them. To Dumbledore's dismay, the young Tom seemed utterly oblivious, appearing to have only knowledge pertaining to his time at Hogwarts. However, there was a breakthrough. He inadvertently revealed the name Horace as Adonis regained his composure. He noticed Dumbledore's expression falter, and he understood instantly that Horace was undoubtedly an acquaintance of Dumbledore's. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. Dumbledore modified the young Tom's memories from that morning. While Adonis returned the diary to the Gryffindor common room, placing it beside Ginny's usual seat, he asked for who would discover it. That was not within Adonis's purview. Dumbledore reclined in an armchair, his gaze fixed intently on a photograph depicting himself alongside a stout, walrus-like man. Why, old friend, why did you not confide in me? Since the attack incident the previous afternoon, whispers about Harry had intensified. It seemed many had concluded that Harry was the heir of Slytherin. Now, even some Muggle-born Gryffindors trembled at the thought of encountering Harry, fearful that a single misstep might result in their petrification. Harry, indeed, bore a burden too heavy to articulate. Earlier, Harry had inquired of Hermione regarding the completion of the Polyjuice potion, exclaiming, "I have had enough of this life." Hermione's response indicated it would be ready before the Christmas holidays, speaking of which, Harry's spirits lifted somewhat at the thought, for due to the recent attacks, the majority of students opted to take the Hogwarts Express home for the Christmas break, leaving only a handful of Gryffindors behind: George, Fred, Ginny, and of course, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Neville had initially wished to remain at school to accompany Harry. understanding that Harry was struggling during this tumultuous time. However, his grandmother, Mrs. Longbottom, had warned him that if he did not return home for Christmas, he would face dire consequences, which frightened Neville into compliance. Earlier in the day, Harry had meandered in the common room, not out of a desire to avoid the Great Hall's meals, but because he felt the penetrating scrutiny and rejection from his peers whenever he entered. Leaving him deeply uncomfortable, he noticed a black diary lying on a distant chair and, curious, approached to pick it up. Upon seeing the golden lettering on the cover, he was puzzled. Tom Marvolo Riddle? In Harry's recollection, there had been no such individual in Gryffindor from 1st to 7th year. Just as he stood there in contemplation, Ron and Hermione returned to the common room, bearing breakfast for Harry. "Hey, Harry, today's breakfast featured pumpkin pasties. It's a shame you missed it, that I brought you some," Ron exclaimed, shaking the paper bag in his hand. "You wouldn't believe it. This morning, Seamus failed again with his spell to conjure alcohol." Harry joined Ron and Hermione at the window, accepting a pasty from Ron and taking a bite before mumbling, "Ron, Hermione, do you know Tom Marvolo Riddle?" Hermione shook her head, but Ron pondered for a moment and replied, "I know. He received a special award for services to Hogwarts 50 years ago, and the medal is still on display. 50 years. Then what about this diary?" Harry placed the diary on the table for closer inspection. Noting that it indeed appeared quite old, with yellowed pages, "I suspect this book must conceal some form of magic," Hermione asserted, taking the diary from Harry and flipping it open. Unfortunately, it contained no entries even as trivial as what was eaten for breakfast on any given day. Leaving them disappointed, "It seems this magic is well concealed," Ron remarked, teasing Hermione, only to receive a swift punch from her, causing him to grimace. "That'll teach you. Who told you to provoke the boss lady?" Harry spent the entire day in the common room, nearly losing track of time until evening fell, oblivious to anyone searching for lost items. Was it possible this diary truly belonged to no one? Feeling perplexed, he decided to keep it for now. Meanwhile, the diary's original owner, Ginny, was nearly frantic, rummaging through her dormitory in a frenzy. Her roommates had never seen her in such a state and kept their distance out of fear. Ginny was terrified that the diary would be found, as the riddle within could reveal her role in opening the Chamber of Secrets and unleashing the basilisk upon so many, leading to her expulsion from Hogwarts and potentially becoming the youngest inmate in Azkaban. This thought sent her into further panic. Yet despite her desperate searching, the dormitory yielded no results, leaving her thoroughly agitated as she tugged at her hair. "Ron, it seems no one has lost anything." "Then just keep it. Have you seen Ginny?" "I haven't seen her since this afternoon that I did see her. She looked anxious to get back to the dormitory. And she didn't utter a word in my presence. I just ran into her roommates. They mentioned Ginny's sudden agitation, which is quite peculiar. I'm a bit worried about her." The sudden realization struck Harry as he seized Ron's shoulders. "Do you think it's possible that this diary belongs to Ginny, and her distress stems from not being able to find it? Come on, Mum didn't buy Ginny some 50-year-old antique. Even if she had, we would have known," Ron replied, slapping Harry's arm, suddenly fixing him with a dangerous glare. "Harry, you don't have any inappropriate thoughts about my sister, do you?" As Harry opened his mouth to explain, an image of Ginny unexpectedly flashed through his mind, and he conceded that she was indeed rather attractive. Clearing his throat, he attempted to mask his discomfort. "Of course not, Ron. I've hardly spoken to Ginny. I don't know her well enough to have feelings. Best keep it that way, or don't blame me if I turn against you." At that moment, Hermione approached, holding an opened letter. "Enough of your nonsense. Both of you, I have 2 important things to share." She ushered Harry and Ron to sit down and spoke softly. "First, the polyjuice potion is ready, and we're just waiting for the opportunity to separate Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle." As Harry and Ron heard this news, they leaped in excitement, even jumping and hollering, drawing bewildered glances from everyone in the common room, causing Hermione to feel utterly embarrassed, wishing she could sink into the floor. After they finally settled down, Hermione waved the letter in front of them, saying, "This is a letter I just received from home. Guess what it says?" "What?" "My parents initially wanted to invite Adonis' family to spend Christmas with us, but they found out they've already booked tickets to France. Wow, how enviable. But what does that have to do with us?" Harry thought Hermione was making a fuss over nothing. It was just a trip to France. Hermione tapped Harry on the head, exasperated. "You fool. Think about it. Adonis has been petrified for nearly a month. Yet, his family seems unconcerned, and I haven't received any letters from them. That's not normal. Could it be that they simply don't care for Adonis, and he was just a foundling?